amidst a haze of dreams. This young guy suddenly wakes up to find himself lying on a patch of grass, surrounded by a bunch of people staring at him like he is some kind of alien creature. The system announces an achievement unlocked. Partial resurrection with memories from a past life restored, plus a memory retention reward, all stats increased by 5, so these things count as achievements too. The people around start freaking out. Wait, a portal just appeared. I have never seen this happen before. Trankson barely pays attention to the crowd. He is just thinking. Brown eyes. Speaking a rare language, he is really back. This feeling is unbelievably refreshing, but the moment the system announces that Zone 1 is open, Trankson jumps up and dashes forward like crazy. Everyone around is baffled by this reckless move. They feel like this guy looks familiar. Could he be some kind of madman? Even though he is full of energy, Trankson quickly starts running out of breath and feels exhausted. He decides to check his body's status first and asks to open the system window. System alert. Unable to open window. You do not have permission. Your privileges have been revoked. Part of the system is updating, using admin rights. Your status window has been opened. Finally, the system panel pops up, but it looks really weird. Lee Chain it. God's Twilight. Title error. Affiliation error. Strength error. Agility error. Vitality error. Mana error. Unreadable skills. Unreadable privileges. Everything's an error. What happened to the promise the King of Hell made me? Just as he is puzzled, the system notifies that the window has refreshed with the latest data. Lee Chain it. Goddess Twilight. Title. None. Affiliation. Underworld. Strength. 1. Agility. 3. Vitality. 2. Mana. 0. Skills and privileges. Soul Collection level 1 new. Execution Sword level 1 new. Just as Trankson closes the skill window, the system starts flashing warnings non-stop. He has been spotted by a black mamba snake. The moment it sees him, it opens its disgusting mouth wide and lunges, trying to swallow him whole. Trankson shows no fear. Instead, he seems oddly excited. He needs to get stronger as fast as possible. The best way. Kill monsters and level up. With that in mind, Trankson wastes no time using a newbie item from his stash. One solid strike, and the snake's gone immediately. The system announces, you have defeated the Black Mamba in a single hit. A perfect attack. You have earned the tech skill low level use item. Upgraded. Strength +2. Agility +2. Has the God of Pleasure taken a liking to you? Trankson chuckles quietly. Feeling determined, besides getting stronger ASAP, he has got to become the newbie everyone's watching. The Crimson Hell humanity's nightmare and tragedy on one side, but also a golden opportunity on the other. The gods and celestial beings use the Crimson Hell to select their followers or disciples to worship them and spread their faith. The gods also pick apostles, those they favor most, and who carry out their divine will. Is a loyal beast who risked himself diving into the Crimson Hell, but many others have died there unnoticed by any god. For arrogant gods and celestial beings, ordinary existences do not even get a glance, let alone their favor. Only a lucky few humans, with enough faith, meet the necessary conditions, or they prove they have extraordinary talent, like Trankson. Right now, his recent impressive actions have caught a god's attention. The God of Pleasure has taken a liking to you. Trankson smirks pleasure. Huh, isn't this basically hitting the jackpot? Trankson knows this god. Her real name is Pabinza, a war goddess who owns thousands of weapons and loves hunting. But the jackpot Trankson's talking about is actually Pabinza's mother, the chaotic evil dragon, Temet. Trankson guesses he lucked out big from the start. Huh, probably his knife skills caught her attention. Sure enough, the system just confirmed his guess. The hedonistic god grew curious about your hunting skills. Trankson twirled the dagger in his hand, smiled softly, and said, I will show you what you want to see. Next, Trankson continued exploring the forest. A stream of blue energy caught his attention. Half of this forest is shrouded in poisonous gas, so the monsters around here must be seriously toxic. Trankson analyzed the situation, lifting his hand thoughtfully. In that case, plan seems like the best option. Just then, 2 black-mouthed vipers lunged out to ambush Trankson. As if foreseeing it, Trankson gripped his dagger tightly, spun into a combat stance, and muttered, time for the snake hunting strategy. The next second, Trankson leapt high to dodge the viper's bites and swung his dagger in a long arc, slicing one down instantly. System notification, low-level dagger skill activated. You successfully defeated a black-mouthed viper. Congratulations. You gained experience points. The other viper was not lucky enough to escape either. System notification. Congratulations. You gained experience points. You leveled up. Then, attracted by the fresh blood and the recent fight, several more black-mouthed vipers charged from the forest. Perfect timing, just as Trankson wanted. Holding his dagger, he looked like a grim reaper wielding a scythe, ready to harvest the vipers' lives. The vipers kept coming in greater numbers, but Trankson was not afraid. His face was cold and focused as he darted through the swarm, Moving like a deadly dance, none survived where he stepped. System notifications kept popping up in front of him. You leveled up. You are close to wiping out the black-mouthed vipers, the rulers of this forest edge. Your senses have become sharper, thanks to more combat. Your focus has improved. After some time, Changshan suddenly stopped. Scanning the area, there was not a single black-mouthed viper left around him. He glanced around and saw the remaining vipers looking at him in fear. System notification: the black-mouthed vipers now see you as their natural enemy. You have successfully instilled fear in the black-mouthed vipers. The title Black-mouthed Viper Slayer has been unlocked. Black-mouthed Viper Slayer, a title for hunters who've killed over 100 black-mouthed vipers. Rank: title. Effect: power +5. Instills fear in snake-type monsters. Changshan was not about to let the remaining vipers off the hook. Their fear only fueled his excitement as he charged forward with his weapon. Inside, he was screaming wildly. Yes, this is exactly it. Kill after kill. That thrilling, itchy feeling. Isn't this the scent of battle I would long forgotten? Whether in Arcadia or here, it always brings a terrifying thrill. But at the same time, it is a joy to me. Everything was shattered when those damn gods captured me. They held me responsible for harming the world, and in the end, they sentenced me to death. Honestly, they feared an ordinary being who could stand on equal footing with them. At first, I did not care, but if that is what scares them, then I will do it, since my human body is still fragile. And after long battles, Changshan felt a bit tired and decided to pause. System notification: low-level spear skill has reached max level. Higher level skill unlocked. Mid-level spear skill now available. The hedonistic god was amazed by your spear skills. Your stamina is drained. You are in an exhausted state. Please find a safe area and rest. It is too soon to be surprised. Changshan smiled softly and stretched his arms forward. From the black-mouthed viper's corpses, streams of energy rose and converged into his hands. System notification: you used soul coercion. The purgatory flame activated, and you received the soul remnants of the Black Mamba. You recovered 5% stamina. You are no longer in a state of exhaustion. The Lost God Beast Festival was surprised and wondered what your skill was. Changshan clenched his fist, feeling his stamina slightly restored, grinning as he kept slaughtering the Black Mambas. In his mind, he thought, of course, how would she know? This is a unique skill I got from the King of Hell himself. Maybe she thinks it is just some attribute or skill I got when I first awakened. But no matter how curious she is, she can directly meet me to ask, because she is still held back by the rules of divine contact. But still, no one's crazy enough to break those rules just to check info on some newbies. After a while, Changshan stopped, panting hard. No matter what happens, I am not too worried, thanks to this badass system I got from Hell. Without it, my status window would have popped up immediately. Thinking that, Changshan casually stabbed the dagger into the Black Mamba that tried to sneak attack him, ending the fight. System notification: you have dealt with the last Black Mamba. You received a new achievement. Reward for hunting 444 Black Mambas. +5 strength. Low-level poison resistance. Changshan happily opened his system window to check his personal info. Name: Changshan. Divine title: Twilight of the Gods. Unavailable for use. Title: Black Mamba Hunter. Affiliation: Hell. Level: Spear. Strength: 14.2 + 10. Agility: 16.2 + 10. Stamina: 13.9 + 10. Magic: no plus. Total bonuses: 35. Skill list: Intermediate dagger technique. Level 3. Effects: low-level poison resistance. Level 1. Special info: a god has taken an interest in you. You can increase favor with this god by fulfilling their desires. Looking at his profile, Changshan smiled softly. His skills and stats had improved quite a bit. Whoa, even my magic points went up. Now I can use skills freely. Best of all, 3 divine eyes are on me already. Nice. Then, he fell into thought. After the Black Mambas, probably the Red Mambas, and finally the Blood Sand. Luckily, I got that low-level poison resistance. That will make this hunt way easier. Blood Sand is a huge boss, the leader controlling the Mambas. Kinda crazy to face it before level 10. Though, Changshan's goal is to take down Blood Sand all alone. That would definitely make a huge splash with the gods. But more importantly, it is Blood Sand's venomous fangs. I need those fangs to craft the antidote to sap, because one big reason Twilight of the Gods fails is its awful poison and curse resistance. Changshan won't make that mistake twice. With a fierce look, he silently vowed to break Gaia's curse. I need those fangs to beat that curse. Just then, the blade on Changshan's dagger shattered into pieces in his hand. System notification: the durability of your beginner dagger has reached its limit and is destroyed. Looking at the dagger's handle, Changshan sighed. Well, it lasted this long. That is pretty good. Suddenly, a weapon flew down from the sky and stabbed into the ground right next to Changshan. Startling him, he focused and looked again, amazed to see a dragon scale pattern. Then this must be a weapon from the demon realm. What the hell are they thinking? System notification: the Lost God Beast Festival has sent you a gift and dealt a heavy blow. So the price of failure is my life. Gods only see other beings as playthings. Nothing more. That is why I hate the gods and the stars so much. But maybe that is actually for the better. If I head in the right direction, I am sure I will gain a lot for the future. And above all, that cool dagger, getting that is the biggest prize for me. Thinking that, Trangshan did not hesitate, grabbed the weapon, and said, "Alright, what do you want me to do?" System notice. You have accepted the bet. The god of pleasure chuckled, clearly pleased with your courage. Upon acceptance, the hunter certificate was created. Some time later, a large crowd gathered at the starting point. Suddenly, someone shouted, asking everyone to gather around. People turned around suspiciously. What is going on? Someone else trying to be the leader. Then a man in a military uniform stepped forward, holding up a widened card, introducing himself as Park Hazin's subordinate. He is a ranked player from the Awakening Force, under the National Army's command. This is an emergency, so please follow my instructions carefully. The crowd murmured among themselves. Well, at least there is a player here. Yeah, I was thinking the same, but is that other guy really okay? The one who ran straight into the forest, just as the mission started. That guy. Hope nothing bad happened to him. Maybe he thought he would find something good in there. A young man in a blue jacket, who'd been sitting silently under a tree, suddenly snapped. No way, at least he owns way more assets than everyone else here. Someone curious asked, "How can you be so sure?" The blue-jacketed guy casually walked over and said his name is Tyron, the leader of Steven. Someone remembered Holland. Oh yeah, I have seen him before. Although his personal life is not great, his good looks get him tons of ad offers. He's basically a spoiled rich kid, so why would someone like that just run into the forest? Tyron smiled and said, "I heard he turned into a junkie after quitting competitive play. Probably just fed up with life and wants to off himself." A guy in a red jacket walked up behind Tyron and quietly said, "Hey, shut up. Why do you keep rambling like that?" Tyron snapped back, "What did I even do?" Right then, a system notice popped up in front of everyone. A brown-haired girl asked, "We are in a safe zone, right? So why are monsters dying?" But this was just the start. New notifications popped up every few minutes. White oxen have been eliminated. All green fruits have been eliminated. Red mamba cockroaches have been swiftly eliminated. The players around Trangshan started to panic. Trangshan silently watched the system board, while the blue-jacketed guy clenched his teeth in disbelief. Why is everything turning out like this? Time rewinds to when Trangshan just received the mission from the god of pleasure. He is using soul binding, restoring stamina on one side, checking the mission system on the other. Hunter S certificate. New rank issued. Description: because the growth of the god of pleasure has stalled in the divine chart, he wants more disciples and clerics to strengthen the sect. However, all top talents are already under the protection of the highest powers. In his desperation, he found you. The god of pleasure is considering you, a hunter with incredible skills, as a potential disciple. But it won't be easy. You have to prove your worth within 24 hours. You must hunt down the blood serpent using the dagger given to you. Fail, and you die. Succeed, and you can quickly become a disciple of the evil dragon. So that is how it is. No wonder she was interested in me from the start. Didn't expect her situation to be this bad. Come to think of it, Tiamat and Madak had a huge clash before. Could that be connected to this? One side is Ben Madak, the strongest zodiac of the 12 zodiac signs. Pisces, the other is Tiamat, the chaotic evil dragon, mother of the lost beast spirit. Sun Trang felt intrigued and thought to himself, even if he is not sure, maybe he can benefit from this. Then, Sun Trang looked at the new weapon in his hand. This thing is not some low-tier gear, right? The system recorded that the chaotic evil dragon used its own fangs to craft this gift for its beloved daughter, this thorn blade. This thing has its own personality. Grade: boss level, sacred thorn blade. Damage can be calculated. Effects unknown. This weapon is currently on loan and can't use its primal abilities because the player has not met certain conditions. This is exactly what I wanted, but adding a little extra flair would make it more fun. Thinking that, Sun Trang grinned slyly and said to the goddess, "You interested in a little side bet?" System notifies. The lost beast spirit goddess tilts her head, wondering what you mean. Sun Trang speaks for 30 minutes. System notifies. The lost beast spirit goddess still does not get what you are trying to say. In 30 minutes, I will take down the blood serpent for you, so please, reward me generously. Sun Trang made the offer and calmly waited for the response. Soon after, the system notified. The lost beast spirit goddess laughed at your request and accepted. However, she warned that the death penalty for you won't be peaceful. Mission accomplished. Sun Trang smiled charmingly, expressed thanks, grabbed his weapon, and quickly headed toward the target. The first monster Sun Trang encountered was So Chang. He took it down in just 3 moves. System notifies. Power level increased by 3. Next up, a swarm of green fruit snakes. Although they are many, Sun Trang's level has risen and his physique improved. Plus, his weapon is way better now, making fighting the Mamba Den snakes easier. So the outcome against the green fruit snakes was just as expected. Same as with the Mamba Den, system notifies. Stamina increased by 2. Rumors about your bet with the Lost Beast Spirit Goddess are spreading worldwide. Several gods are really interested in your combat experience. Some divine beings are impressed by your fighting skills. After wiping out the green fruit snakes, Sun Trang's cold gaze flicked to the system's notification board. Then he smiled and moved toward the Blood Serpent's location. On the way, whenever he met monsters, Sun Trang took them out as fast as possible. Finally, he spotted the Blood Serpent, the mission target. He did not rush to attack but hid behind a tree, waiting. More spectators. More stakes. System notifies. The Lost Beast Spirit Goddess is annoyed by uninvited guests. She is warning other gods that you already belong to her now. Sentrang smiled quietly, wondering how many gods will find this interesting. Hopefully, there is at least one decent one among them. System notifies. Level up. You have reached level 10. You have completed the beginner training. Achievement unlocked. Young talent has finished training. Seeing this, Sun Trang's eyes lit up. Here it comes. The hidden class unlock conditions. Sure enough, the notification popped up. Reward, +5 to all stats. Hidden class unlocked. Sun Trang started thinking quietly. In my past life, I chose Merchant, but this time I 1T pick some ordinary class. Both Dragon King and Dark King are good, but they are tough to play, so maybe Berserker is the best choice. Berserker packs massive damage, but the downside is a constantly unstable mind. Still, there are some tricks to control that. I will pick Berserker to win this bet. This monster's so tough even at level 20. No time to wait. Sun Trang tapped the hidden class reward. Here's your result. Please select a class. 1. Swordsman 2. Spearman 3. Tailor 17. Hidden Dragoness Sun 18. Night Wanderer 30. Master of Ancient Runes Hidden. Check the full list. Chang Xian's eyes widen, his face darkening as he speaks. Berserker. It is not here. System notification. 6 minutes left. Chang Xian frowns. Confused. He thought for sure he would get the Berserker class. But why is not it showing up? System notification. The god of lost beasts is watching, wondering how you will finish your bet. 3 other gods are also waiting to see which class you will pick. Time's running out, and Chang Xian has to make a choice. He stares seriously at the list, hesitates briefly, then reaches for the hidden Master of Ancient Runes class. He sighs, thinking writing runes will be a real pain, but in terms of destructive power, it far surpasses Berserker. Plus, it compensates for physical strength in battles where brute force is not needed. Right after, the class change process begins. You have chosen Master of Ancient Runes as your main class. Your class has been changed to Master of Ancient Runes. Agility increased by 5, magic increased by 5, new stat wisdom has been added, new stat willpower has been added, low-level rune creation skill unlocked, low-level rune inscription skill unlocked. The god of lost beasts is shocked by your choice. Another god bursts out laughing at your pick. Class change complete. Chang Xian ignores the god's reactions and checks his skills. Low-level rune creation. You create rune scripts. Successfully crafting runes levels up the skill and reduces creation time. Level 1. Boss class. Active skill. Effect. Rune creation. Low-level rune inscription. You can inscribe pre-made runes onto any target. Targets can transform from objects into animals depending on skill level. Level 1. Boss class. Active. Buff. Effect. Magic support. Chang Xian quietly thinks. Just like I expected, these 2 skills appeared. I still have 4 minutes left. Then Chang Xian pumps 30 accumulated points into wisdom and 25 into willpower, probably due to the class change. The Blood Serpent notices and lunges at the tree Chang Xian is hiding behind. Chang Xian quickly leaps to the side to dodge. System notification. Low-level rune creation activated. Your stats have increased the success rate. Chang Xian slashes his other hand with his weapon, drawing blood. Who knew those old guys forcing me to learn runes would actually come in handy? Feeling emotional, he uses his own blood to write strange runes on the tree trunk. When the last stroke is done, the runes suddenly glow. System notification. Low-level rune inscription activated. Explosive rune has been inscribed. The god of lost beasts predicted this and laughs. The god of lost beasts is curious how a rookie like you even knows rune scripts. You successfully crafted and inscribed each rune through intense focus and strong will. Skill level increased. Reward received. Explosive rune triggers 5 extra effects for 1 minute. Magic has been absorbed. You enter a state of ambition. Chang Xian smiles, looking at the glowing weapon in his hand. Then he yells loudly at the Blood Serpent, ready to strike. He figures he has about 3 minutes left. That should be enough. The sounds of Chang Xian's battle have caught the attention of people in the safe zone. They look toward the explosions and dust, shouting, "It is happening again!" Among the crowd, someone murmurs, "There are thousands of explosions like bombs coming from the forest." But this explosion was the biggest one yet. Everyone started whispering and speculating. What the heck was that? What is going on up there? System announcement. Player Letrangxian has started attacking the boss. The boss. Blood Serpent. Everyone was shocked the moment they saw the announcement. The guy in the red robe even shouted as he attacked the boss. It has come to this. The guy in the blue robe was also stunned. speechless. But right after, he got pissed off like crazy. That guy's trying to kill us all. That damn bastard. Every time we meet him, it is the same. He always wants to do things his own way. The guy in the blue robe ran up to Latranxon and yelled, "Do something, man. We are all gonna die here." Latranxon stayed calm and said, "Like I said, just stay put." The guy in blue tried to argue, but Latranxon cut him off. "One reckless move and we will all be dead." The blue robe guy was frustrated, but could only curse helplessly. Latranxon ignored him and kept watching, his eyes focused on the lights flickering through the thick smoke. Silently guessing, it must be the critical hit effect from a skill. If that is true, he is even stronger than I thought. We still have a chance. I wonder what is happening over there. Over at Tranxion's side, the fight reached a critical moment as Man and Serpent roared and clashed. Unleashing their strongest blows, a massive explosion rang out, and everyone in the safe zone got a flood of new notifications. Jaws dropping. You have completed the first sun boss. Blood Serpent. You have finished the first part of the dungeon quest. Exploration. Dungeon rank boss. Total score, 5,000 points. First place, Latranx is 4,999 points. Second place, Parkasiong, 1 point. Third place, unknown. Rewards will be distributed based on your achievements. Parkasiong stood there, stunned. Only one thought ran through his mind. At that moment, I thought about the rise of a new emperor in the top 10 kings ranking. Moments after the boss was defeated, everyone in the safe zone was still shocked by the epic event. Just then, a giant red snake head emerged from the forest, making everyone scream in fear. But strangely, the monster did not attack anyone. As its body slowly appeared, they realized someone was dragging it along. Parkasiong looked at Tranxion with a confused gaze. What was he trying to say with that look? Tranxion scanned the safe zone and said, "Everyone here is a low-level player." Parkasiong nodded in agreement. Tranxion pointed at the Blood Serpent boss. "It is down now. Can you all help me clear out the leftover mobs?" A request. More like an order. Parkasiong thought to himself, his face uneasy. Then said, "We will handle it. You take a rest." Tranxion sighed and shook his head after seeing everyone's expressions, and Parkasiong's. Then turned and dragged the Blood Serpent away. "Looks like he is a bit annoyed by my presence. Guess he will go find somewhere else." Hearing this, people in the safe zone started whispering again. Could he be Tyrant? You said they are the same person, hopefully. But he seems different somehow. Could he be a demon in disguise? No way. If that were true, we would all be dead already. Right? Yeah? Haha. Only the guy in the blue robe stayed silent, gritting his teeth and glaring hard at Tranxion's retreating back. Tranxion stepped out of the safe zone. Recalling what the others said there, let us hope they are right. Does he really look that different? Could that person actually be a demon in disguise? Tranxion shook his head and laughed wickedly. Never thought others would see me that way. System alert. You will have a 1-hour break before Phase 2 begins. Time to get started. Tranxion went to a patch of land and threw the Blood Serpent scale on the ground. This spot should be good. He then carved runes into the 4 stone corners, creating a barrier around himself and the Blood Serpent scale. System alert. Rune barrier has been carved. Your skill level has increased. Low-level rune creation has reached the upgrade threshold. A higher level skill has been unlocked. Primary rune creation skill unlocked. Tranxion looked at the Blood Serpent scale and decided to deal with this gift first. System alert. You have received 2 rewards from ranking achievements and 3 from hunter certification achievements. Tranxion quietly said, "Accept rewards." System alert. Random rewards are ready. Choose the type you are interested in. 1. Skill. Effect. Equipment. Achievement points in skills and effects at this level are not that great. I am already set with Aklong's quick use gear, so I will definitely go with this one. Tranxion thought to himself and decisively reached out to select achievement points. System alert. You have chosen achievement points as your random reward. You receive 10,000 Macma and 5,000 Macma. Current achievement points, 15,000. Tranxion smiled quietly, thinking there is one truth that never changes in both the human and divine worlds, and that truth is money. I need to make as much cash as possible before the shop opens. Next up, status points. Tranxion smiled and ordered the system window to open. Title: Tranxion God's Blessing. Sunset of the Gods can be used. Title: Snake Butcher Membub. New Link: Hell. Profession: Ancient Language Master. Level 15. Agility 32.7 per 20. Stamina 29.9 per 20. Magic 10 per 20. Wisdom 33 per 20. Willpower 28.2 per 20. Skill list: Technical use combined level 5. Primary rune carving level 9. Low-level rune creation level 1 new. Farsight level 1 new. Effect list: Low-level poison resistance level 5. Authority: Soul Step level 1. Sword Seal level 1. Personal info: You can review the admiration and interest many gods have for your achievements. Total bonus stats: 50. Tranxion smiled happily, thinking taking down the Blood Serpent was definitely the right call. System alert. As mentioned earlier, The Aklong Fang now belongs to you. God of Pleasure is craving you right now. Other gods are also intrigued by you after hearing about the bet's outcome. Some stars have set their sights on you. Suddenly, a red alert popped up. The God of Pleasure warned others. Touching you means challenging Aklong's wrath. Seeing this, Trangxiang smirked quietly. Then, a notification about the betting rewards appeared before him. The God of Pleasure wondered what grand prize you want. You are entitled to claim 2 rewards. She could not help but marvel. That is a lot of loot. It really is a treasure trove. Huh, system alert. The God of Pleasure says you can take anything you want. The God of Pleasure assures you that any prize is up for grabs to encourage you. Many gods were pretty shocked by the God of Pleasure's rewards. Some stars are drawn to the betting rewards. The God of Pleasure has targeted you. Some stars have their eyes on you. Some stars are focused on you. The God of Pleasure is raising an eyebrow. Wondering what you are planning, a few gods are questioning your true intentions. The reward for not taking any items will be converted into achievement points. You received 1 million magic coins. Total achievement points, 2,015,000. As expected, Trangxian smiled and said, I knew it. Letting the system store rewards makes them easier to use later. That is how I get my rewards. System notification. The God of Pleasure is very disappointed. God of Pleasure encourages you to become a loyal disciple. Trangxian, without a second thought, rejected the offer. And I respect that. I want to gain more combat experience. And honestly, I am not interested in being anyone else's follower right now. Trangxian's eyes flicked toward the achievement points earned from that bet. He flashed a wicked smile, quietly wondering, apparently, having endless talent attracts many powerful entities fighting over you. Plus, if the battle with Ben Maduk is real, Tiamat's side will definitely want more skilled humans to join them. System notification. The God of Pleasure glares at you with eyes burning like fire. The God of Pleasure glares at you with eyes burning like fire. Trangxian turned away, ignoring it. Everything is going exactly as planned. He decided to move on to the next act of this drama. Alright, let us get started. I am gonna make the most out of this boss. From its skin to its bones. Alright, let us get started. I am gonna make the most out of this boss. From its skin to its bones. No time to waste, he grabbed his weapon and started working on the Blood Serpent's corpse. System notification. You have obtained the Blood Serpent's blood. You have obtained meat from the Blood Serpent. You have obtained the Blood Serpent's eyes X2. Some gods are wondering what you will show them next. News of the Gatekeeper and his refusal of the gods' offer is spreading fast worldwide. Many gods are curious about you, repeatedly connecting to Dungeon Channel Crier 9721. Meanwhile, as Trangxian was busy gathering the Blood Serpent's parts, in the safe zone, a guy in red and another in blue sat together in a corner. After a moment of silence, the guy in blue furrowed his brow and asked, "Do you think I could do stuff like that too?" The guy in red looked skeptical, and the blue guy explained what it means to be a player. The red guy was shocked, jumped up, and shouted, "Are you crazy?" Seeing his friend's reaction, the blue guy got angry and shouted, "Why not? Even a nobody can do it, so why can't I?" The blue guy bowed his head, smiled darkly, and said softly, "I am sure I can do it. Maybe not before, but here. I feel like I can awaken the talent dormant inside me. Look at this message from a god." The red guy curiously peeked at the system notification. The old god of Twilight has taken an interest in player Jian Trangxian. His eyes went wide in disbelief as he repeated, "The old god of Twilight, you have finished the truth test already." Suddenly, a blinding light appeared in the sky, drawing everyone's attention in the safe zone. Everyone looked up to see a beam piercing through the clouds, landing right in the safe area. At the same time, a notification popped up in front of each person. A manager has appeared. Moments later, the beam hit the ground, kicking up a thick cloud of dust that slowly cleared away. When the dust settled, everyone saw a creature that looked like a boy with long bunny ears, wearing a suit and a gold watch slung across his shoulder. He banged a big staff and loudly introduced himself. "I'm Harold, the manager of the Cairo channel." After the intro, Harold held up his giant gold watch, tilted his head, and smiled, thinking he looked super friendly. But the people in the safe zone were not happy at all. They looked suspicious and started speaking up. "Manager, why did this guy just randomly show up here?" Harold chuckled awkwardly and explained, "Oh dear, sorry for disturbing your break like this. Really did not mean to. You are probably wondering why I am here, right? Some things have happened, and I need you all to understand the situation. According to management's policy on non-interference and maximum freedom, we always try our best to avoid meddling with your current work. But suddenly, the dungeon's stage progression speed has strangely spiked, so the Supreme Manager got pretty pissed. Everyone, but it looks like I have to crank up this dungeon's difficulty." Shouts of panic started echoing around. "Wait, what the heck?" Ignoring the crowd's reaction, Harold raised his hand and snapped his fingers. The protective barrier around the safe zone shattered instantly, vanishing before everyone's eyes. At the same time, a new notification appeared for everyone. "Based on your achievements, The dungeon's difficulty will increase. The safe zone will be removed. Monster aggression will be increased. Damage and defense stats will be improved. Panic quickly swept through the crowd. Some stared cautiously toward the forest. Others lost their cool and shouted at Hyrold. "What the hell are you doing?" Park Hae-sung stood among them, his face burning with anger. Hyrold's appearance and actions reminded him of a terrible memory, the Purge event he would participated in before. In that event, he was the sole survivor, battered and covered in wounds. Before him lay blood and corpses, along with a huge system board mocking him with 4 words. So disappointing. Back to reality. Park Hae-sung took a deep breath to calm himself and scanned the terrified faces, the confusion and despair of everyone in the safe zone. For some reason, an image of Lee Chang-seon flashed in his mind, along with a chilling suspicion. The gods and stars allowed the manager to raise the dungeon's difficulty, to identify outstanding players, and turn them into sacrifices. Do I have to watch innocent people fall again? Could the gods really be testing his talent? Lee Chang-seon system notification. Based on the dungeon's difficulty, your rest time has been cancelled. Monsters are now allowed to roam freely. All monsters enter a frenzy state. Try to survive against these fierce predators. You can form a team now. Teams can have up to 10 members. And depending on your contribution, you can earn different gear. If your team clears the stage successfully, you have a chance to get fire gems. Each team must collect at least 99 gems to complete Phase 2. Everyone scrambled to grab anything they could use as a weapon, then started screaming in fear. What is going on here? I have never heard of a situation like this before. System announcement. In 5 seconds, the monster wave will flood this area. 5, 4... While everyone in the safe zone was panicking, Harold suddenly appeared behind Park Hae-sung and asked, "You are the player Park Hae-sung?" Huh? Park Hae-sung jumped, turning around to glare at him. "You know me." Harold smiled and replied, "Of course. You are the only survivor from Dragon's Lair. You are one of the players the management is watching closely. So why would not I know you? Good luck surviving this round." With that, Harold gave a sinister smile and vanished. As Harold disappeared, the countdown timer reset to 0. That meant Phase 2 had officially begun. Suddenly, the forest erupted with monster roars. Park Hae-sung whipped around just in time to see monsters bursting out of the trees, charging toward the safe zone crowd. Many too scared to think just turned and ran. Damn it! Where did they come from? Some braver souls stood their ground, gripping simple weapons and shouting, "Attack!" But at this moment, someone acted completely differently. Jeong Jae boldly charged straight into the monster horde alone. "This is my chance," Jin thought quietly, red glints flashing in his eyes as he glanced at his system screen. "Blessings of the old god through the twilight are with you." Somewhere deep in the forest, after struggling through the blood-red sand, Chang Jae finally retrieved what he wanted. System alert. You have obtained the venomous fang of blood sand. Holding the venomous fang, Chang Jae grinned. Poison immunity skill. Come to me. System alert. Phase 2 has begun. Many gods are betting heavily on your survival in Phase 2. The system's announcement caught Chang Seon off guard. He wiped the smile from his face, looked toward the safe zone, and muttered, "So the purge starts again? Huh." He thought he would get a little more time. This be the fallout from winning the 3rd war chariot. Maybe that is why I'm attracting way more godly attention than I expected. Chang Seon opened his personal status screen and quickly checked his current condition. Yeah, the biggest problem is definitely my stamina. I want to recover my stamina first, but it looks like there is no time. Chang Seon frowned. Deciding not to hesitate, he grabbed his weapon and left the area. Not far into his escape, he ran into a massive red monster, flames flickering all around its body. Chang Seon glanced at it and instantly recognized the creature, Fire Rolling God. Phase 1 had poison creatures, and now it is the turn of the flame poison monsters. So future rounds will probably include ice poison, iron poison, and body poison too. So what I need to collect this round is fire energy. Quietly deciding, Chang Seon changed direction toward the Fire Rolling God. The Fire Rolling God spotted Chang Seon and immediately opened its mouth to spew flames at him. Chang Seon quickly ducked and dodged, slipping under the monster's belly to avoid a head-on clash. Then, he used his sharp little dragon weapon to slash repeatedly around the monster's underbelly, striking deep cuts. The Fire Rolling God was on the defensive, only able to turn and breathe fire or lash its tail, all of which Chang Seon easily dodged. Finally, Chang Seon leapt high to avoid a flame blast, landed on its back, and delivered a critical strike with his dragon blade, ending the fight. Standing on the Fire Rolling God's back, Chang Seon noted that these creatures were not as tough as the black mamba snakes, but since the Fire Rolling Gods usually traveled in packs, they were much harder to kill. Then, he used his weapon to cut open the monster's belly and pulled out a red orb about the size of his fist. System alert. You have found a fire pearl. Chang Seon smiled and, without hesitation, swallowed the fire pearl whole. System alert. You have swallowed the fire pearl. You have gained a minor fire resistance boost. You have collected 20,000 fire energy. Chang Seon sat on the Fire Rolling God and breathed out a flame, quietly calculating that he needed to collect more fire gems. These will be the next requirement to achieve the immunity of the 3 true flames. Thanks to these gods, I can easily meet the condition to get that flame. Immunity to poison is a special skill of Antares, the Sagittarius constellation, one of the 12 zodiac signs, and Changxi-on's old enemy. This skill gives him a natural resistance to all poisons and the ability to create toxins that turn into deadly poison blood. The Changxi-on from the past was careless when fighting Antares. He accidentally got cursed, weakening his divine power, and was ultimately defeated by Antares. However, as we know, fate led Changxi-on to the underworld kingdom. Thanks to Thanatos, Changxi-on can now learn the secret arts of the stars in exile. Thanatos told Changxi-on back then that he could freely learn all their secret arts here. It helps him get stronger and is super effective against the 12 zodiac signs, a 2 birds 1 stone deal. Some star exiles were sentenced to banishment in the underworld. The 12 zodiac signs had previously made many enemies. Among them, some star exiles were eager to teach those enemies a lesson. The Council of Star Elders decided to share all their knowledge only with Changxi-on. Because of them, he learned the fastest way to gain immunity to poison. One elder hated Antares deeply because his daughter was killed by him. Since he was the first to pass on knowledge, Changxi-on called him the first elder. Back to the present, Changxi-on just swallowed his first fire gem. But 1 gem is not enough to reach the heat of the 3 true flames. He grabbed his weapon and went hunting the fire-rolling gods' lairs to collect all the fire gems inside their bodies. 3 days later, somewhere else in the forest, Jun Changxi just chopped the head off a fire-rolling god. System notification: you have defeated a fire-rolling god. Player Jun Changxi is getting pumped up. Jun Changxi grinned through his teeth. Yes, that is the feeling. This is exactly it. At this rate, I can easily take down that Changxi-on guy. Then, he opened the leaderboard to check. Dungeon leaderboard. Rank 1. Changxi-on with 7,500 points. Rank 2. Jun Changxi with 565 points. Rank 3. Park Hae-sam with 150 points. Jun Changxi's eyes widened as he stared at the leaderboard. He clenched his teeth, wondering how that could be possible. He is definitely playing at full power. Suddenly, a notification popped up right in front of him. The God of Dusk recommends you also take shortcuts like your opponent did. Jun Changxi's eyes lit up, and he quickly asked, "There really is a way to level up faster. What is it? Please tell me, sir. Please grant me more power." System notification: the benevolent God says he has seen your determination and will lend a hand. Not far away, a few exhausted people sat on the ground, struggling to catch their breath. They looked at Jian Changxi with longing eyes. This world really is for the talented. If only we were as strong as them. Park Hae-si was among them, carrying a huge weapon on his shoulder, thinking how everyone was worn out after 3 days of non-stop battles against waves of monsters. But their fighting spirit only grew stronger. It makes sense ordinary people like them just want to get stronger. And it is not just one person, but most of them. At that moment, Jun Changxi stepped in front of the group, stared at them, grinned through his teeth, and said, "I just got a new skill. The gods have finally answered our prayers." That day showed us the path to becoming powerful players. Some time later, in front of a cave entrance, a 4-legged monster with long horns and a scorched hide came running in panic. It dashed inside, thinking to itself, "At this rate, everyone's going to get killed. If it is the queen of the mountain, then damn it, that bastard is not even human." That was the monster's final thought, because Changxi-on caught up and took it back to the otherworld with its pack. When Changxi pulled the fire gem from the monster's body, a scream from deep inside the cave caught his attention. He ran in fast and saw a girl with a pink backpack being chased closely by a monster. Just as the monster was about to grab her, Changxi blocked it, beheading the creature in one swing. Then asked if she was okay. The girl cried out in fear, "Ik, monster." Changxi's face darkened as he tried to calm her down. "I am Changxi, not some monster. Calm down." The girl quieted and stared at him. Seeing this, he asked why she was alone. "Where is everyone else?" She answered tearfully, "They are all dead. My friends too. They were rejected by a guy named Jian Changji." The girl showed Changxi the mark on her wrist. "Jun, that bastard said this lets him share the power of the holy god." Changxi rubbed his chin, thinking, then muttered, "What a scam. This is clearly a demon seal. This mark means you sold your soul to a demon. The old seal piercing the dusk is not like this. If the bearer dies, their energy and soul get taken. The energy goes to the host. The soul belongs to the demon. The Jin guy is probably insanely powerful by now." Changxi examined the seal carefully. Looking closer, it is definitely high grade. If it is from a demon clan, it might even be above Demon King level. That is enough to make things tough for him. While thinking, Changxi turned to leave. The girl followed, pleading, "Please help me." Changxi's face showed 30% annoyance, 70% like a dad. "What am I supposed to do with this kid? I already saved you from that fire bear." The girl did not give up and kept trying to convince him. "I am good at chores, laundry, cooking, cleaning. I can do it all. In return, please help me get stronger." Changxi turned back around. The determination in her eyes touched him a bit. "You just want to get revenge for your friends, right?" The girl fell silent, her eyes burning with rage, then did something that made Trang Xian cringe. She pulled out a can of cola from her backpack, tears streaming down, and handed it to Trang Xian as a sincere gesture. Trang Xian was speechless, but reluctantly accepted her following him. But first, I need to fix your seal. Meanwhile, that bastard Jian's, feeding off the life force of those who died, grew even more insane with power. This new strength pushed him over the edge. Trang Xian, the red-shirted guy hesitated, calling out, but got back a cold glare from Trang Xian. He nervously said nothing, just stared hard at the demon seal on Trang Xian's hand, then glanced at his own. Clearly, that seal was restricting their moves. Trang Xi called out, but the guy snapped. What? Can you move faster or not? Did you find what I told you to? The injured guy hugged his arm, meekly replied, yes, I found it. The red-shirted guy ground his teeth in frustration. Didn't these guys feel like nothing but slaves? This place is basically a prison. There is a hiding spot here. Everyone move fast. Get ready to fight the boss. The leader gave orders, then grinned wickedly. Trang Xian, just wait. I will tear you apart soon, just like you did to me. Right now, many people are connected to the dungeon channel, and the gods are watching the players through it. Plenty of gods are intently watching the player who is clearing the dungeon the fastest. A bunch of notifications popped up before the girl tailing Trang Xian, but she did not have time to think. At that moment, she was on the important mission Trang Xian assigned her, hunting down the rotting zombies. First, she activated her water surface skill to create small whirlpools that sucked in a few zombies, then used Trang Xian's charm rune to lure the entire horde chasing after her. But at that moment, Trang Xian snuck in from behind, taking out the whole zombie bunch in an instant. You are really talented at setting traps. Huh, I will carve the charm rune on you, and you just need to hunt down as many monsters as possible for me. Just run fast and attract all of them. That is it. When I give orders, do not run off or turn your back. The girl immediately obeyed Trang Xian's words. After a while, Trang Xian finished off a bunch of zombies, then turned around and asked, is that the last one? Short hair quickly ran up and replied, just like you asked. I have brought back every monster within a 300-meter radius. Trang Xian asked again, what about the other plan? I checked every nook and cranny. Everything's done exactly as planned. Any more requests from you? Now just run as far as you can. You are just here to block the way for the next hunt. Trang Xian said that while staring intently at her. His gaze full of absolute trust made him feel a bit uncomfortable. So suddenly, there is another burden on his shoulders. Yes, sir, the girl replied, then quickly went off to carry out Trang Xian's orders. Trang Xian looked around cautiously. If everything went according to plan, just then, a plume of toxic smoke blew in from afar, heading straight for his nose. The system immediately alerted him. The final boss, the Plague Super Spider, has appeared. A giant spider charged at Trang Xian at lightning speed, then raised its sharp front leg to attack. Thanks to quick reflexes, Trang Xian easily dodged the strike. Short hair heard the noise, turned around, and saw a giant spider rushing toward her. While she panicked and tried to find an escape, Trang Xian swung his weapon and blocked the spider chasing after Short Hair. Short Hair took the chance and kept running to complete the mission Trang Xian assigned. Facing the monster, one of Trang Xian's eyes suddenly changed color. The worldly serpent god recognizes you and has granted you a gift. Your snake eye skill will temporarily transform into a venomous snake eye. Venomous snake eye, like a snake's hunting weapon, lets you use your eyes to analyze hunting terrain and spot your prey's weak points. Level 1. Skill type. Active. Effect. Enhanced senses. Targets weak spots. Trang Xian glanced at the system's notes and vaguely guessed that the big reward came with no strings attached. Maybe it is testing if he meets some condition. If that is so, I will just give it my all. Trang Xian used the venomous snake eye to analyze the Plague Super Spider. When his eye circled a spot on the spider's front leg, Trang Xian decided to attack that spot first. But first, he had to detoxify his body. Trang Xian activated his low-level poison resistance skill and fire energy accumulation to cleanse the toxins inside him. Thanks to that, not only did he purge the poison, but his poison resistance skill also leveled up. After using all the energy from 666 fire gems, he gained a fire attribute boost and increased stamina. Tox done. Now it is time to strike back. Trang Xian swung his weapon fast and sliced the spider's front leg as planned. While already planning his next move, the target toxin was its venom, and among all poisons, the Plague Super Spider's venom gland was the top prize. Trang Xian used the venomous snake eye to locate the venom gland. After pinpointing it on the spider's back, Trang Xian leapt up and stabbed hard. Unexpectedly, the spider's skin was so thick that instead of piercing through, his weapon bounced off. Worse, this caught the spider's attention, and it started spitting acid at Trang Xian. But he quickly dodged to the side, and he even spits acid. This guy really went all out for 3 days straight. After provoking the dog, it is time to run. No time to waste. Trang Xian bolted like his life depended on it. While Trang Xian was struggling with the boss, Trang Xian's crew was closing in on his location. Seeing the rotting zombie corpse sprawled on the ground, the group panicked. Only Trang Zi was furious. While the illusion was not Trang Xian's doing, The system announced something. A new achievement was just recorded. Dungeon Leaderboard. First place, Trang Xian with 29,550 points. Second place, Jun Trangzia with 1,230 points. Third place, Bossis, 550 points. Trangzia stared blankly at the rankings, his face twisting in disbelief. Godx warned that if you keep embarrassing me like this, the consequences won't be pretty. Godx gave a final warning, this is your last chance. Hearing this, Trangzi panicked, biting his thumb until it bled. Damn it. Something is definitely off. How the hell can a normal guy get this strong so fast? No matter what, I have to dig up all the info from him to level up and earn the gods' approval again. Right then, the system alerted all players that Trang Xian was fighting the Plague Super Spider. Trangzi immediately took off to find Trang Xian. He was determined to kill Trang Xian no matter what. Little did Trang Xian know someone was desperately waiting after a frantic sprint. He successfully provoked the Plague Super Spider into a frenzy. Suddenly, he stopped, and at that moment, the Plague Super Spider fell into a deep pit. Turns out, the short-haired kid's earlier instructions were to set this trap, and Trang Xian's running was to lure it here. The moment the Plague Super Spider fell, a detonated bomb was triggered. The system immediately announced that the Plague Super Spider was burning. God Mang from the fake world burst out laughing. It was hilarious watching the spider step into the traps you laid earlier. But that was not all. After the burning trap, a piercing trap triggered, leaving the spider no time to recover. The system kept announcing as God Mang laughed uncontrollably, while the spider kept falling into your traps one after another. Achievement unlocked. Dirty Tactics Mastermind. Reward, Wisdom, Nam. Low-level trap setting skill unlocked. Since he prepared a rope beforehand, Trang Xian did not fall into the trap. Holding onto the rope, he looked down with a cold expression and said, "This is just the warm-up." After being mauled by Trang Xian's traps, the Plague Super Spider was badly injured but still somehow hanging on. It looked up and saw Trang Xian clinging to the rope, staring back with a look full of admiration. "Damn, boss, your AP's insane." Snap. The rope Trang Xian was holding suddenly broke. Because of the piercing trap, the trap activated again, and this time the Plague Super Spider could not take it anymore. It mustered all its strength to leap out of the pit and sprint away, trying to run away. The game's not over yet. Little Spider, Trang Xian smiled, grabbed the broken rope, swung off, and chased after the Plague Super Spider, continuing his trap attacks. Meanwhile, two groups in a car arrived just in time, and were horrified to see the Plague Super Spider being beaten like a rag doll by Trang Xian. If I fight him now, I am dead for sure. I need to choose the right moment. Just a little longer. He will definitely be exhausted. Thinking this inside the car, an idea suddenly sparked in his mind. He turned to the players behind him. If I use these guys as bait, we can slowly wear down Trang Xian's stamina. He wants to be on guard against innocent civilians, making it way easier to kill him. I need something to guarantee his death. Maybe a victim. Just then, he spotted the short-haired kid running by. Inside the car, he could not hide his wicked grin. There it is, that is exactly what I need. Back to Trang Xian. After playing around with the Super Spider, he finally landed a critical strike that took it down, successfully grabbing its gland. Holding the Plague Super Spider's gland in his hand, Trang Xian immediately absorbed it into his body. The system notification kept ringing non-stop. Level up. You have reached level 20. You have completed Chapter 5, and the final chapter of the Dungeon Exploration questline. The final dungeon rankings will now be announced. Dungeon rankings. Perfect score, 100,000 points. Rank 1, La Trang Xian with 97,450 points. Rank 2, Giant Trunks with 2,000 points. Rank 3, Missy Scene with 550 points. Management congratulates you on an outstanding achievement. Achievement points are still accumulating. A certain god is interested in you. A certain god wants to talk to you. The dungeon is about to close. A god is saying they want to claim you. The world-clearing god is warning other gods who have their eyes on you. The world-clearing god says he was the first to notice you. While Trang Xian is absorbing new power in a hidden corner, the Trunks group is waiting for their chance to strike. Seeing Trang Xian sitting still, Trunks breaks into a cruel smile. He thinks Trang Xian is too exhausted to stand, so he orders his team to attack, but to their surprise, as they get closer, Trang Xian flashes a creepy smile and slowly stands up. Trunks' system immediately alerts him. The mischief-loving god laughs out loud, saying a great show is about to begin. The Jiao and Trunks player team has fallen into a trap. The Trunks group instantly panics. The most shocked is Trunksy himself. He can help, but blurt out, "What the heck is this?" Trang Xian gazes at him lovingly, saying, "Surprised? Are not you? It means you are done for, buddy." Since they are just pawns to be sacrificed, Trunks does not hesitate to order them to kill Le Trang Xian. Move out. Though scared, the players' enhanced team have no choice but to obey. Trang Xian's face turns serious as he charges straight at Trunks. Everyone who blocks his path gets slashed and injured, but none of the wounds are fatal, just enough to slow them down. The mission Escape the Trap is activated. God X is really enjoying this unexpected mission. The Trunks X team freezes for a full 5 seconds. Everyone around Trunks is knocked out, leaving him no choice but to face him head-on, and draws his weapon to clash with Trang Xian. but his strength is so overwhelming that when their weapons meet, Hen's hand is slammed backward. Tranxia screams out in pain. Seeing that, Tranxian shows no mercy and continues his assault on Han, and narrowly dodges, running back to his teammates to use them as human shields. This time, Tranxian does not hold back at all, cutting down those players and sending them straight to the afterlife. Hen's too strong. Tranxia shouts in panic. Hen needs even more power, so Hen mercilessly eliminates his own teammates, ignoring their desperate screams. Park Hae-seon watches everything unfold from the hilltop. Just as he suspected, Giant Tranx is merely a plaything for the gods, while the one who really caught their interest from the start is Lee Chang-seon. Giant Tranxy is now no different from a fish trapped in Lee Chang-seon's net. Just like he was before, toyed with by those gods. After wiping out his own teammates, Tranxy thought, according to the secret pact, Hen would gain the victim's leftover life force. But in the end, the system announced the transfer failed, leaving Hen no time to react. While Tranx is still in shock, Chang-seon rushes in like a god, stabbing Han. Although Tranx anticipated Chang-seon's weapon direction, this time Chang-seon's strength was overwhelming, so when my Han's defensive weapon failed, Chang-seon mercilessly chopped off one of Han's arms. In pain, Jun clutched his severed arm and screamed, "My arm! Damn it!" But the pain did not stop there. At that moment, Han saw black smoke rising from his fallen comrade's body, heading straight toward Chang-seon. The system immediately notified that the victim's life force was being transferred to someone else for some reason. Jun was stunned into silence. How could Han do something like that? Chang-seon muttered, "I think I have heard that name before." After a moment with no answer, he casually said, "Huh." That attitude made Chang-se angry. "You seriously do not remember me?" Chang-seon paused, then said, how could I forget?" That really pushed Chang-se over the edge. "You really do not remember me? You kicked me out of the team just for a tiny mistake." Huh. Suddenly, memories of Chang-se flashed in Chang-seon's mind. "Now I remember. That wenny loser who got kicked out. The pain in my ass who clung selfishly to that spot, that was you, was not it?" As he spoke, Chang-seon stepped closer to Chang-se. "Years have passed, yet you are still just a pathetic failure." Huh. Both now and then, Chang-seon looked down on Chang-se, Hen's eyes welled up, whether from anger or hurt, but his gaze was like he wanted to devour Chang-seon alive. "Loser. Do not talk about that past self. I am under the protection of a god now." The god X stared coldly at the one he once blessed, a brat totally unworthy of his favor. The world seemed to collapse before Chang-se's eyes as those messages came through. "No way. Please. I am just a pawn for you. You failed the mission and escaped the trap." Watching Chang-seon slowly raise his weapon toward him, visions of a dark, chaotic flood filled his mind, driving him mad with screams. That day, he stood aside as his team celebrated their championship, watching Chang-seon lift the trophy high amid cheers. "Your punishment will be carried out." Punishment. Execution. I should not envy him. I should not compare myself to him. If I did not, I would not have been dragged into this gate. Everything that happened is his fault. 3. You bastard. La-chan. Those were the last thoughts Chang-se had before Chang-seon cut him down. Another person gone. Only the system remained. It continued doing its job, announcing to everyone, player Jun Chang-se has died. According to the contract, the victim's energy will be transferred to the contract holder. This is a massive energy source, so it will take some time to fully absorb it. The energy immediately started transferring to Chang-seon. The surviving team members watched in awe. That Jin guy really has a huge energy reserve. It is all flowing straight into Le Chang-seon. Some might wonder why the energy went to Chang-seon, and that is because he tweaked the contract seal on the short-haired girl a bit. Rewinding time, before recruiting the short-haired girl as a minion, Chang-seon used an animal bone knife to modify her contract, so she would become a contract holder like Jiun. If that huge energy flowed into her, she would overload and die instantly. So Chang-seon rerouted the transfer, making the energy go to himself instead of her, but the energy was so massive it overwhelmed Chang-seon, and the system's voice rang out. "The god of the savage world advised you to absorb this magic slowly, because this energy is very different from what you currently have." The god of the savage world said greed is a bad thing. He warned that, if possible, you should let go of some of that power. The god of the savage world praised the practical idea of using a low-level dungeon to transfer energy, but Chang-seon was not paying attention to those warnings. He was struggling to absorb that massive energy. He felt like he just downed a 100-year-old bottle of wine. Actually, this energy was even stronger than that. The system kept relaying messages from the gods to Chang-seon, but this time, it was not from the god of the savage world. It came from the dark singing god. God X said this was just a small test for you, and just as expected, you passed with flying colors. Just as Chang-seon guessed, he was only testing him. Who exactly is he? God X was wondering what reward you deserve for such an amazing performance. He made a decision. The surprise reward would be revealed in 5 seconds. Countdown begins. Hiding behind the system notifications, the dark singing energy wrapped around him. then lifted those with the mark on their back. The system menu popped up with a yes or no choice. Chang Xian's face instantly grew serious. He understood what this choice really meant. Back as Shang hid behind a rock, watching everything unfold, he could not help but clench his fist. So they were doing this again. If someone did not satisfy them like Chang Xian did, they would just kill everyone like useless trash. Looking at Chang Xian's empty eyes, it seemed he would decided to go after his own kind. There was no reason for him not to accept the gift from the gods. He did not even care. Hexong could only stand helplessly as Chang Xian raised his hand, ready to make his choice. The result surprised him. Chang Xian pressed no, and the countdown stopped. The system's voice kept ringing. God X was frustrated by your unexpected decision. God X said, just go ahead and accept this huge energy as a gift from him. God X told you that human lives are the easiest and most useful resource for developing magic. Chang Xian made up an excuse. My mom said never accept gifts from strangers with no names. Hexong gave a thumbs up from the side, looking at Chang Xian with admiration. Nice one, brother. God X tilted his head, wondering what the heck you were talking about. God X reluctantly realized his title was hidden and sneered. God X was about to reveal his true identity to you. The demon god who escaped from hell looked at you with a sly grin. Hearing demon god who escaped from hell, Chang Xian's face showed surprise. It was Mephistophelet. Your reaction made Mephistophelet suspicious, so the system relayed his thoughts again. The demon god who escaped from hell wondered if you actually knew him. Damn, I just met a trickster. Chang Xian thought to himself, then quickly replied, I was just surprised by your demon god title. Mephistophelet, a name not unfamiliar to Chang Xian. Among the great demons, Mephistophelet ranks at the very top, even higher than the Reaper. You heard that guys like him rarely show up in the world, because they prefer solitude. So why would a guy like him appear here? Chang Xian's answer about his earlier attitude completely convinced Mephistophelet, and the system kept relaying, the demon god who escaped from hell has also thought about this, and reassured you that there is no need to worry. The demon god who escaped from hell wants to ask you, what is it that you truly desire? At that moment, a message from another god suddenly interrupted. The god of pleasure warned the demon god who escaped from hell not to touch his prized possession. Chang Xian was over the moon. He was Pabinza. I thought she would just ghosted me after that, but I never imagined she would stand up to a demon, one even her own intimidating mother feared a bit. Thanks a lot. I owe you one this time. The red gate is about to close. All players, please be careful of any strong shockwaves. The 10-second countdown begins now. 10. Hey, wait. That familiar voice caught Chang Xian's attention. From afar, only short hair could be seen rushing over. She still wore the alluring scent Chang Xian left on her. The girl hurriedly said, at least give me your contact info, please. Chang Xian tossed her the knife and said, follow the directions on it. There are people there powerful enough to help you break that seal. My power is not enough right now, so if fate allows, I will see you again. Be careful. Just as Chang Xian finished speaking, the countdown ended. The short-haired girl tried to say more, but Chang Xian vanished. The red gate completely collapsed. You all did great. That was also the moment the short-haired girl lost consciousness. When she woke up, the red gate was gone. She and the survivors were reunited with their families and loved ones. Around them, many people were buzzing with rumors. Was the red gate really cleared by just one person? Contact Korea immediately. That became the hottest news of the day. The short-haired girl still felt unreal about it until she was held tight in her parents' arms and finally believed she was alive. Wait, where did he go? She looked around, startled, searching for Chang Xian, but Chang Xian was like air gone without a trace. Feeling a bit sad, she held the knife Chang Xian gave her, hoping for their next meeting. That night, Chang Xian sat on the bridge, looking up at the stars, lost in thought. After a while, the system announced, the god of worldly mischief said he prefers a lively life. But oh well, just chilling and watching the night sky is not bad either. The demon god who escaped from hell is still waiting for your answer. Chang Xian pretended not to hear, thinking of the other guy. He whispered to himself, old man, even though I took a different path than planned, I finally made it back. The next morning, early on, the system kept sending notifications to Chang Xian. The god of pleasure showed hostility toward the gods, trying to claim you. The god of worldly mischief licked his lips and grinned wickedly. The demon god who escaped from hell ignored everyone else and waited for your reply. The god of pleasure lost it and told the others to listen to him. The demon god who escaped from hell is still waiting for your answer. Seeing the gods fight over him, Chang Xian felt a bit proud. I thought getting 2 out of these 3 was already a huge win, but thanks to my skills, I even managed to pull in the big demon god. Actually, ever since the gates and dungeons opened on Earth, this is probably the first time someone caught the attention of so many gods at once. Just then, the system announced a new mission. The task to push the chain of selecting a guardian god has started. Choose your guardian god. All players can select a god to receive their blessings and protection throughout their adventures. Think carefully and pick the right guardian, because it will affect your entire journey and future life. The pleasure beast god said he is the best choice because someone like you, skilled with weapons and passionate about hunting, will gain tons of benefits from his knowledge and protection. This god will grant you the title of Prime Initiate. The World Serpent God said he loves humans with cunning hearts and a thirst for destructive power just like you. This god will grant you the title of First Sage. The demon lord who escaped from hell remains silent, waiting for your reply. This god will grant you the title of Ultimate Observer. Changxian started ranking the gods. Pabinsa first, then Jock Magander, and Mephistophelet at the top. The others are not worth worrying about. They do not promise nearly as much as these three. 4 minutes passed, and another strong candidate popped into Changxian's mind. Almost like telepathy, the system immediately sent a message about this promising candidate. Minerva, the goddess holding the title Mephistophelet had been borrowing. Who would be thought a goddess who values justice so much would be interested in you? Maybe you caught my nervous eye by sparing everyone cursed to die. That is a lot, and your sin meter has gradually moved closer to balance. Balancing good and evil. 40% good, 60% evil. The pleasure beast god waits for your answer. The demon lord who escaped from hell is waiting for your answer. The world serpent god is waiting for your answer. The twilight owl god is waiting for your answer. 9 gods are interested in your final choice. If you do not choose any patron, you risk falling behind other players your level due to the lack of blessings and support. So we strongly recommend picking a set of patrons for yourself soon. But Changxian just let time pass, still deciding not to choose anyone. Time's up. You have gained the godless status and earned the achievement Humanity Rejects Divinity. Some gods are intrigued and even amused by your endless greed. Your fame has increased. You have received 100,000 kakma. Changxian stays silent, looking up at the skyscraper ahead, his expression turning serious. Looks like cleaning out your dungeon just got a lot tougher. The VPF Association, the Council for Free Players Worldwide, known simply as VPF. This association is actually an international organization under today's United Nations Security Council. It was created decades ago to manage gates and dungeons to prevent their impact on Earth's environment. Over time, it gained massive power and international influence. Of course, that mainly applies to the big shot leaders running the association. At the VPF owner's office, Agent Yi's father, Agent Un, famous in the association, shouted at a male employee, "What the hell is this? What do you think it is?" These 3.9 grade reporters are doing what they do best, stabbing at us. The male employee, dark circles under his eyes, stared at the computer screen and then showed her the latest articles. Super containment disaster. The catastrophe pushing humanity to the brink of extinction is finally coming to an end. An association staff member said respectfully, "This was inevitable after our prior preparations. It is not a big deal. Is it okay to just let dungeons explode like that?" From an expert's view, the association's show of power only makes people more worried in this situation. Un slammed the table in frustration. What do those bastards think? That in the past 5 days, people have been busting their butts to keep them safe, evacuating civilians, directing the army, building defenses, and I even had to prepare for getting fired for threatening the board, just to get permission to accept help from a neighboring country. So what exactly did I get out of all this? The young man seemed indifferent to her words, tossed a report toward the screen, and said, "Look at this article." What caught Un's eye was the headline. The hidden factor. Who is this person? Design rubbed her throbbing head as she pulled out a cigarette and asked, "Who do you think leaked this info?" The young guy did not answer but shot back, "Done to smoke in the room, okay?" Hearing that just made Ian even angrier. She waved her hand threateningly. "Quiet now. Or do you want to punch instead of dinner?" Save his teeth. The guy reluctantly played along. All right. I then started checking her phone. "I told you to stop this info from leaking out." The guy sighed. "It is easier said than done. You know, luckily, the reporters just treated it as a rumor. They did not really know much about the scammer because, seriously, how could a newbie pull off a breakthrough in a 2-star dungeon and vanish without a trace?" Izain puffed on her cigarette, deep in thought. "No normal person could do that. Could it be some kind of demon? We have to contact them before any other guilds do. But no matter what we tried, we could not find them, not even with security cameras." Just then, the universe sent a signal to Ian as someone rushed in, panting with news. "We found them," and that was so urgent she dropped her cigarette, asking swiftly, "Where are they? Give me the exact address." "He is at home." "Yes, he is currently at his own place." The guy, casually walked into the house like nothing happened and headed straight to the kitchen. His dog wagged its nosy tail happily, greeting him, then followed him inside. His mom was busy cooking and smiled kindly. "Have you eaten yet?" "Not yet." San replied with excitement clear on his face. "Smells like kimchi stew." "You have not smelled kimchi stew in 1,000 years. That smell's totally taking over your senses." The dog barked and pawed at him, wanting to be picked up. Snapping San back to reality, he happily lifted the dog, smiling fondly. "All right, Kiki. It has been a while. Stop licking me. Dinner's almost ready. Go shower. I will set the table." Those simple words deeply moved Scum. After 1,000 years, he was finally home. San cuddled Kiki and gently replied, "Yes, Madam at the dinner table. Besides him and his mom, there were 3 others. His dad, older brother, and older sister. The meal was lavish, but no one touched their food. Me too, his brother and sister politely said so before getting up and leaving. His mom walked them to the door, looking sad. You 2 are late again. Did your surgeries run late again? I was busy performing, so I asked for permission to come home. The joy of being back on Earth made Cyan forget why he didn't want to return to this house. His dad's side was a huge family corporation. His dad managed a big hospital. His mom's side were famous scholars in law and diplomacy. His eldest brother followed their dad into medicine, while his sisters pursued music, winning tons of awards. Meanwhile, Son was the odd one out, always glued to video games. Basically the family's waste. They did not even bother to greet him when he came back home. Son could not hide his disappointment. He tried to recall good family memories, but it just was not what he hoped for. Guess I will just let good food soothe my soul. Son took a bite of kimchi, feeling a pang in his chest. Kimchi stew always tastes this good. Just as he started to feel a bit better, his dad slammed his chopsticks down and yelled, "So you have got nothing to say?" Sen stayed silent. His mom stepped in to defend him. "Come on, Unnie, leave this to me." His dad, stern-faced, told her, then turned to Sim. "Dunty, you know your mom collapsed when the super prison gate appeared. She asked everyone, because she was worried you would get trapped in there. Your brother called every hospital inks on to check if you were in any emergency ward. Your sister and mom were running around looking for you too. And your eldest sister even missed her international tour to take care of you. And now, a few days later, you drag your sorry self back here for a meal without saying a word. Are you even human anymore? You are worse than an animal. If you keep this attitude, then get out of my sight. Don't leech off this family anymore." Seeing the tension between father and son, Trankson's mom tries to mediate. "Unnie, please stop. He knows he was wrong." Tranks, say something. "Your dad's really worried about you. I have to go to work now." The dad stormed off, grabbed his coffee, and left the house. But sharp-eyed Trankson noticed tears welling up in his eyes. The door slammed shut, leaving just Trankson and his mom in the big empty house. Dad sighed, then comforted his son. "I know he gets like this when he is angry, so do not take what he said too seriously." "Yes, Mom," Trankson replied. He glanced at his mom, who looked so much older all of a sudden, feeling a sudden pang of sadness. He would completely forgotten he was waiting for his family to care about him. Yet he never tried to reach out to them first. "Go get some rest." Mom could not hide her surprise. "What did you say?" "Mom, I will be more careful next time." Then Trankson quietly headed back to his room. Opening the door, Trankson was hit with a battlefield. Clothes, papers, chip bags, and noodle boxes scattered everywhere. Sitting down to clean the mess, he thought, "Was I really this bad? This place is filthy." Woof woof. Trankson turned around. Kiki had somehow crawled up next to him, wagging her tail and looking up with big round eyes full of trust. Trankson laughed. He picked up Kiki, petting her while muttering to himself, "I guess I should start by cleaning the cobwebs in the corners first. Time to get to work." While Trankson was enjoying some downtime, Eun was cruising down the highway in her brand new supercar. Destination, Trankson's house. "Whoa, is this really the new model? There are not even 100 of these in the whole country. How did you get your hands on one? Wait, how can you afford this on a tiny salary?" Her male coworker could not hide his curiosity. "Side hustle, of course," Eun replied while driving. "Hey, that is illegal. You know." Eun did not care. Her mind was only on that young man, wanting desperately to see his face. Little did Trankson know, strange visitors were on their way. After cleaning up, he stretched out on his bed to relax. A moment later, a notification popped up. The pleasure god was asking what he would do next. The hunting skills god said his abilities would really help with his current task. The world god reminded him that rest was important too. Trankson started getting annoyed. These gods sure love to meddle. Suddenly, he remembered everything that had happened. His brother and sister, despite being busy with 1,000 things, came home as soon as they heard he was back. His father, the man he always thought was so strong, actually shed tears for him, and the image of his mother flashed in his mind. Thinking of all this, Trankson vowed to himself to show them how much he had changed. He had to prove he was not a lost cause, but someone who took responsibility for himself. Maybe that would help them open up to him over time, though the beginning would probably be harder than he expected. First, you have to complete the mission Thanatos gave you. Now it is time to move on to phase 2 of the plan. He was right, the Void Manipulator is here. Trankson remembers his conversation with Thanatos. Who is the first guy I need to take down? Of course, it is the ringleader running the living world. And who is that? A name you know well, Mad Tiger Frenzy. Just hearing that name makes Tranks' expression harden, his eyes sharp enough to make Kiki, lying nearby, break into a sweat. Mad Tiger Frenzy was one of the villains who betrayed him during the Divine Trial. He still vividly remembers that sly, twisted smile. A tricky guy like him won't be easy to take down. He is fierce as a wild tiger, and thanks to his underlings, He can smell trouble from miles away. Trank stares intently at the job posting from the Silver Tiger Guild. This guild is recruiting new members next month. Since the gates opened, countless gods and celestial beings have revealed themselves to humanity. As a result, the number of blessed people and their faith has grown. These groups are called guilds. The Void Manipulator is the patron god of the Silver Tiger Guild. He is so bad at naming things that he just slapped his own image of a silver tiger on his lame guild's emblem. Tranks reads up on the Silver Tiger Guild info. It is one of the top guilds in the country of a Kangfat, but the job posting means they still do not have enough manpower to start a fight. Thinking about what the Void Manipulator did to him, Tranks silently vows to slowly cut that bastard's tendons from the bottom up, so he won't even see it coming. To do that, he needs to prepare everything within 1 month, no matter what. The next day, Tranks used the excuse of taking a walk near the park lake to leave the house, then catches a taxi to a remote hill. He just needs a place where his mind won't get distracted, so he can focus. No humans or animals are allowed to bother him. But first, he has an important task: deal with an urgent bathroom emergency. Maybe it's because he ate too much kimchi stew last night. But hey, it has been 1,000 years since he last had it. How could he resist? Now his stomach just has to deal with the consequences. Tranks plans to heal himself using his powers like he did in the dungeon, but then remembers an old saying, taking a dump is one of life's pleasures. So he decides to handle it like a normal person. His body's probably shocked. It has been over 1,000 years since he last sat on a modern toilet. Shouting in the bathroom, Tranks finally steps out feeling refreshed. Now, back to the mission. After scouting around, Tranks finds the perfect spot. He carves hidden runes into the trees, creating a protective barrier around himself. Then strips down to just his shorts and neatly folds his clothes to the side. Gotta keep the clothes safe. After all, he definitely does not want to show up all messy in town. But bad luck, Tranks orders the system to open his inventory. Instantly, all the items in his bag appear right in front of him. Spear made from fiery goat ribs. Level 13. Small shield made from the skull of a fire-rolling god. Level 21. Poisonous fang of the blood demon. Level 1. Flaming claw of the fire tiger. Level 9. Beak of the ice hawk. Level 1. Bug shell of the bean beetle. Level 2. Gland of the plague super spider. Level 1. This is exactly what he needs. He quickly grabs the gland of the plague super spider and burns it with the fire inside his body. The first elder once told him that nothing burns better than poison. He channels pure fire within himself, spreading the flame. He uses the fire to refine impurities and incinerate weakness. It is one of the special purification arts. Even if your body is completely burned, as soon as a foreign object enters it, it will ignite instantly. The stronger the foreign object, the fiercer the flames will blaze, and eventually, that purifying fire will transform into the 8 trigrams flame. When the 8 trigrams flame ignites, all your body's waste and negative thoughts will be completely purified by the fire. This is the best method of purification and physical enhancement I know. Since all the necessary materials are ready, the Sion system has decided to start purifying from the heart first. From that moment on, the system kept sending notifications. The venom from the blood serpent is slowly seeping into your heart. The poison is rapidly destroying your entire body, activating secondary toxin resistance. The resistance effect is insufficient. Warning, player, quickly remove the blood serpent's venom fang and detoxify. You have fully absorbed the blood serpent's venom fang. You have discovered a hidden skill. You now possess the genetic ability to produce snake venom. From now on, your body can create the blood serpent's venom by itself. You receive 50,000 mana coins. You are severely poisoned. The fiery tiger's burning claws are penetrating your liver. The god of pleasure is panicking over what you are doing. He is searching for an item to help you. The worldly serpent god is amazed that you discovered a hidden skill. He suspects you are hiding a wild card and is waiting to see your next move. The demon god escaped from hell and is still waiting for your answer. The old god who pierces the night is cheering you on. The cave scorpion's venom is invading your spleen. You are standing at the edge of death. The toxin from the super infectious plague gland is invading your lungs. You have discovered another hidden skill. Your organs are now filled with venom from various deadly creatures. The poisons from 5 different creatures are clashing inside you. It is obvious your poisoning has become extremely serious. Intermediate toxin resistance is no longer working. Intermediate toxin resistance has been rejected. Changxian endures the agonizing pain, pushing himself forward. Just a little more. Hold on a bit longer. Warning, detoxification process starting. If you keep resisting, your chance of survival is 0. Changxian stubbornly continues to absorb the toxins. It is not your time to stop yet. Warning, quickly start the detoxification process. If you stay poisoned, it will cause irreversible damage. Warning, all your senses are starting to numb. This is the moment. Just as Changxian predicted, the system instantly delivered good news. Mana has been converted into fuel for the dormant fiery decomposition inside your body. The fiery decomposition has activated, and the flames are blazing fiercely. You have discovered a hidden skill. A massive surge of fire energy has been added to your body's flames. Congratulations. You have ignited the legendary Forgotten Flame. The three-fingered flame. The effects of the three-fingered flame have been activated. You are gradually recovering. You are slowly being reborn. All the toxins in your body have been purified. All negative emotions have been cleansed. Your tendons and bones have been unlocked. Your meridians have been cleared. Your blood vessels have been cleared. Your mana is gradually recovering. Mana pathways in your body have been set up. You have gained affinity with the fire element. You have gained affinity with poison. Achievement unlocked. Phoenix born from ashes. Reward. All stats plus 15. Purification status. Skills, immune to all poisons. Skills, bloodlust. Zhang Shun laughed heartily, finally achieved the 100 poisons. No harm skill. He jokingly opened his profile to check. Besides the old stats all getting a significant boost, he gained the blood poisoning skill plus 2 new effects. 100 poisons. No harm level 1 and triple nose flame level 1. Also, personal info showed his physique had improved a lot thanks to these new traits. Total stat increase. 75. Zhang Shan smiled with satisfaction. Powers up now, it is time to upgrade your aura shield. Meanwhile, the Eagles arrived at the apartment building where until said Zhang Shan's shop was located. The Eagle knocked on the door. Immediately, Zhang Shan's mother called out, "Please come in." The Eagle and his partner stepped inside. Zhang Shan's mother is actually a man. As soon as he saw the Eagle, he laughed loudly and sneered, "The guild really is a bunch of slowpokes. But you got here faster than I expected. Long time no see. Agent Cha." Eagle. That is why people always hate you government officials. Did Agent Che immediately recognize who he was facing? He is the captain of the 2nd Strike Team of the Silver Tiger Guild. Behind him stood the her director of the 5-Star Sword Guild, Hut Kim Oong Woon. Eagle bit his lip, thinking to himself, "Damn, I have been too careless." While his household entertained these unexpected guests, Zhang Shun was already at the Thick Shoe Street in the Xuan Su complex. Zhang Shun bought a big bag of hot jog, devoured it in one go, and could not help but praise it. Nothing beats food for restoring the body compared to mana. Hot jog glazed with sugar is truly #1. Only now did Zhang Xian start thinking about the real reason he was here. It was not a coincidence that he showed up here. He would heard before that the Twilight trait of the Divine Lords manipulates all weapons. So Thanatoth once asked him, if that is true, the user would need all kinds of weapons to use freely. Would you want a craftsman who can make weapons that truly satisfy you? Zhang Shun asked seriously, is there really someone who can do that? Thanatoth smiled. Yes, that is Yuzi. Young man, if you want to buy something, go over there. That shop's been closed for over 5 years now. Someone passing by said not to bother about it. Zhang Shan stayed silent. He just kept staring ahead at a rundown shop with a sign about to fall off any second. He stepped closer to take a better look. The shop's been closed for 5 years. But from inside came the scent of heavenly fire, meaning a forge had been used not long ago. The pleasure god Tia said he could send out the scent of fine steel. Tiat's words made Zhang Shan sure that the forge inside was still blazing hot, so he did not hesitate to break open the rolling door and step inside. Inside were all kinds of weapons on display. The god of pleasure Tiat was even more excited than Zhang Xian, and the system sounds kept ringing. Tiat was fascinated by the smell of forged steel in here. Tiat was thrilled and said there is no place on earth quite like this paradise. Tiat sniffed deeply while checking out this high-quality weapon collection. Tiat shouted out in joy. Zhang Shun walked around admiring the weapons, then stopped when he spotted a heavily corroded sword. Tiat wondered why his friend ignored all other weapons and focused on that strange one over there. Zhang Shun did not care and moved closer to pick up and inspect the sword. Tiat told him to just toss that thing and pick a better weapon instead. Zhang Shun continued to ignore Tia's advice, examining the sword carefully until a detail caught his attention. This is... Just then, a voice spoke up. Who are you? Zhang Shun quickly turned around and saw a man step out followed by a fierce guard dog. He wore oversized black sunglasses that covered half his face, gripping the chain tightly in his hands. A blind man. Trang Sizon thought. Meanwhile, at Trang Sizon's house, Juha warmly welcomed the guests who came to see her son. She simply brought out a plate of fruit and politely said, "Please enjoy some fruit," which impressed all 4 guests with her elegance. Even the picky Aunt Eun had to admit she truly was a star. While Eun was dazed, the soldiers started mocking, even if she pays attention to them. The association can't afford the value of new recruits these days. Every association personally sends both the captain and vice captain, just to recruit this guy. That is pretty sincere. A talented rookie deserves this kind of respect. That is how it should be, Eun replied politely, though she found it strange inside. These guys are not the type to send high-ranking officers just to recruit one rookie, especially not all in one day. Representing the Silver Tiger Guild, one of South Korea's strongest fighters, the captain of the Silver Tiger team was Doi Kich Seo Dong Kwan. He always wore his own gear because he believed strong men have their own style. The 5-Star Sword Guild started as a branch of the mighty 5-Star Heroes Corporation and quickly rose to become one of the country's top guilds. This is their her director, or he is also the uncle of one of the survivors this time. Or Hirebin. Could this rookie be a big deal? Or even more than that, La Changxian must be holding some secret, and he is one of a kind. If he chooses to join one group, the other 2 will definitely have to back off. She started questioning Zhong Gun. He always wore his own gear because he believed strong men have their own style. The 5-Star Sword Guild started as a branch of the mighty 5-Star Heroes Corporation and quickly rose to become one of the country's top guilds. This is their her director, or he is also the uncle of one of the survivors this time. Or even more than that, La Changxian must be holding some secret, and he is one of a kind. If he chooses to join one group, the other 2 will definitely have to back off. She started questioning Zhong Gun. I heard you are very busy with work. You came here on your own. His cocky mouth kept going. I thought if I did not come, someone else would disrespect this family. Why does your kid always have to mess with our business? Hire was not afraid and shot back. You guys are the ones blocking others. Aren't you the ones stealing our info? And you are abusing government power. Are not you? Now you want to poke your nose into government affairs. Seeing them argue without backing down. Zua cut. Are you all here to recruit my Chang Xian? Yes, that is right. Hire and Zhonggun answered in unison. Then all three Hire, Zhonggun, and Hyungan began eagerly explaining their guilds and associations to her. Chang Xian's mother was silent, then softly said, yes, I understand, but the decision is my youngest son's. So I won't say anything more. I just want to ask you all one thing. You say my Chang Xian has been in the Supermax prison these past days. Can you tell me in detail everything he has done back with Namchun? After Chang Xian explained his purpose to the young man with the U-Easy cap, the guy coldly asked, you want the weapon? Chang Xian nodded. Yes, that is right. U-Easy laughed. You are quite the joker. Look at me like this, what else is there to say? The system immediately sent a message. The beast god Lefty Thutit nodded in agreement with what the blind man said. The beast god Lefty Thutit also did not believe the weapons here were forged by the blind man. The world-devouring god Mingexer scolded the goddess, telling her to sit still and stop meddling. If you came here just to laugh in my face, that is enough. This forge has been shut down for a long time. Let us... Winston, Yui then was about to leave with his dog when Chang Xian's words stopped him. Even if that is true, the forge's fire is still burning bright. The colossus on his hands are fresh too. What do you know? Easy got a bit too worked up. Looks like he is bluffing, but hey, at least do not starve your friend. Your eyes look like that. Chang Xian spoke while staring at the skinny black dog shivering with hunger. Yueezy immediately fell silent because what he said was true. Knowing he was feeling down, Chang Xian started to reassure him. Every time you finish part of the order, I will transfer you 10 million coins. Once everything's done, I will throw in an extra 50 million. Depending on the quality, and if the goods are better than I expect, the bonus will be even bigger. Check your account. Skeptical, Easy pulled out his phone to check. Sure enough, Chang Xian had just transferred him 10 million coins. That is just the deposit, not an advance. If it is not enough, just tell me. Chang Xian said generously. Make it more. Easy stubbornly demanded. Chang Xian asked again, add 5 million more. I need to pay my overdue rent. For Rick Kid Chang Xian, money was no big deal. Just seconds later, Easy's account showed another 5 million coins. What exactly do you want me to do, boss? Chang Xian cut in, sitting back like a king. Chang Xian calmly explained, you are the worker. I am the employer. I pay your wages, so you should call me boss or master. Sounds fair enough? So Easy did not argue with that request. The money was received, and both sides started discussing the work. What you want includes a 5-meter rod, attachable spear, 5 large, 5 small hand axes, 4 different swords, and a shield. Easy seriously confirmed the order. Not yet. I also want a set of crossbows. And soon I will order a suit of armor too. Just as Chang Xian said that, Easy's phone notified him of another 100 million coins from Chang Xian. I can do this? Easy shouted out loud. Chang Xian replied calmly, that is the money for materials. If you need more, just contact me. And do not say you can do it. Breaking the contract will cost you triple. Damn it. This idiot. Why did I get dragged into this mess? Easy muttered under his breath. Chang Xian started to get annoyed. I have heard you say that a few times already, and it is getting old. Why do you trust me anyway? We just met for the first time. True. This is our first meeting, plus, you are blind, a huge disadvantage for a blacksmith. But there is no reason for an employee to refuse his boss' order. Right? You make the goods. I pay. Let us get to it. At this point, Easy had no choice but to agree. Alright, I will do it. But I can finish everything in such a short time. It has been a while since I worked with metal. At least give me some time to get back in the groove. And what you are asking for are tough pieces. To make it is gonna take a while to craft such complex gear. The bigger problem is I need a special hammer to shape the iron. But right now, I do not have it. A hammer? Did someone steal it from you? Hearing this, Easy's whole body trembled. He clenched his teeth and said each word deliberately. Yeah, it was my dad's master's apprentice. After my dad passed, many guilds chased him. So he stole the hammer and ran off. Another traitor. Huh, which guild hired him? Dingqian? Easy answered. Dingqian? Trangson asked. Curious, Easy was surprised by the reaction. You have never heard of it. It is one of the strongest guilds around. Trangson slowly stood up and said coldly, I will get it back for you. Where exactly are they? Easy nervously warned. What are you saying? That is super dangerous. You know that, right? No worries. All I need to do is take care of them cleanly without leaving a trace. Hearing Sion's answer, Easy stayed silent. But inside, he was buzzing with excitement. Yeah, that is it. That is exactly why I am drawn to him. I can say why for sure, but I truly believe this guy. No, my master will pull it off. Thinking that, Easy gave Son the address. There is a tome on the slope of Baikan Mountain, located in Dunang District in Son. Once they got the info, Xian immediately took action that very night. He watched the situation from a distance. He remembered what Easy said: there is only one reason the Thean Din sect hired their old disciple. That bastard Jin Dae-won. They are trying to break into the tome. That is the secret the Thean Din sect is hiding. They want to claim all the rights and revive themselves after completing that tome. Jin Dae-won is scouting it out to open the final gate to the tome, which is sealed with a lock. I heard it is a hidden clue and super hard to find the right key. That is why they hired that bastard Jin Dae-won. A tome like that probably hides some valuable relics. Xian thought quietly, then suddenly remembered he promised his mom he would eat dinner. It is already 8:40. He quickly grabbed his phone and texted, "Mom, I am going out to dinner with friends. I will ask for permission to come back late." After sending the message, he casually searched for some info on the Thean Din sect. Drug trafficking, prostitution, human trafficking, kidnapping, assassination, you name it. Xian felt a bit upset. These guys were pure evil through and through. Clearing them out is like taking out society's trash. The old god pierces the sunset. Sensing justice in you, a blessing is bestowed. You have received the will of resolve. Will of resolve. Boss level. Blessing. Protection. Effect grants resistance to mental damage and boosts willpower. Looks like she misunderstood something again, but if it was given, I would expect less from lame stuff like old scraps or divine weapons. Xian was not too excited about this new skill, but politely hit thank you anyway. The god of pleasure eagerly anticipates the upcoming battle. The worldly god of indulgence places high hopes on your performance this time. Rest time's over now, it is time to get to work. First thing, he needs to hide his identity, so he chooses a grin mask. It is a defensive gear with 50-70 stats, hides your identity, and sharpens perception. Plus, Xian equips throwing knives made from the feathers of the axe baboon. There is no way he will let them walk away clean. Without hesitation, Xian fires arrows from the knives, freezing the guards instantly. Then he jumps in and slashes, causing some of them to explode on the spot. Seeing death was too easy for the crimes they committed, Xian decides to get creative with the rest. He uses his own blood to coat the frozen guards. You activated the Venom Blood skill. You infused Venom Blood into the ice poison. Venom Blood starts spreading across the ice. The ice poison effect from the axe baboon feathers is amplified by your Venom Blood. The toxin slowly eats away at the guards' bodies, making them feel every agonizing pain. Many can take it and try to scream, but the ice poison restrains them, leaving them helpless to the torment. Venom Blood is a skill Xian got from mastering hundreds of poisons. He never thought he would have to use it this soon. Not just ice poison, I mixed Venom Blood into. Enjoy the slow death. Guys, don't even think about cleansing it, just suffer through your painful end. Saying that, Xian turned and delved deeper into the tome. The system instantly relays the message from the gods. The god of pleasure rejoices at your cruelty. The worldly serpent god is surprised by your tactics and curious about what is next. The moment you step into the tome, the system announces, you have entered Bestless Burial Chamber. The grin mask effect is improving your vision. The pitch black space suddenly brightens before Xian's eyes. So this is why you Easy told me to bring this along. He said they built a forge right in front of the boss room to craft keys as fast as possible. If that is the case, maybe I should grab some relics from the boss room. As Xian decides, the system announces, Tum exploration has begun. Mission Tum raid. Sneak past the Tum guards, uncover the treasures inside, and escape this place. Escape with the treasure resting in the tome's master's final resting place. Each section of the tome has different traps to keep out sneaky thieves, so be careful. The god of pleasure is really intrigued by what you are about to do next. As Xian gets ready to move forward, he suddenly slips, then cautiously looks back. Show yourself. Xian is met with silence. The god of pleasure says no one's there. He asks why you are acting like this. Xian does not care about the god's question. He continues, you do not intend to face me. Huh, if that is the case, I won't hold back. I will hand over my replay rights to another manager. As Xian turns to leave, the person finally speaks. Oh boy. Harold pops his head out, a sly grin fixed on his face as he stares at Xian. You are hotter-headed than any player I have ever met. Even if you do not care, you can just keep going. But as soon as he steps out, his tone shifts shyly. Nice to meet you. I help the manager of the Red Prison. The god of pleasure is shocked, asking how Harold appeared out of nowhere. Since he manages the system, Harold can read Xian's system too. He looks annoyed and says, that is a bit much, is not? The others already knew I was here anyway. The god of pleasure gets angry and calls Harold's words nonsense. Harold smiles and replies, who would I lie to? My lord. The god of pleasure wide-eyes the other gods in surprise. The worldly serpent god shakes her head, clearly thinking he is a clueless god. The escaped demon god stares intently at manager Harold. The old god laughs bitterly through the twilight, looking toward the god of pleasure. The god of pleasure gasps, saying this can be happening. The god of pleasure praises manager Harold for his skill at hiding from a god's gaze. Harold humbly replies, I am not quite at that level yet. My lord, enough with the nonsense. You are here to follow me and write a report, right? Xian's question startles Harold. You even know about the report? Well, the newbie phase is over. That kind of attitude is typical of Xian. which surprises Harold even more. The report is a draft about a newbie who has caught the attention of many gods. It is written by management. So how would a newcomer like him know about it? Suddenly, a desk with a computer appears, and Harold's outfit changes into comfortable sportswear. He starts taking notes. Seems like he knows more than most newbies, maybe even more than the veterans. I should add these details to my report too. Thinking about it, he looked up at the page of Sion. Then his little head started calculating. Latranxon is currently a standout rookie, getting tons of praise from the heavenly realm. Lots of gods are waiting eagerly to read his manuscript. And it is not just the gods, even the management office is interested. I planned to secretly follow him, but got caught red-handed. What is worse, Latranxon even knows about the reports. I have only finished half the report so far. What if he hands the document rights to another manager? What am I supposed to do then? There is no way those other guys will just let this slide. He read my mind. Tranxon said. Only the person who holds the document rights can keep it. Harold's eyes lit up. Really? Thanks a lot, but I need you to remember one thing instead. What is it? I can do anything, as long as it is within my authority. I will tell you more later. Harold hesitated a bit. He had a bad feeling about this. Tranxon reassured him. I want to make things hard for you. I will explain once we are out of this dungeon. Hearing that, Harold reluctantly agreed. Looks like I do not have any other choice. Fine. Whatever. But like I said, I want to agree to anything beyond my limits. Finally got him to agree. Tranxon smiled victoriously. No need to worry too much. We will make a contract. Alright, a small spark appeared between them, followed by a system notification sound. User Charlie Tranxon and Dungeon Manager Harold just created a mana oath. Harold broke out in a cold sweat. He even knows about mana oaths. Newbies do not stand a chance, but pros definitely do. Lost in thought, Harold did not notice his surroundings until Tranxon had walked ahead. He immediately hurried to catch up. The god of the wild world felt satisfied to find a human even more cunning than before. Tranxon ignored the silly talk and kept walking forward. After a while, he spotted a forge glowing red hot. Looks like this is where they make the lock. Meanwhile, Lisa Sang, leader of the Zenith Guild subgroup, angrily scolded her subordinates. Looking at this mess you made, I am seriously wondering if I hired the wrong people. At this rate, we won't meet the deadline. When that happens, none of us will have heads left on our shoulders. Get Jean Duan here now. Minutes later, Jean Duan, the thief who stole the hammer belonging to the late Yuzi's father, was dragged roughly in front of Lisa Sang. Please have mercy. Jean Duan trembled with fear. I heard you failed again this time. Lisa Sang looked down at Jean Duan coldly. Captain, please spare me. If you give me more blood, I can... Before he could finish, he got kicked in the face. More what? If you need people, I will give you people. Strength. I will give you strength. Sacrifices. I will provide them. Even a torch, I will bring it to you. But all you bring me is failure. Do you think I have any reason to keep your worthless life? You know me. I am quick to lose my patience. Duan bowed his head, stammering. The torch I brought was not from the god's furnace. It was low-quality stuff. Wait, are you saying it is my fault? Duan hurried to backtrack. That is not what I meant. I just need more blood this time. Please give me one more chance. Lisa Sang turned away annoyed, silently cursing. Damn it. I should not have trusted this idiot from the start, but since I am already stuck with him, I have no choice but to trust him now. More blood. Right? Yes, I have figured out 2/3 of the lock mechanism, but I ran out of blood fuel at that point. So please, give me more blood. Alright, I will trust you one last time. If you fail again, neither you nor your family will be safe. Got it, thank you, sir. After dealing with Duan, Lisa Sang turned and barked at her subordinates. Has the shipment arrived yet? I need to check it out. Right at that moment, his system notified him. New data added. Ranking system updated. Dungeon rankings. Rank 1. Eugene Line, 150,000 points. Rank 2. Ung Army, 145,495 points. Rank 3. Legent, 109,500 points. Rank 57. Latranx is... New entry. What the hell is that? Suddenly, a stranger's name appeared, leaving him a bit confused. Back to the Latranxon crew while they tirelessly explore the dungeon. Harold is hard at work writing his report. Charlie from Latranxon has a unique fighting style that has caught the interest of many gods and stars, who regularly tune in to watch his battles. Those precise combat techniques really shine during this dungeon run. As Harold wrote, another floor was conquered by Latranxon, so he grabbed his stuff and rushed to continue the report. He cleared 2/3 of the dungeon in under 30 minutes. Not only did he slice through enemies with a simple sword, but he also disarmed every trap on his first try. He remembers exactly where each trap is and how to trigger it. To my knowledge, no one's ever completed Dungeon Kern 921 in over 4 years. He might just be the first to finish it. From my years managing this, Li Changxian is a physical, technical, An intuitive genius. I predict the battle among gods and stars to claim him will only grow fiercer very soon. Even the 12 zodiac signs and legendary dual stars might take notice of this rookie. Li Changxian's arrival reminds me of someone from the past. Some gods might get uneasy hearing this name. The twilight of the divine, the one who mocked countless gods and stars in the heavens, who blazed bright like a star but faded away due to arrogance. Changxian smoothly dodges the axe trap again. Unlike before, as he passes the trap, he suddenly smells the sharp scent of blood hanging in the air. Even the gods sense it. The hunting god said the air here reeks of rot. The old god warns through twilight that he has detected toxic gas. Sure enough, a little further ahead, Changxian finds a room piled high with bodies. Fresh blood splattered everywhere. For a justice-driven god like the old god through twilight, this is unacceptable. The system immediately relays her message. The old god through twilight is horrified by the gruesome scene. She demands you execute justice here right now. I heard they're making a key to open the boss room gate. Are they planning a sacrifice to unlock it? While Changxian's still guessing, loud shouts come from ahead, urging them to hurry up. You guys are dragging your feet. 2 top-tier Heavenly Assembly members lead a group of captives to the old gas station as ordered. The captain's gonna lose it. Should we kill a few to speed things up? That will make them move faster. Some are crying, others begging for mercy. Terrified, the guy with the face tattoo stops them, saying they do not have spare goods for troublemakers. Killing one might cost us even more lives. Shut your mouth, you are jinxing us. The guy in blue snaps back, annoyed, but the moment he finishes, all his buddies are suddenly frozen by Changxian's ice poison and sent straight to the underworld. Blue immediately draws his weapon, but before he can react, Changxian stabs him fast and deep in the chest. He screams in pain, then stares in shock. Who are you? The territorial enforcer of the Heavenly Peak. Suddenly, he falls silent because he sees Changxian's eyes completely void of humanity. He started to panic, tears welling up, softly saying, "Buddy," Changxian said coldly, "you do not want to die, right? Tell me everything you know. How many are with you? How strong they are? What their plan is? Spill it all." Yes. After getting the answers, Changxian immediately drew his sword and released him. The guy in blue clenched his pain and honestly confessed everything he knew. 30 guys are stationed here, and among them, Le Jiasang is the one I have to watch out for. That is what Changxian gathered from his story. I have told you everything, the guy in blue said thickly, eyes hopeful as he looked at Changxian, but all he got in return was Changxian's cold reply. Huh? What? I only asked if you want to live. I never promised to spare you. Hearing that, the guy in blue panicked and ran, but of course, he still died at Changxian's hands. Level up. The fierce god of this world enjoyed your wordplay. The dark god nodded, sensing death nearby as he escaped from hell. But it is not over yet. Changxian activated his soul forcing power to absorb the souls of his enemies and their allies. The souls of fallen enemies are trapped and burned by hellfire, judged by their karma. At the same time, this helps Changxian heal and purify his body. Bad luck. He kept exploring the dungeon. The captured guys trembled in fear at the dark aura radiating from Changxian, too scared to even breathe hard. Only after he left did they dare whisper, "Is that a ghost?" So the boss wants us to find that Le Changxian. Huh, La Chan. I think I have heard that name before. Oh yeah. That guy's a programmer. See, I told you I heard that name. Probably just some guy with the same name. Haha. 3 top-tier members of the Heavenly Assembly chatted without realizing Changxian was right behind them. In note, they were wiped out. The strange commotion made Jia Sang uneasy and alert. Why has not anyone returned yet? Just then, the system kept announcing rank changes. Changxian jumped from rank 57 to 11, then 6, and finally shot up to number 2. Damn. What the hell are they doing? Could it be he fixed everything in here already? While Jia Sang was confused, a figure appeared. It was the vice captain. Save me, the vice captain said, dragging himself zombie-like toward Jia Sang. Hey, get back to your spot. The vice captain kept crawling closer, just a step away. He suddenly said, Ghost, a demon is here. Jia Sang noticed something was off from the vice captain's face and words, but it was too late. The vice captain suddenly exploded, catching him off guard. You have been hit with a burning effect. You have been poisoned with necrosis toxin. You have been poisoned with corrosive toxin. Warning, your stamina is dropping fast. Detoxify immediately. You are standing on the edge of death. Jia Sang gritted his teeth, pulling out a bottle of medicine. At that moment, a loud explosion echoed from afar. Changxian dashed to him with a knife, and the system displayed, "Death is closing in on you." Just when it seemed Changxian's knife would hit, Jia Sang quickly blocked with his sword and launched a desperate counterattack. Though blinded by the poison, he could still track movements by feeling them. He is definitely a worthy opponent. Changxian dodged Jia Sang's strikes while silently gauging his strength. Despite trying hard, the poison weakened Jia Sang so fast that after a few minutes, he could not hold on one hand bracing on the floor to stay up, the other clutching his pounding head. Warning, your stamina is draining too fast. You must detoxify yourself. Jia Sang's system kept flashing red warnings nonstop. The old man kept muttering, Need an antidote. The antidote pill. His power level seems way higher than what is on the chart. Could he have something that boosts his skills with this much safety? There is definitely something going on inside. I came here just because Yuji asked me to, but now there is a hidden secret that has got me intrigued about this trip, Chang Xian thought to himself. Suddenly, he remembered those people who were about to be sacrificed earlier. By now, they have probably escaped the central chamber. A lot of time has passed. The sacrifice situation is likely settled. Before leaving, Chang Xian told them to run that way. Past 2 doors on the left, then down the side corridor. The 3rd door will open automatically. Tell them to close the door behind and hide there. No matter what noises they hear, they must not open the door. If they do, no one will survive. With such detailed instructions, they have probably hidden safely by now. Sure enough, with Chang Xian's guidance, they reached a safe headyacht with no more worries. Chang Xian refocused on the battle. He put 30 points into strength and 30 into agility, then tossed a veil to Jia Sang. This is the antidote pill you have been looking for, right? Take it. Jia Sang grabbed the vial like a drowning man clutching a lifeline, opened it only to find it empty. Taking advantage of his distraction, Chang Xian slipped behind him and whispered, "You fool. You actually believed me." No surprise. Jia Sang flew into a rage, swung his sword at Chang Xian, but missed. And then Chang Xian counterattacked. Chang Xian kept up relentless attacks, forcing his opponent steadily backward. The pleasure god was really into this one-sided fight. The wild god of the world was watching the battle, impressed by your brilliant strategy. The skill sword flock at common level reached its limit. Time to unlock the advanced technique. The advanced sword flock skill has been unlocked. Playing cat and mouse was enough. Chang Xian unleashed a move that shattered Jia Sang's weapon, then landed a finishing blow. In his dying breath, Jia Sang forced out each word, asking why your family wanted him dead. It is true he treats human lives like grass, but you have to be careful in case you run into someone with the same mindset someday. As he got his answer, he took his last breath. Chang Xian activated Soul Step, and his system immediately announced, "Hellfire has been activated. You successfully collected the remnants of player Li Jia Sang's soul. Your health has been restored by 6%. The old god through Twilight admires your compassion." Chang Xian sighed inwardly. A compassion? Things are getting funnier by the minute. The old god through Twilight granted you a special blessing. The blessing is mind stability control. No matter how chaotic things get, it keeps your mind sharp and calm. Ranks? Blessing. A grace effect. Physical damage resistance. Mental resilience. Chang Xian found it a bit odd he could get the strong will part, but mind stability control? Did they think he was a monk or something? Suddenly, he found it hilarious. Someone as ruthless and brutal as him, a so-called evil god, got this blessing. They say Minerva is a wise war goddess, but actually, she is way more laid back than expected. The pleasure god felt uncomfortable with the 2 blessings the old god through Twilight just gave you. The pleasure god rummaged through his treasure trove, searching for blessings to give you. Chang Xian was a bit annoyed. He felt like these 2 grannies were gunning for him. Ignoring them, he continued his dungeon conquest. Dungeon ranking has been updated. Rank 1. Like Chang Xian updated. Rank 2. Zhang Yuijin with 150,000 points. Ahead of Chang Xian stood a massive door. The system immediately announced, "You have reached the boss room." The boss room is currently locked tight. The key dimension is somewhere nearby. Find the key dimension to activate the unlocking mechanism. Right in front of Chang Xian is a massive door. He stepped forward, pulled out a spear made from fiery goat ribs, and charged straight at Jin Diwen hiding behind a stone statue, taking him out instantly. "Where do you think you are running off to?" Chang Xian said coldly, then slowly approached and grabbed the hammer from his hand. The system immediately started analyzing the info. Hammer of an unidentifiable type. Looks like it is made from a meteorite. It has been used for a long, classified as a hammer. Effects unknown. You can use this equipment because you are not its owner. Meteorite, Chang Xian muttered, then lost interest in the hammer because right now, he had something way more important. The gate that no one has been able to open for years was right in front of him. Use could easily make the key dimension for this room. But why waste time going back when there is a prime target right here? Thinking that, Chang Xian immediately called Harold, who wondered why he was being summoned at this hour. "Remember the oath you made with my family? Open this door for me, and make it quick." Harold tried to refuse, probably because he was new and did not know. But interfering in the dungeon is against manager rules. Stop with the excuses. People can bend these rules depending on the situation. Harold fell silent. He had no good comeback for that. "But if you do not want to, fine. I guess I should just revoke your document rights then." Yes, I will do it right away," Harold replied politely, then quickly proceeded to open the dungeon door. Losing document rights really hurts. "You know," the god of lost beasts said, seeing that helpless look on his face was incredibly satisfying. "The god of worldly chaos was very unimpressed by your cleverness. I am definitely gonna get punished for this. Hopefully just a light pay cut," Harold muttered, then opened the dungeon door for Chang Xian. The sealed door was opened by managerial authority. As the door creaked open, Harold's expression shifted from curious to excited. He quickly told Chang Xian, "I opened it for you. Get in quickly." Chang Xian saw the guy's face was 30% sinister, 70% shady, so he knew there was definitely a catch inside. But he trusted himself to get through it, so he said nothing and quietly stepped inside. Sure enough, as soon as he entered and faced the boss, his system kept issuing warnings. "You are affected by a curse. The dungeon master wants to take over your body. Resist it at all costs and break the golden coffin above. If you can fight the curse, your body might be possessed. So be careful." Hypnosis is starting. Brainwashing process initiated. Along with the system warnings came the furious voice of the boss. "Obey me. Worship me. How dare you disturb the king's rest? Bow down." Lowly creature. Hearing the boss's screams from outside, Harold laughed out loud. Surprised at how easy this was, taking the boss room is ridiculously simple. Just protect your mind from the dungeon master. Control this guy's got nothing but a soul left. From what I saw earlier, this dungeon master is the lingering soul of the giant Besser. Can a mere human withstand the pressure from that entity? How dare a mortal like you mock me? Die. Rookie nuisance. Confident Chang Xian had fallen asleep. Harold turned to leave, then the system alarm blared nonstop. Indomitable spirit activated. Your mind is now protected from outside intrusion. Mental control stabilization activated. Mind protection enhanced. Dungeon mission completed. The final rankings are being calculated. First place, Le Changxian with 175,550 points. Rewards will be given based on the final results. Prizes will be distributed according to the rankings. The dungeon is about to close. Countdown starting. 5 seconds left. Only now does Harold realize he forgot one thing: his profession is actually a language master. His plan to sabotage Chang Xian has failed. After escaping the dungeon, Chang Xian immediately goes to hand the hammer to Izzy. Izzy's face freezes. It takes him a moment to believe that what he is holding is really the hammer his father left behind. "Hey," Yui stammers, not sure what to say. "Master?" Chang Xian clears his throat, munching on a fish cracker as he continues. "I brought what you asked for. Can we get started now?" Izzy quickly replies, "Yes, Master, but like I said, 1 month won't be enough. I need to get the feel for swinging the hammer again first. It has been ages since I last swung a hammer, and I even have to clean the whole forge first." Chang Xian replies with just 2 words. 1 week. Just making the tongs took 2 whole weeks, so give me 1 month to regain my touch. Make tongs and craft a spear. I will pay triple for those requests. Chang Xian casually picks up the rusty sword he eyed when entering the shop and says, "And I will take this as your agreement. See you in a month." "Sure, that is still on the shelf. Right, then I will take it. My dad said it is a family heirloom. I am not allowed to sell it." As Izzy put up the mosquito net, his phone buzzed with a new payment: 1 million coins from Le Changxian. That covers the payment, including the hammer's restoration costs. Seems about right. You only kept it for show anyway, so it does not really matter. Right? Chang Xian says, then hands over the sword and leaves. Izzy can't help but curse under his breath, then mutters, "But if it is a deal with that bastard," thinking that he calls his beloved dog. The dog happily wags its tail and runs over, leading him to the still glowing forge. Izzy grabs the hammer, tosses off his robe revealing a ripped six-pack and sun-kissed skin, and says cheerfully, "Whatever, the past is the past. No clue what the future holds. But I should get started now." While Izzy huffs and puffs at the forge, Chang Xian leisurely strolls through a room. He recalls his conversation with Thanatos about Yuzi. Yuzi's also in Seal. Try to find him. All I know is that Yuzi disappeared after creating the divine weapon for the market's constellation, a god who was once a criminal. Still, that story sounds fake. Yuzi is a title given to a person. That title has been passed down to his successor. The market's guy did not know this and ended up killing the original Yuzi. He did not realize that Yuzi's successor was still alive. The problem is many of Yuzi's secret skills were lost due to his eye defect. Plus, carrying the family's financial burden greatly lowered the weapon's value. Still, since the title was inherited, weapons forged by his hands are still considered top tier. Thanatos finally gives some useful advice. He guesses Yuzi's talent will blossom one day thanks to Joybai. It should be thanks to me. With the weapon issue settled, Chang Xian hails a taxi home. Only now does he have time to study the item he got from the dungeon. Peter's key. Why is this the final treasure in that tome? Why is it in Bessla's tome? Whatever. I need to get home soon. At this rate, Mom's probably really worried. While Chang Xian was calmly eating, things were falling apart somewhere else. "Hey, have you guys found that dungeon master yet?" Goseon, head of the strike force at Dunthean Guild, angrily asked his subordinates. One hesitated and replied, "Sir, not yet." That answer made Scene even more furious. "Besides causing chaos and destruction, are you good at anything else? Find him. Now, alive or dead, I want him found at all costs. Bring Peter's key back here." He was loud on the outside, but inside he was terrified. If the real owner of Baiken Mountain, the White Tiger Guild, finds out about this, we are all done for. That key can only be obtained by sacrificing a life, They secretly contracted us to collect it. The more he thought about it, the scarier it got. Soon immediately ordered, "Prep the vehicles. Everyone, follow me to Baiken Mountain." As he went, he grumbled, "The dungeon's locked down. The key is stolen. Nothing's going right. Move it, four-legged idiots. You beasts. If the white tigers find out and we can fix this, I am finished, especially Xian Jong-un. If that bastard finds out, his whole family is screwed. This can happen. He has to get that key no matter what." But bad news for Xian. Word about the tome has reached Xian Jong-un. Sure enough, he went crazy, losing his temper and unleashing his power right in front of Lady Xian. Young and Younggan spoke in unison. "Hey, Sun Jong. Hey, Captain Xian. What is going on?" That is when Jong-un realized he would lost control, so he calmed down and slowly reined in his power. Younggan scolded him. "Why did you dare unleash the bloodthirsty tiger in the residential area?" Jong-un stayed silent, just quietly looking toward Lady Juha, her beautiful brows furrowed, and her usually gentle eyes now held a serious intensity. Jong-un felt a bit embarrassed, made up an excuse, and asked to leave. "Are you okay, madam?" Young asked with concern, addressing Lady Xin. After a moment of silence, she replied, I have heard that awakened ones are very different from ordinary people like us. Looks like those rumors are true. Is my son like that outwardly? He is not friendly if not cold, but I know he is a sharp kid. I just wish Lady Xian did not have to lead through such dangers and end up battered. But I guess he won. Listen to my pleas. Please. Everyone, leave my home now. Young, Gun, and Xian exchanged looks, then understood and left one by one. While waiting for the elevator, Gun spoke up. Since Captain Xian suddenly lost it, things seem to be getting tougher. I do not get why he flipped out like that. What do you two think? Agent Cha. Agent Din. Gun suddenly thought of his granddaughter, that little rascal. Binja. Before coming here, Binja kept nagging Gun to bring Lady Xian back for her. It is getting late. Gun suggested to Young and Xiaote, "If you two plan to stay here tonight, I will ask the staff to make coffee for you." Sikte cheerfully replied, "Sure, I am easy. 1 black iced coffee. No sugar." Just as he said that, Young literally cut him off, politely declined, and left with her team. Sikte looked a bit confused at Young, but seeing her serious face, he worriedly asked, "What is with that stern look, boss?" Just then, his phone rang with a message. Red alert. Baikan Mountain, Dungnam District, Seoul. Numerous victims found imprisoned as sacrifices, all escorted to the police station. We need a plan and prep for situations like this. What the heck is this? Sikte exclaimed in shock. Hurry up, or I will make you march right now. The girl urges him on. Sikte quickly follows her to carry out the mission. As they leave, Jangxian returns, but instead of heading inside, he stands outside in the park, examining the new holy sword he just got. The god Lessie Thudu Tik questions why he chose that holy sword instead of you using the gear stored in the god's treasure. Jangxian thinks to himself, since this came from the god's forge, there is no way it is some low-tier gear. If he is right, this is the divine sword called the Enga Trapping Sword, the power of the evil dragon, and the Enga Trang Sword. No player could stand against him. Jangxian uses the system to scan info about the holy sword and gets the results. And headed, one of the 9 swords forged by the master blacksmith Yu Easy, known as the Divine Smith, top tier quality, a legendary sword, a divine weapon. Its fighting power is immeasurable, effects unknown. You can wield this divine weapon because you do not have ownership rights. You can see detailed info about the divine weapon because you lack ownership privileges. All 9 swords forged by Yu Easy are insanely powerful weapons. When the holy sword appeared in Arcadia, every kingdom erupted into a brutal war to claim that treasure. According to Zhang Xian's memory, at least 2 empires and 6 kingdoms were completely wiped out. How did such an unparalleled legendary sword end up as a pile of scrap in the forge? The previous owner of the NG Tripung sword was an assassin, so this sword has probably been soaked in blood for 1,000 years. They say this is a cursed sword that inflicts terrifying, haunting pain on its victims before they die, but that is just rumor. Zhang Xian has no other info on it. Yu Easy the First was called the Divine Blacksmith because he hated the smell of blood. Whether it was Yu Easy the First or his successor, one of them definitely wants to hide this sword's identity, erase its existence, and treat it like junk to be discarded in that forge. The god Lesithu Tut sneers, laughing about your choice to pick up that worthless thing. God Old looks at you with a gaze full of faith through the twilight. Suddenly, Zhang Xian warily glances behind him. Maybe collecting Yu Easy's 9 swords when the chance comes is a pretty good idea. Hey, what is your problem with me over there? While speaking, Zhang Xian equips the Flame Tiger shield and charges straight at the mysterious figure. The cloaked figure dodges in time. He complains that no matter how much he disguises himself, he still gets ambushed like this. Zhang Xian pays him no mind and rushes forward, his sharp gaze locking onto the target like a vow not to let him escape. Every sword stroke from Zhang Xian is polished and precise, leaving the opponent awestruck. What kind of spirit is this? So strong. The sword techniques continue, but they are wild and without rhythm. The opponent can find any flaws, It is like a battle style made purely for killing. This guy's overwhelmed by Jang Sion's power. Like a first-generation player who has been through hell. I was just picking a fight to test his strength. But at this point, I'm ashamed. I'm about to get schooled by a rookie. But I want to fight him with all I have got, actually. I have to fight him with everything. That is the only way I can stand a chance against this newbie. Let us do this together. Just as the fight heats up, the guy in black raises his hand to surrender. Jang Sion's face tightens. What does he think he is doing? Standing there sweating nervously. The guy thinks, what was I even thinking, losing my mind like that? He apologizes to Jang Sion before things get worse. Sorry for picking a fight with you. I just wanted to test your abilities. Jang Sion starts lowering his sword. The guy continues. I only did it for fun. I did not mean for it to cause such a big misunderstanding. Facing Jang Sion's blunt question, he looks confused and begins to assess. You are saying I am not tough enough, so young, yet already so reckless. At this point, you can teach a sneak around otherwise. Trang-san will totally crush you. He pulled out a business card and tossed it to Trang-sex. It said, 5-star swordsman. Her director Gu Zangjin. Gu Zangjin smiled brightly and started explaining why he was here. Honestly, the main reason I came was to recruit you into our guild. Trang-san glanced over and thought, is the god they worship that mysterious? Unnamed deity. His real name is Epip Chini Vung. Known as the god of wealth who protects assets and treasures. He immediately replied, I am not really keen on going there. Then asked how Gu Zangjin even knew him and found him. Gu Zangjin said, you probably do not realize how famous you have become. Chances are. Besides us, there are plenty of other guilds across the country watching you. Trang-Sion's face darkened, thinking they bit the bait way faster than he expected. Seems like no matter what, they can resist you even if you claim you are just an average player. Gu Zangjin admitted. Honestly, I wanted to talk more with you, Tranks, but since I already made a major mistake today, I will leave it for next time once our tempers have cooled. The hunting season deity argued about how he let a rival who provoked him walk away like that. The hunting season deity with the stag horns said, a person worthy of becoming a disciple never loses. Gu Zangjin finished speaking and just walked off, saying to contact him anytime via the card. The gods started freaking out, each with their own opinion. The world serpent god wrapped around the world, scolding her and saying if she liked fighting so much, go find someone else to fight. The hunting season deity got furious and said, how about fighting me then? The world serpent god laughed it off, saying, come whenever you want. The hunting season deity flipped out, threatening to make a snake stew out of her. Chang Xian ignored the gods getting ready to tear each other apart, trying to recall why Gu Zangjun seemed so familiar. Hadn't he met him before coming to Arcadia? The scar-faced youth's expression twisted. Wait, if someone like that just dropped by, could it mean they have already found my whole family? Damn it, she must be worried sick about me. Gu Zangjun left, but his arm kept bleeding. His face was pale, looks like he got badly hurt after fighting Chang Xian. Chang Xian went back home. As soon as he arrived, the youth was quiet. His mom acted normal and asked, you just got back. You have not eaten yet, right? Go wash your hands first, then sit down here. Looking at his face, she said, looks like something's wrong. Seeing his hesitation, he asked if he needed to talk to her about something. The sunlight shone over a smoky battlefield. Huh? So young, yet your face already looks so threatening. What? Who is this old man? If you do not want to die, then back off. A kid with a heart full of destruction. What nonsense are you spouting? If you keep talking nonsense, then get lost. The man grinned and said, can I stop now? Fine, I will hit you first, then we will talk. An alarm went off, waking Chang Xian up. His phone notified him of an appointment. 3 p.m. interview with the Silver Tiger Guild. It has been a month since the Silver Tiger Guild posted their recruitment notice. Chang Xian still could not shake off the earlier dream and did not understand why he had it. Looks like it is finally time for the real deal. This crowded area was the Silver Tiger Guild's interview site. One by people were lifting weights and training hard to prepare for the interview. The tall guy with a high ponytail was in charge of measuring magical capacity. Please place your hands on the magic capacity measurement device. Chang Xian gently placed his hands on the machine, but exploded and said it could not measure. The alarm kept blaring nonstop. Still confused, the youth did not understand what was happening. The device kept saying it could not measure. They told each other to bring out an even more advanced measuring device. Everyone started focusing on Chang Xian, including a familiar white-haired guy wrapped in bandages. The equipment operator called out once again, number 1031, Li Changxian. Please place your hand on the device for another test. Hearing the name Li Changxian, some people felt it sounded familiar. Suddenly, they gasped in surprise and shouted, the tyrant uncle. Chang Xian closed his eyes tensely, frustrated, thinking, I specifically wore a hoodie knowing this would happen. The whispers grew louder. Tyrant Li Changxian. Huh, I heard he turned into a drunk mess and had to retire after his team disbanded. Rumor has it he ended up a complete failure. Look at his pale face. He looks like a player, right? What is the point of acting so arrogant? In the end, guys all look pretty much the same. The girl in front even mocked the two guys, saying they looked like dried squid. They stood there thinking, he just locked himself in his room playing games all day. So why is he here now? He only retired recently. Right? What is he doing here? Finally, the strength measurement results appeared level 25. SSS plus. Totally shocking. Everyone's mouths dropped open in awe. What? Level 25. And that's strength rank 2. The operator panicked, not knowing how to handle this case. Damn it, we can't handle this. Report this to management. No. Report it to the department head. Now, at the Raid Team 2 office, a blonde man was catching up on the latest news. The scandal of the guild leader has finally been exposed after all this time. Prosecutors working with the association have started arresting and searching for the top guild's leaders. 21 people have been sacrificed over the past 7 years. What caused such a horrific tragedy? Ull from the Water Guardian Association has announced legal action against the top guild. The White Tiger has also launched a full-scale offensive against the top guild. Investigations led by the White Tiger into the top guild's crimes have been made public. Some even want to show gratitude to the mysterious smiling hero, but there is still no clue about who that mysterious hero really is. The blonde man confirmed that the smiling hero stole Peter's key. Is determined to find that guy. Just then, the equipment operator rushed over and said, "Department head, the rookie has arrived." He is still sitting relaxed. So why the sudden rush? Even Chairman and Director Kim are heading to the vehicle area. The department head looked shocked. Why? Lee Changxia. Do you remember him? That is the rookie you have been waiting for since last month. Along with Sword Singer and Water Guardian. The blonde guy finally panicked, realizing this was the one from the super prison gate. I wanted to recruit him back then, but because of those damn top guild traitors, I did not have the chance. Right? But what about him? The operator replied. Looks like he is here to join our competition. Another shock hit him. Mouth wide open in disbelief. What is the result? He tops every category, and his magic power is plus 3 pluses. At this level, there is no way to hold him back. The department head jumped up. We have to meet him before anyone else gets to him. This is the C bracket arena, and news about Lee Changxian has blown up all over social media. There are even posts titled "The Tyrant Lee Changxian Returns." Recently, a pro gamer who retired, Lee Changxian, showed up at the Silver Tiger Guild's member recruitment event, laughing off all the nasty rumors about him. He made a spectacular entrance at the Silver Tiger Guild's selection event. The moment Trankson stepped out, everyone looked at him with admiration. The rising star, the first to earn the SS rank in Korea in 15 years. That is the tyrant, right? Yeah, it is definitely him, 100%. Do you think anyone else in the world is like that? Damn, he was born with a silver spoon, and now he is an SS rank prodigy on top of it. Besides the fans, there are plenty who envy and hate Trankson bitterly. A lucky bastard, a damn scoundrel. Why the hell did he have to sign up today? We are definitely gonna get compared to him. Screw this. This is my 5th time trying. If I fail again, I am out of the house for good. The hunting god was so proud seeing you get all this attention. No wonder you are the chosen one. Trankson stared intently toward the crowd. The fierce tiger god trapped in hardship observed you with surprise. Trankson seemed to spot something. Focusing 100%, here it comes. The fierce tiger god, wrapped around the world, guessed that person had some plan for you. The official announced the test was about to start. Monster hunting. From red snails to two-headed snails. We will throw any monster you are ready to face at you. Trankson casually asked, "Is that all the monsters you have got?" Seeing his disappointment, the official explained, "Right now, the strongest monster we have is the Z." But before he could finish, Trankson told them to send that monster his way. Everyone in the hall was stunned into silence. This had never happened before. Their strongest monster appeared in a magical circle, its red eyes locking onto Trankson. The fierce tiger god trapped in hardship wanted to test your skills. Seeing such a dangerous beast, everyone was scared Trankson would not last long. The tiger face image and golden light began to glow. That is the fierce tiger god's symbolic transition. The fierce tiger god trapped in hardship looked at you suspiciously as you stood still. The fierce tiger god trapped in hardship thought you were going to die. Trankson stood there silently, lost in thought. Visions of 2 fierce opponents flashing through his mind. The ult, half hidden behind a savage grin, stirred up more fire in Trankson than ever before. "You bastard. You dare laugh in my face. Then I will give you what you want. Come on, Huju. Your anger has hit its peak. You are ready to face the monster." It roared, its breath like a tornado that could blow everything away. Trankson stood firm, fully focused. He dropped his weapon and tossed it up into the air. This is a special weapon, custom made and prepared by the Blacksmith. It is finally here. I am tired. But who do you think's to blame? Haha. No more talk, just look at the quality and judge for yourself. The hunting god's eyes widened in surprise. The fierce tiger god, wrapped around the world, admitted they would just witnessed a perfect item. What Trankson held was a nameless double spear. A long spear with attack power ranging between 150-200. Piercing spear effect. Continuous damage. A massive blessing. The masterpiece came with a bound item if given to someone else. Its effects could vanish. Its creator did not name it. Now it is time to give it a name. After testing basic moves, Trangson felt very satisfied. You performed the spear techniques brilliantly. You mastered the basic skills of piercing, slashing, thrusting, and blocking. The hunting god's eyes widened in amazement at your amazing spear skills. The hunting god was shocked that this man could craft an item of this level. The rookie spear skill was acquired. Now this weapon as first strike alone can seriously injure a monster. The audience gasped in awe. The monster began howling in pain. Nobody can figure out what the heck is going on or when Trangson started pulling off moves like this. Park Sang-ho, the captain of the Silver Tiger Guild's top scouting team, has been watching the fight from the start and looks really impressed. Captain Park says, "Yeah, his agility definitely does not match his level. His precision is incredible too. He could totally succeed even if all he had was a basic spear. That kid, I have to get him, no matter what it takes." Trangson powers up again, and everyone's curious, what is it going to be this time? It is something other than a spear. A sharp blade pierces through the centipede monster, blood spraying everywhere. But that is not all. Trangson keeps showing off more skills. A rope shoots out, pulling the target. Blood keeps oozing. Just a rope and a spear, that is enough for this amazing display. Trangson leaps up, lands a precise hit, and the monster collapses, wide-eyed and amazed. Everyone's frozen in place. What is with all those weapons? Nobody can believe Trangson is only level 25 but moves that fast. All the effects are glowing gold. No other effects showing. Every hit is a critical strike. They are looking at Trangson like he is not even human anymore. He stands proud after that battle, but his hands are bleeding. His blood poison skill is activated. The paralysis toxin is spreading through the Z's body. The Z is poisoned and now paralyzed. The Z's blood keeps flowing. It is on the edge of death from blood loss. With sharp eyes, Trangson leaps again, striking with the spear to finish it off completely. The system notifies, "You have defeated the Z and leveled up. Your rookie spear skill level has increased. The hunting god praises you for improving your hunting skill, and your stamina has increased by 5 thanks to a special bonus." The struggling great tiger god is stunned by the battle that just unfolded. The struggling great tiger god shows a fierce desire for the new Jiang Nan. The head of the bone department orders, "That little brat. We have to deal with him as promised. Bring him here." Just then, a streak of golden light flashes by, and he realizes it was Trangson's move. He and Trangson jump to the center, ready to face off. The blonde guy, with a fierce scowl, challenges someone who can block this move. He is even resisting the Great Tiger's life-threatening skill, and the Great Tiger's energy form. "You are better than I thought." Trangson looks at him with a new respect. This is intense. The disgusting stench of a hollow leader hits his nose. He screams wildly, I like you now. Become my subordinate. And I promise to make you stronger than you are. I will show you what a real tiger looks like." Trangson tries to hold back, unsure if he should strike back. Maybe he could take over as a puppet ruler. But does not he need to get him off this blood mountain range first? Just as he is about to continue, Park Sang-ho steps out. "Haven't you two had enough yet?" The head of the department yells a warning. "You want to die?" Captain Park Sang-ho looks furious. Apparently, this dumb second captain still has not learned anything. "Why do you have to be so rude to your seniors?" Blonde guy argues back. "You call me stupid for not knowing the magic tricks at this point. I am just taking back what is mine. What is your problem?" Park Sang-ho warns him but still seems proud of his reckless moves. "Now back off. I do not think the recruitment is over yet." The crowd starts buzzing. What is going on? Are the two captains actually fighting each other? Are they really going this far just for talent recruitment? That is seriously impressive. Captain Kang Sung-gu of Team 3, Omo Tyrium, steps up, sensing the tension. "Haha, normally I would not have butt in between two captains, but what can I do? We want him too. Sorry, but I am jumping into this fight." Plus, Team Force Felix Zhu Hangjin shows up. The captains just stand there arguing like a bunch of kids. Jerks. Lucky for you there is a higher up here. Do you really think all captains are the same? Chang Xion watches this scene eagerly, waiting for the bloodshed to start, and whoever tries to steal Chang Xion, I will take care of them. "Hey, what is that? He is mine." "You jerk. What do you want?" The more they act like that, the more disappointed Chang Xion gets, and he only looks down on them more. To you, those worshipping hopeless tyrants like guardian stars and willingly becoming their slaves are exactly the targets you need to eliminate. A cold war breaks out, and just then, a yellow wind freezes them in place, making their blood run cold. The old man approaching is Sai-hwan, the executive director of the White Tiger Guild. Chang Xion zeroes in on him as the main target, known as the guild's second in command. The god of the season opens his eyes wide in surprise, saying this reaction is normal when facing great power. At that moment, Chang Xion understood why he is called a top-tier player. Sai holds, "You fools. Fighting over just one person. Seriously, you are the eldest captain, yet you are involved in this childish nonsense." This old man shows no weakness at all. No matter what the theory says, Chang Xion knows he would lose. This guy is just too strong. The golden rice guy, who is on her C1's side, quietly celebrates. thinking the executive director has arrived and definitely backs him. I will finally get to see Captain Han's face look like a monkey S. The golden rice guy thinks to himself, Chang Xian's definitely mine this time. Sai-Huan shouts and glares at the captains. I do not want to see any of you anymore. Get lost. If I pick one of you, it will cause internal conflict. So I will just choose him for myself. Let us do it that way. No one saw this move coming. The captains were stunned when they realized they would fallen into this old fox S-trap. Sai-Huan takes Chang Xian to a private room and tosses him a shirt. You have got too much blood on your clothes. Change into this. The system announces the great tiger god has been overwhelmed. Looking at you with jealous eyes, the god of the season yells at him to leave. Clearly annoyed, Chang Xian's muscular body is so solid it looks like it could bend anyone who sees it. Old man Sai-Huan laughs with satisfaction, thinking, this guy's physique is impressive. Those muscles must be been built through countless battles. I have never seen talent like this before. What kind of life has this guy lived? Sai-Huan starts a conversation with Chang Xian. I have heard about you. Since your guardian stars are so interested in you, I will be direct. What do you want? Money. Since meeting him, Chang Xian has not cracked a smile once, replying bluntly, I have enough money to live comfortably for the rest of my life, and then some. I am not here for that. I want to join the Future Strategy Department. I heard the executive director here is the direct advisor for the Future Strategy Department. Shouldn't I have that right too? Sai-Huan's face twisted with a scar. What did you just say? Haha! He laughed so loud it sounded like a tornado, and Chang Xian's head buzzed just from his laughter. The old man's eyes shifted as he asked Chang Xian, seems like you do not care if I lose my power. Huh, good. That is exactly what a Silver Tiger should be like. The Future Strategy Division is basically the backbone and brain of the Silver Tiger Guild. If you want your kid to make it, you have got to prove yourself first. What are you gonna do to show everyone you are legit? Chang Xian answered seriously. How about I set a new record on Blood Mountain Range? I heard every newbie has to cross Blood Mountain Range during their apprenticeship. If I break the record there, that should count. Right? Sai-Huan asked again, not just first among this year's recruits, but first in the whole depths. When Chang Xian confirmed it again, the old man sighed deeply and said, well then, no one can argue with you anymore. Seeing his hesitation, Chang Xian guessed this meant he wanted something else. You keep setting conditions. Fine, I will clean that up too. Sai-Huan looked genuinely pleased. Exactly. That is the spirit. Honestly, that place has gotten outdated. I am thinking of finding a new training center. Chang Xian guessed there had to be something at Blood Mountain. Maybe he would found the director's weakness. I will personally shut it down carefully. Sai-Huan gave a dangerous glance. Looks like we will have plenty to talk about in the future. Thanks for those words, sir. Looks like I've got another task now. Before heading to Easy Mountain, I want to use the Silver Tiger Guild's library. Sai-Huan was surprised again by Chang Xian's request, but he secretly liked his eagerness to learn, so he had no reason to refuse. The Silver Tiger Guild library is the best in the world. Use it however you want. Online now. All the hottest searches are about Chang Xian with tags like the Overlord has returned. Popular searches right now, La Chan, Overlord, Silver Tiger Guild Depth Sector C, La Chang Xian's comeback. It seems everyone's looking at Chang Xian differently now, chatting and commenting with awe and admiration. La Chang Xian level 1 has been trending for 4 days straight. Our Overlord is back. Message, he really got SSS-Rank. I am getting hyped. Living twice. Those jerks who called him a junkie during the live stream have disappeared. All the videos calling out La Chang Xian on YouTube are now private. But honestly, his trial video was insane. Seriously. Do the haters still think it is all rigged? Looks like he still does not get how tiny the haters' brains really are. First time with the government, does anyone still buy those Overlord news reports? You all know it is just a government cover-up of that incident at the super prison gate. Right? Wow, haha. Are there really people like this? The guild rank 20th worldwide is back. Haha, SSS ranks are all rigged. Hey, if you have got time to keyboard warrior like this, why not just go home and get some sleep? But I am worried the Overlord's fans went quiet for days, but now they are freaking out again. Can someone handle this? God, you just scared me. The Eudora stock has hit the ceiling for 3 days straight. Keep pushing. Hit the ceiling. Watch out or you will all end up jumping in the Han River. Invest responsibly. Balling lover here. I heard La Chang Xian wiped out the super prison gate. Anyone confirmed that the mysterious guy recently caught in rumors has been confirmed as La Chang Xian? This is an interview with survivors from the super prison gate. While everyone praised and admired Chang Xian, the golden rice guy cried and begged Sai-Huan to hand Chang Xian over to him. Said, give him to me. Bro, please give him to me. You know he is a prodigy. Right? He needs a guide like me to make his life smoother from now on. The old lady sighed heavily. Smoother? What do you mean by smoother? Life's been full of obstacles. Yeah, we are at the guild right now. If you do not follow the rules, I will have to demote you from captain. That golden brat just can't stop crying, so annoying. Why do you keep refusing? Huh. Chang Xian replied that he applied to the future strategy department and said if his expectations are not met, he will quit. How could I possibly recruit someone like that into the second scouting team? Just wait and see once training's over. Chang Xian will be under my command. I will assign tasks my way. And you think I won pick who he works with? The Golden Brat was surprised to learn there was another way. Peisai Honbahan. Just go and do not bother me. The Golden Brat flattered. Big brother, do you know how much I love you? Anyway, it is rare to see Chang Xian these days. Where is he? And if you knew, what would you do? I knew you would say that, so I locked him up in the one place you hate most. A few days later, it was finally time for Chang Xian to enter the Blood Mountain dungeon. The White Tiger training session is starting right now. The tyrant is ready to set a new legend. Just how strong is this true SSS+ rank? Standing before the stone marker, Chang Xian knew he would have to cleanse this entire huge mountain. He sighed and then spotted a light flashing from the highest peak. That area exploded, creating violent whirlwinds. Something flew out from the mountaintop. Chang Xian confirmed it is here. This is my target. The Blood Mountain range is full of mutated creatures, twisted by a mysterious dark magic from long ago. Find its source, destroy it, and restore the mountain's ecosystem to its original state. The whole range is divided into 8 main sections. Remember, each section has unique mutated creatures you won't find in any other dungeon. All participants will get items, a system window, and skill windows to track their missions. So basically, this entire mountain is a massive place, completely covered in a dark red hue. Chang Xian felt disgusted. He vaguely recalled visiting a place like this back in Arcadia. Chang Xian sensed someone watching him and glanced toward the tree roots. Skill alert. Xiaofeng is watching you from behind. Looks like the stalker has been tailing Chang Xian from the library all the way to outdoor training. He began to wonder, what is the CO planning? Just as Thanatos said, the puppet ruler, the jerk who stirred up all heaven. Chang Xian recalled his talk with Thanatos. So that is him. Then what is the common goal of those blessed by him? Chang Xian answered, they will have plenty of enemies around just like him. Thanatos chuckled. Think it ends there. They proudly display all they have stolen and stash it all in one place, while enjoying their treasures like medals and achievements. They bring guardian constellations from all over the world. That place is called the Tiger's Library. If you want, I can give you a list of useful things there. Chang Xian wanted to choose for himself. Thanatos asked, even if it is something you are sure you will hate. Reluctantly, Chang Xian said, then tell me 12 zodiac signs. Sagittarius physical arts. Chang Xian was totally blown away, thinking, Sagittarius Lukebat's muscle control could make me as light as a feather. That is a godly perk. Thanatos continued, snow walking technique, energy boost technique, river crossing leaf piercing, curved drinking technique, grass flow technique, and leap jump. Chang Xian asked seriously, did the puppet ruler have any of those? But the truth is, no battle ever happened between him and Sagittarius, which means Sagittarius still knows nothing about this. Where did you get it from? Thanatos seemed to be pondering, wondering who or what this broken star fragment really was. That means the leap Chang Xian needs right now is not going to be easy at all. This leap is a divine power granted to the Sagittarius of the 12 zodiac signs. Long ago, when he became a star fragment, its previous owner was the star fragment of Great Dose. Machina, a divine power he secretly mastered while watching the dominance leap. He became known after ruling a land in just a short time, allowing him to show his divine authority and become its absolute ruler. Chang Xian figured that is why the other zodiac signs opposed to Sagittarius having a territory close to him. If he could get that power, once he awakened his divinity, nobody would be able to stop Chang Xian. But if something goes wrong, everything could change. The great tiger god, wielding labor, was watching his every move. While searching anxiously for books, a man approached to remind him library use was limited to 1 week. The libraries opened 24/7, and he could read any book except the restricted level 1 and level 2 sections. Also, remember, no books could be taken outside the library. This is a favor from my girlfriend, but it is just a signature. So could you please frame it? Seeing Chang Xian's full face, even he got a bit flustered because he was just too handsome. Guess that is why she is his girlfriend. But after hearing that, Chang Xian turned and walked off with a cold, blank expression. The other guy knew he would just been roasted and was furious. Actually, Chang Xian was just being cautious about all the uncertainties around him. The CEO and the puppet ruler. He had to be careful not to get watched by those two. Thanatos said this was not the puppet ruler's exhibition hall, but a copy of the martial arts library from the Horn Season Tribe S Stars. Observing it was pretty interesting. Now, Chang Xian's stone heart skill activated alongside his calm skill. Chang Xian focused on reading, ignoring everything else. Days passed, and Chang Xian stayed buried in the library. Even the guy assigned to supervise him got annoyed. Days had gone by, and he had no idea what Chang Xian was doing. Was he just reading books? He did not even have the sense to pick books properly. Sometimes he would read about spear techniques, other times swordsmanship, even books on physical training. He also read simple breathing technique books and mythology about some gods, constantly taking books out and putting them back. Earlier, The CEO had told him to closely watch every move Chang Xian made and report anything suspicious. Now the watcher did not even know what to report anymore. He concluded that the reason Chang Xian buried himself in the library was to create a good image for the public. A talented person never slacks off studying, right? What image fits better than that? The watcher gritted his teeth, anxious and desperate, silently begging Chang Xian to go home so he could finally rest. While he was frustrated like that, Chang Xian only focused harder. You are in a state of intense focus, absorbed in reading, able to understand and memorize most of the knowledge you need. You are immersed deeply. With your knowledge intake increasing, you can infer the meaning behind words. Your understanding of complex terms has improved. You are in a frenzy state. Warning, you have taken in too much knowledge and are now experiencing neural overload. Severe headaches will come soon. Warning, you have surpassed your knowledge intake limit. You should take a break. Even though the system keeps sending SAW signals, Chang Xian has not moved a muscle. Achievement unlocked. Read books like crazy. Willpower effect +10. Spirit +5. The hunting season god is exhausted from the massive number of books you have devoured. The world encircling Serpent god is curious about the huge amount of information you have gathered. You have acquired a fragment of knowledge. Your understanding of the great tiger god wielding labor has increased. The great tiger god wielding labor watches you with a pleased gaze. Chang Xian chuckled to himself, thinking, what a fool. My goal is not just to make a giant leap, I want to unravel the karma hidden by that bastard, the puppet ruler, also known as his skill tree. Although the Fierce Tiger Awakening was built by the White Tiger Guild to showcase that puppet ruler's greatness, it is also the place where he shares his techniques exclusively with guild members. So most of the books here contain information that the puppet ruler deliberately hid away. I am going to find that info and piece it together to reveal the true form of the puppet ruler. Then I will discover his weakness and the name behind him. More than that, I will figure out how to defeat the puppet ruler. Right now, Chang Xian's combined skill level has reached 39%. Finally, the guy breaks free from the library that is the story. Now I have got to go. Looks like I have hit the limit of what I can do with third-tier info gathering to beat that guy. So I will have to fill in the rest with achievements and unlock the level 1 and 2 bookshelves. But they are not here. I have searched 3 times and still can't find that breakthrough. Could these be the level 1 and 2 bookshelves I am looking for? Chang Xian has only 3 hours left in the library, so he decides to check one last time. If there are any ancient languages or archaic words, then it is probably 7th tier. The Iron Heart has reached its limit. Calmness reactivated focus, and his mental strength was boosted. The Divine Cat will celebrate your sharpened mind at sunset. Chang Xian touched the book and energy radiated from it. Finally, he found it. Not sure if it is the breakthrough, but it definitely holds some secrets. This is a book of 100 recipes you can make with monster meat. If you flip the book backwards and read it in a special way, suddenly, Chang Xian realizes this is not the breakthrough. The book contains some special writings. Here lies a deep, bitter grudge. Words of pain and resentment fill this book. Do you know how it feels to be betrayed by someone you considered a brother? I know. What that man did to me. Chang Xian is shocked by the name Munixavong. Jimja, the sword hero, one of the 9 legendary sword heroes of the world, and the head of the White Tiger Guild, who founded this place along with the director and the puppet ruler's disciple. Someone is talking about him like a friend and a brother. Does Sword Hero have any close ties? Public info says the Sword Hero started as a mercenary and gradually rose to fame in the player community. He created his own martial art, and the puppet ruler's disciple who watched him accepted him as their own. But according to this book, the truth seems different. Betrayed, stabbed multiple times. This person painfully introduces himself. My name is Han Uzuru, Munixawang's senior brother. More precisely, I was Han Senior, the family here. Though not well known, I trained and honed my swordsmanship for years. Then one day, my master brought in a new disciple much younger than me. At my master's place, who passed away shortly after from old age, I treated that young disciple like a younger brother, and sometimes like a disciple, letting Han hold the sword. But I should have known what Han was really thinking deep down, and about the protector of our family, the Great Tiger, crushed by treachery. Just that sacred name says it all. The Great Tiger crushed by treachery. The puppet ruler is a cunning god who thrives on war, chaos, and fear. In Han's eyes, there is no way he would support a family like ours, one that hides and fights for peace. Of course, Han could have chosen another disciple, but the biggest problem was me, Han's best follower, who upheld his teachings. That is why the puppet ruler could not pick any other disciple, and just gritted his teeth. Trang Seal realizes they purposely sealed the puppet ruler's power. She has heard of this before. There was a time when Han weakened briefly. I wondered why that old fighter stayed hidden for over 100 years. Looks like it was because of his past grudge with Sword Hero's family. If the puppet ruler's church grew too strong, it seems Han realized too much blood was spilled and decided to stop. Then the puppet ruler chose Mu Song instead of Han Yu, now known as the Sword Hero. Stalker watching Trang Seal was still super anxious seeing him just standing there, staring at the book without doing anything else. Han was reading the book upside down. Classic Han, just being a total fool. So ridiculous. The book continued like this. It seems Musong's plan had been set in motion a long time ago. Back when I could no longer wield my sacred sword, and must have poisoned me a long time ago. So subtly that I could not detect it at all, but Han did not kill me. As if he had some kind of feeling for me, he destroyed my muscle nerves, shutting down my magical organs and trapping me in the secret underground chamber belonging to our guild, Moon. Musong, why has my protective charm stopped shielding me? Since then, I have been hollow. Watching my junior brother earn the title of Heavenly Sword Hero, and establish the guild's headquarters right where ours once stood, and disobeyed our master's strict order never to leave this world. As I watched my junior brother, the disaster he caused over 10 years, one day I heard that voice again. While reading, I did not get it at all. Trang Song kept flipping back and forth, confused by it. What? There is no info about this. Is it hidden somewhere else? System notification? You have discovered a hidden fragment. The blessing of an unknown figure has sprouted within you as a small reward. The blending rate of your skills will increase. Skill blending rate at 51%. Trang Song was shocked. What? The blending rate for defeating the puppet overlord has risen to 12%. Even though I thought it would not increase for a while. So I just need to discover and decode the hidden fragment. One piece of the hidden fragment is still nearby. Find all the pieces and put them together. Trang Song figured whoever left this must be no ordinary person. An average person could not have done this. A divine being must have intervened. Probably the person Hanzu mentioned. Only 2 hours left in the library. Trang Song set a goal to find the rest of the book no matter what. Trang Song immediately started searching. Where could it be hidden? Since their legacy was left with a secret password, they probably wanted it found by someone else. They also had to make sure the disciples of the Heavenly Sword Hero could not easily find it. So they balanced those factors carefully. And once the secret password is cracked, the rest will be easy to find, likely all on the level 7 bookshelves. Trang Song kept rifling through the books, while the stalker outside kept crying. Why was he so obsessed with his image? I have to get his autograph no matter what. Sob sob. The great tiger god, burdened by hardship, is certain you will become his loyal disciple. Trang Song confirmed. It seemed like the god had not noticed yet. The god, pretending to watch over the world, is observing you very closely. Trang Song got excited, finally found it. That said, it is just like me. When I was betrayed by my senior brother and locked up here, it was devoured long ago by its own offspring, becoming a lowly ghost wandering the land of the dead. That being and I share a common enemy. Trang Song's face turned grim. Devoured by its own offspring. That offspring is the puppet overlord. So that is the top secret history. Information fragments buried by the puppet overlord. I have found Han's weak spot, continuing with lines full of pain and hatred. That being said, the tiger full of suffering, the one my master and I loyally served all this time, is just a monster. A demon, the one who devoured his entire family to become a god. The speaker said they had to see the demon's head fall before they could finally rest in peace. That being tried to pass on the method to defeat the suffering tiger to me. Using that as a foundation, I was able to recover my strength and rebuild my body. Then I hid myself from everyone's sight and started gathering my strength through training again. I could finally focus on healing my body. Just like that being taught me. When my senior brother, who has been traveling the world, returns, I have made up my mind. Just like he hurt me before, now I will follow that path to kill him, and I will rise again to take down that tortured tiger. But the first thought when I got here was, can I really do it? Can I truly wipe out the Monsieur clan? They have taught me well, like with my own child. I have to ask myself that question. I am leaving my dream here as a secret code, hoping that one day, my mountain spirit and it will be passed down to a new successor. System notification. You have successfully uncovered all remaining pieces of the seal fragment. The burning wish of the nameless has taken root in your heart. Achievement unlocked. Hair to the tiger's regret. Reward, intelligence +5, wisdom +1, skill, and the claws of the Hack Sun God. The claws of the Hack Sun God. On this land, there is nothing scarier than a beast bearing all its sharp claws. Skill level 1. Type, active. Counterattack, destiny. Currently unavailable. Effect, continuous wide area blood loss. Stacking effect replaces basic skill. Wide area blood loss effect is stronger than continuous blood loss. Can push opponents close to death in a short time. Continuous, you can use multiple skills in a row without downtime. Stacking effect, attacks amplify with each skill used continuously. Replacing the basic skill, you can hide one skill inside another or blend them to boost power. The bitter cries will shatter minds. Thean Kiem. Monsieur, what a tragedy. Trang Xiuan thought to himself. The claws of the Hack Sun God were originally opposing skills. Skills of the White Tiger clan, maybe they actually complement each other, because they share the same origin as the White Tiger clan's skills. The power of an ancient god no one remembers anymore. Surely, there is no deeper hatred than that, but it is a skill that drains a lot of mana. I can only master controlling one claw at my current level. Looks like I have to gather as much mana potion as possible. I need to get to the Training and Protection Institute. Though it is a bit disappointing, I will aim for a breakthrough when the chance comes. Trang Xiuan headed toward the Xich Loi Sun dungeon. You understand your current power can catch Juju. So you have to kill him first as soon as you get the chance. The moment Trangxioan reappeared, everyone in the dungeon froze in shock. Well, it is really Le Trangxioan. Wonder what he will do this time. I do not want to be compared to him. Trangxio glanced around. Judging the number of useful people here, Sukano was no more than 3. A kid named Fen Kung. Just a glance from Trangxioan and he is already grinning like crazy. Wow. He just looked at me. Trangxioan felt those useless guys were just dead weight. There was a white-haired man with bandages around his face. Standing out in the crowd, Trangxioan caught sight of him, and the armor he wore the new member of the Baek Jail White Tiger. Looks like he is blessed by another god. Trangxioan grew curious about his true identity. The spiky-haired man shouting is the one leading today's training for the White Tiger Guild members. Please be quiet and pay attention. The 26th new member training of the White Tiger begins now. Immediately. Info about Trangxioan updates White Tiger Training Department is about to start. The tyrant is ready to become a new legend. This guy with bangs covering half his face is chomping down Has. Here we go. This man is Gu Jiangjiu, the one who used to bully Trangxioan. He is tense as he takes a call. Are you listening, sir? Of course. I am listening. So what is this it's about? They want me to take those photo cuts that are already sold out. Right? Since they are the main models for our company's car commercial. Your uncle will get the special autograph himself. See? He did not even listen to me. His own niece, my uncle was helpless. Sighing. I am so. That damn gate at GMCU. If it were not for that, Gu Jiangjiu is the kind of uncle who always listens to his niece. Watching her grow up is so heartwarming. He was totally panicked when he found out she got caught right at the gate of GMCU. Setting up a rescue team. Jiangjiu has been struggling lately. But there is no choice but to take a break from the dungeon. For a while, he had no choice but to hope that nothing bad would happen. Jiangjiu kept praying nonstop to the nameless giant guardian to protect his niece. Just as he was kneeling in front of the altar, someone rushed in to say Haibin had returned safely. Jiangjiu, tear-streaked and snotty, still could not believe it. Now, in front of his precious niece, Jiangjiu wants to show his gratitude. Hey, can you tell me who helped you? Haibin hesitated. Uncle Jan? He ran off as soon as the dungeon mission got messed up. I think it is because he was worried about being exposed to outsiders. I guess it is better to let him decide when to show up. Jiangjiu confidently declared and promised his niece. Then your uncle will find Jiang Xian and hire him for our guild. Okay, when that happens, I will thank him properly. Haibin was super happy, calling her uncle the best, feeling her joy. Jiangjiu got a bit embarrassed recalling the past. But the thing is, he could not have a proper talk with Jiang Xian because of what he did when they first met. He kept chasing and fighting him, probably pushed him over the edge. Jiangjiu gave Jiang Xian a business card hoping to recruit him for next year, but no calls came. Who would have thought? Jiangjiu covered his face in frustration. That was a mistake. Damn it, hard to believe Jiang Xian went straight to the of Silver Tiger and has not called for a whole month. Plus, he is ranked, which means Jiang Xian is actually a genius on par with X2 level L. Looking at his still injured hand from their fight, Jiangjiu thought he should be realized sooner why Jiang Xian was so strong. Since Jiang Xian's defeat, Haibin has been calling every day to check on things, saying she hates her uncle and that Jiang Xian switched sides because Jiangjiu did not properly chase after him. My brother and his wife, even the company president, and my father all look at me strangely. I won't deny I underestimated this, but I was super busy. What could I do? I thought Jiang Xian was hiding himself all this time. I could not focus on that because of what happened with Hive Off. How can I recruit Jiang Xian, who has now become a monster? This is the Dark Red Mountain Dungeon. Admiration for Jiang Xian still has not died down. Hey, did you see that just now? Jiang Xian just looked at me, oh my god. Now I can die without regrets? As she said that, the kid drooled, while the guy next to her teased her nonstop. Hey, you are drooling. Your brother must love seeing you like this. Huh, words just fly by. But this guy was thinking helplessly. She never stops. She is so obsessed with doing the same things as Lei Jiang Xian. It is crazy that in the end, with the worst results, made it through. But Kim Hyung-jun, our captain, did not. The man in the blue shirt stood stiff with a serious face that made everyone nervous, wondering what was wrong with him. Hey, are you okay? I am. But first, I think they will explain the rules for the training run, so we should all focus here. The leader started announcing that the most important part of the training run rules, mentioned before, will be repeated again. The big screen displayed the message. The training course will last 100 days. During the first month, you will have scheduled time to learn and practice the 3 basic skills of the White Tiger. At the same time, countless necessary real combat training sessions will be planned. In the next 70 days, the safe zone will be cleared, and you will need to survive using the 3 basic skills you have learned plus the experience you have gained. There are no rules on how you have to survive. You can team up with others or fight solo. Points will be awarded for all achievements inside the dungeon. The points you earn depend on the rank of the monsters you defeat. Overseers and guards will hide throughout the dungeon to evaluate and score everyone within 24 hours. According to the rules, Overseers can interfere unless a trainee's life is in danger, but points will be deducted for interference, and if your score drops below 0, you fail. Those who fail 1T qualify to join the guild, while top scorers will receive a reward after training ends. The top 5 performers at the end will earn a blessing from a guardian deity. Also, the prankster added, besides these conditions, anything that does not break the rules or violate judgments is allowed. Now, I will teach you the 3 basic skills using the wooden board with 3 scrolls. The first scroll covers the Tiger's Aura skill, a basic unlucky skill that can be used as an attack by converting external mana. Level 1 skill. Active type. Effect. Overwhelming force. The second scroll is about the Tiger S step, representing the fierce life force hidden in every step. Level 1 skill. Active type. Effect. Amplifies attack power. The last scroll is the Tiger's Misfortune skill, like how a tiger tears its prey apart, greatly boosting attack power. Level 1 skill. Active type. Effect. Increases attack. The commander shouted, if everyone has received these scrolls, tear them up to gain the skills. Everyone started following the order, and all got the 3 skills. Actually learning them made everyone super happy and excited. The prankster leaned on his hand and said, everyone got them. Right? From now on, the Overseer will demonstrate for you all. Please watch my movements carefully and remember them. Amid the silent crowd, Lai Changxian raised his hand to say he would already learned the skills. I heard that even during training, if you show you have mastered the skills perfectly, you can skip the safe zone. I already learned them. How? Some think Changxian got the scrolls before the rest, that he had a head start. No way. With so many people around, they would not dare pull that stunt. Could he really master the stance, movements, and everything just by tearing the scrolls? No matter how talented he is, that is impossible. Baek Jael, calm and steady amidst chaos, quietly observed everything. Changxian's biggest fan drooled in awe. Just as expected. Look at his confidence. How can he be so full of determination? The guy in the blue jacket, full of jealousy, thought, no reason to be mad. That guy's definitely going to fail. Nobody knew his dad was a high-ranking guild member, who even told him there is no way Changxian could learn the 3 basic skills. The Overseer asked Changxian to show him what he could do. The blue jacket guy kept thinking, does he really think he is skilled enough to master these just by seeing them once? What an idiot. If it were that easy, everyone would master them. Changxian sighed, then activated his skills. The Tiger Step skill was activated. The Tiger's Aura skill was activated. Strange flames curled and blazed fiercely, and his golden eyes flickered with fiery sparks. Surprise gas code. No way. This is crazy. Not only could he spread it out, he even shaped it into a tiger. The young man in blue gaped so wide he almost dislocated his jaw. Impossible. How the hell did he do that? Even that, the Tiger's Misfortune skill was activated. The fiery tiger surged higher and higher, roaring loudly as a fierce wind filled the space. Changxian, wielding his sword of blue, looked cooler than ever. Each slash sparked flames, and the Overseer nearly got scorched when the fire brushed past his hand. Changxian made everything explode. The ground cracked open, revealing 2 monsters emerging. The scarred, sweaty Overseer could not believe his eyes, but Changxian just shrugged and said, I just gave it a try. That is all. Everyone else was still shocked, unable to return to normal. Their shock turned into anger over Changxian's sudden appearance today, cursing him as a damn bastard. That moment, the guy who had been sneaking around watching Changxian in the library finally spoke up. So you were hiding in the library for this? As he asked. He thought, unbelievable. He is a genius. He can use new skills right away. Well, I took 10 years. Now I get why the director pays so much attention to him. He seriously asked Changxian, so to be called a genius, you do not just fool around, you actually train hard in secret to develop your talent. Right? I thought the cool image you showed in the library was just an act. I am honestly sorry. You are truly amazing. Thanks for inspiring me. Out of nowhere, someone expressed gratitude like that, and Changxian was a bit stunned. Changxian glanced around at everyone's reactions after the guy spoke. Sure enough, everyone shifted their attitude. Well, he's a genius and hardworking too. If that is the case, maybe I can even beat Tyrant. The kid obsessed with Changxian was about to faint from admiration. Just from his appearance, I knew he was a genius. This is what you call love struck. The great tiger god, weighed down by hardship, watched you with satisfaction. Pleased you understood his teachings, Changxian thought. He is probably enjoying some ribs right now. The great tiger god, burdened by hardship, promised to grant you an even higher status if you keep this up. The hunting season god frowned in dissatisfaction, but Changxian smiled. Having achieved his goal, the scarecrow's enemy kept giving him plenty of incentives. But the hunting season god was extremely unhappy. After showing everything, Changxian asked the Overseer, I think this is enough to prove my skill, right? The Overseer was speechless. Yes, you can pass now. Changxian, with pride, strode straight into the dungeon. The jealous lowlifts could only glare in frustration from the sidelines. As dusk, Changxian ventured deep into the forest. Creatures of the wild crawled all around his feet. The great tiger constellation, burdened by hardship, was curious about the achievements you would make in this dungeon run. The Great Tiger Constellation eagerly anticipated your performance in clearing the dungeon. Changxian sensed the Great Tiger God was watching his conversation with the managing director closely. The atmosphere grew heavy, and his body felt heavier by the second. Seems like the ecosystem is being affected by some mysterious magical energy for real. Basically, the environment is hostile, and normal players probably can't handle it. The system announced that the fire from the Bagua furnace was purifying the area. The Iron Heart was activated, and calmness was restored. Changxian put down his sword and combined two swords into one. The mad gopt around the open world watched wide-eyed, excited to see what you would do next. Rustling sounds came from deep in the forest, and Changxian exclaimed, "Here we go." Tiger form activated. Changxian launched the first slash. The skill was sealed. The transmission principle was added. Fiery power shot straight at the monster. It floated up, howling in agony. This place is exactly as Changxian predicted, lots of rebellious monsters charging over. This is definitely the lair of the first Chima. Changxian confirmed that what he was looking for had to be here. You activated the dark singing power. First, you will try out a few things. The Mountain Spirit Song skill. One greeting has been activated. Changxian glows purple, that is the Mountain Spirit Song greeting. You swing your sword again with more strikes. The roar of one Chima grows louder and louder. The Great Tiger God was stunned by the power of your claws. Changxian feels lucky the puppet ruler has not noticed yet, but as you expected, this drains a lot of magic. Changxian sighs and thinks he needs to increase his magic capacity, probably somewhere in the one-legged demon's lair. Suddenly, a reckless monster charges, and Changxian instantly wipes it out. The Snake Eye skill has been activated. The god of seasonal hunting was amazed seeing your combat skills. The god of the world's treasure wants to study the excellent tactics you gained from his privileges. Just like that, Changxian successfully wiped out the one-legged demon tribe and earned their demon leg as a reward. Plus, he received the great one-legged demon club as a prize. The soul control skill has been activated. A creature inside a flower spots Changxian and quickly runs away. You stare right at it, gotcha. You grab the stem tightly and pull it out. You have got the crying flower. The crying flower grows in the limbo between life and death in the western heaven flower forest. Sometimes it withers for no reason and contains deadly poison, so you would be in big trouble if you eat it recklessly. Changxian recalls the conversation with the masked group, who wanted to boost the Bagua furnace's flames. What a lunatic. Why would anyone ask me that? Changxian replied, I heard you know how to make it, so I do not just want it for regeneration. The dirty old man, the second elder, laughed wildly when Changxian spoke. Ha, I heard you were crazy, but did not think it was true. The Bagua furnace flame belongs to the heavenly moral sect and represents creation and birth. You want to turn it into a place of destruction and chaos. Plus, you have the blood thunder chasing their shadows. Changxian bluntly asked, so you are not going to teach me? The second elder answered, if that is the case, I will help you. There is no reason not to teach my expertise. Changxian asked him to teach the method first. The method is simple. To increase firepower, you do not add oil, you add fire. Of course, if you add weak flames, it will just extinguish without a trace. You have to add fierce, ruthless flames. Fire, find a stubborn ghost monster or blood cell, and you can ignite the hellfire. Now Changxian realizes what flew down from the mountaintop is the spirit effect. But you need to get the Bagua furnace fire from simple things to make the flame roar, using the crying flower growing here, the nutrition source for the one Chima demons. After swallowing the crying flower, poison is spreading through your body. The 10 poisons resistance effect has activated. Your body is fighting the toxin. The Bagua furnace fire flared up and began purifying. Magic power increased by 0.3. Activating the fire and raising magic power at the same time is a win for Changxian. A series of system notifications appeared. You have successfully wiped out the one Chima tribe. You received the one Chima skull as a reward. Received the one Chima heart as a reward. You ate the smiling flower. You successfully wiped out the Crimson Fox Demon Village. You found the battle flower area. You successfully wiped out a group of Dark Father's heart. Achievement unlocked. Power plus 5. Agility plus 3. The god of the hunting season asks how much longer you plan to go. The cat eagle god tears through the dusk, watching your new adventure with delight. Changxian climbs to the highest mountain peak and discovers the lair. So this is where the fire spirit's nest is. During the meeting with the second elder, you asked what kind of creature the fire spirit really was, right? He said it is not exactly a monster, but since it has a form, it is hard to call it a ghost either. Interesting. It seems more like some kind of non-living creature. In other words, you could say it is a spirit realm representing fire and death. Changxian asked if there were others like it, and the elder replied, what do you think creatures from the spirit realm are like? But there are some similar ones. Yeah, facing the fire spirit. Changxian thought the bastard's right eye held tens of thousands of souls, filled with hatred, all crushed together into that single eye. If I could use that, I might be able to change the nature of the 8 trigram furnace. It looks like it dropped its nest. So Changxian decided to set some traps and wait for it to come back. Meanwhile, The overseer stood there, discussing the list. This year's batch seems pretty special. It is like the rookies were influenced by Chang Sion's selection results. Almost 40% passed the test in just 10 days. Finally, the Genin group with Chang Sion was allowed into the dungeon. Le Chang Sion, could he really be as pathetic as he seems? Do you think that is possible? What if the Silver Tiger Guild gave him something? If not, I do not think anyone could master a skill that fast. True. But what if the higher-ups in Silver Tiger find out about this? The Scarface guy confidently said, Silver Tiger talks about justice, but they are just a normal guild on the surface. In reality, they are just like us at the top. Killers. Killer means someone who kills or a murderer. But here it means a group that kills purely for fun or money. Silver Tiger must be done something special to get to where they are now. So we just need to copy them. Even if we do not have that, we have learned a lot from living as professional gamers. That bastard might be slick, but he has got to have picked up something from life too. The guy with 2 moles under his eyes nodded at his teammate. But there is still a chance something could go wrong. After all, we are messing with him, and if we get caught by those two, we might have to explain ourselves well. Fair enough. If we pick a fight with the wrong people, it could get dangerous. Join the White Tiger's real combat training and steal the illusion orb. Our top guys might get pushed into a corner by White Tiger, but that is when the comeback starts. They said we have to push through no matter what. The other two glared and grit their teeth. You worried we can T-handle a rookie? You bastard. Are you scared of us? You want to die or what? Terrified. The mole-faced guy reluctantly agreed to do it. The two warned him. If you say that again, I will chop your head off and feed it to the demons. Behave yourself. Saying that, they dashed into the forest, leaving the young guy standing there scared out of his mind. But he eventually put on his mask and set off just as he finished setting the traps. Boom, the Crimson Fire Demon fell right into your trap. The explosive rune has been triggered. The piercing rune has been triggered. The poison paralysis has been activated. It has been poisoned with acid venom. You have defeated the Crimson Fire Demon. The tail snake has fallen into your trap. The fire lure has fallen into your trap. The tiger mountain bird has fallen into your trap. Level up. All kinds of snakes keep falling into traps. But the main target, the fire spirit, still has not shown up. Just a bunch of fire element monsters gathering. A massacre is underway. And the God of Seasons laughs, saying those explosions look pretty cool. 10 days have passed, and it still has not returned since you leveled from 29 to 32. Looks like the fire spirit has truly abandoned its nest. The problem that followed was, Chang Sion wondered if this time he would have to go with the flow of the river again. But for now, he still had to finish what needed to be done. Suddenly, an explosion came from the group's side. It was Baek-ul making an appearance. He was panicking, unable to believe it. What was that thing that hurt him? Chang Sion asked why he was here. Could it be that he was tailing him? Seeing no answer, Chang Sion just brushed it off. Whatever. It was not important, because he saw what I did. I had no choice but to kill him, and so Baek-ul and Chang Sion faced off once again. Chang Sion thought to himself, my gaze looks pretty sharp. He was wielding a 3-meter spear with impressive skill. Level 35 or 36. What level was his skill at? Baek-ul was using every technique he had to dodge and fight against Chang Sion. After a while, he realized he was in serious trouble. Chang Sion was just too fast and precise. He aimed right for his neck. This is bad. On Chang Sion's side, he was pretty surprised Baek-ul managed to avoid that attack. He tightened his grip on the spear and swung again with a loud explosion. Baek-ul's face mask was knocked off. It seemed Chang Sion had stopped the fight. Baek-ul did not understand why Chang Sion did that, or why he was still alive. Chang Sion stood there gripping the spear, looking right at him and asked, how do you know secret magic? Baek-ul stammered. That name. How do you know about it? Chang Sion paused, memories flooding back when his life was just bloodshed and war. Everyone he trusted left because of his chaos, his good relationships and memories. The goddess of slaughter and destruction, the 1,000-year sleeping lineage, the bloodthirsty and killing lion, and the decaying darkness of Soxus. Secret magic referred to all the skills and powers that created Soxus. Soxus once said, my power is unique. People usually have multiple powers or divine abilities. But my friend, I only have one. A god has only one power. Chang Sion knew well that Soxus was the only one like that. Secret magic was a term only those close to him understood. Now Chang Sion was curious what connection this bastard standing before him had to Soxus, the great tiger god. Pressed and sinking. Questioned the skill Baek-ul just used. Between Soxus' secret magic and this mortal's secret magic, they were definitely very different. So recognizing it back then was quite surprising. Baek-ul growled and asked Chang Sion, I want to know how you know about it. Chang Sion boldly replied, wait, did not I ask you first? Baek-ul flew into a rage, shouting, I will make you talk. Baek-ul recklessly charged at Chang Sion, the great tiger god, sinking under pressure, eagerly watched the fight between the two, which was becoming his faith. Baek-ul was in a frenzy, wildly attacking, desperate to force Chang Sion to speak. The hunting season goddess cheered him on, warning she would not forgive him if he lost to that stranger. Chang Sion knew exactly what he had to do, so he cleverly held back, needing to avoid killing him until he learned more about the secret magic. Their weapons clashed repeatedly, sparking flames. Seeing Chang Sion's spear, Baek Geul was a bit startled, especially by the power Chang Sion was unleashing. The flames flared higher and higher. The Great Tiger Forest Danger skill activated. The Tiger's Claw skill unlocked. The Great Tiger's Aura skill triggered. Skill combo complete. With the combo of the Great Tiger Formation and Great Tiger's Aura, Chang Sion's eyes blazed with the power of the Great Tiger's Dominion. He launched a powerful strike at Baek Geul, who was slammed hard into the wall. Baek Geul coughed up blood as Chang Sion pointed his gleaming spear at him. The hunting season god was restless, saying this was an amazing fight. Baek Geul stammered, bewildered. What are you? The Great Tiger God. Sinking again, took careful note. Chang Sion spoke. You are a demon born. That is why you have unnatural power. Demons are usually born from relationships with demons themselves. Since they are not normal beings, they look terrifying and have unnatural powers. And there is a saying they live their whole lives under a curse. Baek Geul's eyes were misty. But how would he know? Chang Sion replied coldly. Does it even matter? Actually, after seeing what looked like burn marks on Han, he realized those were not burns at all. Han was a demon born. Dark magic is not a skill Baek Geul can just train for. It is a talent Han was born with. The rest of the god's power back then must have belonged to Success, whose energy had already weakened a lot. Chang Sion really wanted to know what happened. Why the god left his son here in the mortal world. Chang Sion thought, no way. This guy, I have to get Han on my side. There is no guarantee Baek Geul even knows about Han's demon-born nature. He started talking to Baek Geul, trying to signal Yuling and erase his demon origins with his eyes, but gave up since it did not work. Baek Geul replied coldly. What do you know? Chang Sion added, I know a lot. At least more than you do. You can even prove that, because I could tell you are a demon after just a few attacks. Everything Chang Sion said left Han speechless. You might think your scar came from demon fire, but Yuling eyes understand it can heal your scar. First off, your parents are not from the Demon Fire clan. You probably think those scars are just burn marks. But if that were true, you would not be able to use the dark element secret techniques. Also, Yuling's understanding is closer to elemental magic than fire magic. Its nature is very different from a regular demon. You planning to eat that? The god of the wasteland around the world nods his head at your knowledge. Chang Sion continued, if your goal is to become a true demon or a monstrous god, then I won't eat you anymore. Gyun fell silent, his eyes misty as if about to cry. Chang Sion seemed to grasp all of Han's desires. Just as I thought. You figured it out too. You thought, could it be just because I want to break my curse? Baek Gyun painfully lowered his head, tears flowing. So tell, what should I do? Chang Sion declared he would heal him, on the condition Han makes a deal with him. A deal? Huh, fine. Look, Han, you have finished studying Yuling's behavior, right? Give me that knowledge. Also, I want you to cooperate with me. Chang Sion knew Baek Gyun had probably investigated thoroughly, maybe even things he had not discovered yet. Baek Gyun looked up. How can I trust you? Chang Sion had to play his trump card. Then I guess I will have to show you, I can really heal you. Baek Gyun looked shocked. Chang Sion told Han to give him his hand. Baek Gyun hesitated but did it anyway. Chang Sion added, whether you trust me or not, is not it still the same? He took Han's demonic hand and started healing. The healing process would be very hot, so he had to endure it. Flames began to rise, engulfing Baek Gyun's whole body. The heat made him gasp for air. Chang Sion told Han not to open his mouth, or the air would disrupt the mana circulation. Han clenched his mouth shut, groaning softly in pain. The system notified that Han's demon-born status changed. The curse was being lifted. Baek Gyun clearly felt the demon-born curse melting away, his bad luck decreasing. Now it is almost enough. Just a little more. If I can reach the core of the demon-born power, it will work. The flames gradually disappeared. The healing seemed to be successful. Baek Gyun's face changed, no more scars that looked like burns. Chang Sion told him not to rush and to check his face first. A completely healed face has appeared. Baek Gyun raised his hand to check. Seriously, everything is fully healed now. The hunting season god was surprised by such a huge change. The world encircling serpent god thought the fire attributes of the monster should be studied more. The great tiger god chuckled happily, seeing the positive change in his junior. With Chang Sion's current abilities, this is the limit. He will need regular treatment, and even then, full recovery will be tough. Right after, Baek Gyun was asked to capture Yuling, so he could boost his flame power and fully heal the person. If you want assurance, I can also use magic power. Baek Gyun smiled happily. This was more than enough to convince Han and completely trust Chang Sion. Chang Sion quietly felt relieved. This guy was less troublesome than he thought. He was really excited to see what Han could do. Baek Gyun asked how he could help Chang Sion. Chang Sion set a condition. First, use horn glass with me. Chang Sion complained because his friend Essen spoke as if he were his equal, which felt weird. The world encircling serpent god clicked his tongue and called him an old geezer. Baek Gyun's scared face reluctantly replied, alright, I get. Both started taking action. To catch Yuling, we first need to understand its habits. That is right. They say Yuling's habits are like its fruit. So let us carefully check its nest on the way. They found a sunken spot filled with gold, treasures, and valuables. These were the belongings of those Yuling had killed. The hunting season god's eyes sparkled brightly. He said, "It seems there are a lot of tempting things here." Yuling does not just collect shiny stuff. It also sorts ordinary from valuable items. You could say these are its spoils of war, though it often forgets about them later. So if we can check what is buried here, we can roughly guess its movement direction. Among the treasure was a bow. This is the white arrow bow. It pierces the bullseye, letting arrows go through anything, and allows 5 consecutive shots with one pull. This bow is made from the bones and feathers of the fastest, strongest, and largest antelope hunted by an unknown hunter. It has the effects of bullseye piercing and 5-shot combo. Chang Seo-on thought he should grab a few things from this pile, and then shoot the rest. After all, it is all valuable gear. Suddenly, he sensed something giving off an aura, something familiar. An illusion sphere made by combining Death Flower and Apocalypse Flower with another item in a specific ratio. From it radiates the hatred and endless fear of those affected. Endless fear, like falling into a bottomless abyss or being trapped in prison. Chang Seo-on thought he might have found something connected to the White Tiger. Baek Giwon approached and said he now knows where Yuling has gone. It was easier than expected. It seems to be focusing on hunting lately. I do not know what it is doing exactly, but Chang Seo-on guessed it has gone deeper into the mountains where many spirits or monsters with abundant vitality await to be devoured. In this info, Chang Seo-on realized Baek Giwon is not just helpful, he is a real treasure trove. Let us go, no time to waste. Both ran straight toward the mountain range where Yuling was said to be. 4 days later, they reached the ridge area. Remembering the second elder's words, Yuling has an enormous appetite and greed way beyond what anyone can imagine. Finally arrived, and right away, they saw the level 4 disaster Yuling causing a drought. The hunting season god was shocked and asked how a bird could grow so huge. The hunting season god licked his lips and said, "A firebird this big is definitely worth hunting." Trangshan activated his sharp eyes, scanned the creature's strength, grabbed his bow, and got ready to take aim. The great tiger bird god in the wilderness felt proud of his 2 juniors, striving to immortalize his greatness, and decided to grant them a special blessing. That is why Trangshan's eyes suddenly became incredibly sharp out of nowhere. The young man felt like all his senses had been leveled up. Maybe the Void Lord's blessing mainly focused on enhancing and sharpening the senses. The hunting season god was getting more and more proud of himself. He said he was pretty sure no one else could grant such a powerful blessing. It was like compensation for Trangshan's lack of offensive skills until now. The hunting season god told the great tiger bird god in the wilderness that this time the Maker's efforts would be useless. Beast instinct, a blessing granted by the great tiger bird god in the wilderness, boosted your 5 senses, giving you sharp eyes, sensitive hands, a keen nose, and refined taste. Plus, there is a 6th sense that warns you of danger and lets you transform into animal form. Right now, the Beast Instinct skill is focusing all of Trangshan's senses on the Nether Spirit. He can better track its movements. The Nether Spirit fell into a chaotic, storm-filled frenzy. Trangshan charged again, and the great tiger bird god in the wilderness felt proud watching him use the blessing he had granted. Bach Jiaon was shocked to death, unable to believe what was happening. At this rate, they might actually kill the Nether Spirit. Suddenly, the system announced an uninvited intruder had appeared in the battle. 2 streaks of light flashed, and they landed. These 2 buzzcut men claimed this area was under protection. Only authorized personnel may enter. They ordered the rookies to turn back immediately. Trangshan ignored them and struck the Nether Spirit with a critical hit, following up with several more deadly blows. The blaze flared up fiercely. The light explosion and lightnet skills had been upgraded. The Nether Spirit screamed wildly as thunderbolts rained down on it non-stop. The 2 buzzcut men remained stubborn. "I repeat, this is a protected area, so please leave immediately." Bach Jiaon yelled out loud. "We have been chasing a monster here for 4 days straight. Please let us hunt it." The 2 men got even more aggressive after the request. "I warned you, no one except authorized personnel is allowed here. Please leave. If you do not heed the warning, we will use force to drive you off. We warned you, so we won't be responsible for any trouble." After saying that, both pulled out huge guns and hoisted them on their shoulders. This situation's really screwed up. The Nether Spirit was circling more and more, clearly trying to escape. Bach Jiaon was super anxious, shouting to get out of the way. "If it gets away now, we will never catch it. Don't block us." The 2 men stubbornly warned again. "Back off unless you want to get shot." Trangshan looked helpless and judging. The tracker kept hiding and watching their every move to report back. Trangshan thought, the executive director promised no interference, so why is this guy not protected like that? Beyond here is where the white tiger is hiding. Seems like the executive director is trying to cover something up, using his authority. Maybe it is related to the illusion gem we grabbed from Zikwi's cave. Or maybe someone connected to this secret was killed by Zikwi, and now they are trying to recover or destroy the evidence. That means there are others interested in hunting Zikwi too. If I dig deeper, I might find more clues. Trangshan decided to speak up, so if we do not enter the protected area, Can we move around freely? The two buzzcuts replied, exactly. So please leave. Trang Xian, looking serious, declared, if that is the case, you guys do not need to worry. The wild Zikwi suddenly spun back. Catching the two off guard, it went into a frenzy, struggling wildly, its inferno seeming to consume and swallow it whole. Flames burst out from inside Trang Xian's body. The monster's fire had found a new source and was rapidly absorbing it. Finally, Zikwi was defeated, lying there dead, nothing but skin and bones. That bastard felt like it lost to a helpless fledgling. Did you say fledgling? Exactly. It suddenly left the nest, which is definitely suspicious, and its fire absorption had a very unique effect. If it is still inexperienced, none of this makes sense. If we use it right, it could really help us out. Also, Zikwi is a mythical creature, no? More like a demon spirit. They say even tracking one alone is nearly impossible, so we have to be super prepared. Bitch Galen wondered if Trang Xian had any ideas, but it seemed like he had not figured it out yet. Trang Xian turned and asked Bitch Galen, who replied, I have got a few things ready, but no matter how well we do, I am not sure it will work. An idea sparked in Trang Xian's mind. If a fledgling hatches, then let us try to find its source of nourishment. That way, we can predict its movements better. I need to get to where it heads first to set the trap. It swallowed the soul core of the Vi, so this will be very effective. Trang Xian started absorbing energy. His soul-stealing power began destroying the spirit-forming Zikwi. The hellfire was on the spirit, and it would spread to all connected spirits. The hellfire spread all over Zikwi's body, burning it up fiercely. Trang Xian pointed at Zikwi's corpse and added, it is not about hunting obsession. It is just that hunger drove it to ravenous desperation. Death is a welcome feast, that is why we will cover it with deadly ice and paralyzing poison. Zikwi can handle ice or paralyzing poison. Everything's going exactly as planned by Trang Xian. Zikwi swallowed the soul core of the Memzai, using part of that soul to fuel its deadly fire. You did not tell Beeklian, but after killing the monster, you did not extract its soul. That soul will merge into Zikwi's body, becoming part of it, and when it tries to escape, you will use the soul derivative to pull it back down. When a monster's fire is lit by a soul, it quickly spreads to other souls and eventually grows too large to be extinguished. Zikwi is a cluster of souls. There is no way it can escape the monster's fire. Energy gained from burning Zikwi will stay with you, and its fire. The monster's fire is consuming the infinite flame. Its destructive power is slowly increasing alongside its regenerative ability. The stats are steadily rising. Warning, uncontrolled increase may be toxic. Please use your power. Warning, your flame absorption rate is gradually rising. The domain of the monster's fire is shifting and currently uncontrollable. Your magic circuit is increasing. Your magic circuit has exceeded acceptable limits. Trang Xian's conduit has reached its limit and can add more elements. Your magic circuit can fully handle magic in this state. So Trang Xian's body is starting to regenerate and transform. Achievement unlocked. Sun Swallower. Intelligence bonus plus 20. Wisdom plus 20. Added compatible magic circuit. Soul stealing power skill level increased. Soul linking now extracts faster. Zikwi is struggling to resist. The two guys are panicked and do not know what to do next. As for Trang Xian, he thinks he has figured it out. The destroyed domains are being added to the monster's fire. It will change the domain. The undying flame is slowly spreading out. The undying flame is burning inside the sword's core. The flame has awakened. The blood has formed, and you have completed the hidden requirement of the sacred relic. This is exactly what Trang Xian has been waiting for. You want that flame to burn even stronger. There is only one way to completely defeat an evil spirit. Break all the seals of the Oxfield sword. The key condition, a massive apocalyptic fire. And it looks like it is swallowing everything whole. But there is one more thing: it needs blood. Trang Xian cut his own hand to mix those drops of blood into the sword. These two are the keys to breaking the Oxfield sword's seal, which has not been unlocked in 1,000 years. The Oxfield sword was passed down by the Uzizi clan. It has always been kept closest to the forge, and their marks are still on the blade. Makes sense, since the flame lives within it. Before the sword reached Uzizi, it was passed through countless assassins, soaked in untold blood, earning names like the Demon Sword or the Sword of Death. The blood on it won't wash away easily. The fire has awakened. The blood has solidified. You have successfully completed the hidden requirements of the artifact. Trang Xian grins wickedly, saying that after absorbing my fire and blood, fortune will be his. He lets out a loud roar. Proof of the new master of the Oxfield sword is now etched onto the blade. Cracks spread as the stone covering the sword shatters apart. A sword shrouded in dark smoke speaks to Trang Xian. Its liberator. Take me. Countless ghostly souls pour out from the sword, trying to seduce Trang Xian. The sword keeps begging him to look into it. He is engulfed in a swirling vortex. Those souls keep taunting and tempting him. Pay attention to me. Trang Xian rubs his aching head and tells them to shut their mouths. Then, all those souls get pushed away, leaving only the sword behind. Congratulations. You are now the new master of the Oxfield sword. You have successfully merged with your sword. Trang Xian immediately grips it and swings some basic strikes. The sword's magic delivers critical hits to the evil spirit. After taking a brutal blow, It tries to run away. Changxian activates his spirit aura. The Mountain King's furnace skill kicks in. He lands a critical hit on the evil spirit and its soul with a decisive strike. You have unlocked the evil spirit's insight, a fusion of destructive energies and the abilities of the demon beast spirit. Using this eye lets you observe changes in the human world and even beyond. Crystal-type resonance. Energy storage effects. Release of destructive power. Resistance to chaos energy. You have successfully unlocked the secrets of the Oxfield sword. Your understanding of the sword has skyrocketed. Your advanced sword mastery skill has leveled up. Your advanced sword mastery skill has reached max level. Higher level skills have been added. The supreme sword mastery skill has been created. The basic sword mastery skill has been created. The sword mastery skill consuming market ape has been added. Congratulations on mastering sword mastery. After this, the gods were thrown into chaos. With the hunting god staring at the Oxfield sword, the hunting god awkwardly admits he had no idea that was a sacred sword. The hunting god keeps patting himself and cursing for almost telling you to ditch that fiery stick. The serpent god wrapped around the world just nods, saying he is no longer surprised by your divine artifact, S-release skill. The great kneeling god of hell keeps watching your progress, still waiting for your next move. The cat eagle god at sunset blesses your brave heart and the sword that suits you best from the bottom of his soul. All the gods watching you are shocked by the appearance of Uzizi's divine masterpiece forge. This Thanengi Tring sword is one of the 9 legendary blades, forged by the very first Uzizi blacksmith. It is called a short sword because it has a fairly short blade that can be used like a saber, but when its true form is unleashed, it transforms into a long sword. At that moment, the sword's hidden malice might also be released. Plus, the flame left behind by the Uzizi smith and the blood from previous owners grant the wielder a mysterious power. Its effect is to drain all the spilled blood around it. Trang Shun has already met part of the sword's requirements. He is able to access some of its hidden abilities. However, he has not fulfilled all the conditions yet, so unlocking the other hidden powers will require more items. That is how Uzizi's secret mission came about. To explain the secret, the first Uzizi blacksmith, known as the Divine Swordsmith, successfully forged 9 legendary swords. Each sword has unique traits and powers throughout its lifetime. Today, these are known as the 9 legendary swords. The sword you have is one of those 9, with the powers of fire and blood. The 9 legendary swords do not rely on each other, but were created to cover each other's weaknesses and amplify their strengths. So the more you use them, the more they empower one another, revealing hidden abilities. Now, you need to find and unlock the other 8 swords. When these legendary swords come together, they will lead you deeper into their mysterious realm. Others might try to steal your sword, so you have to handle this carefully. Your current mission is to collect all the legendary swords. This means protecting your sword, discovering and claiming the stronger legendary swords, and unlocking all their hidden powers. The reward: unlocking the legacy powers of the first Uzizi blacksmith. Trangxian tested it and felt his right hand had grown stronger. Suddenly, Trangxian's sword reacted intensely. He wondered why it had not reacted before, but now it is going crazy. Trang Xian's power nearly tripled from his level 30 stat of 76, like a massive energy flow rushing through him. The 2 goons stood dumbfounded at Trang Xian's feet. Damn it, I can't believe this Uling is slipping right out of our hands. What do we do now? No idea. But we can't just pretend nothing happened. No choice, we have to fight him. Taking down a Uling seems like it was attacked while gathering power for an attack. Looks like he is also carrying an illusion orb. This mess happens right in the middle of the trial. We can't let that thing fall into someone else's hands. We have to kill them and search their lair too. The first goon objects, saying, "What? Don't you think that is a bit extreme? He has absorbed all the Yuling's fire, did not let any go. Took it all inside. How are we supposed to beat someone like that?" The other one stubbornly disagrees, saying, "No way. This is exactly the right time to strike. This is our perfect chance to act. Think about it. Those 2 must be exhausted after fighting the Yuling. Even if he swallowed that world-ending flame, he is clearly worn out. We should take him down and then question him about the illusion orb. If he wants talk, we will toss him to the monsters." The director already saw potential in this guy. Such a waste. Now he is caught up in trouble he should not have gotten into. Those 2 goons are chatting like they are about to win. While Trangshun is nowhere near, he might get taken out before he even has a chance to move. Just as the fight heats up, the trio arrives. I did not expect to catch 2 big fish here. Wait, is not it 3? Latran, the Yulin treasure, and the White Tiger Guild's hounds too. Is today someone's birthday or what? The 2 Scar-faced guys were grilling them about how they got in. Then the Scar-faced guy laughed madly and replied, "What do you mean by that? What do you mean exactly? We were just taking a walk along the border between territories. That is all. Looks like they were trying to trespass on purpose." The Scar-faced guy who just spoke is Jiang Xin-he, the Demon River General. This tall, lanky dude is Pakip Payo. The other guy is the blood-eyed Baguk Q. They picked this dungeon to take over instead of others owned by Beiko. That means they have caught wind of Beiko's research rumors. Jangson, he looks defiant, like saying, "Seems like we have got a lot to talk about." Right as he said that, he tossed a sickle into the air. spinning it nonstop. The scar-faced guy calculated that fighting them now would be impossible. So one guy calls for backup while the others stall. Then the two sides charge at each other. Pike, with a killer's expression, declares, "The fun's just getting started." The other scar-faced guy is sprinting to call for backup. But Jang Sin, he sends the sickle flying after him to block the way. "Where do you think you are going? Huh." He turns back but gets slammed hard and falls flat. The guy barely manages to dodge with his sword. But the sickle's throw was so strong it shattered the blade. Jang Sin, he swings the sickle again at the scar-faced guy. "Oh no? Missed? Why not try blocking this instead?" The scar-faced guy looks like he can't hold on anymore. And the sickle spins, chopping off his head. Jang Sin, he laughs wildly, high as a kite. "Haha. Too weak." "So weak? Is that all you got, Pike?" The teammate is speechless. "Better watch out, or I will put you down." "What the hell are you doing, just randomly killing the guide like that?" With an angry, bloody face, he snaps back. "So what, isn't there still someone else?" Now the team starts bickering. Pakipai yells, "Damn it, you just want to piss me off? Do not." While they argue, the blood-eyed Baguk Iung quietly moves toward Jang Sona's spot. Pakipayo stands ready. "What are you guys planning?" Baguk, gathering courage, admits, "Honestly, we did not want this either. But what is done is done. You have to die by our hands." Jang Son replies with a calm face, "I was not planning on that." Jang Seon's stubbornness drives Baguk Iung crazy. Jang Seon raises one finger, his sleeve torn, but his presence unmatched. He declares simply, "I think it is over if you can dodge that." The others look confused and worried. This advice helped defeat Boss Wu Ling. "I think they have already had a few kids. I wonder how the kids will react when they find out their partner's been killed." No surprise, Wu Ling goes berserk with rage. It stomps the ground, unleashing a storm of fire and lightning, wrecking everything nearby. It flies wildly, desperately searching for who killed its mate. "Damn it! What the hell is that?" "Throw the comet spear first, then destroy the lower roll." Everyone gathers to fight Wu Ling. The whole area explodes with noise and clashes. "Quiet it down, idiot! What the hell are you doing?" Chang Seon watches and tells Baek Jail, "Oh. For animals, their young are the most precious, while the adults go hunt. Of course, the young will attack if their mate is in danger." Baek Jail, all eyes light up as he looks at Chang Seon. So who is the one on that day? While everyone else fights Wu Ling chaotically, Chang Seon plans to collect more Wu Ling gems. Baek Jail all worries because Chang Seon's body is badly hurt right now. Still, Chang Seon stays strong. "I am feeling much better basically. My health's recovered, but it is still dangerous." Baek Jail was determined to stop Chang Seon, not wanting him to overwork himself. Chang Seon told him not to worry. Chang Seon looked at the Wu Ling's golden eye in his hand and knew he had a plan. Then, he stuck the golden eye into his stomach. While eating, he wondered if he really needed to eat more after absorbing Wu Ling's fire. But at that moment, the second elder said it was much better to use the eye as the core material, to be safe, instead of just adding more elements. Once the eye is embedded, it can keep changing its essence. And one more thing, if someone embeds the eye, they might even become a Wu Ling. Chang Seon's body began to transform, surrounded by a raging power. His face lost its handsome look, replaced by black marks like burnt soot covering his eyes. At the same time, the system started going crazy with notifications. The destructive element and spirit element have been added to the Bagua flame. The nature of the flame is changing. All elements are merging to trigger a transformation. The destructive element has formed, turning the Bagua flame into an eternal Bagua flame. You have become a Wu Ling, power increased by 2, agility by 4, and you have mastered the Wu Ling state. You have learned how to use spirits and the eternal flame. You have learned demon harmony. You have learned shadow demon. You have learned to befriend fire. You can now use level 1 eternal flame. I swear, making a system for this guy every time it notifies me. I almost lose it. Now transformed into a Wu Ling, Chang Son once again wreaked havoc in the poor forest. Chang Sezon grew purple wings on his back and confidently soared like a bird in the sky. His face now looked like a demon just risen from the dead. Chang Son charged straight at the female Wu Ling, leaving Jang Sinhei and Park Kipayo stunned. The system notified that the skill Mountain God's Pan was activated. Deep purple lightning and blinding golden light flashed sharply and intensely. Dust clouded the air as Chang Se-on appeared with a terrifying aura, like he was about to devour someone. Jang Sinhei was lying flat on the ground, a fierce dragon fang firmly lodged in his neck. Jang Sinhei begged Chang Se-on to send him to hell. He was too exhausted to keep struggling like this. Chang Se-on agreed to his request. A level 1 eternal flame was enough to turn him into ashes. Don't get cocky and do not let us meet again. Sinhei just got unlucky running into Chang Se-on this time. Chang Se-on glanced at the female Wu Ling he had burned with fire, and just like that, he gained a golden eye from a Wu Ling. System notification: you have absorbed a Wu Ling's golden eye. Your magic power has increased, and your Bagua Destruction Flame has leveled up. Your Soul and Destruction Flame are stronger, and your Demon Affinity also increases. Your Destruction Flame skill has leveled up one more time. Using it with suspicion might give you even stronger control. Current magic power: 287.6. Chang Se-on thought, This time I gained 66 magic power, maybe because it is the second time. But I am starting to realize there is a limit. The system kept sending notifications. Changxian has hunted down a pair of legendary birds. Effects: magic power plus 10. Willpower plus 15. Wuling container. When you become a Wuling, a fusion of fire and soul, you can use Wuling abilities however you want. You can cover the world in pure fire and dominate the skies. Since you have absorbed 2 golden eyes, you are a natural disaster able to cause forest fires and droughts wherever you go with your powerful flames. Type: title. Effect: Destruction Flame Natural Disaster. You have earned the title Wuling Container. Wuling traits have been enhanced. Dungeon rankings have been updated. Dungeon rank 1. Moonsung 2. Use: It's 9. Li Changxi. Regrets: Changsan smirked, thinking things must be chaotic down there now. Not just one, but 2 Wulings, considered rulers of Haksik Mountain area, were taken down one after another. You are the one who said you want to be reincarnated, right? Changxian glanced at Gukayung's group. Lying there, barely alive, he begged Changxian for mercy. They say dying in a fire is the most painful way to go in this world. Gukayung was terrified. Changxian grinned like a demon. If you want me to end you, then tell me everything you know. From a distance, Gaoan only saw Changxian like a blazing fireball. It was as if he would carried the Sunnis core with him. So you are saying the White Tiger shattered your rule over Haksik Mountain to open it up, right? Changxian was probing his mind. Gukayung confirmed what he said was true. Changxian frowned, realizing the White Tiger Society started growing about 13 or 14 years ago. Right? The 7 secret holy scrolls of Estat Sankama, including those 7 scrolls, were unearthed by the White Tiger 20 years ago, in some forgotten tome. What White Tiger found were 3 of the 7 scrolls, but even those held incredible power that could change the game. The White Tiger's leader, Musung, wielded the blue sword, one of the strongest swords in the world, but his followers were not all that impressive. Still, their explosive growth earned them a major reputation. Not long, they became a world-famous society. So what is the deal with all this? Changxian was determined to squeeze every detail out of Gukayung. Gukayung did not know much either, so Changxian told him to keep it simple. Gukayung hesitated and begged, but Changxian coldly said, "Whether I listen to your pleas is up to me, just talk." The flames burned Gukayung's dying body, forcing him to agree to all of Changxian's demands. Each scroll from the 7 secret holy scrolls of Das.San contains different content. Each scroll unlocks the power of a different ancient constellation forgotten by time. Changxian was especially interested in the forgotten stars Gukayung mentioned. When light first appeared at the start of the universe, there were not many constellations in the sky. They were probably as weak as the universe was then, but each constellation held immense holy power. Over time, they may have found their place according to the world's laws. Their existence was recorded in the universe and the world. They are referred to as the Forgotten Stars. Can we borrow their power? Did the puppet ruler always keep this a secret? Changxian was very curious about this. Gukayung continued, looking like he was about to run out of energy. But among the 3 scrolls the White Tiger got, they managed to decode 2 of them, I heard, are the most important scrolls still left. Changxian immediately thought of Peter's afternoon class. Looks like the scroll that needs decoding is exactly that one. So why did you come here? I do not think you came just to terrorize or get revenge. It is to find the illusion pearl. The illusion pearl. Changxian sensed something suspicious in the deep grudge he could feel. The scroll is obtained. The scroll contains the method to create an invincible warrior. Among the 7 scrolls, the first talks about those who lose their soul after being possessed by starlight. A person who loses their soul loses their self. But since that void is filled by starlight, they become powerful warriors. They are reborn as loyal holy knights who obey the star's command. The materials needed to create these warriors are wildflowers from the Seotian flowerbed, like crying flowers and laughing flowers. With those, you can make the illusion pearl. Changxian guessed there is a reason they set up a training center in a place like this. Haksik Mountain has terrain similar to the Seotian flowerbed. Plus, it is perfect for testing newcomers and picking those with the potential to become powerful warriors. If we say the people who disappeared here were just victims of accidents because they ignored the coach and left their safe zone, then that is that, and the one watching over and running all these projects must be the deputy commander of the White Tiger, the executive director. But with Besselus Tome suddenly vanishing and Peter Slock mysteriously flying off, things took a turn for the worse for them. Changxian grinned wickedly. Who do you think you are? Exposing the White Tiger's true face with that illusion pearl. You need solid proof. That is right. And now Changxian holds most of the secrets in his hands. This guy probably does not know much more either. So Changxian made sure of it. One painful arrow sent him off to the ancestors. Then he turned his attention to the stubborn guy over there and wondered, what if we dig them up? The location of the research center, where the illusion pearl was created, and countless powerful warriors were produced. Changxian turned to that stubborn guy. I am sure you know what I mean, right? The stubborn guy sneered. Aren't you afraid of the wrath of our guardian deity? Do you really think that guardian god is on your side? The stubborn guy was about to argue when a notification popped up right before him. The sacred form of the great tiger, submerged in hardship, Has lost interest in followers who fail to consider everything wisely. The stubborn guy froze in shock. Chang Xian looked up at the sunlight shining on him and smiled. Your guardian deity wants a strong, fierce follower, not some half-dead loser like you. The system notified Chang Xian that the sacred form of the great tiger, buried in hardship, laughed loudly while watching you. Damn it! Chang Xian then turned to strip Baek Giwon. He grabbed his bare, muscular body, panicked, and asked what Chang Xian was doing. Calm down, Chang Xian ordered coldly. You are doing this right now, yeah? I will heal you right now. Baek Giwon's eyes widened as he sat down with Chang Xian. Stabilizing the excess energy of a demon-born will take quite a while, and it is easy to get distracted too, even if it only takes an hour or two in the real world. To you it will feel like dozens of hours, maybe even a whole month. Chang Xian explained that calming that wild energy is exhausting, but it will end eventually. So do not give up. If you think about quitting even for a few seconds, you will start losing control and I will become a monster. Or demon. Baek Giwon really knows his limits. Chang Xian reminded him again. If I see even the slightest sign of that happening, I won't hesitate to take you down. Letting a faulty demon roam free would be a disaster of epic proportions. Baek Giwon understood this well and happily told Chang Xian not to worry. Chang Xian paused, realizing that even though the demon was a bit uncontrollable, he still had a strong will. Then let us get started. Chang Xian rolled up his arm, covered in strange ancient runes. The system announced. The flames of the apocalypse form now surround your body. The demon is engulfed in flames. Baek Giwon grimaced in pain, but kept telling himself not to lose himself, not to give up. Hen was burning in purple flames in fury, but in his mind, Hen was somewhere snowy at first. Hen did not know where he was. Then he saw someone who looked exactly like his past self. Hen thought, if I am stuck here, I might as well just let it all go. Watching that figure collapse face first into the snow, a man with a beard ran over and carried him off. Baek Giwon realized he was inside Han's mind. The world inside his subconscious. Han did not want to remember that moment. Baek Giwon's eyes showed deep sorrow. The scene shifted to Han as a kid, being scorned and thrown away like a monster, left all alone to fend for himself. Lucky you. Where did you pick up that kind of monster? Baek Giwon had to scavenge trash for food, competing even with stray cats. Later, when he tried to sleep under a cardboard box by the roadside, a group of kids came and chased him away. Han could not help but think, if he had not been saved, if he had died, then he would not have to suffer through those terrible memories anymore. Right? Just then, a strange voice echoed. So you are here after all. Baek Giwon looked over. The shadow spoke. I am looking for that person. It is freezing here. Come with me. You need to leave before winter gets even colder. Baek Giwon felt a bit moved by that and did not want to be alone anymore. So he planned to go with the shadow. Shadow of Baek Giwon. Please take my hand. At the critical moment, the words "do not lose yourself" woke Giwon up and remembered he could not give up and quickly pulled his hand back. The shadow blinked, confused, asking what was wrong. But Giwon did not answer and dashed off. He had found his life's truth. This was not where he belonged. Outside, Chang Xian was already gripping the demon dragon's fang, ready to strike. System alert. Myoung's energy bar will fade at dusk. Smiling softly at your kind heart. Kind heart, my foot. You just know Giwon made it through the worst. Demons are seriously stubborn. Gotta respect that. And started to freak out internally but managed to pull through, even with Yuling's full power. I am not sure I could be one. Well, his dad's a jerk, so it makes sense. So now this guy's probably recovering. System continues. Ancient Stealth Rune activated. Low-level Ancient Rune has reached the highest rank. A higher-level skill will be created. Mid-level Ancient Rune skill has been created. Everything in the designated area will vanish without a trace to outsiders. Chang Xian decided it was time to visit the Illusion Pearl Research Center. But first, he activated his Beast Sense skill to deal with this useless witness. A flash of blue light swept by, scattering leaves everywhere. The tailing guy was pushing himself at 200% running, jumping, trying to cut down travel time. He was sure he had to bring the truth to the director, while Chang Xian was still focused on those big Gale guys. But how could his speed possibly match Chang Xian's? Even though he barely kept up, Chang Xian was already right on the guy's head. The tailing guy looked up in panic. Chang Xian glared down at him. Then, bam. A sharp yellow beam slammed straight down. The old man's men were knocked flat to the ground. He gritted his teeth at Chang Xian, who just sneered back. Just as the guy drew his sword, Chang Xian stabbed him close to the heart. Chang Xian pinned the tailing guy against a tree, seeing his victim was not suffering enough. He even laughed in his face. Hey, fancy meeting you again. What are you gonna do? I was gonna end you right then, but I changed my mind. I do not want the director suspecting me. The tailing guy was shocked at Chang Xian's cunning, even more surprised when Chang Xian pulled out the illusion pearl to show off. I have got a super convenient plan. No need to go around the long way. Ignoring his protests, Chang Xian shoved the pearl into his mouth. System alert. Player Song Yui-jun has swallowed the illusion pearl. His consciousness is paralyzed, his ego frozen. He has been hypnotized. Song Yui-jun collapsed, and Chang Xian coldly ordered him to stand up. Yui-jun obeyed like a puppet. Chang Xian watched his expression. Sure, he would lost his soul and was now soulless. Nice. Now sit. Roll over. Beg. commit suicide. Jang Xian gave a list of commands, and Yu Jun followed every single one. Just as he was about to self-destruct, Jang Xian told him to stop. He looked at his tailing buddy and marveled these guys really made something like this. Huh, they originally planned this for the lowest level creatures. So how strong are the others gonna be? Jang Xian immediately gave him a high-pressure mission. Tell the director there is nothing unusual about me at all. Act normal. Like nothing's going on. Got it? Roger that. The gods witnessing this epic scene are getting rowdy. The Serpent God, coiled around the world, chuckles gleefully at your dark plan. The Great Tiger God, worn down by hardship, watches you with interest, intrigued by your goal. Jang Xian orders Yu Jun to hurry up and complete the mission. He even thanks Jang Xian. But just as he is about to leave, she calls him back. Do you have any other requests? Sir, can I learn that technique you are using? Jang Xian thought it looked more convenient than he expected. Having this would make fighting Bake Jael way easier. Yu Jun let out a long sigh. It is called Flying Tiger Riding the Wind. You can use the wind from your Kingong, stealth, or disguise skills. It is an upgraded version of the Tiger Strike, so you can definitely use it. Look, Jang Xian, alright. Teach me, but I have not refined the skills yet, so it will take some time. I will figure out how to learn it myself. Jang Xian was dead serious. Yu Jun started demonstrating the skill for Jang Xian. Instantly, Jang Xian could perform the skill himself. Yu Jun was stunned. After a day, Jang Xian was not paying much attention and just kept asking him to repeat it multiple times. System notification. You have learned a new skill based on the Tiger Strike. Flying Tiger Riding the Wind skill acquired. Flying Tiger Riding the Wind. The base skill of the Great Tiger God weighed down by hardship. A technique that uses the Tiger Strike as its foundation. With your guts, you will move as smoothly as a flying tiger riding the wind. When a tiger flies, the wind follows it. Skill info. 1 type. Active. Effect. Kingong skill. Linked skill. Jang Xian performed the skill while asking Yu Jun. So it is like this, right? Yu Jun was speechless. How come? It took me years to learn this, but you did it after watching just a few times. Yu Jun bowed deeply. You are truly amazing. Alright. Enough already. Go home. Yes, sir. Yu Jun said and then disappeared. After he left, Jang Xian got a bunch of notifications. You have learned Kingong. Your Kingong skill has increased. You have learned stealth. You have learned disguise. The Great Tiger God weighed down by hardship is laughing. Jang Xian took a running leap and jumped higher than the mountain peak, making the Wind God scream. The Wind God said your movement is perfect for the battlefield and is looking for something to reward you with. Jang Xian used Flying Tiger Riding the Wind to leap into the middle of the forest. If he remembered correctly, every century a pair of Yulings lay 1 egg. It did not take long for Jang Xian to find the Yuling's nest. A huge nest with a glowing egg like this. If you can find it, you have got eye problems. System info displayed. Yuling, once every century, a pair of lings lays 1 egg. Seems like it takes a long time to hatch. Type, egg. Effect, incubates demon beast. Skill support, can be used as crafting material. This huge egg could feed you for a whole month. Yulings have 3 forms, but really they are a combination of multiple spirits. That is why they are spirit creatures without a physical body. Their ancestors took bird form, so they still mimic that, but they can actually change depending on their environment. Also, I can adjust their condition positively and boost their intelligence above normal levels. The egg is power balance. Its early development stage and its health are all ideal. Becoming a spirit bird is the best outcome. After figuring out the best way to snag everything possible, Trangson gobbled down that huge egg. The gods started getting restless again. The Great Tiger God of Trickery was annoyed, criticizing how you would hatch that egg. The Great Tiger God of Trickery suggested that instead of taking a weak bird form, you should take the shape of a rare beast, like the Tiger of the Great Trial. By now, that egg was completely inside Trangson's body. The Hunting Season God began hopping around, trying to get attention. The Hunting Season God disagreed with the Great Tiger God's advice. The Hunting Season God said that an eagle or a hunting dog would be best for hunting. He thought a young eagle or a hawk would be the perfect choice. Thanks for the advice, sir. Amid all the noise, Trangsson thought that was the most reasonable suggestion so far. But how could the Great Tiger God just back down? The Great Tiger God of Trickery laughed loudly, saying all those forms would be swallowed up in a single gulp. The Hunting Season God shot back, asking if he was underestimating his friend. The Great Tiger God growled at her and asked if all she could do was underestimate. The Hunting Season God started rummaging for an arrow. These two really had the worst heads on their shoulders. Just a little brush, and their relationship was already as bad as it could get. Trangsson barely paid them any mind. He just hoped that thing would swallow the fire inside him and grow strong. And now, his next stop was the research center. No time to waste, Trangsson sped off like he had a motor attached. The research center was located in the mountain range of Spine. Inside, things seemed tense. What about the director? He just said to wait, that the issue would be resolved soon. Damn it! Professor Bell was so angry he was grinding his teeth and banging his desk. From the illusion pearl used to create the holy warrior to the starry equations, he would develop all that alongside level 3 basic skills, countless holy weapons and relics, plus associated powers. All his achievements here in the White Tiger Guild And yet they sent someone to keep an eye on him. Could it be they knew he would pocketed a few things? It was the director there who forced him to do it in the first place. So why did every call to that old man just get the same answer? Wait, the fat professor was about to lose it. What do you think I have been doing for you? Huh, they said the supervision team was arriving today. If that is the case, he would better gift them a big welcome. Destroy all the documents that could get them in trouble fast. Then there'd be an official notice from the third rank soon enough. The judo project. Personally requested and overseen by the director. Just that alone made everyone suspicious. For a guy like him, the guild was a dangerous place. He needed to level up to White Tiger as fast as possible. Only then would the 5-star sword be secure. He sighed, feeling strangely relieved. They were a big family company. Maybe now he could live a wealthy life. That plan made him chuckle. At least he needed to hold some ace cards in his hand. But what about Beck Galen? Whatever. He was also curious about that Li Changxiun. Who knows where those guys went? Wish he could find them and drag them along. He glanced at the giant test tube and clicked his tongue. Well, this one's not bad at all. The fat professor remembered to ask if the people he sent to retrieve the illusion pearls had returned. The lab had not received any feedback yet, so the professor urged them to speed up before the whole place went to hell. Meanwhile, Changxiun sped away like the wind. While the two gods kept arguing fiercely, the great tiger god of trickery believed you resembled him and smiled. The hunting season god told him to stop talking nonsense, because your bravery was more like hers. The great tiger god of trickery said, enough with the rain already. The god of the harvest said, he should just zip it, because the smell is absolutely terrible. Those two are trying to outsmart each other. The battle between the gods shifted from words to a staring contest. Just as Changxiun approached the experimental center's door, Changxiun activated his bandit mixer skill, silencing every sound around him. Surrounded by a swirling aura of magic power, Changxiun dashed straight into the research center. He zipped by like a gust of wind, making the two guards feel like they were blind despite having eyes. One sharp guard asked his partner if he saw anything flash by. The other one, less sharp, obviously did not see a thing, so the first guard quickly convinced himself he must have been mistaken. The chubby guard started grumbling. Hey, I am seriously pissed off here, so shut up. What would you even do if there really was something there? Working in investigations is driving me crazy. While they bickered, Changxiun was busy doing his job. Trap number 12 was triggered. The Beast F Senses skill pinpointed the direction where the trap was activated. The trap did not detect you. The Snake Human skill was activated, quickly scanning nearby traps. The Flying Tiger skill was now in use. Your skill level has increased. Trap number 27 was triggered. You successfully passed the trap without being detected. The Serpent God, wrapped around the world, can hide his admiration for your skills. Without the system's alert, everyone would have only seen a fleeting streak flash through life. Changxiun glanced around, seeing everyone in chaos, wondering what the heck had just happened. He boosted his hearing with the Beast S senses to catch every sound nearby. The people in the experimental center were freaking out because a red alert was flashing on the walls. Destiny, why do you always show up when I am this busy? Bring that here. Clear that out. Where the hell is that guy who was supposed to capture? Oh, I am swamped here. Changxiun frowned. Should they have brought back the illusion pearl by now? Forget it. What hope is there with those guys? Damn, Ulf's body has been discovered. Who handled that Ulf? How is that even possible? How would I know if it is possible or not? Damn, I heard there was a report about some high-rank guild members spotted in the training area. What the hell's going on over there? We have to clean everything up before the investigation team arrives. Hearing this, Changxiun finally found what he was looking for: the illusion pearl production facility. Without hesitation, Changxiun dashed into the room just before the door shut. The system fully revealed that a strong poison smell filled the place. The crying flower poison was spreading all over the room. The laughing flower would cause you to convulse. The guards were still busy moving stuff around. Meanwhile, the system kept sending out warning after warning. The Tiger King's gaze was fixed on you. Immunity to 10 types of poison was activated, resisting all poison effects. The lead guard was pushing his teammate to move something, and the door was locked tight. Changxiun was stopped outside. The door was locked. Verification required. Please scan your ID or enter your password to unlock. Damn, how do I even open this? Should I just break it down? No way. Can T risk doing something reckless? Password. Could it be Peter's keycard? Changxiun noticed the thing around his neck reacting, but could not take it off because the boss was staring at him. He boldly placed his hand on the control panel by the door. Then, surprisingly, the owner's ID was verified. Changxiun was shocked too. The electronic lock disengaged and the door swung open. This lock is insanely tough. Way up high. What kind of awesome lock is this? What power does it have that can pull off something like this? Not just Changxiun. Even the gods are intrigued by this strange thing. The Great Tiger God, overwhelmed by hardship, feels a bit embarrassed that this lock suddenly got opened. The Great Tiger God, weighed down by trials, has some questions about your lock-picking skills. The world-encircling Serpent God clicks his tongue at the Great Tiger God, acting like he is clueless. The world-encircling Serpent God says it is obvious humans are creatures made up of 10 red-bellied snakes. The Great Tiger God nods, saying that makes sense. The Great Tiger God laughs at your boldness and talent. The Great Tiger God wants you even more now. Inside Changxian's mind, it is all about that puppet ruler guy from the 10th generation. You do not think he recognized you using Peter's lock. But what the heck is he even saying? Red-bellied snake? Changxian does not want to hear about that snake at all. Now, Changxian stands fully inside the room, the Pearl Illusion Factory base. Right before his eyes are people trapped inside giant test tubes. The Tiger King rages, thinking about the warrior who became a ghost, that holy fighter. The world-encircling Serpent God laughs loudly, seeing the Tiger God's fangs and claws ripped open. Changxian truly finds what is in front of him utterly terrifying. The meowing God tears through the dusk, revealing the horror before them. The meowing God, tearing through dusk, glares at the Great Tiger God, overwhelmed by hardship. The Great Tiger God laughs and asks why she is staring at him like that. The meowing God, tearing through dusk, angrily says she is just standing for justice. At that moment, a hidden quest appears. The meowing God's plea is created. The meowing God's plea, a hidden quest, shows her furious at the cruelty and darkness the Great Tiger God has done to humans. She also feels sorry for the humans who lost their lives because of this. The meowing God, tearing through dusk, begs you to bring peace so they can rest. Restrictions. Quest giver. Time limit. Completion conditions. Eliminate all soldier minions and completely destroy the Pearl Illusion Factory that produced them. Rewards. Blessings from the meowing God, tearing through dusk based on your results. Changxian's eyes go wide. Her mouth drops. Wow. Says, going this far. So it has finally come to this. Who would have thought she would push it this far to hand me this quest? Blessings for your results means you might even get power from her. The Great Tiger God, overwhelmed by hardship, is super curious about your answer. Changxian considers it. Accepting this means the puppet ruler will turn his back on you. But if you refuse, Minerva will do the same. This is definitely a devilish trap. The meowing God, tearing through dusk, stares right at you. Changxian grimaces, about to hit decline. But at the last second, her clever mind comes up with a few good ideas. There is one thing I want to ask the Great Tiger God, overwhelmed by hardship. The Great Tiger God, overwhelmed by hardship, agrees. He says he is happy to answer any of your questions. I am guessing he already knows why I am here. The Great Tiger God, overwhelmed by hardship, says he knows and tells you to get straight to the point. Changxian thinks about how to get both of them to follow her plan. After all, she needs both of them. You gotta squeeze everything you can to get stronger every day. I am thinking of stealing everything here, even if it is something I can have. I won't let anyone else get it either. What do you think about my choice? Great Tiger got overwhelmed by hardship. That is what a reborn villain is all about. No one wants to claim the title of second worst villain on a Sunday. Changxian is confident he has already caught the attention of the ruthless ruler. Now, you are a top contender to become his disciple. He won't give up on someone like you that easily. The Great Tiger God of Trials, submerged in hardship, laughs at your sudden change of heart. The Great Tiger God of Trials says he admires your spirit. Cheating you would be like insulting a fool. The Great Tiger God of Trials promises not to hold back your ambitions. The Hidden Tiger's Plunder mission has been activated. This secret tiger mission means the Great Tiger God of Trials is ready to heavily invest in your growth as the next disciple, that is, you. But he warns you will be punished if you do not meet his expectations. Conditions. Assign tasks. Deadlines. Obstacles. Completion criteria: slaughter anything in your sight. Be careful not to leak any info about this mission. Punishments. Holy retributions. Rewards and powers granted by the Great Tiger God of Trials depend on your achievements. Damn, this is awesome. With two gods like these, I am the only one cashing in. What price does Miss Minerva want to set for her fun? The Twilight Shredding Cat God happily says she hopes you will choose to go for it. Oh man, this sly lady acts like she knows everything. Fine. With all the perfect timing and conditions, why would not I grab these two sweet deals? System notification. You have accepted the Hidden Plea mission from the Cat God. The Hidden Plea mission from the Cat God and the Tiger's Plunder mission have been combined. Your operational range has been expanded. Changxian feels wasting time is no longer an option. Next, he activates the Plunder skill, ready to sweep through everything in one big strike. Just as he is about to start, some guards show up. Without a word, Changxian immediately launches a full-scale monster annihilation. Purple flames roar fiercely, filling the air with terror. The Phantom title of the Nether Spirit has been activated. Dark Spirit wings sprout from Changxian's back. The guards are finally freaking out now. What the hell is that? How is their Nether Spirit fire here? How would you know? Changxian grins dangerously. System notification. The firestorm has engulfed this area. Before the guards can say another word, they get blasted straight to the underworld. But it does not stop there. The terrifying flames cause a massive explosion at the research center. Everyone inside panics, shouting, "Bomb! There is a bomb!" The bomb came from the central facility. Hurry up! Suddenly, another massive blast shakes everything. The other guards stare in shock, powerless to stop the flames. But at least they quickly come up with a plan. Don't get close. Use ice magic from a distance. The problem is, their hearts are willing, but their power is not enough. The ice shield barely lasts 3 seconds before turning to steam. leaving only screams from those caught in the blaze. Fatty the Wind Master is outside the research center, watching the second building burn to the ground. Confused as hell, he mutters, "This is even worse than being micromanaged. What the hell is going on?" He panics. What the hell is the security team doing? Destroying the research documents. Another huge explosion tears apart every brick of the research center, knocking the hefty man to the ground in shock. "Boss, are you okay?" his close guard asks. Equally stunned, the fat boss grits his teeth. "How many of us are left?" The guard stammers, but is snapped at to answer quickly. By now, the research center is basically reduced to rubble. Those inside are still alive, but a message flashes before their eyes. "You have been poisoned by fire venom. Half the guards have already lost their lives. Spray glue. Warning. Toxic flames have spread throughout the surrounding area. You should evacuate the area as quickly as possible." Right then, a guy surrounded by purple flames was burning up, screaming for help. Poison bullets carrying hellfire rained down fast. No one could escape. At that moment, the chubby professor strode straight over to Changxian. Changxian used the Devil Dragon's Fang to block the fat guy's sword, and even complimented him on his skill. "Who are you? Did the superior send you here? How do you control eternal spirit fire like that?" Changxian revealed his handsome true form, making the fat professor panic and shout, "Lai Changxian." "What? Lai Changxian?" The chubby chief was shocked to see this young man here right now. "What the heck is going on? He should be far away from here. So I have to work with someone like him. Honestly, that is kind of exciting. Then I could build a guild rivaling the Silver Tigers in just 5 years. The fat guy saw Changxian acting cocky and swung his sword to intimidate him. "Where do you think you are going?" Changxian froze for a moment at that strike. The system notified him that the flying tiger with the wind skill was forcibly stopped, and the pillage skill failed too. Changxian dodged the chief's attack, but the wall behind him bore the full brunt and got destroyed. Why pretend not to see it, and then cause trouble on purpose? You do not want to live anymore. Huh. The chief charged at Changxian again. Sword raised. This guy is serious. One of his eyes was white inside and black outside. It was seriously creepy. This proves he is a Than Bin warrior. Both tech and fire users, not just soldiers but even managers, become Than Bun warriors. If so, could the other leaders in the White Tiger faction be the same? But honestly, this works out well. Changxian saw this as a perfect chance to find out what a Than Bin really is. The system suddenly popped up with a warning. Your integrated magic circuit is spinning wildly. The eternal spirit fire grows even stronger. You have added 30 points to strength, from 111 to 141. Strength, 141 plus 55. You have added 30 points to dexterity, from 101 to 131. Dexterity, 131 plus 45. No way. Changxian suddenly counterattacked the chief. The eternal spirit fire pushed him back quite a bit. The chief started feeling suspicious about this Than Bin. It is weird for someone that powerful to be a Than Bin, and this guy is no joke. Your opponent's sword has absorbed the power of the eternal spirit fire. He laughed loudly. "God's on my side now." System alert. The tiger's death is getting serious. Be careful. Changxian got serious. The fat guy swung out a furious end-strike sword attack. Each hit was insanely powerful. This terrifying magic energy was like a tiger chasing its prey. This is the king of virtue, the tiger's natural disaster. So Changxian chose to dash away fast. Running away is always the best strategy. Seeing that, the guards who just got beaten up seized the chance to chase after him, hoping to trap him in the chaos. "You bastard. I am gonna take you down. We are here to back you up. Director, these guys are all Than Bun warriors now." Changxian swung his sword. This time he chose venom and created an eternal flame wall. A swirling whirlwind of deep purple fire burst up. The Than Bun guards easily pierced through the wall of flames. The wall was quickly destroyed, and Changxian faced a group attack. "Oh man, this is bad. Quick, teleport and break their formation one by one. Maybe there is a chance." Even in this critical moment, the system stubbornly refuses to shut up. You are in the middle of a battle. The broken will has been triggered, and the power of the spirit's vibration has been strengthened. Calmness is in effect now. You can observe the situation objectively. Thought this fight would be easy, but damn, it has been pretty exhausting. Changxian silently stared at the crowd wielding blades, closing in on him. The leader shouted loudly, "Got you now, you little rat." Changxian frowned. He is really charging. Only the overweight leader realized they had not managed to corner Changxian yet. He knew this bastard was leading him here on purpose, to avoid fighting multiple enemies at once. He yelled out, "Damn it! What idiots!" A flurry of sharp sword strikes landed one after another on the leader. Blood splattered onto the leader's face. Changxian's expression stayed cold as he effortlessly dealt with this dumb squad. Illusion system. Power. 100% red spirit activated. The god of the season has granted you a portion of his power. The big shots from before are now losing their heads like they are about to give birth. While Changxian was busy dealing with the idiots, the leader sneaked up, grabbed him, and laughed triumphantly. "Finally caught you, Lai Changxian. Both my level and overall stats are way beyond yours, so give it up." He seemed confident but seriously underestimated who he was facing. "You think you can do whatever you want now that you have caught me? Think again." Blue energy swirled around Changxian's arm. System notification. Your sword spirit has appeared. A sword slowly emerged from Changxun's palm. The Dragon Fang responded fiercely. Dual sword resonance is happening. The Dragon's Fang has awakened. If the Iron Statue Ujiji is famous for creating a few masterpieces, then the Demon Iron Statue Tati has forged countless masterpieces, cementing his status forever, even among gods and constellations. These two are known as polar opposites. It is hard to say who is better between them because they specialize in completely different things, come from different eras and places. This has kept them from clashing head to head. But now, right here, the chance to see who is stronger has arrived. The Yui sword spirit shone with the blood of tens of thousands of lives, blazing brightly, while the Dragon Fang began showing its true power. System says you have met all the necessary conditions. The Dragon Fang is glowing, the gate is open, and the Dragon Fang begins to reveal its true value. The fat leader was blasted away by the overwhelming power of the two swords, like a pop balloon. Changxian saw the sword growing longer. The Dragon Fang evolved into the Macadong Dragon Fang. The sword shot out purple lightning, crackling fiercely. The Dragon Fang twitched a few times before completing its evolution. The system displayed its info to Changxian. Type: blade and sword length. Sacred artifact. Attack power immeasurable. Effect: unstoppable bleeding. Demon's greed. And other unidentified effects. Since you met the necessary conditions, you can use the blade's hidden powers. Since you did not fulfill all the conditions, other functions remain locked. Changxian wielded two blazing swords crackling with terrifying purple lightning. The two swords resonated. Changxian let them bond and connect emotionally. Skill activated. Swordmaster. Changxian exhaled sharply, eyes locking on his unlucky target. The two swords continuously discharged electric sparks, definitely some hot weapons. Swordmaster. A skill only true swordmasters who have unified with their blades can use. It lets you wield any sword in the world you want. Those who want to walk the path of swordsmanship must pass through the final forest at the end of the road. Skill level 1. Type: active. Effect: ownership of 10,000 swords. You can wield 10,000 swords. Achievement unlocked: the famous swords. Reward: intelligence +5. Skill upgraded. Swordmaster. The gods are stirred up again. The god of the coral season looks at you in surprise as you unlock his artifact. The serpent god, wrapped around the world, stares wide-eyed at you in shock. Your actions were beyond his expectations. The god of the Twilight Hawk demands you use the demon iron statue Tati's weapon for justice. The god of the abyss pursuer is intrigued by your two swords. The great tiger god, overwhelmed by hardship, praises your new deadly fangs. The fat guy watches Tranxon transform and sprays glue, feeling from the beast senses given by the guardian god telling him to avoid this at all costs. Otherwise, I am doomed. Tranxon eagerly buys the sword and lightly attacks the opponent. But before the fat guy can react, he flies in with a counterattack. The fat guy tries to block with his face, but is engulfed by fierce flames and suffers serious burns. The sword in hand glows. Tranxon senses it is crying, saying this still is not enough, but the demon dragon's fangs react fiercely. They say, "Let us see what I can do." Tranxon finds it interesting and swings his arm for a slash. The violent purple flame lunges straight at the fat guy, determined to separate fat from muscle. The fat guy's sword shatters into pieces. Hen is still thinking, if he wants to live, he must get out of here immediately. The system alerts. The sword wielder reveals its shining blade. The demon dragon's fangs listen for threats. Tranxon stands between the two competitive swords, feeling helpless. The two youngsters are way too fired up. The fat guy seizes the moment while Tranxon is distracted by the two kids in bolts. But Tranxon is not about to let someone turn him into a training dummy. While the two kids are still pumped, Tranxon decides to let them both show off at the same time. The Black Mountain Divine Cauldron skill activates. As Tranxon finishes his slash, the fat guy has run to the door but still gets hit by that atomic blast. The purple flame burns like it was just pulled up from hell. The fat guy is burned and deformed but still breathing. He is a fighter. Despair spreads. Disappointment grows. He says he is not ready to die here yet but wonders if he can survive this trial. Negativity fills the room. The annihilation flame absorbs everything and burns even stronger. Tranxon senses something like his regret, so where does he plan to crawl off to with that body? Thinking back, besides a demon, no one else has made me go this far. For now, no need to finish him off yet. Let us follow and see if anything interesting happens. The fat class head tries to crawl away, but no matter what, I have just as I am about to see what is up. The system alerts. Player Tranquan has died. He collapsed right at Heaven's Gate. Just a little further, and he would have made it through. Tranxon retracts his sword, and the demon dragon's fangs are sealed again. Tranxon feels regret. The guy was just a hand away from opening the door. It is unbelievable he lost right at the doorstep. The system continues. The gate has been securely locked. Please enter the required fingerprint and password to unlock. Tranxon raises his hand again, still unsure if it will open, but the result is the same as before. Owner had confirmed. Tranxon guesses that Peter's key mainly opens and locks machines and doors. The system reports. The Tiger Saint's essence is trapped, staring at you as if asking how you managed to get here. The door opens, revealing a colossal machine inside and a person lying on it. hooked up to all kinds of tubes and wires, with tubes crisscrossing her mouth and face. Trang-san rushes over, looking at the girl on the machine and wondering what her name is. Suddenly, he recalls a familiar face, the wild kid they met outside. Sinao, is that right? Has she been turned into a saint warrior? The system keeps warning. You have detected something off? The tiger disaster is increasing its alert level. This girl is not a saint warrior, she is something fiercer. More fundamental, a being part demon beast. Monster, goblin, and spirit all at once. That is what the executive director's been hiding. It seems saint warriors are just a stepping stone to creating this. Judo, right? The leader of the goblins is named Judo, right? System update. You are now observing her condition more closely using your beast senses. The tiger disaster is active and currently 41% complete. Only 41% after all this time. Just about halfway. That is too low to consider her a saint warrior or judo. Still, her physical body is pretty tough, so compared to a normal person, she is on another level. Even her muscles are much more resilient. And in this situation, most players would get swallowed up by her. Luckily, the hypnosis and brainwashing have not started yet. The tiger saint's essence trapped in the gap watches you, curious about what you will do next. The old saint's essence piercing the gap demands you treat the poor girl in front of you. Trang-san wastes no time, waves his hand, and removes the glass tube. The forced judo transformation abruptly stops. All the restraining wires around Ernsel's body snap off instantly. The tiger disaster starts to fade since its power source was cut off. The tiger saint essence trapped in the gap is shocked by your decision. The old saint essence nods, clearly trusting you. It orders you to hurry, take her to a safe place, and give her first aid. Trang-san opens his mouth wide, unleashing the 8 trigrams annihilation flame, starting the purge. You eliminate all toxins and foreign substances. The tiger disaster fiercely resists the annihilation flame. It fights back, but its resistance is crushed. It challenges you, but its defiance is shattered. She is quickly treated and stabilized. Her wounds are healing, and all external irritants are cut off. The first annihilation flame and the tiger disaster clash fiercely. 2 energy streams, 1 purple and 1 blue. Battle intensely, neither willing to back down. I have to eliminate the tiger disaster and destroy all harmful elements of the judo transformation, leaving only the beneficial ones. However, just like Baek Go-eun, no matter what happens, Shinunseo's life must be protected. All you can do now is wait. The tiger's sacred body trapped in Jian-chun wonders where your ambition to take everything has gone. Chang-xian is deeply offended by him. The tiger's sacred body trapped in Jian-chun mocks you for choosing to save the child instead of using him. Then he is dead wrong. Way off. Chang-xian grins slyly. I never said I would not use him. The tiger's sacred body trapped in Jian-chun tilts its head, not understanding what you mean. Chang-xian channels a surge of mana as a storm brews. Power and soul stealing activate, absorbing all the lives you have gathered in the last 24 hours. Those who fell by Chang-xian's hand turn into life energy. Fully consumed by him, you have absorbed all the life energy. Your strength has increased by 0.01. Your agility has increased by 0.02. The tiger disaster hidden within the life energy escaped your absorption attempt. This attempt was replaced by the power in your authority. Forcibly merging, you succeeded. You purified the tiger disaster after merging and successfully used it as fuel for the annihilation fire. Your magic power has increased by 0.02. Mana capacity, 325. Plus 60. The tiger's sacred body trapped in Jiang-chun is laughing uncontrollably. Chang-xian thinks the puppet ruler really is a jerk. Is he seriously laughing like a madman at all this? This guy's lost it. Now that I think about it, I remember mentioning how the Silver Tiger's investigation unit planned to sweep this place. And if they really investigated, that unit must be under the control of someone opposing Executive Director Kagan Hyo-hee, because Director Kagan sensed something was off and decided to sweep this place. I wonder if that sly Executive Director is really resting easy. My proposal to seal my own vault only got some mana documents backing it up. So what if the Executive Director is planning to eliminate political rebels or something here? And maybe that is why the jerk puppet ruler laughs like a maniac facing this mess. Lost in thought. You almost get hit, green bean. Now's not the time to zone out. You have equipped the Spirit Calm title, holding the purple-blue energy so intense it clashes. The Tiger Flight skill activates, and all your power is focused on escaping this place. Purple light shoots upward. Outside, the security team watches the lab about to explode in fireworks, but no one escapes. Didn't they say the investigation unit already entered the vault? The guards should have evacuated by now. Suddenly, the ground shakes violently under their feet, and before they realize what is happening, rocks burst apart. Blinding golden light makes it impossible to figure out what is going on. Meanwhile, you have vanished with the Spirit Calm title in hand. The whole experimental center is reduced to rubble in the blink of an eye. And from the perfect vantage point to witness it all, the third member of the White Tiger Society, the White Tiger's Fang Kan Oh-hee, sighs deeply. What a mess, uncle. Some lights just flashed by behind you. Did you catch anything? Yes. It looks like there were several explosions in the basement. Really? We detected traces of demonic breath. Catastrophic fire. Fire demon descent, thunder rings, and other similar phenomena. Looks like it was deliberately set up. Maybe the source of this fire mountain is the ancient fire of Gigwi, always connected to Gigwi's mischief. OE is not one to underestimate the many spiritual connections involved. Maybe they waited for me to enter the research institute before blowing this place up. Why did the explosion happen earlier than expected? Was it a mistake or some other incident? Both are possible. Yeah, that old fox posing as director can afford to make mistakes like that. So maybe something unexpected came up that caught him off guard. What could it be? You guys keep taking Dad along, maybe you will uncover something else. The soldiers would not dare disobey OE. Before leaving, does Uncle remember those little rats spreading unnecessary rumors? He only said that, but the spies immediately got spooked and spoke in unison. We will handle it right away, sir. Satisfied, OE flicked his cloak and turned to leave, as a system notification appeared behind him. Would you like to log out? Nice try, but no thanks. That exit was epic though. In the heart of chaos, Saho was oddly entertained by all this madness. If OE feels that way, then there is no other choice. He has to handle the director himself after all. This is the will of the gods. Trang-sun almost paid a big price at the Celestial Palace. Just as Baek Gale was waking up, the first thing Baek Gale saw was Trang-sun's smile, and a girl sleeping in his arms, causing him to blurt out without thinking, "Is that your wife?" He immediately got smacked right in the forehead, no idea where that mirror came from. But it hit hard. Lucky there was no serious injury here. Otherwise, he would be a textbook case of someone who just got a second chance at life only to be sent straight to reincarnation by his benefactor. Trang-sun was lucky, just some nonsense, but at least nothing serious. Look at your face in the mirror. Hearing this, Baek Gale quickly grabbed the mirror to check himself out, seeing his flawless, smooth, and radiant face. Gale froze in shock. Trang-sun did not hesitate to toss him a compliment. Well done. Gale was so happy he almost cried. Just then, Unseo started to stir awake. Unseo's waking up. Unseo froze for half a second, then gently landed on the ground, leaving the two men puzzled. But the way she collapsed flat on the floor shocked them even more. Like a dream. Even though I am here, I still feel so hopeless. Trang-sun and Gale exchanged looks. This girl's beyond saving. You saved me, right? I was really trapped. I did not say or do anything weird in my sleep, did I? Right now you are just recovering, sister, and it is actually lucky you do not remember anything. So Trang-sun said, really? Seriously, man. I have never had a conversation this pointless in my life. But anyway, it is just that she needs to get her head straight. And Seo sighed deeply, relieved it was all for the best. Seeing that, Trang-sun stood up and said, looks like your body's recovered. You should get out of here, this place is not exactly safe. Unseo nodded and asked, what is your blood type? Trang-sun answered, birthday, January 30th, favorite food, kimchi stew. Why are you asking? Wait, that sounds familiar. I remember that day, 2 years ago on August 23rd, after France beat San Francisco 3-2. He said the first thing he wanted to eat back home was kimbap. Unseo frowned and asked if that was true. Definitely no mistake there. Meanwhile, the guy was grimacing, remembering the story she just told. Then she hit him with a killer follow-up. How could Trang-sun be so cruel? You were a jerk all along? Who do you think you are? You are an imposter. Are not you? Damn, that is harsh, but honestly, if I would known, I would not have saved her and risked everything. Seeing Trang-sun's ultra-annoyed face, Unseo felt like she would found her true self. So it really is you. Since when did you switch your favorite food to kimchi stew? Baek Gale was baffled and asked Unseo why she was not suspicious anymore. She casually said it was because of his attitude. Trang-sun's face just darkened listening to that. Seriously, there is no such thing as having no natural enemies. And he just went and dragged his own nemesis back from the dead. And Unseo had no clue and just kept explaining like nothing was wrong. You could tell from his expression he was annoyed and regretting not just leaving me there. Honestly, that girl with the black heart always makes Trang-sun's face twist in frustration. And on top of that, she confidently claimed that is exactly what Trang-sun is all about. She skipped ahead of the two men, asking, where to now? This way. Trang-sun smiled warmly at her. Then the system started spitting out a bunch of alerts. You have completed a hidden quest, earned the items you selected, gained an illusion orb X32, and received a wisdom elixir. The Twilight Shredder constellation rewards you. The Savage Tiger constellation during Chaos rewards you. The Twilight Shredder constellation really appreciates your achievement and is racking its brain over an extra reward. The Savage Tiger constellation during Chaos praises you and is debating what kind of teeth to equip you with. The Season of Pride constellation is proud no one will find a better gift than hers anytime soon. You guys talk so much. Trang-sun had to groan from the annoyance. Just give the stuff already. Quit all the chatter. Well, Sen was happily chilling with her idol. Her teammates were busy searching for a lost kid, and before they could find him, they got surrounded by another guild for trespassing in their territory. If you dare go further, we will attack. Please let me pass. I beg, representing his guild, said bluntly, sorry. It is not that we do not understand your situation, but this area is dangerous. Flashing a smile full of hidden threats. We will find your siblings too. so please turn back. Juhan tried to hide his frustration, seeing some random guy messing with his overtime. When he heard the name Lei Trangsin, his face twisted in annoyance. Just now, when he was copying 3, he saw that guy was on list 2. Well, he was also 2 but ranked 121. The more time passed, the harder it was to catch up. He wanted to close the gap as much as possible. Fast, but a guy like this little brother was just an obstacle in the way. The little brother begged and pleaded, just a bit more. Please, I am begging you. Yem Juhan turned away. Sorry. Inside, he thought the little brother was annoying and ignorant of the rules between players. Acting like a moth flying into the flame, nothing but a bunch of dumb pigs. He thought, that little brother risked everything just to get through. Juhan clicked his tongue. Scowling recklessly, charging into another guild's territory was against the rules. System notification. Tiger power fully charged. Turn back. Yuan snarled, drawing his sword to chase the little brother. The little brother hesitated to speak, but Juhan was furious. You are walking right into a trap. He swung his sword at the little brother. Just then, Sinencio dropped down from above yelling, Get your hands off my brother, you pathetic half-baked squid. She landed firmly like a crab stance. The force of her landing pushed Juhan back easily. The little brother called out, surprised. Who told you to lay a hand on my brother? You jerk, man. That sister is way too fierce. I did not even have time to jump in. What did you just say? Juhan and his crew darkened, their faces twisted, while Sinencio just stood there cool as ever. You touched my brother. Just a little. Sinencio smirked mockingly. I said you look like a half-eaten squid. What? Got a problem? I think I have got it. You look more like a dried-up sea turtle, not a squid at all. Wait, that might be insulting to sea turtles. Exactly. Nothing's the worst. Only worse. Juhan got body slammed so hard he was all twisted up, sweating buckets, grinding his teeth. You just insulted my whole team? Sinencio tied her hair up and said seriously, Nonsense. You were the one who touched my brother first, threatening me, showing off your strength. Should I say that? Those 3 Juhan guys charged in swinging swords like crazy. I am gonna shut that mouth of yours for good. Sinencio really fiery. Fighting a girl and bringing the whole Jang, what a bunch of losers. But no worries, I have got this all under control now. As the tiger's power flared fiercely, a blinding golden light radiated. Gan and Changxian stood not far away. Gan wanted to help when she saw them, but Changxian said just to watch. Sinencio's tiger power surpassed Judo's rage and was now close to reaching the tiger's catastrophe. It might feel strange to her now, but soon it will be as familiar as the back of her hand, because from the start, it has always been hers. Changxian smirked, thinking if he kept watching her, he would finally understand what judo really is and maybe find out if it has any side effects. While Changxian was scheming, something strange appeared here. The Juhan gang fought with all they had, but when their swords broke, they were terrified. A demon-faced shield turned their weapons to scrap it, is called the Shield Tower. Sinencio roared in triumph and charged forward, determined to crush these guys flat. You are boosted by Hothun. Your powers increased, your speed keeps rising. The Shield Tower charges straight ahead like a freight train, smashing anyone who dares to stand in its way. Skill activated. Shield strike exploded. Juhan's 2 brothers were knocked away, caught totally off guard. One sneaky guy tried to sneak behind her for a sneak attack. What a jerk. Seriously. Do not they know the saying frogs die by their own croaks? And warned him. But when Oncio did not react, it felt like a betrayal to all those years of fangirling over a sly guy like Changxian. The tiger's disaster has erupted. Oncio swung wildly, and that guy in red got knocked right back. Teeth and all, a steel bar stood upright before the group like it was guarding Oncio. It was the stretcher from an XXLO war chariot. Oncio held the shield with one hand, and the stretcher with the other without the clunky suit. She looked like a badass general ready to take down a bunch of overpowered rookies. Juhan's, his eyes wide with total confusion. Oncio made a face like she was showing off her moves. I am not the best at this, so why do not you speak up? That dumb brute. Dang. If you say it like that, who dare make a sound? Taking a hit from either the stretcher or the shield is not exactly great. The cat hawk god tore through the twilight, showing support for justice-driven players like Oncio. At this point, only God could stop Oncio. But Juhan still refused to accept the fact that he got wrecked by a girl far below his rank. Seeing the battlefield wrecked like an army had just stormed through, Liao Wu realized he did not need to get involved, and just stayed out of it. Oncio smiled with satisfaction. This power felt exactly like what she sensed when she first woke up. Even with this sudden surge of power, she stayed completely calm. That is why Onencio's real strength is her cool head and unbreakable spirit. Most importantly, she has a superpower and sharp senses capable of taming the fiery Ryuan. Her talent is blooming. Or rather, her potential is awakening. She is gradually becoming the best version of herself. She has not even used half of Ryui's power yet, and it is already impressive. Imagine what she could do with full strength. Wait a second. Is not the director the only one who owns this sword? I do not know what his plans are, but it is definitely not simple. Onencio knew it was time to carefully examine what they found at the temple. At that moment, Onencio punched right in the middle of Juhan's forehead, knocking him completely out of the fight. Younger brother stared blankly at his fierce sister. What on earth just happened to him? It is a long story. Just then, Anseo and Gyeon approached, giving the younger brother even more reason to panic. That was Letrang Seoan. Then why does your face look so tough seeing your little brother? Anseo smiled with eyes sparkling. It is he saved me. That bastard Letrang Seoan saved you. Hey, do not talk about him like that. Yet the guy still judged Gyeon like a coach. No clue why he is even here. What are you planning to do? We are going into the dungeon. What else is there to do? Anseo looked at them with meaningful eyes. The two men were stunned, but only Anseo looked at him with admiration. Anseo's friend grimaced. No, Black Chain Lotus Mountain is not just Min Mong. Each area has its own dangers. That is why White Tiger gave up trying to explore it and only uses it as a training ground. Besides, we only have 100 days here. The gods are all restless. Fierce Tiger Sasuke wonders if that is even true. Masan, you will handle this in no time. The serpent coils around the earth, flicking its tongue, hiding just how cunning you really are. Gyeon asked Trang Seo how long it would take to deal with it, but Trang Seo did not get what he meant. Clearing a dungeon takes a lot of effort, so we need time to prepare. Prepare what? Trang Seo unleashed eternal flames, glowing blue one day, and it will be done. Wings of Ulun sprouted from his back, exciting the other three. This guy's always so quick on his feet. Little did they know, far away, someone was grumbling him. Juhan, beaten to a pulp but still refusing to back down, still glaring angrily with one eye half closed. How dare you defy me? How did she even do that? Did she use some trick? Maybe she is half demon or something. If not, I would not have lost to her so easily. Evenly Changxian would be stuck against me. Then he tries to console himself. Whatever. That girl's half demon anyway. He smirks slyly. I swear, I will make sure none of you ever hold your heads up again. Usually, those who talk big never actually pull anything off. Right then, some underlings called him over. Interrupted while brooding, Zuhan was not too pleased. He glanced over. 3 underlings were still down after getting beaten up. He thought, no matter if the opponent's half demon or not, I can let the captain's reputation take a hit. Should I just take them all out to keep things quiet, or pretend I got ambushed and then hunt down that half-demon? Zuhan chuckled darkly. A trainee who somehow managed to pull a half-demon into the training zone. Sounds pretty badass. Huh, he is so delusional he is already hyping himself up like a headline. Must be all those punches from Unshin to the face messing with his head, making him even crazier. Le Changshun has to be half-demon too. Otherwise, I would not lose like this. After you are done, Le Changxian, you are next. So he cheerfully turned back to answer his teammates. Meanwhile, the system announced the dungeon clearing mission was complete, and final rankings would be updated. Zuan's dungeon rank got completely crushed. First place, Le Changxian with 830,320 points. Second, Musong with 390,000 points. Rewards will be given based on these rankings. Zuan could not believe what just happened, and neither could the people in the control room. Everything happened so fast and dangerously. Already cleared? Seriously? That is it? What the heck is going on? What happened to the guy tracking Lai Changxian? The dungeon's closed. Right after the cold system message, the golden door swung open, a cautionary alert triggered an impact warning, and the countdown to close the gate started from 10. Le Changxian and Baek Gi-woon stood tall, each holding their own peak instead of sitting down. Changxian's face icy cold as the system relayed the god's message. The fierce Saker Tiger was excited by the chaotic scene. Other players were completely frozen as the system counted down. A lion maned guy was watching the situation through a live electronic screen. When the countdown hit 0, a blinding flash covered everything. The dungeon officially closed. Congratulations. The lion maned observer sighed deeply, looking quite downcast. As the gate closed, news outlets exploded with reports about Changxian's victory. With all kinds of wild headlines and no-holds-barred commentary, fans jumped and debated passionately. Basically, the internet was total chaos. Meanwhile, the center of attention kept his cold expression as he delivered a blunt verdict. Isn't he that enough already? His teammates were so used to his sharp tongue they did not react. The White Tiger Guard team was caught off guard and a bit insulted. It was their first time facing this. You think we are just gonna let her walk all over us? If you dare try, we will take you down. Just as the 3 guards were about to push back, a bandaged hand punched them straight in the face. The leader was slammed into the wall. Le Changxian smiled and glanced over to see a familiar face, Seo Jonggun, his fierce tiger aura blazing. Jonggun roared, "Who do you think you are yelling at? You want to get smacked?" The beaten guy, blood still dripping from his nose, immediately stood up to argue. Second squad captain Jonggun got right up in his face and asked, "Can't you call me anything else? Yeah? You want to take another punch to the face? Right?" That guy hurriedly twisted his words. "Why are you here? Captain? From the Marine Division, to catch that jumper?" "But sir, we have not finished the investigation yet." "Investigation? You mean interrogation? Anyway, I'm going after him. That is all." Jonggun still is not allowed to question further. "What? Any objections?" The fierce energy of the great tiger flared up. The guard stayed silent, obediently kneeling like a puppy, while Jonggun confidently led the way. "I will take that as no objections." Follow me. Everyone. Jang Xian was not too thrilled but followed anyway. Seal's gaze was intense from start to finish, while the other two guys just looked helpless. Seal winked at his buddy. Isn't our Oppa super cool? Exactly. He admitted it though he did not really want to. I thought he was just bluffing when he said he conquered it in one day. But after seeing it, even just following behind Li Jiang Seal, I never expected he would pull it off in half a day. Gun. Pumped up, turned to the three behind Jiang Seal and said, "You three, follow my lead closely. Li Jiang Seal is watching me." After arranging those three, Gun and Jiang Seal went off on their own. Gun gave Jiang Seal a sly, "Sweet look. I figure those guys are the team members you gathered for training. Right? That is about right." Li Jiang Seal was too lazy even to answer. "I guess a team starts as a bunch of lone wolves centered around a captain. It always starts that way, right? I agree. Where exactly are we headed?" Jiang Seal realized this was not the way to the director's office, and did not even think the director had a room here. "I have not told you yet we are going to the meeting room. The president said he wants to hear a few things from you." Li Jiang Seal was pretty surprised to hear that. "The president? You mean Ho Moon Siwang?" But before meeting him, he ran into the director at the meeting room door. The director asked first, "So you are here? You look better than last time." System notification. The fierce tiger's eyes are locked on you. Jiang Seal looked back immediately. He is pretty sure the director has a lot of questions, like about the dungeon shutting down shortly after the research facility blew up. Even though the director seems fine, he definitely got the report on Il Jun's death, and he is pretty sure the director suspects him because conquering the dungeon in a single day sounds totally ridiculous. "Thanks to you, it is all thanks to the executive director." Jiang Seal politely replied, "It is all thanks to your abilities. Anyway, because of you, things here have gotten pretty hectic. So you are subtly blaming me for making you work overtime." "Oh man, you ask because you do not know it is not just busy. The captains from the Holy Raid are fighting each other. They say they want you to join." He laughed heartily. "Things are even more chaotic with the rewards you got from conquering the dungeon and everything else. Maybe because the rumor spread upward. We even got some calls from members upstairs. Have you changed your mind yet?" System reminder. The sharp senses of the divine beast say he is causing a ruckus nearby, while knowing your location. Jiang Seal chuckled softly. "That is exactly what I wanted to ask you. You are a man, you have got to handle this properly. I am just one part of it. But the whole company is not planning on letting you leave easily. Look, did not the president request to meet you personally? Forget his guild, he is only interested in international matters anyway. Then, why do not we go say hi to him?" The director waved goodbye to Jiang Seal, so the two took the elevator to meet the president. As soon as the door opened, Jiang Seal immediately activated his insight skill to survey the whole scene. Void Monarch said he was raised to be a devout follower, but his power and talent should be lower than a guardian's. The beast's skills and senses warned you that you are in danger. Jiang Seal feels like this is the first time he has met someone dangerous. Since he returned, you have made it to the Azura Flower Garden. If you ignore the danger, this place is beautiful, better for taking selfies than for meetings. In front of Jiang Seal is a magical path leading to a house under an ancient tree. The director introduced him to the meeting room, where the guild leader is connected through another dungeon. He uses magic to move the gate over here. The tiger's divine senses, trapped in a tough spot, warned that some beasts and humans dared to cross his territory, so this is his domain. The divine senses sitting still for hunting said the dungeon's atmosphere feels unpleasant. The guild leader Moon Seal was already waiting inside the house. "What is with sitting on the roof like that, trying to look dangerous or what?" "As you commanded. I have brought Li Jiang Seal here." Jiang Seal's hair covers one eye. The other looks up coldly, showing little emotion. The old man with wild hair looks down and says, "So you are the kid they call the tyrant." Jiang Seal is surprised. He knows that seems like lately our gods have been taking an interest in humans. The system warns Jiang Seal again. The old's divine senses flying through the dusk advise caution. Things are getting serious. Jiang Seal also senses a warning from the man in front of him, and his mood quickly darkens. Moon Seal activates his mana, and the system keeps warning. The aura of the great tiger is threatening you. Jiang Seal's expression darkens to the extreme, clearly displeased with the other man. The beast's sensory skills consider the current situation extremely dangerous. "From the start, I plan to attract the gods' attention and gather as many stars as possible. I guessed I would face tons of danger from those kids because of their blessings. Even a god can use any means to claim me. This is exactly what I went through in Travers. In Arcadia." Jiang Seal bows his head. "I am Li Jiang Seal." Moon Seal was initially surprised by Jiang Seal's move, then relaxed. "Not bad. Meeting a master swordsman of the 9th generation really impresses me," Li Jiang Seal says respectfully. "Impressive?" Moon Seal repeats his words. "Yes, just a few months ago. I never thought I would make it this far." Jiang Seal is sure the old man won't know his underworld experience, so he probably just sees him as a nobody. "But the elders told me not to bow too low as a warning to newcomers." This definitely bruised his ego. "What are you going to do now?" Moon Seal, will you take back that threat, or will you make a move? He is a player who has surpassed level 90. Surely the gods and stars interested in me will support me, even if they do not. I will find a way to escape. So now, I really want to know what Uncle is going to do. Moonseal breezes past Changseal and whispers into his ear. I get that is all. Changseal's face shows he just got hit. Moonseal continues speaking. Our god said to deliver you a gift, but I already gave it to Sai-1, so try to find it on your way back. After saying that, he opens the way for Changseal. Changseal is still stunned by the situation. What the heck was that? Didn't he warn me? Moonseal never even considered that he would be abandoned by the puppet ruler. He still believes their bond is so strong that nothing could shake it, even with me involved. Changseal narrowed his eyes, wondering if it was the secret holy scripture of Astat-san. Moonseal's silhouette looked completely indifferent to survival, making others suspicious. Changseal thought, whether it is holy soldiers or judo, Moonseal created something and expanded his guild, so the puppet ruler might have given him some holy medicine or something. Meaning, skill Serpent Eye has been activated. The wild god of destruction wraps around the world, reading your mind and granting you divine power. Your skill leveled up, and Moonseal's player info appeared. He is surrounded by the Tiger King's catastrophe. Moonseal glanced back. Changseal saw he was beyond even judo, and he said, if he were human, he would not keep going like this. Changseal was puzzled again. What does he mean by that? And why did he just say that and disappear? Is this a generational gap? Sorry. Changseal bowed his head. The door slammed shut quickly, and Changseal was teleported back to where he first entered. Changseal guessed, it is not just judo. He must be at least 2 levels above. Still, he only sent holy soldiers to those who had his permission, so that means he plans to keep this power all to himself. The puppet ruler just wants to see our reactions, and Moonseal is just following him up. All these old-timers are so annoying. It seems the puppet ruler has spotted a vengeful blade in Moonseal, and that razor-sharp sword is searching for something even higher. But what is it? Returning from the meeting room, Changseal kept walking with Director O and Gun. Director O said, our guild leader sure is a tough one. Changseal did not pay attention to their teasing words and just kept thinking. The research tools at the White Tiger facility are nothing compared to Moonseal's. He must be already seen through Director O's tricks. Yeah, it feels like he exists in a whole different world, right? Even now, I still can't figure out what he is thinking. Gunjun, sounding annoyed. I am begging you. Next time at the conference hall, do not call me anymore. Every time I go, it gives me chills down my spine. It is super uncomfortable. More importantly, what is my gift? The system resurfaced to convey the god's message. The hunting god proudly said that no gift could compare to the benefits he grants you. The hawk god tore through the silent sunset. Listening closely, Director O smiled, hiding his face, then flashed 2 fingers. He gave me 2 choices. One was armor, the other a library. They already opened the library. Jumped up. The library. Both options. Hey, why did not you share one with me? Especially the armor. Director O ignored that noisy guy and looked at Trang Shan. Seems like you have figured it out. Huh, I am actually pretty surprised. Talk is cheap, just look at that face. Who do you believe him? I completed the mission and raided the dungeon that the fierce Tiger Sarker gave me. So I was pretty shocked when he gave me something else. I get it now. Have you decided yet? I want to learn more new skills. I heard there are tons of records in the library I have not read yet. Hearing that, Juan immediately shouted, awesome. Trang Shun just wants to get to that library to find the archives. Director O laughed with his eyes squeezed shut. Fine. I figured you would say that. Now that I think about it, I have not let you pick your patron god yet. What? Gun exploded while Trang Shun kept a cold, unreadable face. What is this? Hyannim. Dante, tell me you are joking. No player has ever not chosen a patron god. Right? How could someone without a patron god even get here? Never seen that before. Huh. Well, I am that special person. Goon kept yelling. Say something. Hyannim. Nah. Sun Moonim's rambling again. Why are you two silent? Busy staring each other down. No way. It can be true. How is that possible? Their expressions did not change at all. Could it really be true? With an utterly confused face, one weakly said, no way. As he looked at Trang Shan, how can he be this strong without a patron god? Then if he did have one, how destructive would he be? Even the title of genius does not fit this guy anymore seriously. Juan looked at Trang Shan with deep worry. Just as Han was about to say something, he got cut off. Seems like fierce Tiger Sarker wants me. Isn't he that clear enough? Not just me, what god would not want you? Lots of stars want me to become their apostle. Are you trying to convince me to do something I already quit? Trang Shan smirked confidently. Director O got serious. Don't you realize that is not convincing at all? I mean, if my reward is becoming an apostle, I will quit this guild immediately even now. I have got plenty of perks, Trang Shan said arrogantly. Director O sighed, thinking this young man was truly strange. Not just him, the gods are screaming too. Fierce Tiger Sarker grimaced and swore with you. The hunting god angrily asked him why he was copying him. The hawk god tore through the sunset, irritated, staring at Fierce Tiger Sarker. Fierce Tiger Sarker stepped back, pouting. Director O, resigned, said, you young folks are always so ambitious. But do you know that one day your ambition might be your downfall? He looked at him with disapproval. Can't he help those with talent and power get to speak? Trang Shan calmly stared back, Expressionless. Director O had no choice but to sigh deeply. Yaran is waiting by the entrance. Ready for each one? Let me lead the way for you. Thanks. But remember, our God is not as forgiving as you think. If he can't have you, then no one else will either. He walked ahead while one followed, patting you on the shoulder. You must have a lot on your mind now, but try to stay positive. If you stay, there is more fun here than you realize. After saying that, the guy quickly dashed after the director. Trangshan frowned as he watched them go. All he wanted to say was, what a bunch of troublemakers. Yaran took charge and continued leading Trangshan. From the second floor up, we split rooms to keep things secure, so you can only enter with a registered key. Then which rooms can I access with this key? If it is limited, that is a real pain. Yaran shook his head. I honestly do not know. Well, what kind of guide is this? You get 6 hours a day to use the rooms. See you tomorrow then. As Trangshan walked in, the old tiger gave him a few words. The fierce tiger god Sarkar said these treasures drive him crazy. He is trying to convince you that if you become his disciple, all of this will be yours. There are plenty of rooms here, all named upstairs. Fierce tiger, silver tiger, one-eyed tiger, silver tiger, split tiger, wild tiger, and the nightmare eater. They all come from the tiger line. Rewards kept from tiger raids and missions. Ahead lies the very path. Each path offers a different way to become a fierce tiger. Choose your path, and your nature's key will change accordingly. But Sarkar suggests if you become his disciple, you get them all. Soon just thought this was totally ridiculous. Seriously laughable. Even if I do not do it, someday I will steal everything here anyway. Soon picked a door that got the gods buzzing with talk. Fierce tiger god Sarkar could not understand your choice and shook his head. The serpent god, wrapped around the world, shook his head too, saying he would not get you with that stubborn mind. Sarkar was furious. He said it is not too late yet and asked if you wanted to pick another path. You chose the one-eyed tiger, man. Refusing him, I could do that my whole life. That is that. Simply put, the one-eyed tiger is the Cyclops tiger. Though its sight is weaker than the two-eyed tigers, its willpower is stronger than any of them. A brutal, ruthless killer with no concept of defense, predictable reactions from the puppet ruler. He only chooses those like himself and picked the youngest of the 9 siblings. The door opened, unleashing a terrifying magical wave. Changxian was confident this would be fine. With the ghost spirit, the extinguishing fire, and the mountain god greeting him, he wanted to unlock the other paths with Peter's key. But no matter how easy the puppet ruler seemed to sway, he would not agree. Before the door closed, Changxian promised himself he would steal everything from him in a way he would never expect. Have entered the one-eyed tiger's room. Meanwhile, someone was getting all worked up because no one had returned yet. Unseo spun like a ballet dancer, nervously asking, what is going on? Why is he acting like that? Is something wrong with him? Relax, sis. He will come out in no time. Just sit down for me. Do you really think the tyrant's about to leave Earth? He is not a tyrant. Unseo snapped. His name is Seo. That's Seo. Why did not you ever call Appa's bluff? Seo put on that love-struck look like a cursed little sister going, Prince, save your little brother, please. Typical fan behavior from a Gwon fan. Outsiders would definitely think she is not normal. He glanced over at Jaewon, who looked calm and indifferent, but inside he was analyzing everything. Despite all the noise outside, it was eerily quiet inside. Was that really baked Jaewon back then? Could that face actually become that handsome someday? But what the heck happened? What is Lee Chang-seo's real identity? Is there something going on between Unseo and him? The quiet younger brother thought, I must have missed something good or bad. I need to know. Actually, you are like this because you want to protect that. That is your sister with her love-struck brain, sitting over there praying for Appa's safe return. So embarrassing. You too. Tone it down. Just then, a notification popped up beside him. The swirling horse god of the world said you are too noisy. The swirling horse god said if you do not know how to be quiet, you will never get the info you want. The younger brother thought, did that day mistake me for Lee Chang-seo? The swirling horse god laughed and said no, that was not it. He was even more surprised when the god read his thoughts that day. The swirling horse god said everything was written all over your face. The god happily said your suspicious nature back then is just like now. The swirling horse god said he has a proposal for you and wants to know what you think. The god said you might become the priest of that day. Depending on the situation, well, that is an awesome offer. Didn't expect something that sweet to just drop on Jimju's head and blow his mind. Just then, someone called out to them, Himjia? Unchul. They spotted a young guy with a square jaw grinning wide. You two did it. That is great. Jimju immediately recognized him from the Hidyat, where he was cocky and reckless. He was one of those who ignored the plea to help Unchul, the lost kid, and now he dares to smile like nothing happened. Absolutely unacceptable. Yet Unchul's eyes welled up as she ran over. Oppa. The square-jawed guy blushed and called out to Unchul, thinking he had a chance. But before she could get too emotional, Unchul brushed past him like air. The guy looked back suspiciously while Jimju covered his mouth to keep from laughing. Lai Changxian. Yeah, that is me. What do you want? Unchul was grabbed by the wrist and held back by him. She turned around, clearly annoyed. What do you think you are doing? The guy's safe face darkened with anger and resentment. You have never acted like this toward me before. Changxian had just arrived and was already caught in a confusing love-hate mess. The other guy got even more fired up, eyes full of malice and bitter words. You never cared how I felt, and now, so that is why you disappeared. Huh, oh really? Why are you so quick to blame others? Seeing his jealous, sneaky face, Unchul wondered if she should just bury this guy alive. But when she saw Changxian standing there, she flipped the script and quickly wiped tears, calling out Dad. Changxian stood still, looking away, making the other guy mad. What do you get from staring at me like that in a flat? Unchul itched to react but did not have time. Changxian had grabbed that punk's collar before she could blink. He easily lifted the guy with just one hand. The punk was about to meet his maker but still talking trash. Hey, let go. Do you know who I am? Hearing that, Changxian sensed something was off. His eyes flashed wildly as his tiger's eye appeared. The guy felt like he was hanging by the claws of a tiger. One eye of the half-human tiger is staring right at you. The system is warning him. Half-human tiger, with its murderous intent and cruelty, these are its only two traits. It can inject a fear of death into anyone caught in the gaze of its single eye. This kind of fear is special, deadly, and full of murderous intent. It infects your very soul. You have been affected by fear, gripped by panic. You are in shock. Emergency. You are in severe shock right now. Your mental state could be damaged beyond repair. You are strongly advised to leave this area immediately. Yellow liquid streams out from between his legs. Jinzhou screams in disgust. Everyone else quickly backs away in shock, too. That kind of scared shitless reaction is real. Changxian does not even flinch. Just letting the guy's pee puddle spread across the floor. He slides over to Unseo and says, "Let us." "Alright, Oppa. Love's got me blinded." Unseo replies. The poor guy is left half shocked and forgotten, while the others have no clue how to handle this mess. "Oppa, do you want to eat something?" Unseo carefully asked Changxian. "Want anything to eat?" "Yeah. I am done training now. Let us go eat." "Not today. Maybe next time." Unseo's face falls. Huh? What? Look ahead. A swarm of reporters with countless cameras and flashes is shining right in our faces. Li Changxian, how do you feel about conquering an unexplored dungeon in record time? The Silver Tiger Guild announced they have planned something amazing for you. Have you discussed this with the guild yet? Changxian tells Unseo. So many eyes are watching us right now. Unseo suddenly remembers Changxian's always been like this. Wherever the team goes, crowds swarm around them. They keep asking questions, one after another, never ending. Li Changxian keeps a cold, unreadable face and the motto, "Stay silent." Shin Unseo seems the most excited, strutting proudly, running into Changxian's fan club. She grits her teeth, fierce and ready. Changxian just wonders what crazy nonsense these guys are up to. Wait. You mean this limousine? This is my personal car. The manager gave it to me to use. Even got me a driver. One word. Classy? What did you want to say just now? Jinju suddenly lets out a sharp, agitated sound. When we left the hall, it seemed like you wanted to say something to me. Did not you? You noticed? It would be weird if I did not notice you acting so nervous. Ju sighs deeply. Have you ever heard of the Serpent God's sixth sense? Suddenly, a god is startled. The Serpent God's sixth sense jolts when it hears its name mentioned. It lashes its tail in protest at this person's lack of secrecy. Xian's fed up with these childish fools too. I know. It is one of the senses I am interested in. That sense spoke to me and told me to watch your every move and report anything interesting I find. The Serpent God's sixth sense laments that it is all over now. Is that? Jinji nods slowly. Yeah. I was told to focus on detailed reports about any possible secrets. You kept looking away, not realizing a dark force was glaring at you with intense anger. Hey. Why are you only telling us this now? Unseo grabs her cheek and pulls like pulling a rubber band. I just got this message not long ago. Still, as soon as you got it, you should be said something. My ear, my eye. It hurts. They are really annoying. CNS super regretful thought he was just saving some noisy kid. But turns out he got a whole surprise package he can handle. Aren't you mad? Jimgyo looks stunned, eyes wide in disbelief. Mad? Why would I be mad? Well, honestly, I am feeling pretty conflicted. So you have discovered something? Not really. So that is fine. You never caused me any harm. So why should I apologize? Jimgyo was stunned. This guy really holds power, way beyond all of us. The Serpent God, sense embracing the world, said there is nothing interesting, and buried his face in Sion's chest. Sion asked him skeptically what gift the God Sense had given him. The Serpent God Sense glanced up a bit. Jimgyo said it promised to teach him magic singing. Sun was pretty surprised. Magic singing. Jimgyo said it suits him better than anything else. Follow me. Huh. It said you would follow me around and report anything interesting. Right? Then just do that. Sun was so generous that someone reacted strongly. The Serpent God Sense embracing the world jumped up, blinking in confusion. Jimgyo still had not fully processed what just happened. Magic singing is known by the Serpent God Sense as one of the greatest secret techniques called Uroboros skill. Even just the basics are super hard, let alone the whole thing. The fact that the God Sense offered to teach you means it really sees great talent in you. Sun explained this to Jimgyo, who looked a bit confused. Surely it must have seen something deep inside you. The Serpent God Sense was shocked. Mouth agape. Wondering how you could know that. The Serpent God Sense warned you not to get too full of yourself. It emphasized that so many people wish to be taught by. It could wrap the world in endless circles if lined up. Jimgyo was still wondering if he really had talent. And Xian encouraged him, so just do whatever the God Sense tells you. Car stopped, and sisters Ansel and Gio got out. You told your brainless fan sister, from now on, I will be his fan. Ansel proudly laughed out loud finally. She realized how amazing he was. If you want to know anything about him, just ask Muha. You think I would go crazy simping like you? Of course Ansel did not miss that comment. Ouch. My leg. My leg. Meanwhile, the Serpent was grilling Xian. The Serpent God Sense was asking how you got access to its info. Like a secret keeper? I will keep my secrets too. The Serpent God Sense angrily whipped its tail on the ground, frustrated that it could not figure out what was going on in your head. Xian laughed, saying he once wanted to learn Roboro's S skill but magic was too hard, so he gave up. If Shinjin Jiyu could teach me that skill, it would be super useful. No wonder he openly lets a Pazari tail him around like that. Do you live in Nojiangjin? Yes, that is right. Soon glanced once and saw Jai Yula. He nervously denied it. I am small but living in a Siwen's house. I am asking nicely, so just be honest. If not, I will follow you, and if I catch you lying, I will make sure you pay. Soon's threat made Jio Yu instantly shrink back. You do not have a home, right? Yes. Where did you live before? I needed weapons, so I withdrew my deposit. Soon frowned, sighing, such a dumb guy. Does your dad even know you are living like this? Anyway, I have to help you fully understand these demon creatures, so I suggested, just stay at my place for now. Jaiwu was totally stunned, but let me get you some clothes first. Before heading home to mom, Lai Changxian changed into work clothes, so she would not know he would been in a total brawl. When Rua saw him come back, she was shocked because Changxian had said he would be gone for over 3 months. Training finished faster than she expected. If mom knew you were back, she would have cooked way more. It is mom, I can just order something outside too. You hardly come home. Do not eat out, let me cook for you. Oh mom, there is something I want to tell you. What is it? What were you up to out there? Come inside. Who is that? Dear, he is my friend. Bitch Jai. Jai Gun looked a bit awkward entering the rich household for the first time. Sorry to bother you. Ruha, seeing her son bring a friend for the first time, was super hospitable and told him to feel at home. Jai Gun kept marveling, not expecting such a huge house. The river and mountains view just made it even more amazing. No wonder it is Changxian's place. There is even a big screen TV showing the news. Tyrant Lei Changxian and her team just broke into a dungeon no one dared to try before. Foreign news agencies are all covering this event non-stop. Jai Gun felt a bit weird hearing all this. Looking over at the sofa, he saw Changxian famous politician sister snacking, her hair a mess with some strands tied and some loose. She noticed the two familiar guys, but did not leave. Instead, she snapped photos and asked Jiogun who he was. Changxian just pointed, and when his sister glanced at the TV, she looked caught and quickly tried to cover it up. Says, I just happened to flip to this channel. Then I switched it off right away, so no big deal. Right? His sister growled, annoyed, and got up to leave the room. Jua called after her. You are watching TV but going to your room. Dinner's almost ready. I do not want to eat. Jua frowned. This kid's up to something again. Not sure who she takes after. She seems like that, but she really cares about you. A few days ago, she even watched videos of your tests on YouTube. What? I do not even like her, mom. And so a fierce argument between mother and son kicked off. Changxian told Jai Gun to follow him and check out the rooms first. Whoa, is this your room? Call me? Please. Sir makes me want to crawl in a hole. What? Call me? So this is your room. Sweet. It is even bigger than mine. Changxian thought that if Shoksich heard this, he would be like, how do you mix up family titles? Because technically, uncle would make more sense. Bitch Jiogun explored Changxian's room, greeting everything like it was a VIP tour. First time seeing this kind of stuff. I do not have the money for this stuff. And you have 3 titles too. This is the basic version. Just enjoy it. Really? But that is not even the best part. The best part is the huge bathroom with hot water. Jiogun clearly felt like he and Changxian lived in 2 totally different worlds. When it was mealtime, she warned, if I am a bit rushed cooking, do not complain. I am still learning, and I do not know if it suits your taste. It is super delicious. Juha beamed with pride at the compliment, and Jayagun almost cried from happiness. I have never eaten anything this good in my life. You should open a restaurant. Madam? He chewed like he was starving. Jua noticed and gave a thumbs up. That kid sure knows how to talk. Wish someone else could learn from him. Under her hopeful gaze, her son managed to say 3 words. Delicious. Mom. Jua rolled her eyes and glanced over at Jayogun. See? Look at his face. Who could cook for him? Your name is Jayogun, right? Yes, that is right. Want to be my daughter instead? You would fit better as the youngest here than that other kid. Juha was so excited she caught Jayogun totally off guard, seeing him awkward. She said she was just joking and asked if he wanted more soup. This scene made Jae-gun suddenly remember the laughter from his past, the laughter of his mother. After eating, the two young men decided to sleep. Trangxian lay on the bed, while Jae-gun made a nest on the floor. Without looking, Trangxian already knew Jae-gun could not sleep. He told him, "If anything is bothering you, just say it. The floor is warm, and the blanket is soft, really comfortable. Then why can't you sleep? It is just... I am worried you might be feeling trapped or something. That obvious? Huh, only idiot would not notice. What is on your mind? Nothing. It is just... I wonder if I even deserve to live this comfortably right now. Who gave you that right?" Jae-gun sat up a bit to answer, but Trangxian spoke first. "No one. That is something you decide for yourself. I decide for myself. If you look down on yourself, your worth will shrink. But if you value yourself more, everything changes." Jae-gun snorted. "You are the one who decides what you want to do. No one else has the right to decide for you. I get it now." Trangxian saw him and was reminded of himself back in the day. Back then, he was just a relentless demon, always fighting. He never recognized his own worth. Only after hitting rock bottom and losing everything did he realize his mistakes. "I do not want you to make the same mistakes I did. Thank you, sir." Suddenly, Trangxian thought these words should have come from his old man instead. That old geezer's success must be disappeared somewhere. Even the gods were moved by this uncle-nephew bond. The season was so touching it almost made them cry. The old man gazed at you with eyes full of deep, raw emotion. The next morning, so weird. Right, Mom? Weird how? That is your report. Why are you talking about your little brother like that? Mom, do not interrupt me. Let me finish. Haven't you noticed he has been acting strange lately? Trangxian's older sister suddenly switched careers to become a detective, and Mom Ruha could not keep up ever since she got involved in that prison case. She is like a completely different person. She quit drinking and got less hot-headed. Even when I purposely tried to annoy her, she just ignored me. Ruha held her head, wondering what the oldest sister in the house was talking about. Basically, she is weird, like she suddenly aged a few years overnight. Talks less, thinks more, even smarter now, though her face is still annoying. But the strangest thing is, Mom noticed Ruha looking at her with a confused expression. "Mom, do not you know, that kid does not have any friends at all." Ruha said that, then got ready to throw a punch. But the sister did not realize and kept talking casually. "And suddenly, he brought a friend home who looked pretty cool, too. Who told you to talk about your little brother like that?" Ouch. "Mom, stop hitting me. It hurts." After that hit, the sister still wanted to speak. Ruha raised her hand again. "What nonsense are you planning to say now? Seriously, it is not like that. The kid's friend is exactly my type. Both looks and personality. Mom, can you ask if he has a girlfriend yet? If he gets along with that kid, he must have a great personality too." Of course. The sister took another hit from Ruha after that comment. Just then, the two young men came downstairs. While Mom was asking questions, the sister quickly changed her look. Trangxian said, "We are going to train now. We will eat out, so you go ahead and eat first." Mom, his eyes flickered for about 5 seconds. "Don't overdo it." Mom warned. "Got it, little brother. I am all transformed now," the sister said as she left. Trangxian frowned, sighed, and said he would come back later. Jae-gun bowed his head and said, "We are off now." Outside, he asked Trangxian where they were going to change weapons. "Are you really going to keep using that worn-out thing forever?" "But I do not have any money." Trangxian sized him up. "Did you forget what I told you yesterday? You have to value yourself, and weapons are a big part of that. They protect your body and help you beat monsters. If your weapon does not feel right, you won't unleash your full power." Trangxian started explaining that it is not just weapons, armor, charms, magical stones too. "So just trust me. I will gear you up completely. Then I will test your skills." So BD Jiao-gun felt clueless, but with the 3-3 Golden Lord backing him, he had nothing to worry about anymore. The first turning point was after I revived Ma Xin, and this could be the second. Both turning points involved this guy's presence. "What is up? Dude, you want me to make you a female weapon too? Do you think I am your all-in-one staff or what? You think weapons just grow on trees?" 100 million coins have been added to your account from SSS-Rank Bank. It is not about the money. It is about the job. 100 million coins have been added to your account from SSS-Rank Bank. Well, true 3-3 Golden Lord style, rich and quiet. Just 2 transfers totaling 200 million coins. He is still holding up. Damn it. Compared to the last time he looked like a beggar. Ziji's totally transformed. More gold, more style, and fashion that beats the weather. After 2 transfers, he is basically punching himself out of boredom and just swearing. Jiao-gun's just dumbfounded. What the hell is going on? 2 transfers of 100 million coins each. He teared up and gave a thumbs up to Trangxian. "So cool. Dude, this just proves that if money can't solve it, then tons of money definitely can, and this logic always works with money-hungry guys like Uziji. I already told you to call me boss." Trangxian winced at Uziji's cursing. Yeah, boss? You rich jerks are always like this? What do you want me to do? You have got a spear. If you want me to make one like yours, I will split your head open for forge fuel. That is some serious talk. Can you actually pull it off? No need for that. Just a regular spear will do. Not too long or heavy, around 3 meters, and the right weight. How is anyone supposed to get that without an example? Jiao Gaon, hand me your spear. Uziji grabbed the spear. Wondering what kind of weight this was, he moved closer to Jiao Gaon's hand. You mostly use your left hand, right? Instead of the usual way, you use it to stab and spab. Uziji massaged Jiao Gaon's form while analyzing, using centrifugal force and spinning to add power. That is not bad at all. Do you pay attention to speed when swinging such a heavy weapon? Jiao Gaon noticed all other blacksmiths were arrogant, but this guy was different. Uziji even noticed this guy used his legs for power. Jiao Gaon admitted this was truly the master blacksmith. Chang Xian chose. No wonder his weapons are amazing. What rank do you want it to be? At least on par with Refined Howl or Ice Howl at 100 times over. What? You trying to start a fight or what? Something like that. 15 days. 10. You are crazy. That is the minimum time I need after putting the materials into the mold. If I keep forging nonstop, my hands will be wrecked. No pain, no gain. Right? Remember, at least 10 days. Got it. Uziji's anger filled the screen. Why did not you say that from the start? Even entering the training room, Jiao Gaon was still nervous about having his own weapon. What are you thinking? Chang Xian reminded him, and Jiao Gaon realized now's not the time to daydream. Nothing. Just a bit worried. Don't worry so much. Otherwise, you want to train properly. Yeah? The god of the season is watching your spear with excitement. The god of Mu whispers is reorganizing the leftover information. The fierce god Saker said that if it is not a life or death battle, it is not. So he is tuning out for now. Well, Chang Xian would probably say he should prepare a strong heart. Anyway, you can use as much willpower as you want. Jiao Quan hesitated a bit, and Chang Xian immediately guessed it was not working well. He thought that might be the problem. Jiao Quan was surprised and asked if Chang Xian knew why. The god Menegexes surrounding the world wondered what this sly old man was planning. Your magic should not be used like ordinary magic. A demon child is supposed to be born between a mage and a demon tribe, so you could call it half human, half demon, meaning you have both light and dark energy. But the problem is, you are no longer just a demon. If your power moves freely without your control, that is not good, like turning on a light that blinds me. Saying, you just need a different way to circulate your magic compared to before. Of course, that means changing everything from how you breathe to your smallest habits. So Chang Xian thinks what Jiao Quan has now is shadow energy. I need to turn that into a special ability or power unique to him. If I can do that, it is like giving him a whole new potential as a person. From now on, you have to become my shadow. What kind of request is that, bro? But before, Chang Xian had already received a similar offer. Shadow? What do you mean? You already know I do not have a fixed form, right? Yeah? Otherwise you would not be here. Exactly. I do not even exist like a normal soul because my existence is almost godlike. No god or star can sense me. But you are different, so what? To keep a body, I merged into your shadow and treated it like part of myself. Your shadow is now the only physical form I have in this world. I need to stay hidden and avoid letting outsiders or gods find out. You are basically using me. I do not want to put it that way, but yeah, it is similar. You will benefit from me too. Right now, Jiao Gun is asking Chang Xian what he needs to do, and he is not the only one confused. The god Menegexes surrounding the world says he does not understand what you are planning. The god Menegex is curious to see what new knowledge you will give him. First, you need to learn how to control the shadow energy you have. Chang Xian seriously teaches Jiao Gun. Like I said, controlling shadow energy is different from other energies. You need a path for it to flow naturally. Jiao Gun does not understand what path Chang Xian means. A shadow. Try putting all your fears into my shadow. Use your will. Pull my shadow toward you, Chang Xian explained. But Jiao Gun barely understood and looked as confused as a stunned monkey. Don't use force, think about it. Soothe it, and let it come to you. Jiao Gun furrowed his brows tightly as Chang Xian's shadow seemed to move. At first it was just a slight flicker, then it slowly stretched upward. Jiao Gun was startled by its sudden, strong movements. Grab it, Chang Xian shouted. Focus. Jiao Gun furrowed his brows again and pulled the shadow toward him. The shadow merging onto him. Don't let the shadow swallow you. Push through it at all costs. Keep going. The shadows are rising. The shadow energy is running out. Jiao Gun's face twisted in pain, grinding his teeth but not crying out. The shadow energy is spiraling out of control. The power is being absorbed too hard. Jiao Gun struggled while the shadow mocked him. I won T. Love it. Thinking back to the first shadow I caught. Here we go again. Guess I have no choice. I have gotta help now. Shadows swirled around Jiao Gun like they were about to swallow him whole, twisting into a dark vortex. The shadows were merging into one. You successfully caught it. Hearing that is more exciting than seeing your own father come back from the dead. The shadow said, you have to try hard because you chose to join us. You must take responsibility for the challenges and dangers that lie ahead. Jiao Gun's eyes went wide as he reached out toward the dark swirling vortex. The vortex shaped into a face pressing close and asked, got it, Jiao Gun? Don't worry. And locked eyes with the shadow as it lunged straight at him. System, Skill shadow creation acquired. Analyzing the shadow you captured using shadow energy as the base. Temporary traits acquired. Temporary skills acquired. Temporary abilities acquired. There is still a lot of hidden info. Analysis 71.5% complete. Shadow illusion traits obtained. Conclusion is clear. Bakejai. Unknown. Nickname. Wulingus container. Unknown. Guardian. Class. Ancient Temple Guardian. Level 28. Bakejai Gun was pretty surprised by his new interface. The system kept feeding more info. Unique details copied from Charlie Chang Seo on look pretty rough. Learn as much as you can from Charlie Chang Seo on, so you can mimic better. Chang Seo on explained to him, shadow energy is the power used to mimic something, so you need something to mimic in the first place. That is why you told me to take your shadow. Right? The more you understand it, the stronger your shadow energy gets. So from now on, see what you can copy. Jaiga nodded, signaling he got it. Chang Seoan immediately spun his spear in hand like Sun Wukong. The spear sliced through the air with sharp, intense energy, making Jaigun marvel. The hunting season god watched excitedly as you showed off your new martial skill. The Mio god praised your comrades' admiration of you. The fierce tiger god Sarkar wanted to see if you mastered their sacred skill. Le Chang Seoan performed a few basic moves, then saluted the gods and landed. He struck 2 powerful blows. The fierce tiger god Sarkar happily admired your achievements. Meanwhile, Jaigun got bombarded with a bunch of notifications. Unknown. Analysis failed. Level gap with the shadow owner too huge. Oh man, does he really want me to catch that thing? Before Jaigun could even start freaking out, Le Chang Seoan nudged him. What are you doing? Pick up the spear. Jaigun struggled but finally lifted the spear, his face twisting like a grumpy cat. The fierce tiger god Sarkar felt it would be even better if you put more inner energy into it. Chang Seoan smirked and glanced at Jaigun. Now, let us get started. The fierce tiger god Sarkar tilted his head, confused by something strange. The one-eyed tiger. The fierce tiger god Sarkar froze. The tiger let out a powerful roar. System translating this part. One-eyed tiger status has shifted to Berserk Tiger. Berserk Tiger roar. Berserk Tiger suddenly unleashed terrifying power. Le Chang Seoan laughed proudly amid the roar of some god. Fierce tiger god Sarkar shouted, "What the hell did you do in the library?" Surprised. Old man, White Tiger Association. Main owner. Floor 7. Management Council Room. I want us to discuss the flag bearer in this round. The trainees did not expect things to get even worse at such a critical moment. They can tee back out now, and nobody knows what the director's thinking. If at least half of the training was done, it would be less of a headache. We need to come up with a new training method. Everyone looked stressed and ready to snap. Director O glanced over at Director Kangen. Kangen stayed unusually silent, making everyone uneasy. Kim Il-sun stood up to speak first. After this, we want to just combine them. We will level up and make it more advanced. Director O's face grew serious. What do you mean by combining them? How exactly? I recently heard the Future Strategy Department tracked down the Phantom's location. Why do not we let the flag bearers go capture the Phantom? Luckily, the flag bearers this round have nearly completed their basic training. What better way to gain combat experience than real battle? But what if those savages start making noise? Only the top execs know the full story. Trainers just handle minor issues, and who would trust those evil creatures who committed unforgivable crimes against gods and humans alike? Director O tapped the table to show he meant business, then looked over at Captain Park. What do you think of Director Kim's proposal? I think it makes sense, but what if it ends up causing more damage than good? Captain Park laughed, acting fearless. If they can handle this, why call themselves tigers? Good. Let us go with Director Kim's plan. Replace the remaining drills with the scale exercise campaign. Scores and ranks will be based on trainees' achievements. Also, Li Changxiu, who completed all challenges, will be separated from the others and sent to the Future Strategy Department. That shocked everyone there. Director Kangen smiled faintly. So that is how you plan to reveal yourself. After class, Director O asked Director Kim to stay for a chat to build camaraderie. I hope you are not cooking up any crazy schemes. Of course not. Can I trust you? Yes, you can fully trust me. I am not the type to pick and choose followers. I see them as tools to use and discard. Like this time, I found a stubborn sword. If the blade breaks or shatters, would not that be a huge disappointment? Kim Il-sung was terrified by these words and immediately bowed down. The sword you intend to use, I promise I will do everything to keep its blade safe. I will destroy any obstacle. Please do not doubt my loyalty. Please trust me. I beg. Director O just glanced at him without saying more. The office of Director Kim Il-sung. Kim Il-sung dragged back the bloodied, beaten guy to scare his son. This guy looks familiar. Director Kim told his son, you have to take him down no matter what, but why do I have to do that? At first, I said you should make him pay for mocking you, but I changed my mind. You must take him down at all costs. He is a jerk who will keep getting in your way and pushing you around. Director Kim was full of hatred. It is not just because he mocked you, it is to prevent future trouble. That guy will definitely be a thorn in your side. Yes? I understand. The sword gritted his teeth. Right. A real man has to be tough. After dealing with Li Changxiu, I will take care of that jerk too. He just had an idea. Dad, do you know anyone else that jerk has humiliated? Huh? Does it matter? Yeah? That is Yuhin. The guy who started that weird team with Lim or whatever his name is. While those two are scheming over there, La Changxian is busy swirling golden energy to demonstrate for Jiaogun. The fierce tiger Sarker quietly watches you. The fierce tiger Sarker eagerly asks what you have done. The furious tiger is full of brave and violent instincts. Nothing can stand against the wild roar of this mountain-trembling beast. Classification. Traits. Effects. Veteran warrior. Boost super strength. The fierce tiger of the plains is ruthless and brutal. Any target it locks onto 1T survive. Classification. Traits. Effects. Savage bite. Overwhelming violence. The tiger is full of kind and agile instincts, quickly assessing its surroundings with sharp hunting intelligence. Classification. Traits. Effects. Boost intelligence and quick thinking. The Exabouthian form says you should be thought this through before giving it one. The fierce tiger Sarker asks what the heck you are talking about. The Exabouthian form says once it gets one, it will control everything else. The fierce tiger Sarker scowls, clearly unhappy. The Exabouthian form tells you to give up getting involved with him, already makes you a loser. The Miu Ung form shreds the dusk and nods in agreement. The Great Kneeling God form agrees while chasing down hell. The Hunting Season form says you are probably talking about someone it knows, but it can figure out who he has got a headache. The fierce tiger Sarker gets even angrier, totally furious. Trankson is seriously fed up with these dumb gods, but what they say is not wrong. The fierce tiger Sarker's spirit grew even fonder of you and kept backing you up. That old man's got a long way to go before he can outrun me. Gale Good is training his arm muscles. The system announces player bitch Gale Good is the embodiment of your fierce tiger. The sudden appearance of the easy target has made the other gods wary. Looks like Gale Good is doing better than expected. Should I check this out at the White Tiger Research Institute? You have taken out the Nameless Scroll. Nameless Scroll. The Nameless Scroll is homemade. Extremely dangerous as it contains countless unidentified curses. It is tightly sealed and needs to be unlocked. Classification. Scroll. Effect unknown. This scroll is homemade by a skilled craftsman. Using your beast senses, you analyze the Nameless Scroll in detail. Since Judo was developed from this, I am sure it is connected to Stas' 7 secret scrolls. If I can read what is inside, then I will learn a lot more. You sense a terrifying power coming from the Cat King's calamity. Countless black smoke with glowing yellow eyes swirl around. Changxian did not expect this to even contain the Cat King's hidden calamity. Fierce tiger Sarker watches happily, wondering how you will handle the Cat King's threat. What Changxian's holding is the real deal. Nada. What the heck did the director do with this thing? The Cat King's threat is roaring, eager to pin you down. The tiger's roar reveals sharp, fierce fangs. The chaotic tiger wants to pin you down. Changxian thinks he needs to do something and immediately comes up with the golden lock. The fierce tiger Sarker carefully watches your move. Damn, this one T-do. I am not ready to get spotted by the evil gods yet. Still, the golden lock is pulled out. The fierce tiger Sarker gets super excited seeing the golden lock. The fierce tiger Sarker laughs, saying he knew you would get it sooner or later. Peter Slock finds a keyhole on the Nameless Scroll and breaks the seal. The Nameless Scroll floats up, shining a blinding light across the space. The Cat King's threat stops roaring. The scroll's secret contents are revealed. The words twist and writhe. Trying to escape, you have obtained the 4th scroll from Dacian's 7 secret scrolls. Jiaogan calls out to Changxian. Bro, you okay? Changxian raises his hand, giving a forest sign to him. Jiaogan understands it is a danger warning and knows to back off. Jiaogan obediently complies. The 4th scroll of S.San, the 4th of the 7 secret scrolls, now symbolizes the power of forgotten stars. Be careful not to let its power take over you. This item holds many mysteries and functions, but only reveals its true nature when combined with the other scrolls. Classification. Scroll. Relic. Effect. Contains wisdom. Other effects unknown. Changxian thinks. Surprised this is the 4th scroll. He has already collected 3 from the White Tiger Guild. Maybe now he understands what he has been missing. Director Owen found and secretly stashed away the 4th scroll. Could this be why Judo was discovered? But then, how do we explain all this? Because of this, I fell under the Cat King's threat. It must be something special inside. The evil gods want to willingly reveal it, but I can hold on to this dangerous thing for too long either. The great demon spirit pursuing the hell prison is very interested in this item of yours. The great demon spirit pursuing the hell prison is waiting for your answer. Your answer? That offer from the guidance circle. Huh. The great demon god's sacred form chases after the prison hell, saying he will trade this for the promised gift if you are not interested in this scroll. Just then, a ray of light shines above Trang Shan's head. Announce it. With the influence of the Lake Eye, you can now understand the lines in the scroll. The fierce tiger Sarko's sacred form scoffs, calling this ridiculous. The sacred form of Mew Eagle tears through the dusk, breathing heavily, watching you more closely. The sacred form of Min Exathian wants to see the scroll's contents through your eyes. It is eagerly waiting. Here's what it says. My children, those who have come here guided by the moon, children who wish to use my power to be reborn, and children who want to follow me, listen carefully. I am a distant entity, yet close and ready to guide you. The sacred form Sabao says it can see the contents, and slams its tail hard. Isn't it just like a tadpole splitting the water? Trangshan can fully grasp this, since the beginning seems missing. But it is enough to guess. Hidden code step completed. Hidden research condition completed. A new challenge has been created to uncover the hidden information. A secret path within the moon. Hidden classification. Myotu. You have successfully decoded one of the mysteries of Dansan's secret sacred scripture after many trials. So now you hold most of the knowledge about the tiger's artistry and have proven your strong will and extraordinary physical strength. Still, the secrets of the sacred scripture run deeper and are more unpredictable than you know. Travel, gather strength, knowledge, and starlight from the sacred scripture. You have met all the conditions to become the master of every secret it offers. Secret scripture decoding condition successfully met. Failure will corrupt your mind and lead to ruin. Success means the starlight of forgotten stars will guide you. Do you want to continue the hidden mission? Oh no? Moon Sion. Stop overthinking. He remembers Mon Sion in that tragic moment. He guesses this is the power John Ho possesses. I have to complete the challenge to gain the greater power of the eternal warrior Heijudo. The starlight, and those forgotten stars described in Basan's sacred scripture. Directory only uses this in a shallow way. The sacred form of fierce tiger Saker is watching your choice. Moon Sion thinks the evil god really is a jerk. He only gave me this useless scroll to keep while Directory holds it too. Jiwon, do not interfere with what is about to happen to me, and do not let anyone else in here. Alright, brother, what is your next move? You can do it, right? Okay, I will do it. Jiao Gun thinks Moon Sion is a mysterious guy. I am sure he has secrets I will never understand. I am sure this is one of them. As a shadow, I have to follow him without questioning. Moon Sion smiles calmly and accepts the challenge. You will be taken to the next challenge to begin the mission. The roar of the Tiger King echoes again. The roar of the tiger bears its fangs and claws. The Chaos Tiger has been formed. The sacred form of Mew Eagle tears through the dusk, wishing you a victorious battle and offering the reward it carries. Unyielding will and calm mind have merged to make you stronger. Moon Sion struggles to endure what is invading his body. Sending. Then I will come back later. Authority has been established. Moon Sion is completely drawn into that demonic vortex. You have entered the current challenge. The undefeated demon cave. Tears fall onto the music sheet, dropping one by one, even landing on Moon Sion's face, making him open his eyes. His eyes are vacant, and strange blue marks appear on his face. From the hand, a voice is heard. If only I could go back once more. It seems he is traveling back through his own past. At that moment, a bright light suddenly appeared in the sky. It was a yellow water explosion with countless creepy eyes that sent everyone fleeing in terror. That letter from you pushed me into a random battle, and to survive, I fought. Actually, I fought just so I could keep fighting, and before I realized it, I had defeated too many gods and celestial beings. People called me the god of war or the hated god, because nothing that annoyed me escaped my wrath, until one day, on a rain-soaked day, with a pile of cold corpses beneath my feet. It was because I fought only for that ideal that my titles abandoned me, even the one I loved. Laiteka had to sacrifice herself to protect me. Lai Changzhen knelt before the girl with seaweed green hair who had long since breathed her last. Tears fell as the massacre began. I carried that rage into the battle against the 12 zodiac signs, and the result was that only I got infected by this lowly poison. Blue poison like tears flowed from Lai Changzhen's eye sockets, spreading all over him. If only I could turn back time, just rewind before that light appeared. I could have prepared to give that bastard the most painful death. Lai Changzhen suddenly opened his eyes. The dungeon mission begins. Mission theme: survive and conquer. You have just been hit by the curse of the Tiger King. Every 24 hours, the curse will send you to the Tiger's Stargate Dungeon. The Tiger's Stargate Dungeon is a maze of 9 floors. The Stargates despise humans and will do whatever it takes to destroy them or turn them into their allies. The number of Stargates is countless. To break the curse, you must conquer all 9 floors. Changxian scoffed coldly. Good luck staying safe. The first mission begins. Current location: Zone 1. Floor 1. Survive the next 6 hours. The countdown starts ticking. Changxian thought about how the curse activates every 24 hours. The Tiger King's curse is the remnant of the original owner's energy stream. In other words, that is you. It lures ghosts and sucks out their souls. If caught by the Tiger King's curse, the soul becomes a Stargate while the body is poisoned and turns into a Daka or demon. This power is similar to John Hal's. So that is how he got it. The Holy Tiger's statues are curious how you will escape this dungeon. Keep dreaming, old man. Though I am worn out from endless battles lasting hours and repeating daily, Minerva gave me a few interesting things. As Changxian was lost in thought, a ghostly hand appeared behind him. A creature of unknown kind chuckled eerily. Kikik. Human. Just a human. The Holy said it is ugly, stinks, and you should get rid of it ASAP. Changxian sneered at it. Just one. Huh. He closed his eyes, thinking first about the power Minerva gave him. Kalakagathia, the truth is that beauty and kindness do not exist separately. When all three are balanced harmoniously, you gain the power of a great god. Skill level 1. Type: power. Blessing. Pardon. Effect: mind immunity. Unyielding. Resilience. Overcoming suffering, clairvoyance, or the goddess compassion is not bad. But it does not feel enough. If the fight drags on, it will be hard to focus since the body gets heavy from exhaustion. But with Kalokagathia, that is no longer a problem. The Holy Meeg will pray for you at sunset, hoping you overcome the struggles ahead. That is thoughtful. But it seems kinda minor. Changxian opened his eyes, wondering, maybe I should give it a try. The monster lunges forward with its mouth wide open. Human, you are pretty tasty. I will eat you down to the last drop. It held a huge club in hand. Speaking like swallowing poison was as easy as eating cake. Changxian stayed calm, using the dragon's fangs to block a wind-slicing strike. The monster snarled proudly, not bad, but in the end, you will still end up in my belly. My poison will slowly seep in and destroy your body. Your body will grow heavy and rot away soon enough. The two clashed fiercely, their shoulders smashing into each other. While fighting hand-to-hand with Changxian, the monster kept babbling nonsense. And you will become a guide demon just like me. Oh man, that sounds terrible. Cut it out already. I am looking good like this. No thanks. If I turn human, the girls will all start crying. Without a word, Changxian launched a deadly strike. The monster roared again. Come and feel this. Human. A sharp light flashed like a spike. The guide demon did not expect Changxian's sword to cut off his arm so easily. He thought Changxian would be like him, but this was different. While the monster was distracted, Changxian did not miss a beat, relentlessly punishing it. Effect activated. Immune to 10 poisons, filtering out all toxins. Le Changxian stomped on the monster and stabbed straight into its neck. How is this possible? The guide demon wondered. Others are just like you. What? How disappointing. Le Changxian swiftly drew his sword and sent the guide demon straight to the demon gate. System announcement. Demon downgraded. Skin destroyed. You have absorbed the Tiger King's calamity into your demon body. Your body is transforming. Changxian knew this would happen. The current transformation is not complete yet. Kill more demons to absorb more of the Tiger King's calamity. Changxian thought, if the Tiger King's calamity defeats me, I will turn into a Daka or an ogre. But if I win and claim it, I will reach a new level like John Hall. I can let things end like this. If the Tiger King's calamity is just another demon, then I need to adapt to it as much as possible. System warning. Effect activated. Apocalypse fire has awakened. Le Changxian exhaled purple smoke. One eye was popping, the other squinting. The blazing fire was merging with the Tiger King's calamity. The Tiger King's calamity was being purified. The Tiger King's calamity was fiercely resisting. Effect activated. Apocalypse fire was burning even stronger. The blazing fire flared up intensely. The purple glow was almost completely swallowed by red flames. The Tiger King's calamity could not resist the flames and started to dissolve. Purification and transformation successful. The new king's form has been created. Achievement unlocked. The king has devoured the Tiger King's calamity. Reward, intelligence +5. Wisdom +3. The Tiger Sand form's eyes widened at this unbelievable moment. The Good Reason form looked confused, eyes wide open. Not knowing what was happening, the Serpent form wrapping the world watched closely and said the light from the forgotten constellation had turned into a new star. You have successfully absorbed the pure new king's essence. Le Changxian's head turned into flames, fire roaring all around him. Le Changxian smirked wickedly. Truly an unexpected transformation. At the same time, the system announced that the forgotten star had been found. Fiangai is a mythical race that devours the souls of tigers. It is tied to the Void Kingdom, meaning Changxian has naturally become its enemy. The system notified him that his current location is District 12. Floor 1. The timer below shows how much time is left to complete the first mission. 8:43.22. 8:42.11. The guide demons are whispering, Monster! Monster! That thing's not human. Step by step, Le Changxian closes in on the demons. System alert. Your allotted time has run out. Its minion demons scream in horror. Master! Our master has been taken down. The moment they summoned him, the flames completely incinerated him. The star stacks are loving this scene. The perfect hunting season body is happy and satisfied with your actions. The tiger season body carefully watches your every sharp move. The enraged tiger condition has been triggered, and the tiger is roaring. The enraged tiger has broken free and lunged out furiously. You have achieved the Demon Devourer rank. Reward, +5 strength points. The Wise Man of Fiangai. You have advanced to the second floor. By setting fire everywhere he stepped, Le Changxian blazed his way straight to the second floor. Waiting for him up ahead is a whole pack of guide demons. Normally, people fear these demons, but right now, Le Changxian is the one spreading fear here. The system still has health. Fear is spreading. The enemy has been hit with a chaos status. The guiding demons give their assessment. Monsters. Monsters. That thing is not human. Le Changxian steps closer to the demons. System alert. Your allotted time is up. Day 1 rating. You will receive a reward based on your rating. Returning to reality. Le Changxian is instantly pulled back to reality. Baek Galeon calls anxiously. But Le Changxian can't believe 6 hours have passed. He was having so much fun he lost track of the world. He turns to his younger brother and asks, How long have I been like this here? Huh? What do you mean? Didn't you tell me not to let anyone in or touch you? Huh? After you said that, you suddenly changed a bit. I just told you so. Li Changxian feels like time barely moved while he was inside the dungeon. This could be super useful if he learns to use it wisely, like taking a break to relax during a chaotic fight, or retreating to heal a critical wound. I wonder what the other 6 cursed holy scriptures hold. Do I need to keep hunting those demons? Or will it be a completely different mission? John Ho has already secured 3 of Sans holy scriptures, with 3 still missing. Since he got 3, that mission has to be the priority now. Maybe the Summit Guild folks know something about the Holy Scriptures location. If only I knew where those scriptures were. Just as Li Changxian thinks this, he gets a call from Director O. He is just as surprised by the call. In the wilderness, Director O switches to a bold, fierce style, sitting by the bar and waving 3 fingers. You are here, this way. Changxian tells Gale to wait at the door for a bit. He will be back soon. Gale obediently follows orders. Director O spots him and asks who Gale is. Li Changxian pulls up a chair and introduces Gale, who joined him in the last training session. Can you trust him? I trust him with my honor. So you have started building your own team. I believe the more people, the better. Director O glances at him with a sly smile. You are not wrong. But what I need first are good items, not manpower. Items that can be useful whenever we need them. Then he pushes a stack of documents right in front of him. Let us set that aside for now. Like I said, I have put your relationship under my name. Looking over the personnel transfer document Director O handed him, Li Changxian asked if there was anything he wanted him to do. Director O did not hesitate to be straightforward. A new intern will start tomorrow, and all announcements will be made then. Unlike you, the new recruit is inexperienced, so they need proper preparation. The newbies will follow behind our main force in this operation. Now that we have located them, all that is left is to take care of them. Changxian froze for a second but quietly smirked as things were going his way. If luck was on his side, he might even get some info on the Sans secret scripture. This is going to be super dangerous for the rookies, right? Most of the strike team will join this mission, and the association, along with other guilds, has agreed to back us up. The rookies will stay in the rear with the support units, so it is a good chance for them to gain some experience. But unlike them, you will be part of the senior officers on the vanguard team. Li Changxian caught on this was the real point of the whole message. Director O continued, of course, there will be plenty of seasoned veterans in that squad. The director seemed a bit concerned, but we pushed your promotion hard. Why should we treat you like a rookie when you have already proven your skills? I have also attached info about their heading out beneath those documents. We will head out in 5 days. Use that time to get ready. I will give you the details once we arrive. After speaking, Director O put on his coat and hat, ready to leave. Li Changxian then said, I want to ask you for a favor. Go ahead. After that, Li Changxian took Gale to grab some street food. People on both sides of the street started whispering as they saw them. Isn't he that the tyrant? No way. Why would the tyrant eat hot duck here? So the tyrant can eat street food. Huh. Meanwhile, Gale complained about the suffocating atmosphere just now. While Li Changxian read the report on the fierce snowman that Director O gave him, he munched on a snack and called out to Gale. We should not hang around here too long. We still have a long way to go. Yes, sir. Gale suddenly shouted, startling nearby people. 4 days before training, Li Changxian turned into a blazing force of destruction in the one-eyed tiger's dungeon. The demon guides kept screaming, Monster! Monster! It is that human again! Close the gates! Quick! Is our scouting team even doing their job? 3 days before training, another demon guide captain died. 2 days before training, Li Changxian kept wiping out demon guides. 1 day before training, Li Changxian stomped on a demon guide's corpse while scanning the area. The dungeon system announced 1 hour, 9 minutes, and 40 seconds left. Li Changxian narrowed his eyes and asked, Is there no one else here? The fierce hero Yang spoke up, Not some small fry like you, but a real threat. An arrow shot straight toward the distant watchtower. The arrow hit the watchtower door dead on. The system announced skill activation. Flash break. The arrow exploded. Smoke cleared, revealing a disguised man called Biha. The king's face had a small scar from the arrow, but he just laughed. So he has found my location? Interesting. Very interesting indeed. The king radiated a toxic blue energy and ordered, Bring me my weapons and armor. Yes, Biha. The demon guide king commanded his subordinates to retreat so he could deal with Li Changxian himself. Speaking of the demon guide king, he is a descendant of the Freja clan, a major family in Arcadia, but that is all in the past. Now he has been dethroned and is nothing more than a bloodthirsty puppet born from the Sans secret scripture as original curse. Even though his body was destroyed, the hatred inside him never faded. He will rule over the Goal Lair and come back stronger. Then, he will gather all the remaining temple essence and ascend to godhood once more. He would heard that Li Changxian was the bastard involved in this grand scheme, but now that he is face to face, he wants to know who he really is. For the first time in centuries, he felt the blood rushing through his veins, not the blood of a strategist, but that of a warrior. His fierce aura scared off the smaller Goal guides, but the Goal King laughed heartily. You are Li Changxian, Huh, his eyes flashed a sharp purple. His name is Jin. Jin, a descendant of Phrygia from a prestigious demon clan, trampled over others to advance. Destined to become the Golairs king after defeating Li, Jin leapt from floor to rooftop wielding a massive sword. Barbaric and brutal. Then, golden energy flared wildly. Surging like a violent river, His Majesty joined the battle. Jin rode a Ghoul guide himself. But the Ghoul subjects below screamed in alarm. Even Hun was freed, everyone scattered. Jin and his beast dashed forward, leaving a comet-like streak blazing across the ground straight toward Li Changxian. System alert. Bloodthirsty King boss of floor 2 has appeared. Li Changxian and Jin locked eyes in an instant. The Bloodthirsty King struck first, unleashing a blinding beam. Li Changxian thrust his spear straight through the light. Two powerful energies clashed violently, shaking even the dormant stars to attention. The Holy Tiger Spirit, trapped in despair, roared with excitement at this fierce battle. The Sacred Spirit, eager to hunt, shouted, urging him to defeat the arrogant demon. A green whirlwind sucked everything in, opening a huge mouth ready to swallow Li Changxian whole, but he boldly charged straight into its center. Li Changxian activated the soul eye of his fierce tiger to scan the area, and spotted his enemy hiding inside the whirlwind. Jin was intrigued that Li Changxian could block his soul-empowered blade. Li Changxian just smirked after hearing that the sacred fierce tiger spirit had transformed into a tornado tiger. Flames blazed wildly. Li Changxian's face twisted beyond recognition as the tornado tiger lunged forward. This state of Li Changxian even shocked the bloodthirsty king. Are you a warrior? A fighter? Not quite. Are you a soul gladiator? A soul haunted by the obsession to fight? Yeah, that is right. Realizing that now is not a bit late. Soul that has existed for centuries. This time, Li Changxian charged into the explosion, creating a cosmic scale blast. The Ghoul guides watched this earth-shattering fight in awe and kept whispering, how could he possibly possess power equal to His Majesty's? And how could anyone be that strong? Li Changxian swung his arm, sending spiderweb-like beams shooting at the bloodthirsty king. These beams cut through anything in their path, and quickly raised rocks to block the sharp net Li Changxian cast. His beast mount tried to snap at Li Changxian like a giant beak aiming for a drumstick. Li Changxian twisted his body and turned his spear into a sword, facing Jin's massive blade and the beast's huge beak. Li Changxian coldly pierced through with a single strike. The net skill was unleashed. The monster screamed in pain after the hit. Jin leapt off his mount, slammed his heavy sword down hard, aiming straight for Li Changxian's neck. The beast's senses warned it of the danger. Li Changxian gritted his teeth, thinking of the fight ahead but also aware of the danger. The Tiger Whirlwind skill was activated, and the body's weight reduction was released. And just like that, Li Changxian dodged Jin's powerful strike, using a pile of rocks to block it, while our hero landed safely on a narrow mountain ledge. Jin cracked a smirk. That is rough. Looks like Gata already captured someone. Right in the heat of the moment, the system sends an alert. Your stamina has dropped below 15%. We recommend you take a break to recover. Li Changxian did not expect his condition to deteriorate so fast, it caught him off guard. Plus, there are only 3 minutes and 28 seconds left to stay here. Jin grinned, flashing all 10 teeth. Li Changxian wondered what to do next. He was not confident he could defeat the blood color killing king right away, but he did not want to stop fighting either. Pumped up and ready, Li Changxian wanted to fight to the last breath, gripping his sword tight. It seemed like the sword itself was pissed off by the situation, like it was pushing him to use it fully. Without hesitation, Li Changxian spun his blade, and the blood-colored killing king sneered, asking what he planned to do. Just having some fun, Changxian said as he slashed his own hand with the sword. Blood sprayed out, and a bright light flickered from the wound, followed by the glow of a giant sword-shaped spirit. The sword trembled fiercely, and Li Changxian felt like he was merging with the sword spirit, tears streaming down his face. Desperate and fierce, Li Changxian crosses swords with his twin blades. The twin blades resonate, and the furious tiger flames up, ready to slash. Jin grins, flashing all 10 teeth. Someone says they are about to do something fun, making things even more exciting. System alert. The fangs of the evil dragon and Yu Cheng are resonating. Furious tiger's fangs activated. The evil dragon's fangs evolved drastically, combined with a smashing effect as the two heavy weapons resonated. Li Changxian struck the blood-colored killing king with a victorious smirk. That victorious grin spread across his face, and Jin's two fierce rivals, full of confidence, clashed again and again. After the first hit, Li Changxian quickly switched his stance. The furious tiger form shifted into wild tiger mode. He unleashed the wild tiger's crushing strike on his opponent. Li Changxian forced Jin back with speed. Then came a thunderous slash. Li Changxian was totally in the zone. The wild tiger form evolved into half-eyed tiger. He quickly unleashed the half-eyed tiger's deadly poison attack. At this moment, Li Changxian and Jin were back to back. He skillfully twisted his blade and struck hard. Jin's mount took the hit for him. It was a wild beast. Jin called out, but the beast did not listen and took Li Changxian's SS/ right in the middle. Of course, its fate was sealed. It went straight to the afterlife. The system announced, you have defeated the beast named Weldman. Along with the beast's painful cries, the system chimed in with rewards. You received 3 Weldman bones. You received the kidney of the blood-colored goalkeeper king. You received Fiangai's treasure. But that alone was not enough to end things. Li Changxian frowned, thinking he would weaken Jin by taking out his pet first, but he was clearly wrong. The blood-colored Killing King grew darker when he saw his mount fall. Green energy swirled wildly around him. One of his eyes lit up like a car's spotlight. Lai Changxin was startled. System alert. Opponent is charging a powerful attack. Jin leapt up like a high jumper. Lai Changxin wondered if Jin's earlier strikes were not strong enough. Since now there was this alert, Jin gritted his teeth and narrowed his eyes fiercely. Lai Changxin stared back seriously. Two massive energy forces clashed, radiating pure hostility. Jin clenched his teeth and slammed his huge blade down. Lai Changxin grit his teeth and lifted his twin blades. The impact sparked a brilliant flash. Crackling like thunder, energy shot down, tearing up earth and rock, carving the mountain as it struck. Blood started to drip out. Jin's vision narrowed. Lai Changxin was hit so hard he even lost his beast transformation form. Jin gritted his teeth heroically while the system alerted Lai Changxin. You have been seriously injured. Your health is now below 5%. Please leave the designated area quickly to rest. You still have no rope. Time's up. Day 1 evaluation, SSS-Rank. You will receive the predetermined top-tier reward based on your score. You are returning to the real world. When Lai Changxin opened his eyes, he immediately saw Bitch Jael's panicked face. Changxin, why is there blood? Let us go to the hospital. Hurry up. A trail of blood ran from his shoulder down to his waist. Changxin stood frozen like a statue, but his hands trembled as he held the wide-range healing medicine from the system. I just need this. Let me help you. Jael quickly grabbed the medicine bottle and applied the virtual patch to Lai Changxin's wound. The medicine's strong effect caused him quite a bit of pain, but he gritted his teeth and did not complain. Whoosh. Almost fainted. System notification. Your health has recovered to over 50%. Your condition is improving significantly. Seeing he was stable, Jael asked what happened, but Changxin waved her off, saying everything was fine. Kang Mei thought the battle with the Blood Assassin Gate King was pretty even, but he would actually lost completely. If the boss on floor 2 is this strong, how tough could the higher floors be? I need to get either an enhanced bone or armor to close the power gap. Forget the armor since I can find any rare species drops right now, so that leaves just the enhanced bone. If I use the enhanced bone to craft a reinforced body, the problem is I have to fight the Blood Assassin Gate King nonstop for 24 hours. What should I do? Come to think of it, is Nadzadi's domain also a snowy region? I have to seize this chance to, while planning. A bell distracted Changxian. It is Dr. Jin texting to meet at 7 am tomorrow. He has found what I need. Changxian decided to focus on this first and plan while waiting. Another message came from the obedient Blacksmith, saying the weapon Changxian requested was finished. Just as Changxian stepped outside, he was surprised to see a reporter waiting since afternoon. The reporter wanted an interview, but after just one intro sentence, Li Changxian shut him down. Already annoyed enough without this pest. You say this is my weapon? A shiny, huge spearhead gleamed in the sunlight. Baked Jael stared at the spearhead, her whole face sparkling. So beautiful. My weapon. Li Changxian arrived and immediately started arguing with Ujiji. Didn't you say it would take 2 weeks? How come it is done so fast? It is not complicated. All I had to do was forge it ready in advance. Baked Jael was thinking about giving it a test slash to see how it feels. Li Changxian interrupted. Why not carve some patterns on it? It looks too plain. No thanks. That would just hurt it. Li Changxian did not say more and transferred another 100 million to Ujiji. Is that enough? Fine. Come get it tomorrow morning. Okay? Li Changxian glanced at Ujiji. Looks like you want to say something to me. For weapon, boss. Li Changxian reminded him about Sanghevhook. He really is a stubborn man. Sorry, I really put my foot in my mouth about the weapon for our noble and extraordinary boss. Isn't it still a month away? 2 months. Do not mess with me. Ujiji huffed, annoyed at Li Changxian rushing the deadline. Yeah? What about it? Maybe we just need to extend the deadline. I am out of materials. Materials? You mean cold steel? Yeah? I have been searching everywhere and have not found a single piece. And not just any old cold steel will do. The weapon you asked for needs steel mixed with ice crystals. At least a few decades old. Boss, you want it to withstand extreme heat without warping, right? That is the tricky part. I need every scrap of cold steel to make a shield. Plus, some local supplies have been cut off because of the upper ranks. Yeah? You said you are about to face SSS challenge. Li Changxian said he would try because of the cold steel, and also to see if he could find the basic materials for frost enhancement. Uziji said there is someone eager to meet you. My name's Choi Hyung Jin. I have heard about you for a long time. This guy's the representative of Fortune Trading Company. But seeing the colossus on his hands, Changxian guessed he is also a blacksmith. Li Changxian crossed his legs and asked, Fortune's a multi-industry trading company. What is your connection to Choi Byong? I am Choi Byong's cousin. Li Changxian remembered Choi Byong only wanted to suggest a good supply source, but this guy seemed to have higher rank and authority. How much influence could he possibly have over such a rare material? Got it. I heard you wanted to see me. What is this about? I want to hire you. Li Changxian sneered. So you want something from ZDS Challenge? Choi Hyung-jin stayed calm as when he first walked in, just as nimble as expected. Let me explain in detail. Changxian, did you write about why the upper ranks use ZDS Challenge as a hidea? Just say it quick. Do not beat around the bush. There is something called the breath of the Ice Emperor there. This was the first time he would heard of it. Li Changxian's expression turned serious and let Hyung Jin explain. Is the highest grade ice crystal currently known, also called Eternal Ice Crystal. Li Changxian's eyes lit up, and Hyung Jin noticed the change, asking what was up. Changxian quickly denied anything, but had already realized the significance. He recalled conversations with nameless people from his past. Frost enhancement, have you ever heard of it? Just recently, but not legendary frost like the absolute or dragon frost that supposedly belongs to war gods. That is their basic foundation. The two essential ingredients for frost enhancement are a fire-beating heart and an ice mark. I heard someone already taught you how to spark a fire, right? Then you need to get the mark to protect your body from the fire's destruction. First, find the Eternal Ice Crystal, a crystal that absorbs pure energy from Mer. Chang's fire, no one knows how old it is, but it perfectly fits the mark. Li Changxian even went to an abandoned cellar in America. Because of this, he raised an eyebrow, acting mysterious. I do not know what Eternal Ice Crystal is exactly, but it sounds super important. Hyung Jin said it can boost an Ice Mage's power by many levels, so the upper ranks are after it. Yeah, they think it can strengthen their power that is on the edge of collapse. So you want me to grab it? Exactly. In an untouched cellar, away from the eyes of the upper ranks. Probably gotta avoid the guild's eyes too, right? You do not want to share a juicy find like that with anyone else. Huh, of course. I know it is hard for you to trust me right away. I will do it. Li Changxian agreed, making Hyung Jin jump and immediately ask about payment. No money needed. Instead, I have one favor to ask. Late afternoon, Hyung Jin left the building and saw Yu Jiji sitting, picking his teeth and petting the dog gnawing on his bone. Hyung Jin chuckled. Your big brother looks a bit tipsy. Huh, because he does not want to owe that guy anything. So after keeping his heart shut for so long, he still refuses to make a new friend. What do you mean by that, new friend? My foot, things are shaking up, but he seems pretty chill about it. It is all about trading favors anyway. Right after Hyung Jin spoke, his expression changed. Agni's breath, John Ios fragments, moon records, divine flower bone drops. He does not know how Changxian plans to use these materials. Plus, he is interested in the trail of items linked to the Great Sword Fortress. How did Bai Young end up knowing someone like that? Can he really pull it off on Conquest Day? Any news from Squad 10? The long-haired girl asked. Arms crossed. The guy with the top knot replied no. And the girl frowned. Then let us count it as a loss. Looks like we have no choice but to evaluate now. Why do not you two grab a coffee before heading out? A tall guy with double bangs smiled warmly, handing over 2 cups. An Americano with 2 shots of espresso and 2 pumps of hazelnut syrup for Agent Cha, and a hot caramel macchiato for Agent Jin. Right? When Agent Che complimented him on his good memory, Agent Jin happily thanked him. The man with the coffee asked, looks like things are not going so smoothly. Agent Che said they are facing tougher resistance than expected, but that might be because the dungeon's difficulty is pretty high. La Changxian focused. You mean her? Oh man, mentioning your niece just got me emotional. She heard that the Silver Tiger Guild arrived and went after them to meet her benefactor. That is what she said. She is running like an athlete toward the call of her savior. The man looked helpless and muttered, the demon's calling. Here they come. Agent Che glanced over as a group in uniform approached, all from the Silver Tiger Guild. Leading the charge is La Changxian, followed closely by Baek Jiao. La Changxian's face is serious, and distant shouts can be heard. La Changxian focuses. If you embarrass me and dare to betray me, I want to let you off. The man daring to provoke the tiger is none other than Sim Jong-ho, future head of the guild's strategy department. His lackeys immediately started flattering him. Go on, boss. Teach that rookie some manners. Don't scare off the rookie like that. You will make him bolt. He would be running and pissing his pants at the same time. While those old guys joked around, La Changxian ignored them, quietly smiling like a celestial being watching mortals bicker. They say silence is the highest form of contempt. That gang of loudmouths did not catch on, but the disdain was clear on La Changxian's face, and it was sharp. You are laughing. Don't you get what is going on? You idiot. The curly-haired guy lunged to grab Changxian's shirt. Sneering, La Changxian's eyes flashed cold as he told him to let go, but the guy did not get the hint and yelled back. I do not like this. What are you gonna do? La Changxian frowned. Knowing this was a warning sign, the Tiger Keeper was about to snap. Sim Jong-ho told the guy to back off. Move fast and live slow, and I won't be able to save you, buddy. But it is too late now. The arrogant guy got caught in La Changxian's invisible energy vortex and spun helplessly like a top, screaming but unable to change anything. There really was a monster shaking the ground and everyone standing on it. A golden light streaked by the monster recognized the shape of a fierce tiger. The Silver Tiger Guild had arrived, and arriving was Seal Jong-gun, who was pumped up, fighting and shouting all at once. But do not get me wrong, I never thought it would turn out like this. Sigma clenched his teeth, cursing under his breath, wondering why this lunatic was here instead of the other captains. At that moment, another mysterious figure appeared, sighing as he arrived. So many victims already. This was none other than Swordmaster Oh Jong-gun. Definitely someone you can just let run wild. Sigma did not have the energy to pay attention to Oh Jong-gun since he was busy dealing with Seal Jong-gun. but he still managed to mutter. Silver Tiger and the 5-star sword guess this old guy's pretty famous by now, with the nation's top talents welcoming me so warmly. Let us also check out what my juniors have to offer. Suddenly, he shot off somewhere, no clue where. Meanwhile, La Chang Seal was sprinting off somewhere too, bro, but not that way, not there. La Chang Seal unleashed his Flying Tiger Wind and Quanda's skills, quickly activating his far-range vision ability. Yeah? What do you mean? Sigma S just trying to distract you, the real deal is right here. La Chang Seal kept fearlessly leaping down from the upper floors. Meanwhile, Sigma stood among the rookies, frowning deeply. Hey, old man, why do not you just give up? Ojonggun found it strange Sigma seemed unusually calm, and then Sigma cracked a wide grin. Not yet. I invite you all to endure the hell we have been through. Ojonggun was startled by a system alert. The trap has been triggered. Flashback a few minutes earlier. Sigma Jongho was grinning and warning everyone to stay clear of Lai Chang Seal. But the thick-headed guy had already landed. It only took seconds. But the players there were left wide-eyed, stunned by the hero's overwhelming aura. That curly-haired guy was not scared at all. He charged right in. Damn it! Do you even know who you are messing with? I am Kanggu, the Stormfist. As soon as he said that, regret hit him. La Chang Seal activated his fierce tiger's eye mode. The gleaming Tiger King emblem appeared above La Chang Seal's head, his face transforming into that of a tiger enough to make anyone freeze. The venomous power of the tiger's eye burst out. Kanggu Chan's powerful storm fist clashed with La Chang Seal's tiger like fingertips. The sound of bones cracking echoed as Kanggu Chan twisted his hand in pain, screaming in agony. La Chang Seal was about to finish him off when Sigma stepped in. Enough, La Chang Seal said coldly. He was the one who threatened me before. Even so, he is still your senior. After taking the hit, the senior was knocked out and carried away by medics. La Chang Seal did not say more and turned away, throwing in a sarcastic jab. Looks like the future strategy room values seniority over actual skill. The fierce tiger god Saker chuckled at how ridiculous this all was. Seo Jonggun witnessed the scene and laughed like he would caught a prize. I am sure that Brad is just like me. He is as crazy as I am. The sharp-eyed brother smirked. That is not it. You have seen it with your own eyes and still do not get it. What? You are saying all that attitude was planned? Yeah? A lot of players still doubted his abilities, and beating Kang definitely got him some attention, so a bunch of jerks have been waiting for him to fail miserably. And since he was annoyed by that, he decided to take Kang down right then and there. Seo Jonggun laughed quietly. You know, that kind of mindset is fierce as hell. He really does look just like me. The young guy is speechless. And now, the guild's precious niece has come looking for Tranks on. Do you remember her? Ju Hyeben, the cat-like form tearing through the night. Everything will meet again if fate allows. Watching on with satisfaction, Ju Hyeben beams. You still remember me? Yeah. That is a relief. I was worried you would not recognize me after I became a player. I did not recognize you at first because you have changed so much. Lai Chang Xin thinks to himself that he hoped she would live a normal life and not become a player. Just then, a young man with black sunglasses from the guild's 5-star team calls for Hyeben. My lady, the department head needs you urgently. Hyeben snaps. Uncle. Why? Then she smiles brightly at Chang Xian. Sorry. Okay, something happened at the guild, so I will see you later. La Chang Xian watches them go, remembering that the 5-star group's last name might be Guo. The young man in sunglasses tells Hyeben that it seems the guild's top director's secretary was recently found, so now they need to track him down. La Chang Xian glanced at the two of them, thinking that what family name they carry does not really matter, as long as the girl is okay. So he smiled softly and told Jail Gun to get ready. Jail Gun immediately transformed, hiding in La Chang Xian's shadow. Meanwhile, the group was rushing somewhere. Looks like we have found Sigma. Why the hell is that bastard just standing here instead of going into the dungeon? There you are. Kawa Sigma Kawadugun. Aka, the assistant director of the Summit Guild, was leisurely watching the scene unfold. Hem was ordered to attract as much outside attention as possible. The street was crowded with more and more players gathering around Han. The sacred spirit body, filled with sorrow, looked at his disciple with pity. Kawadugun smiled lightly. My god, please do not be too saddened. All of this is my choice. So please, just watch me. The sorrowful sacred spirit nodded silently. Kawadugun smiled as if completely satisfied. A quick young man dashed forward to fight Sigma. Before he could reach him, Kawadugun jumped down and slammed a steel fist into the eager rookie. The blow was so strong it affected all the players below. As soon as Kawadugun landed, he started setting up traps everywhere. Sel Zonggun quickly arrived, exchanging dozens of punches with Sigma. Ozonggun showed up too, seeing the nation's young talents coming to handle things. Kawadugun stopped fighting Sel Zonggun. Meanwhile, La Chang Xin was rushing off in a different direction, heading towards the real goods. Kawadugun found himself surrounded by players on the street. Sel Zonggun was desperate, wanting that old demon to just give up already. But Ozonggun noticed the guy was unnervingly calm. Kawadugun chuckled. Not yet. I invite you all to endure the hell we have been through. The trap was triggered. A bloody red whirlwind rose, Activating the disguise skill Spring Snail, and the illusion maze trap began swallowing his body. An agent touched the shaking ground and whispered to Agent Jin, "It is a trap. They have lured us right into it." Amid the blood-red energy and magic circles, a demonic creature appeared, Sel Zongun's eyes turning white with red pupils. "Captain, no matter what, do not let the ghost swallow you. Captain, can you hear me?" The ghost keeps mumbling some spell. Negative thoughts flooded Sel Zongun's mind. "I wish you were never born. Bastard. You who killed your own mother. Die. You parasite." Blood trickled from Sel Zongun's eye corner as he muttered with his mouth wide open. Meanwhile, Le Changxian stood on the rooftop of a tall building. The Kalo Kageisha authority took effect, and the mind shield was activated. The snake eye skill was used to reveal the hidden path. Le Changxian frowned, looking down at the road below. "We want to live too, but because of you, we have to die. I hate you. I hate you." The beloved younger sister of the male lead was not spared from being haunted by these selfish ghosts. She froze, unable to react as they surrounded her. The ghost kept crying out relentlessly, "Why do you get to live, while we must die? Come with us." Just then, a hand shattered the illusion. The ghost tormenting Hebin shattered and vanished. The girl turned around, tears in her eyes. "Are you hurt anywhere?" Le Changxian appeared like a god. "It is Changxian." Changxian glanced around and ordered, "Catch them." Winter, Baekjun, transformed into a shadow, immediately took the order and sped off. Haibin glanced away, watching Baekjun dive straight down from the high floor. The guy who sent those shadowy figures to chase the players quickly got surrounded by Baekjun. System notification, Shadow Step skill activated. Target captured. Baekjun flashed brightly and appeared right in front of Le Changxian in a blink. The captured guy was not scared and shouted loudly, trying to gain the upper hand. "I do not know how you found me, but do you really think I will spill everything to you?" Le Changxian's face stayed calm as he asked, "Is that so?" The guy stubbornly stayed silent, yelling that he would rather die than reveal anything. Le Changxian transformed into a fierce tiger, smirking wickedly, ready to test how tight his lips really were. System notification, the bloodthirsty tiger skill Sara intensified the target's fear. Under terrifying pressure, the demon gasped for breath, sweating like crazy, blood splattering everywhere. System notification, you have destroyed the first illusion. Find and destroy the remaining illusions. 1 point. Changxian sighed. These illusions are really something. Must have taken a lot of effort to set up this trap. System transmitted a message again. Why does the fierce tiger laugh so cruelly in the chaos? It seems it suspects you already have another plan in mind. Le Changxian just smiled confidently. Then where's the eternal ice crystal? Lucky I found its location beforehand. Otherwise, I would have to dive straight into the dungeon to find it. System relayed the message again. Why does then Akwai shake his head and say a schemer like Le Changxian is truly one of a kind? Why does the season for hunting excite you so much? Le Changxian ignored them. He turned to ask Haibin if she wanted to come along. He felt less worried with her by his side. Haibin agreed to go, not afraid of being sold off or anything. Why does the cat happily tear apart the sunset while watching the two of you proudly? Haibin looked at Changxian with sparkling eyes. Changxian, you are amazing. You are not affected by those illusions, right? I wonder when I will be strong and tough like you. Changxian asked why she thought that, why she believed he was not affected. Meanwhile, he was still surrounded by ghosts relentlessly cursing him. In that moment, Le Changxian saw a long-haired man holding a spear. The man looked at him with affection. Well done. I am really proud of you. You have grown up. Now I can finally rest in peace. System alert. Power and greatness are fluctuating for an unknown reason. Warning, for some unclear reason. Your mental state is unstable. Please stay calm and keep your focus. Le Changxian stayed calm and focused, smiling gently. Old man, as he spoke, the illusion suddenly exploded with a bang. System reported immediately. Power and greatness have returned to their original state. Changxian turned to the two brothers and told them to hurry up and leave. Baekjael and Gu Haibin were still wide-eyed and stunned when they saw Changxian smile. His cold face cracking a smile made ordinary people feel a serious shock. Elsewhere, members of the faction were determined to find Haibin. The two-parted agent prayed the girl would be okay. If you can pass a message, tell him his sister is busy chasing after a guy. He did not have much time to worry. Their captain Seo Jong-gun was right behind him, staring with eerie glowing eyes. Seo Jong-gun leapt at a young gun like a tiger pouncing on prey. A terrifying punch from Seo Jong-gun slammed into the ground, but Agent Gu managed to block it just in time. Seo Jong-gun was twisted by the ghost's influence. A young gun tried to snap him out of it. Captain Seo, calm down. I do not know what you have been through to end up like this, but a captain like you should not be trapped in such an illusion. While a young gun tried to buy time, the two sides kept fighting fiercely. They say when guys fight, the bystander often benefits. Up on the rooftop, I had a red-haired bystander who was seriously cool watching the chaos. Sigma Koodo-gun smiled watching the two powerful captains battle, thinking to himself they were fools. He figured his job was done once they wiped each other out, and he could just finish off the last one standing. I wonder who will come out on top. Down below, a young gun kept trying to talk his way through. If you do not stop, I won't hold back either. Why the rise of the nameless giant? Iung Gun kept pushing hard. I am not sure I can take you down in one hit. You are pretty strong. Raha. Xiao Zonggun opened his mouth and yelled back. Iung Gun grimaced, clenched his teeth, and blood splattered. Xiao Zonggun was pierced right in the chest, and Kawato Gun's eyes lit up. This fight is coming to an end. He lipped down to seal the deal. The two fighters instantly turned around. Finally. You have fallen into the trap, you filthy fake rat. Kawato Gun froze, thinking, where am I? The truth was, he had a trap. But Iung Gun and Xiao Zonggun were working together to lure him out. Xiao Zonggun snapped out of his trance fast like a magician changing clothes, climbing the wall while complaining. Damn it, my chest hurts like crazy. How dare you stab that deep? If I had not stabbed that deep, how else would he have fallen for the trap? I will smash your face for making me go through this pain, and I won't take your insult a second time. Sigma Dogen fought fiercely, arching his back and using his steel arms to block attacks. But in the end, he was pushed to his last breath. Kawato Gun had no choice but to unleash his secret move. Just then, the system announced shocking news. All illusions were destroyed. What? Dogen thought he just heard a fight. Not a system alert, but the system continued. The inner illusion maze was broken, and the fog was lifting. Iung Gan wondered how that was possible. Why is Dogen so surprised? Didn't you guys, cause this? How should I know? But one thing's for sure, nothing can hold us back now. I agree with that. Those arrogant fools really pissed off Kawato Gun. He unleashed a blood-red energy blast, shouting loud, I will show you why I am called the Blood-Red Killing King. Kawato Gun threw out spirals of energy. Meanwhile, Licheng Xian stood on the rubble, staring at a distant mountain billowing smoke. At the same time, Dogen stood amidst the debris, screaming, where are you? Kawato Gun, you filthy rat. He must be somewhere nearby. We have to find him. In a dark place, Kawato Gun dragged himself across the pitch-black water. Blood dripped along his path. Why did Yuling Ban Mai look so sad watching you? If you want to blame your mother, do not even dream of surviving. Why did Yuling Ban Mai sadly say they would witness your last moments? Kawato Gun sadly said, just like you said, I never hoped to survive this. I will burn my last spark of life to help you fulfill your wish. You have fallen into a mysterious trap. The sudden system alert startled Kawato Gun. One of his steel arms was cut off, and he roared loudly, who are you? Fever flare up. A confident smile peeked from behind the wall, and Sigma was stunned. Licheng Xian appeared wearing a mask with a creepy grin. What? Have you seen this mask before? Kawato Gun trembled, then burst out laughing. Haha, I get it now. So you are the one stirring up trouble in this battle. Licheng Xian calmly crossed his arms and studied him. That mask must be inspired by some old man with a bright smile and crooked teeth. Our expedition team. My whole squad. You played us like pawns in your hand. Sigma clenched his teeth, recalling how that masked youth slaughtered his comrades, even questioning why he was stuck in this state. Kawato Gun suddenly exploded in rage, realizing this guy was the source of all their troubles. The system alerted him that the ancient labyrinth seals around this area were activating. Dogen was still furious. How dare some level 30 trap a level 70 like me? Licheng Xian still wore that dangerously smug smile. This guy's way too cocky. Kawato Gun was furious and vowed to tear him apart piece by piece. He whipped up a tornado and charged straight at Licheng Xian with it. Cheng Xian did not flinch. He just laughed mockingly behind his mask, showing off his confidence. Kawato Gun could not believe this guy was actually laughing. Did he predict his move? Even so, the punch was already mid-air. Holding back would only hurt him, so he had to go for it. But Dogen's iron fists could not match the dragon fangs in Licheng Xian's hands. Kawato Gun could not believe his armor got pierced, even though it was a sacred relic. He tried to pull back his punch, but ended up smashing the black water below. Water splashed everywhere while Licheng Xian stepped aside to change form. The embodiment title of the Yuling concept ignited a storm of flames. Kawato Gun was stunned, wondering what this endless energy was. After transforming, Licheng Xian immediately pressed the attack on Kawato Gun. He kept backing up so far it made him question his own life. A top-tier rank expert forced to retreat like this. Now he realized the guy in front of him was not a kid, but a monster. If he did not kill this youth now, he would become a disaster for his descendants. So he launched an even fiercer counterattack. Too bad he swung at empty air again. Only after the strike did Kawato Gun realize he would lost track of his target. No clue where he vanished. Right here, right behind you, bro. Like a ghost, Licheng Xian silently appeared behind Kawato Gun, driving two swords into his back without a sound. Kawato Gun screamed in agony, blood spraying everywhere as a huge force threw Licheng Xian back. In his final struggle, Kawato Gun remembered a terrifying monster who brought despair himself, Lu Jin. Before he could finish his words, Licheng Xian shattered his limbs, and he collapsed into the shallow, flowing water. Licheng Xian smiled, realizing how much he would changed. Now he could easily overpower a near top-tier expert, and this was just the power of one of the 7 legendary holy scrolls from S-San. Plus, Cheng Xian had not even fully unlocked its secrets yet, and was already this strong. I can let it fall into the hands of some puppet ruler. The system helps the stacks of stars pass the message. The unlucky god tears through the twilight, praises your achievement, and says the villains must be dealt with. Kawato Gun is barely hanging on. Please, Cheng Xian, Send him off to his ancestors quickly, but not yet. I still need to squeeze some info out of him first. You think I will spill everything when you destroyed my children's lives in just one day? A selfish leech like you, exploiting others for your own gain. Now talking about honor. Hilarious. He laughs. Hey, no matter how much you brag, you want to get a single bit of info from me. I know that, so I will just ask someone else. Le Changxian grabs something like a button pinned to Dogen's black fur. He suddenly stops yelling. It is actually a mini speaker up close. Vice President, you are not him. So who are you? You want to save Kawato Gun, right? The other side freezes. Then she hears Kawato Gun's voice. Yujin, just ignore him and hang up. Cough. Kawato Gun gets kicked so hard by Li Changxian he is left speechless. He warns, I am the one asking questions here. If you want to save him, focus and answer. The 7 holy scriptures of San, you know about them, right? You are a member of the Silver Tiger. The Silver Tiger would not ask stuff like that. Answer me. Le Changxian cuts her off sharply. Got a lot on my plate. No time to waste with kids and old friends waiting at home. The 5th scripture. Looks like you know where it is. Spill it. Yujin breathes a sigh of relief. This idiot thinks those words can scare me. If he wanted info from me, he would not be so quick to hurt him. Thinking that, she coldly replies, just kill him then. Fine. Changxian seals the deal so fast it startles her. What? I will do as you say. End it here? Yujin's furious. Why would you? Le Changxian's just baiting her. Really? He does not believe she would not show up after being provoked this much. But there is a catch. So he needs to set up some defenses to guard against her. Super Soul power activated. Successfully absorbed Kawato Gun player's core. Super Soul level increased after absorbing a core from a much higher level target. You have successfully absorbed the Jade Shatter skill from Kawato Gun player. Notifications keep popping up, leaving Li Changxian puzzled. What is this Super Soul thing? Didn't he get mastery boosts yet? Is it because I have been using it so much in the Demon Lake Cave? Exactly when I need a weapon-free combat skill. So this is good news. The Soul God mourns and scorns you for stealing the gift she gave her disciple. Le Changxian does not understand what is wrong with Lamasto. Oh, Kawato Gun is Lamasto's disciple. In her battle against the 12 Zodiac signs, she is not on their side. So I do not want to make a bad impression. I will apologize to her later. With that in mind, Le Changxian spreads his wings and flies off the scene. Meanwhile, in a dark valley, the Soul God wails in agony over the loss of her disciple. From a bird's eye view, an indescribable creature screams atop the mountain. At the same time, players are gathering in droves on the main road. Senior, people are coming down this way. The trap those jerks set up, I heard Li Changxian already cleared it out. Amazing. He really is a monster. He caught and executed all those psycho bastards and even found survivors to rescue. Clearly, Wu Zhangjin and his granddaughter are part of all this too. When asked how he managed to pull it all off, he just said he got lucky. Seriously impressive. Everyone calls him the Ice Storm Sorcerer. Walking through a storm of whispers, Le Changxian kept a cold, unreadable expression. Agent Che sneaked a glance at the handsome guy in the chaos, but then an obnoxious Sim Jonho jumped out and started talking to Li Changxian. Don't get cocky just because the executive director favors you. Le Changxian rolled his eyes, annoyed that this guy had nothing better to do than bother him. Since the guy was behind him, he did not see the deep hatred in Li Changxian's eyes and kept talking nonsense. This is a battlefield where everyone blindly swings their weapons. Don't be surprised if you suddenly lose your head. Thanks for the advice. Now, if you will excuse me, stop talking nonsense. You could lose your head too if someone swings their weapon at you. What the hell? Sim Jonho grit his teeth and called Changxian an arrogant jerk. Just then, a spiky-haired young man came looking for him, saying he wanted to talk about Li Changxian. The department head Sim was really interested in this. At a fortress in the winter. Why did he have to die like that? Yujin sat cross-legged, wondering. He came and left so suddenly. Just like that, suddenly, a purple flame with a golden core appeared beside Yujin. The Soul Ascension God asked if he wanted to gain power. The Soul Ascension God said he would give him a chance if he truly desired it. Yujin paused briefly, then suddenly smiled and said something, an answer that made the stars themselves stop and take notice. The Sky God hidden in the Aurora showed interest in the believer's decision. The Soul Ascension God ignored your guardian star. Thunder struck down as purple energy surrounded Yujin. The Soul Ascension God wished to grant a gift. Yujin's eyes transformed into monster eyes. Entering the Winter Fortress, the system announced, you have entered the Snowman's Peak dungeon. The dungeon mission will now begin. Mission objective: take over. There is a castle called the Winter Palace in the middle of the endless, snowy plains. Capture the castle and become the ruler of winter. The snowy plains are always hit by blizzards, with glaciers flowing across the land. Snowmen live here as if it is their home and have become expert hunters. Watch out for their ambushes. Good luck. Players, trudging through the blizzard, kept complaining about the cold. The snow was so thick it was hard to see anything around them. Still, everyone's spirits were high, mostly fueled by rivalry with the top guilds up ahead. Move it, team. Let us. Illusionist Jong Il Yujin D. Agent Charlie watched these players and thought if they kept rushing like this, The chances of falling into enemy traps were huge. Things were getting complicated, and she was not sure if she could help them finish this raid. But glancing at Li Changxian nearby, she wondered if he could still pull off a miracle this time. Changxian looked at Agent Che with an unreadable expression. The team leader, Big, quickly came over and patted his shoulder. Huh? Looks like the witch's got her eye on you now. See, Li Changxian just felt like he would gained another walking headache. But the team leader kept getting excited. If it is that witch, she has got tons of guys chasing her, both here and abroad, though most of them got shot down while trying to flirt with her. As far as I know, you are the first one she is actually interested in. Witch Chasian is considered one of the smartest magic users in the world. Her magic-loaded pistol can turn the area ahead into a wasteland with every shot. With such rare talent, she is expected to become a rank warrior soon. She is also a living legend. Representing the guild, even the heads of the biggest guilds can't ignore her, since she can directly pressure the Korean guild leader. La Chasian feels everything is within reach. His eye for talent sharp and reliable. But of course, this is not about romance. Chasian took a running jump and said the CEO ordered him. So from now on, he will act on his own. Sadong Gun wanted to stop him, but Chasian was already flying high. The Flying Tiger, riding the wind skill has been activated. Sao Dong Gun could not help but admire how fast this guy was moving. He rubbed his chin, thinking, doing all this just makes me want you even more. Looks like I have to capture you before Saihyun steps in. Amid winter lightning, ice pillars erupted chaotically with loud cracks. Hurry up, you filthy snowman. Donna slack off. If you do not find the ice crystal throne, you will never free your king. These snowmen look like monkeys. Their fur pure white, but their skin pitch black. A snowman armored and standing above looks down at a train loaded with red spheres. These guys have some nasty explosives. Are they trying to blow this place up? A group of snowmen marched off. Your Highness, did you just come to witness the suffering of our people? Shouldn't you seize the throne and save our race? The snowman leader gestured and said, there is only one king. I serve him as a vassal. My only duty is to pray for the king's safe return. So the snowman climbed onto his mount and declared, if human tribes dare insult the king, we will wipe out their allies too. The snowman leader charged into battle. The system announced, Ancient Language Guide is reacting. La Changxian used a comm device between Kawadagon and Zhong Yujin as bait for his tracking skill. The gods got excited. The shooting range god licked his lips, saying this tool would make things way easier. The snake god Chinxia was stunned. You must really know ancient languages to use it like that. La Changxian flew following the guide, thinking the top-level operators probably took the king hostage in the Winter Palace. Since the snowmen are fiercely loyal to the king, they have no choice but to obey the Winter Palace. The underground mine beneath the Winter Palace held the Ice Crystal Throne, guarded by snowmen and Winter Palace forces blocking his path. I have to take them all down within 3 hours. Better speed things up. Just as he was about to speed off recklessly, a bunch of snowmen jumped out from the cliffs, intent on stopping him alive. In a hurry, La Changxian wanted to blast a firestorm to burn the snowman's formation, but Changxian suddenly stopped. Why not just show your face already? The nosy Sim Jonho hiding behind a rock got spotted unexpectedly. At that moment, a masked man appeared behind Han. He demanded a higher fee, because Changxian was way stronger than Han described. The other guy eagerly agreed, as long as they took out Le Changxian without leaving a trace. The masked man sent out his team, confidently saying there is no one the assassination squad can kill. Just wait and see. The nosy one was sure Juhan would do his part, and with bloodthirsty wolves like the pack, they could be trusted. Team leader Sim John Ho even handed Han a cool gadget as a gift while a whole squad of assassins charged at Changxian. The pet's sensory skill quickly scanned for hidden enemies by sharpening its senses. The scan showed about 13 assassins nearby and more than 50 waiting behind. They are putting all their resources into catching me. Pretty impressive. La Changxian called Jioun, telling him to go find them. As Jioun moved, 2 assassins sneaked up behind Changxian and grinned. I will give you a break for a bit. It will be quick and painless. Just try it. La Changxian does not shy away from these guys, but the problem is he does not have time to waste. The Wind Tiger skill has been activated to help with stealth. The trap mechanism is triggered, starting the explosion. As the system delivered its message, explosions went off all around, accompanied by terrified screams. The assassins who arrived later had no clue what was happening or who to trust. You guys are hopeless. You can't even handle one guy. That arrogant guy just spoke and the avalanche crashed down on him. None survived. You successfully wiped out all the enemies. Jioun and La Changxian called out to their friend, while the gods stirred up a commotion. The god of the battlefield said your fights are always like a non-stop party, never boring to watch. The god of chaos in heaven said that Trick was even worse than the demon kings, and shook his head in disbelief. The fierce god Saker chuckled at the fools who got buried alive. Jioun flew back to Changxian, bringing the mastermind behind the assassination attempt. The 2 captured guys were sweating and begging, please, have mercy. I will do whatever you ask. They started turning on each other, spilling dirt and revealing each other's dirty secrets before La Changxian even said a word. The guy with parted hair sneered, This bastard's dad is director Kim Jae-seon. All the assassins who got into the vault did so because of him, and future strategy chief Sim Jong-ho had some scheme too. He even gave this guy a strange parasite spear. 6. The moment Trangxian grabbed it, info popped up. Parasite spear. A spear that can control a specific parasite through special sound waves. Type: spear. Function: controls parasites. Causes neurological disorders. Trangxian looked down on the gossiping guy with contempt. Someone trying to use parasites on me to force me to self-destruct. Trangxian just scoffed at that. I already know the white tiger's been breeding minions in the facility by mixing parasites into their food, but I have already burned them all to ashes. The two guys paled and glanced at each other, shocked that Trangxian knew everything. Shoot them now. Kim Jae-seon and Sim Jong-ho. Those troublemakers even dared to threaten me. Trangxian used Wind Tiger skill again, and the others scattered like dust. He would wasted enough time here already. Wind Tiger skill activated. Power surge triggered. Back at the Winter Palace, the God of Souls mourned and warned that enemies were approaching. Zhang Yuijin was completely possessed, standing behind the door with a wicked smile. Trangxian was still gliding like a bird over the snowy mountain. No one was blocking his way this time, so he dashed straight to the Winter Palace. The system alerted, "You have arrived at the Winter Palace. The original demon's curse will activate in 40 minutes. The Serpent God, wrapped around the world, asked why you have magic, but are not using it, and criticized the clan members of that day. At that moment, the group suddenly remembered they had magic. Magic activated to reduce the cold. The players quickly felt much warmer. The Serpent God sighed deeply. The players questioned again, if even artifacts do not work, how can we survive? That is why the 5-star sword still has not done anything. The guy looked at a girl sewing her clothes, standing strong in the wind, and wondered, does Unseo not feel cold at all? I can keep up with her anymore. Where's Changxian? He recalled Changxian saying, if it is you and Unseo, you will be fine. Don't worry. He immediately cheered himself on, saying he would do great. At that moment, Unseo suddenly raised her demon-faced shield, standing tall right on the mountain peak. Seoside saw it too. He was not happy and called out, Ebian? Yeah, looks like it is him. Hung suspected something was off when it got quiet. Everyone, we are being ambushed, get ready. A black-haired man stood tall on the mountaintop. All the Yeti are under the command of the High Peak. Let us join them, my family, and avenge our fallen comrades. Che Jia and warned him not to stray from the group. System's voice echoed her song. The magic's influence spread, overwhelming the battlefield. The Chaos Chant has been triggered. Che Jia and warned you they are coming from above. The Great Winter General has arrived. Big Brother shouted, and charged straight ahead. So you are the dumb leader I have heard about. Too late to stop him now. The Yeti captain leaped off his mount, swinging a massive sword in a powerful strike. That guy blocked it fast. Talking big, I will take you down. Too bad before he could finish. His sword shattered in the captain's shock. The Yeti captain's eye glowed as a blade sliced him in two before he could even process his death. The system announced coldly, player son Jingxiaok has died. Seizing the chance, someone launched a surprise attack on the Yeti captain. Finally, Chajia and fired his shot. The captain's bullet was blocked. A surge of energy radiated from behind a carved stone pillar depicting a king. Trangxian appeared, towering and imposing. Meanwhile, Trangxian had entered the Winter Palace. You have entered the Winter Palace. The Mantle God wraps the world, his gaze falling on the exquisitely carved steps below. The old god will smile bitterly as dusk falls. Trangxian looked around, assessing everything. The Yetis once built a great civilization with superhuman intelligence, but the gods and star overlords exploited and even stole their power. This Hellfire realm is a shattered world facing its end. The reason why the immortal Yetis souls overflow with lizard gods and dry bones in the real world is because, after their downfall, the gods and star overlords deemed them worthless. You could say they were unlucky, but now they are just empty shells. He started moving deeper into the castle. According to the map he got after killing the fanatics, there is a storage room beneath these stairs. At the end of the hall, Trangxian saw Yetis enslaved by a group of thugs. Hurry up. Finish mining while your soldiers hold off those guys. Hey, be careful with the transport. Do you want to die together? Trangxian pressed against the wall, watching carefully. He guessed the red gems the Yetis were hauling were the breath of ice. Trangxian remembered Nin Jiang In Loi when he saw these thugs digging for the eternal ice crystal. He swung his arm, unleashing a huge flame. The miners below shouted desperately, urging the Yetis on. If you want to save your king, move faster. The Yetis were furious at Nin Jiang In Loi. I will deal with these humans someday. Just then, a firestorm appeared in the sky. What the hell is that? Trangxian appeared in his spirit form. At the same time, in the palace main hall, Seal Jujin sensed him. That bastard is here. She immediately unleashed her dark energy. The soul god Slayment assured that with your gained power, you can retaliate. Meanwhile, Trangxian swept through the battlefield. You successfully defeated a large group of demon beasts. Your achievement has been recorded, and your alignment has shifted slightly toward good. Current ratio, 45% good, 55% bad. You have discovered a 100-year-old cold storage. You have discovered the breath of the Ice King. Trangxian stood frozen, Scratching his face, he did not see this coming at all. There were as many as 8 eternal ice crystals. Even the gods got excited over the number of crystals. The god of the harvest was amazed by these pure crystals. The serpent god, wrapped around the world, asked if you wanted to sacrifice one as an offering. The fierce tiger god Sarko said it is only right to offer this gift to the king who blessed you. The old god of dusk yawned and said those ice crystals looked pretty tempting. The great demon god of hell stared on curiously. Latranxian thought to himself, he would never give them up, because they might be materials to craft divine artifacts. Suddenly, Latranxian realized why those guys clung so hard to the 5-star sword. No matter how weak it was, and why the Summit was desperate to get it. When he touched the ice, Latranxian thought, this chill must come from the eternal ice crystals bone deep cold, without Jiquis world-ending fire. This would have been way harder. The gods were at it again, showing off. The harvest god was twitching his eyes. The serpent god drooled over the fire's effect. The old god of dusk looked on expectantly. Suddenly, the system warned. A deadly cold toxin was invading the body. Ice covered almost his entire face. But Latranxian still smiled widely. The system announced, breath of the Ice King, a relic left behind by the Ice King, ancestor of the Snow People, for his descendants. It constantly emits energy in a blue glow. If a weakling holds it, they will freeze instantly. So be careful. Type, treasure, material, effect, boosts energy. Eternal freezing. Breath of the Ice King is fiercely resisting. A huge blast shattered the ice. Latranxian's blazing fire flared up. Just like before, the world-ending fire clashed fiercely with the breath of the Ice King in an intense battle. Latranxian heard a strange voice. Who was it? Who are you? Why do you hold my relic when you are not my descendant? Clenching his teeth, Latranxian shouted back. The firestorm was overpowering his will to resist. The breath of the Ice King's resistance failed. You have obtained breath of the Ice King X8. Latranxian sighed. Alright then. Latranxian cast a glance with his unusual eye. He guessed there were about 10 minutes left. At that moment, the newly risen demoness Zujin was flying over. She was also shocked by the scene ahead. Ghosts had arrived too. Latranxian saw it. But the system's next words were even more surprising. The boss monster Ice King has invited you to an unknown space. Do you accept the invitation? Latranxian was startled. The Ice King. He could even hear the Ice King's voice telepathically. I wondered who took my breath of the Ice King, but did not expect it to be a human, not one of my kind. Don't worry. Human. I am just an old-timer near the end of his days. It will only take a little of your time. Looking at you, you still have a long journey ahead. Latranxian sensed the Ice King meant no harm, so he decided he accepted the invitation. A bold move opened a gateway to another space. You have entered the Ice King's realm. So you accepted this old man's invitation. You must be a man of virtue. As soon as Latranxian stepped in, the Ice King immediately praised him. The system introduced him as the boss monster Ice King. Level 90, but the system was not even sure about that info. Man, looking at this old guy, level 90 seems unbelievable. Even the gods were stunned. The serpent god of the world sniffed and said that Ice Orb was just talking nonsense. The old god of dusk nodded and said the Ice King was telling the truth. The fierce tiger god Sarko angrily demands to be called a virtuous tiger, not just a virtuous man. The Ice King sighed again, amazed at how strongly the gods were reacting. It feels like this is my final moment. Yet my sharp eyes have not dulled one bit. You can see it. If you mean messages from the great rulers of heaven, then yes. Though I can make out the important details. Changsan had already guessed the Ice King's stats were insanely high when he used telepathy to send that invitation. But someone like him getting taken down by an illusion, that is hard to believe. You are lying to your own people. Is that really how you see it? You do not look like someone trapped in a painful illusion. The Ice King chuckled at Changsion's expression. From the outside, I might seem fine, but sorry. You are dead wrong. Someone at your level should know exactly where this is by now. Hearing that, Changsion was startled. His beast senses sharpened instantly. He immediately realized this place was an illusion world. The Ice King did not hesitate to confirm it was indeed an illusion world. Even though he still retained some consciousness, thanks to heaven's blessing, it did not change the fact that he would been defeated by a woman known as the Illusion, and because of that, his people are suffering. Changsion thought to himself how ruthless she must have been to strike. When the Ice King was so close to death, he remained cold and detached. So why did you invite me here? Honestly, in your eyes, I am probably just a new enemy. Those poor kids worship this old man. Can he really save them? The Ice King stood up, casting a bit of magic. It is sad to see them scrambling to save this sick, fake body just because I am their king. Help them. And of course, there will be a reward. The Emperor's treasure has appeared. The Ice King introduced the hoard we have gathered over 13 generations from my ancestor. Lord of the Ice Crystal, you took all the way to me. I will give it all to you. There are so many treasures, even the gods are dazzled. The war god gasped as he looked over the rich collection. The serpent god wrapped around the world, amazed, saying for a mortal, this stash is not bad at all. But Latranxian flat out refused to take any. The Ice King was so shocked he nearly shed a layer of skin. He bowed his head. Is it because we are just fragments of a shattered world? Mere shadows abandoned by souls no longer existing. The treasure room door began to close. Changxian was cold. So you knew this all along? Wouldn't it be strange if I did not? This is an absurd world, there is nothing inside but us. La Changxian was a bit taken aback by this. The monsters in dungeons do not realize they are fake. No matter how smart they are, even if they did, the system would interfere with their minds to keep the dungeon stable. The dungeon is a remnant of a world that met its end and no longer exists. The creatures here are just leftovers from the beings that lived back then. That is why the dungeon must be destroyed at all costs. No one knows when it might explode its instability, and seeds of destruction could leak out like poison into the outside world. Changxian thought sadly about the Ice King's fate, but knew the peak of the snowman must be sealed. If I save the snowman, I won't be able to seal the dungeon anymore. The Ice King spoke in a wary voice. It is truly a tragedy. I am certain I am breathing, thinking, and right now, talking with you. It all feels so real. But when I look back, it is all just an illusion. He screamed out in agony. The one called Bang King is truly gone, and all that is left is just the remnants of him. So then, who is standing right here? La Changxian decided to turn a blind eye. I have no idea what you are talking about. Hung, you are Bang King. Why would I be Bang King? The real Bang King is gone. He was Bang King. But now you are too. You just said it yourself. You breathed, thought, and spoke to me from that spot. So you are Bang King. If not, then who else could it be? Bang King was stunned. Even the gods could not hide their shock. The god of the shooting range felt dizzy from these harsh truths. The serpent god, wrapped around the world, nodded in agreement at your profound explanation. Bang King was speechless. Because I exist here, people call me Bang King. Seems like I overcomplicated things when the answer was this simple all along. I thought my mind was purified, but looks like I still have a long way to go. Can I ask another question? I will decide after I hear it. I want to use my own choice to mend this broken world, not just follow the system's rules. Can anyone help me? As soon as he finished speaking, La Changxian acted immediately, so fast that the demon dragon's fangs had not even touched blood yet. At least I can help with that much, just as I thought. Inviting you here was a smart move. He returned to the throne and collapsed, thanking Li Changxian. The system then announced, Bang King's stasis is closing. You defeated the boss monster Bang King. You have gained a huge amount of experience points. Level up. The cat god tears through the dusk alongside you, lost in thought. Li Changxian still stands firm there. Meanwhile, outside, everything is chaos. The boss monster Bang King is dead. All the snow people have been freed from Bang King's command. The snow tribe has lost their leader. Now they are all confused. Xiao Zujin, flying over, receives the news too. She is furious, even though she was promised support by the god of souls. That bastard. Definitely Han. As soon as Bang King died, the mining crew was grabbed by the snow people. They said our emperor would live if we obeyed you bastards. The blinded snow people furiously slammed the guy in their grip and demanded answers. So why? Other snow people were wildly attacking as well. Then Xiao Zujin arrived, unleashing surging purple energy. Hellfire song. Purple energy exploded everywhere. The snow people kept yelling, "It is too hot." System notification. The god of souls is accompanying you. Fueled by this, Yujin got even crazier. Ah ha ha. All of you, die. You damn monsters. The snow people roared fiercely. Take down that woman first. Yeah? She is the one who brought this disaster on our emperor. Just then, the ice wall behind them glowed golden and cracked open. La Changxian reappeared before the crowd, wearing his mask. Purple hellfire kept burning the snow people relentlessly. Hot? So hot. La Changxian charged straight at Yujin with nothing else holding him back. The demon girl laughed wildly. Finally, he has appeared. The rose mask, 2 energy blasts, 1 purple and 1 orange, collide like 2 rockets crashing head-on. A bright white light spreads everywhere. Xiao Yujin shouts in surprise. Who dares show up in front of me? I will definitely take your life. La Chang smiled, but it was a dangerous, cold smile. So you have finally arrived. La Changshan grabbed her wrist like it was a chicken leg. Got you now. Got what? Do you really think you can get away after messing with us? Just watch and you will find out. Behind La Changshan, a blue shadow appeared. Xiao Yujin was stunned as system notifications popped up. 24 hours have passed. The curse of the Demon Tiger's lair has begun. She glanced around as the system kept talking. You have entered the Demon Tiger's lair of torment. Day 7 mission started. Survive for 24 hours starting now. 23 hours, 59 minutes, 59 seconds. 72 milliseconds ticking down. Above her was the blood-red Death King from the training dungeon that Li Changshun had been guarding. It does not care who you are. The huge sword swung at Xiao Yujin while she was still dazed and confused. The gleaming blade sliced off one of her arms. Xiao Yujin was finished. Back at the Snow People's peak, the Snow Tribe chief suddenly stopped fighting. Grimacing, our emperor is dead. A young man rushed forward. Senior, step back. Chajiatin's face turned pale as he told him not to come, but it was too late. The young show-off was sent to join the Frozen King by the Snow Tribe chief. Before leaving, the guy tried to look back at A one last time. Senior got stunned. Jian was so shocked he went speechless. The Snow Tribe chief sheathed his sword on his shoulder and stared coldly. This all started because your people dared to invade our territory. He growled that he would tear your emperor to pieces and devour him. Other snow people rode their flying beasts and dropped spheres emitting Agni's breath. causing them to explode with a wet pop. Chajian was furious. That is Agni's breath. Scatter. A flash shot through her eyes. The system said the protection of the Cat Eagle God and the Twilight Death King would accompany you. The protection of the War Origin God would stand by you. The protection of the Frenzied Inspiration God would be with you. The protection of the Volcano Blacksmith God would accompany you. Chajian did not hesitate to aim his gun straight at the Snow Tribe Chief's head and fire. Of course, her shot that could level the ground only managed to push the Snow Tribe Chief back, taking advantage of the big explosion caused by the magic bullet. Chajian grabbed the wounded man who had been stabbed and was unconscious. Hang in there a little longer. Jin, you will be fine. Snow Tribe Chief Nianjiang Nianlai, the most annoying human tribe member I have ever met. He shouted he would finish you himself. Meanwhile, in the Tiger Demon's dungeon, Boss Jin was surrounded by black spheres burning with purple flames. The atomic flower probably won't get any stronger than this under that shower of atomic petals. Even a veteran general like Jin could not avoid taking hits. Still, he was not too hurt. Lightly landing on a rock and drawing his sword. I thought he was hiding something by letting a stranger show up in the middle of this fight, but turns out, he brought someone pretty useful, even though Jin had grown a ghostly arm to grab his sword. His whole body wrapped in flames. She winced. Pretty useful. Huh, I will make sure that arrogant guy never opens that net again. Shouting loud. Then Jin and I dive into this fiery battle. Sparks exploded wildly from east to west. Meanwhile, Le Changson chillaxed on the sidelines as a spectator. The invisible ancient spell has been activated. Le Changson sighed. I was worried it would be a disaster if they teamed up, but they are not that kind of people. Just as expected, Le Changson conjured an eternal ice crystal while continuing to speak. I did not expect Lamastu to hit her with that Hellfire Sonata. Anyway, I have bought some time, maybe enough to finish strengthening my bones. Li Changson popped the ice crystal straight into his mouth. He activated the Eternal Ice Crystal Palm technique. The system immediately notified him. You have absorbed the breath of the Ice King. Ice is now covering your body. You have been infected with ice poison. The world-ending fire and 10 types of poison effects have been triggered. Ice poison has been applied. Your magic is conflicting. A new magic attribute has expanded. It is clashing with your current magic. Detoxification process failed. The conflict is intensifying. The god of the battlefield anxiously warns you are in serious danger. The god of wrath surrounding the world says, no matter the reason, what you are doing is reckless. Your stamina is dropping fast. Le Changson gritted his teeth, and during the icy fire battle raging inside him, he recalled a previous conversation with a group of unknown men. Just swallow it. What kind of item is that? Le Changson looked up, questioning the man. The old, his face hidden beneath a hood, answered that it is what the target is aiming for. A huge conflict. Tell me more details. If it is useless, then you deal with it yourself. Remember the bone strengthening technique I taught you, the one combining fire, heart, and ice spirit, yeah? Pulling the flame you have closer to your heart. I think using your heart as a core to rebuild your mana furnace is not a bad idea, but doing that would burn my heart to ashes. That is why you need to find a contact point to cool the heart down. Contact point. Le Changson found it more confusing the more he heard. This old man just say it all at once. He keeps waiting for me to ask more. Exactly. The contact point is where opposing elements can harmonize without major conflict. What is the nature of the world-ending fire? Fire and darkness. What about the eternal ice crystal? Ice and darkness. Got it? Because the eternal ice crystal is formed from the moon's nature soaking into the crystal's core and combining. That is right. They both share the property of darkness. And since you have been recognized by the Lord of the Underworld, you can control darkness much better than other creatures or star beings. Back in reality, Le Changson clenched his teeth, tensed his core, and braced himself to endure the strengthening. The system kept sending notifications. The core structure of the mana furnace has been rebuilt inside your heart. The ice attribute magic is seeping into your bones, reshaping their structure. The notifications turned red. Your physical body will harden like ice, while your heart will burn fiercely like fire, pushing your physical potential to its absolute max. Do you know what is even scarier than that? Because you have restructured your body, it will unlock talents you have never had before. Le Changson snapped out of his daze as the whirlwind of fire and ice, like glowing toothpaste, ignited and exploded like fireworks. Because you have restructured everything: your senses, perception, thoughts, body, and even your personality. And since you carry both ice and fire elements, neither side dominates. So you have turned yourself into a vessel that can hold it all inside. The original blue notification appears again. You have completed the flame heart and ice vein. You have gained a new trait. Reinforced bones. Reinforced bones, a form where your heart holds the fire spirit, and your body is infused with the ice spirit. The beauty is that these two attributes merge to grant immunity and immense power, preventing exhaustion, enabling self-healing, and endless stamina. Cardiopulmonary endurance is the hallmark of this trait classification. Trait. Effect. Flame heart. Ice vein. The red alert flashes again once more. The gods and constellations feel like they are losing their minds. Then the red alert returns, and the hunting goddess happily declares this talent worthy to be her disciple. The serpent god coils around the world, shaking his head, saying he is not even surprised anymore. The Twilight Shredding Cat God sends you congratulations and is considering giving you a fitting gift. The Fierce Tiger God Sarko is pleased that one of his own has grown stronger. Many gods watching you are showing intense emotions. Some constellations observing you are excited. Lai Changxian, though his clothes are tattered and smoky, laughs uproariously at these status updates. Barely able to contain himself, the Gemini god shows interest on one of his two faces. Lai Changxian suddenly recalls two names, Castor and Pola, really curious who they might be. Just then, a slight tremor catches Chang Zian's attention. A gigantic eye appears in the Black Lake. The great demon god of hell chases after you, excitedly spewing flames from his eyes. Great demon god of hell tries to reach you with his demonic hand. Lai Changxian stumps hard, shattering the glass and leaps out. The great demon god of hell tries to drag you back to his domain. What is going on? Guys, Lai Changxian lands in a dark, undefined space. Where is this place? Lai Changxian asks cautiously. The eye scanning skill activates and starts scanning the area. For unknown reasons, the skill suddenly stops working. The beast senses skill activates, trying to restore his senses. For unknown reasons, it also stops working. Kilo Kageisha skill activates, helping you stay alert. This really is the domain of the star god calling me here again. A faint gaze is watching you. In the giant abyss, only one eye and a few teeth appear. Lai Changxian feels like he is a ghost. The system issues a red alert. Kilo Kageisha skill is faltering. That other eye is like a demon's lens staring straight at Lai Changxian. Who are you? Lai Changxian feels hypnotized, his mind questioning who he really is. The face, though faint, keeps demanding answers. What is your connection to the abyss? Lai Changxian repeats silently. The abyss. Just then, a yellow beam slices across. The Twilight Shredding Cat God rushes into the star god's domain. The yellow beam strikes the ground, shining brilliantly. When Lai Changxian opens his eyes, he sees a tall, beautiful goddess with red hair clad in warrior armor standing before him. Minerva. Changxian still stunned, the goddess says, "Human, this is not a place for one walking the path of a hero. Go back." She snaps her fingers, and Lai Changxian is pushed out of that space. The last image he sees is the Twilight Shredding Cat God retreating toward the water crevice, hiding that kneeling face. Minerva, do not underestimate me. The constellation of the White Tiger says, this breaks the pact. That person has nothing to do with the one pursuing you. As the spell took hold, everything blurred, leaving only the system notifications visible. For some unknown reason, the connection to the spatial trade network was cut off, recovering lost data. Player system reconnected. Lai Changxian returned to the dungeon of the fierce tiger god Sarko, but was still stunned, unable to grasp what had just happened. The gods were rising against each other. The god of the hunting grounds was reacting fiercely, asking if you were hurt anywhere. The fierce tiger god Sarko encircled the world, questioning how you could possibly break the law of cause and effect. The fierce tiger god Sarko opened his eyes in anger after losing his identity for half a day. Lai Changxian's face looked torn, almost like it was caught between his teeth. Disgusting. The system notified again. Title: Uling's vessel has been activated. Lai Changxian thought impatiently, feeling ashamed. So what if I completed the frost enhancement? I still could not resist Mephistopheles at all. I am too weak. I need to regain my former strength. I have to be even stronger than before. First, I need to devour everything here. With that thought, Lai Changxian quickly took off, activating his X-ray vision to hunt for prey. Meanwhile, Xiao Zhujin and Jin were locked in an endless fight. Lai Changxian was thinking about them too. The Bloodstained Killing King is a martial artist. Xiao Jin is a mage. It seems she is at a disadvantage in this battle, but he can let her die here. He still needs her to get answers about Iza's lost sacred scripture. Time left in this dungeon: 19 hours, 36 minutes, 59 seconds. Xiao Zhujin kept getting pushed back, losing ground continuously. The Soul Wailing God urged you, wondering why you could not do anything despite having her power. The Soul Wailing God wanted to know if you truly shared her bloodline. Yawu Jin gritted her teeth, silently promising to defeat Jin quickly and capture that masked Hao guy. But she kept getting pierced and countered relentlessly by Jin. It really felt like he was a player trying to take down a boss monster. Suddenly, Jin dashed behind Yawu Jin. What an exciting battle. Thank you, Azaru. I will take your life and make you my new vassal. Jin mercilessly slashed at her, and Yawu Jin only managed to scream as she was sent flying. She crashed headfirst into a cliff, smoke billowing everywhere. It is so sinister. Yawu Jin was bleeding and seemed completely helpless. She reached out to cast magic, but it dissolved like fragile smoke. The Soul Wailing God stood up, screaming loudly. Yawu Jin struggled to get up as death loomed near. At that moment, a fire vortex blocked Jin's attack. Someone, Lai Changxian, appeared, standing between Yawu Jin and Jin. Smirking, she is Lai Changxian and the Bloodstained Killing King clashed in a fiery battle, their energy terrifying. Jin got more excited realizing Lai Changxian had grown stronger. Changxian was not shy about landing a kick. He was not just stronger now. Lai Changxian made a few moves, forcing the Bloodstained Killing King to retreat. What did he do? Who knows? Uncle Cat replied, saying it seems he already got outside once. He knows the structure of this cursed place, because he has been trapped here by the curse too, just like you. But even if someone escapes, They only get 1 day outside. Not everyone can level up this fast. With that, he laughed even more crazily, vowing to make you his vassal no matter what. Saying that, he immediately charged at Li Changxian with a flurry of punches. The two exchanged brutal blows, shaking the cursed ground beneath them. Jin laughed gleefully while his followers were deeply worried for him. He never expected to get this hyped up in this damn cursed dungeon. It actually moved him, reminding him of when he was human, back when I was Jing, heir of the Frisia clan. Who would have thought I would relive those warrior days again? Fascinating. Really fascinating, but more than fascinating, it sucks because he used most of his energy fighting Xiao Zhu Jing. So now he is kinda wiped out. What is this guy planning this time? Tired or not? He still has plenty of strength compared to others. You faker. So Le Changxian did not hesitate to show off his flames. Streams of fire and shadow energy morphed into roaring beasts. The mountain god's first strike skill was unleashed. Le Changxian waved his hand, and the shadowy claws lunged toward the blood-colored king. The king tried to resist but barely made a dent. Still hurt badly by the claws, the mountain god's second strike skill was unleashed. Le Changxian coldly unleashed his second, fiercer strike like a wife catching her cheating husband, relentlessly hitting, slapping, biting, tearing. The terrifying purple energy blurred Jin's vision. He gritted his teeth and fought back, but in the end, the purple light swallowed him whole. Jin collapsed on the ground, blood everywhere, still barely managing to ask what Li Changxian's next move was, but the answer was silence. Just a fierce growl that made him burst out laughing. A strike. A strike. Haha, what a joke. And then he finally faded away. Le Changxian immediately swept his hand to gather the spoils. You have obtained a huge amount of Fei Gaian's attributes. You successfully absorbed all of Fei Gaian's attributes. You have perfected Fei Gaian and can now choose a candidate to become Fei Gaian. The candidate you pick will become your vassal. Le Changxian was pretty surprised he could pick his vassal, so that means he could create a loyal slave now. Jackpot. The system displayed info about Fei Gaian, a legendary divine beast with the power to absorb the calamities of the Tiger King, known to be tricky and love to challenge its master, but once subdued, it is fiercely loyal. Le Changxian grinned with excitement, thinking he could even make it a clan member, meaning a trustworthy slave, was finally within reach. If he wanted to rise higher, he would definitely need an organization, like the 12 Celestial Stars or some puppet ruler, and if the organization grew and members were gods or celestial stars, it would naturally become a community. He figured the traits he absorbed from Fei Gaian must have maxed out, which is why it gained a soul. So what now? Le Changxian racked his brain. He had to fully subdue it, give it no reason to rebel, and keep pumping XP into it. This was not something he could mess around with, since he had not chosen a sacred body yet. He could not level up any faster. Plus he had to deal with the guild stuff. No way. Changxian suddenly remembered standing over the pile of bodies before. Among those corpses was the girl he loved. He collapsed when he saw her lifeless body. He knew fighting alone was impossible, no need to overthink it. He chose the blood-colored king as Fei Gaian. Fei Gaian's form quickly shifted, revealing the blood-colored king in his human guise. He never thought he would awaken in this form again. As someone who wanted to recruit him as a prime clan member, the blood-colored king as a human looked like a prince, super handsome. But looks were not what Li Changxian cared about. He just saw someone incredibly powerful. Isn't he that right? By the rules, this is the Demon Slayer, winner takes all. Whoever wins can recruit me. That is it. Whether I accept someone as my master is another story. Changxian knew this guy did not intend to submit. Want some rest? Dream on, buddy. Le Changxian was icy cold. I will get you out of here. Until you want to go home. Jing was caught off guard by that offer. What exactly does he mean? Le Changxian suddenly flared up. I am not spouting nonsense like be loyal to me or anything like that. Just follow me. Not right now, but someday I will bring you home. I swear on these flames. Jing sighed. Why should I trust you? Isn't it better to trust me? It is better than me dragging you away by force. And you will have something to hold on to, making things way less complicated. Jing put a hand to his forehead and burst out laughing. Haha. What a lunatic. I am sure it is way better outside than being stuck in here. But be careful, I am no saint. I hate being controlled too. That is exactly why I want to see you. The more I learn about you, the more I realize you are a weirdo. That is why you are interesting. Finally, Jing dropped to one knee. My lord, Jing Frisia. Le Changxian said it plainly. That one line made Jing jump. He remembered how he had introduced himself as Jing, the famous bloodline heir of the violent Chu Frisia clan. A light glowed beneath him. Jing marveled. Maybe I've met a truly unusual master this time. System notification. Clan member recruitment process completed. The name of the sub-rogue is Jing Frisia. This clan member will serve as your bodyguard. Jing eagerly signed up for the team. Master, what mission do you have for me? Le Changxian tossed Jing a spear. Tell him if he does not wipe out those undead, he is not coming back. Jing got fired up hearing the order, especially since he used to be their king. Now, under his new master, he was tasked with destroying his own former subjects. Insane, thrilling, right up his alley. Plus, this mission was a test to see how strong he was. The system spoke again. Jing Frisia is currently a level 1 sub-rogue. At level 10, he can change his profession. The guiding demons scattered. Jing Frisia's eyes held no mercy. only fierce intent. He leapt off the cliff, plunging downward with a wild grin. Clan member Jing Frisia activated basic spear techniques. The guiding demons could not escape the screams, panic, and terror. Your Majesty, why? The king has gone mad after his resurrection. That is one problem handled. Le Changsho immediately turned to Zhu Jin, who was badly wounded. He was eager to dig up more info on Izan's lost sacred scripture. The system relayed a message from the god Yulin Thung Krisi to Li Changxiu. The divine form of Wulain Thungkochi is full of resentment towards you. The divine form of Wulain Thungkochi is warning you. Li Changxiu's face darkened as he saw her starting trouble again. The divine form of Wulain Thungkok swore revenge on you. The divine form of Yu Thungvivakruk threatened to choose a new monk to destroy you. The divine form of Wulain Thungkot bit her nails anxiously while watching you. The divine form of Yuthech Hap Eiston loudly chased her off for being too annoying. The divine form of Mungexa coiled around the world, calling her petty. Le Changxiu felt like this whole divine crew was equally messed up. He started to get frustrated. Herald, are you there? No response. Le Changxiu kept talking. Answer me. You are watching me anyway. The divine form of Yuthech Hap Stan insists the rabbit is not here. Herald, if you do not show up, I won't hold back. A portal suddenly appears, and before anyone shows up, you can already hear noises. Hey, I told you last time. The dungeon manager can directly interfere. That is against the rules. The door opens wider, and Harold's chubby face pops out. Boss keeps cutting me slack, but dealing with you, Li Changxiu, does not benefit me at all. His chubby body finally squeezes through and fully appears here. I have been under so much pressure that I gained weight from stress eating. The hunting season deity just showed up where the antlers are. The serpent deity coils around the world, asking if you are a god. The ghostly deity mourns, growling at you. I want to block those notifications. Le Changxiu demands it, and Harold is shocked. Seriously, he never expected a mere mortal to want to mess with the god's notifications. That is just crazy. Le Changxiu keeps going. I do not want to see it. If you want, I can pay you with my own accumulated points. Harold's face twists in pain as the system floods him with a bunch of godly status updates. The hunting season deity laughs wildly on the floor. The serpent deity flicks its tail, telling everyone to check out the foolish god mocked by a mortal. The fierce tiger deity Sarko laughs heartily. Le Changxiu is extremely impatient. What is up? Not allowed. Really? Then what are you standing there for? Hurry up and block it. Harold's face quickly twists like it is about to tear. Sweating nervously, thinking, this crazy guy. Does he want to die, or what? Should I lie and say that is illegal and can be done? But no, if this leaks in future investigations, I will get seriously punished. Oh man. Just then, the system flashes a notification. The great demon god of hell focuses his unfocused eyes, then looks down. Both Changxiu and Harold are stunned by this. Changxiu cautiously wonders what he is planning, while the system continues narrating. The sorrowful soul god strains against the overwhelming will of pure evil. The great demon god of hell looks away with a cold, indifferent gaze. The sorrowful soul god quickly gathers strength to resist. The great demon god of hell points toward where he is looking. Thunder rumbles loudly. The hunting season deity stands silently, amazed by the strange scene. The serpent deity remains silent. The fierce tiger deity is speechless. Changxiu and Harold are also at a loss. The thunder fades, and the system updates again. The great demon god of hell gently brushes his hands off and looks down once more. He says you can continue what you were doing now, because he has taken care of that annoying thing. That was intense. Harold sighs deeply and takes off. Seriously, with you around, I never get a peaceful day. Li Changxiu, it looks like the problem is settled. I am heading out. The old god at dusk finally processes what just happened and lets out a sigh. One side of the twin god is deeply intrigued by all this. Jin also sends praise to Changxiu. Master, what you did far exceeded my expectations. Changxiu looks over at Xiaozhou Jin. By now, she has completely lost it, only making incoherent sounds. Le Changxiu happily steps closer. Looks like I won. Even have to go out of my way to torture her. Suddenly, a sharp sword flashes, splattering blood. Le Changxiu turns away, impressed by this battle for so many reasons, most importantly, the position of Volume 5 in Izan's 7 secret holy scriptures. Who would thought they would use that to fight against the Silver Lake Guild? If they had not run into me, they probably would be succeeded. At this moment, the system also announced Jing Frisia's followers have successfully taken over the entire second floor. Le Changxiu's Fi guy is chilling, sipping water, saying, I am done here. I did train this guy, but I never thought he would be this weak. His current rank is 4. Jing said, no wonder he is camped there all along. He is trying to take over the second floor with this annoying thing. Le Changxiu praises. He recovered faster than I expected, as once I am done over there, I will come to you. My lord, I have got something to show you. Got it? Let me finish this up. Then I will head over. Soul power has been activated. You have successfully obtained the core bead from player Xiaozhou Jin. You discovered that the Hellfire Power Chica lost its owner. You have successfully buried the last remaining piece of power with the Purgatory Flame, boosting the rank of your Hellfire effect. Achievement unlocked. Devouring Demon of the Flame. Fire attribute effect +20. The insignia of the mighty demon appears the mighty demon's manifestation. Its evolved form. The legion of fiery souls that is said to flow through hell itself. Scope. Insignia. Effect. Blazing Fire. Manifest Fire. Changshan checks his stats again. Le Changshun. Divine Title. Twilight of the Gods. Unusable. Insignia. Mighty Demon Manifestation. Faction. Underworld. Guardian Constellation. Profession. Ancient Master. Rank 41. Then let us go. Le Changshan spreads his wings and jets over to Jing. The look was so intense he almost overdid it. Luckily, his loyal follower saw it and called him back immediately. Le Changshan lands right away. Finally arrived. What the heck is that? This hungry beast that is a nightmare to deal with is something else. Let me show you instead. It is easier than explaining. Jing Frisia waves his arms and gets angry. Jing Frisia used the Tiger Demon's resurrection skill. Le Changshan wonders how he suddenly did that. Jing laughs and answers, I do not know either. I just figured it might work. So I stubbornly tried it, and it actually did. It is like I am the demon king of these guys too. They even call me the same way. Explain that in more detail. You probably know all the tiger demons here are dumb fools cursed by the star Slight. Anyone who enters the tiger demon's lair becomes a minion of the demon who slaughtered them. And these demons absorb their life force to level up. So you mean this hungry beast works the same way? Exactly. Though its effectiveness has dropped a lot since I was a tiger demon, and the hungry beast's power is limited too. Limited how? Well, I can resurrect dead souls and turn them into puppets. But if I try to make them move, you activated the skill but failed, the resurrected tiger demons lose their powers and vanish. They fall immediately. Can't hold on for long to resurrect one tiger demon. I need to absorb energy from hundreds of others like these guys here. The system introduces info on these new monsters to Changxian. Bull, a natural enemy of tigers. They say its body is invulnerable to blades and sharp objects. It is pretty tough, a natural enemy of tigers, introverted and slow like a bull, but packs serious power. Another natural enemy of tigers can produce tons of flexible, durable limbs like having no bones. The gods are freaking out again. The hunting season god advises you to release no minions and avoid useless ones. The far-reaching god eagerly studies these new corpse forms and their traits. The old god at dusk tells you not to worry, your minions will be just like you. Le Changxian found it insanely annoying. Just like these demon cobras leveling up from weaklings to hunters. I wonder if they can really be classified this way. Changxian asked Jing whether they are actually useful. Jing said they are skilled enough not to drag the two of them down. Alright then. Jing enthusiastically gave the order. Everyone, get up. We are attacking the 3rd floor now. The boss will be watching, so everyone better give it their all. If you can prove you are useful. You know what that means for your future, right? 2 out of 3 just obeyed, but 1 replied in English. Understood. What is this? A beauty pageant or something? Why speak English? Well then, shall we get started? You have entered the 3rd floor's territory. You have stepped into floor 3. You have passed zone 1. And you have taken over Zone 2. Jing Frisia has announced the capture of Zone 6. A low-level god class managed to plant a flag at the end of Zone 9. You earned 125 XP, then 281 XP. With those war gods on his side, Le Changxian blitzed through floor 3, leaving Changxian impressed. Since I am capturing all the camps quickly, the XP seem low, but making him a disciple sounds worth it. His skills are not bad at all. Is this the place of the Azure King or something? Exactly. It is actually the gate to floor 3. There is no low-level god here now, but it is all Sigma. So beating him 1t be easy, but can you still herd them into that spot? That is the difference in our abilities. Still, I gotta admit those jerks are pretty useful. Changxian deeply felt what it is like to lead a scouting team. It is definitely easier with more people. Right now, there are 4 hours, 20 minutes, and 49 seconds left in this space. Changxian thought to himself, if that guy really is the Frisia I know, then I am in big trouble. If he is from the Frisia family of Arcadia, they are famous for rumored pure bloodlines, known for martial arts, swordsmanship, and strategy. The whole empire keeps an eye on the Frisia clan. If he is really a Frisia heir, he would be perfect, but why is he in Hangiga Kwai? Maybe he is after some secret scroll, hoping to outmatch other heirs. I was wondering if I should protect the ghost soldiers of Jia Sao when facing Museu. With a base here, I do not need to worry anymore. Changxian pulled out another eternal ice crystal. After this, they will probably understand its use, and we better get fully ready. That is the Falbang star. You know it. I thought it would not exist in Hanginga Kwai. You probably do not know, but my family's pretty famous in Arcadia. Of course, I have seen all the treasures. The hunting blade is perfect for dealing with Falbang. Den was impressed. That is the most beautiful Falbang I have ever seen. You got it here. I can even feel its power. No amount of money could buy this. The serpent blade, wrapped around the world, said with sparkling eyes that you want to study this relic left by our ancestors. Le Changxian kept nervously pulling out the eternal ice crystal. Then take it, surely you know how to keep it safe. Den touched it so much he froze, then burst out laughing. Haha, I have never seen a master this ridiculous. You just want me to play cat and mouse. Huh, fine. Call me crazy then. Changxian even thought about letting Din strengthen the bone mist. But Jigui is not here, so he dropped it. I am sure the Frisia family's way of moving will be super effective too. Din accepted this big gift without hesitation. I thought I told you it is really hard for me to recognize you as the master. Calling you master does not mean anything to me, yet you still give me something so precious. I am not about to get betrayed by my own clan like a fool, so you are still going to give me that thing. What? You do not want it. Of course I want it. I am just amazed you are crazier than I thought. Jig Frisia has absorbed the breath of the Ice King. The cold energy is flooding his body, cold and ghostly power combined. He has been granted the ice element. The holy form of the twin fish shows interest in this with gleaming eyes. Fully absorbed. Unlocking achievement. Flower Swallow Stone. Effect activated. Ice element plus 15. Clan bond plus 10. Jig Frisia has evolved into an ice slayer. The clan member has created a new skill. Blizzard. The clan member has created another new skill. 0 degree frozen ground. Jig's wearing a new outfit now. Grinning like a flower. So flashy. Now then, Jig Frisia activates 0 degree frozen ground. He slashes one, and ice shoots out, smashing straight through the fortress ahead. Every creature in his path is buried under layers of ice. Replacing the Death King must be just pissed himself. Jig laughs triumphantly. System announces 22 minutes and 13 seconds remaining. The Death King has not pissed himself yet, but he is definitely down and out on that battlefield. Red Death King, why have you become humanity's puppet? You speak the truth, I do not know why. But one thing's for sure. You can give me the answer either. The Death King tried to save himself, but Red Death King would not give him the chance. Jig Frisia decisively finishes off the Death King talk about a clean kill. He probably wanted to babble about teaming up to take the 3rd floor or something. The system's voice rings out again. You have successfully captured Zone 10. You have defeated one of the 4 overlords, ruling the 3rd floor. Instead of honor, the player named Lei Changxian is spreading like wildfire through the goal ranks. Your reputation increased by 15. And you have earned a peerage banner. Several lords among the gulls have started watching you closely. Jin suddenly breaks down in tears while his master enjoys the luxury, even though he has been slaving away. But his mission is not over yet. He still has to keep fighting. At this point, Lei Changxian's time here has run out. Day 7 evaluation. Excellent. You will receive rewards based on your grade and return to reality. An excellent rating. Your reward is the ability to sense the treasure of the Hung Long. Shouts ring out, hey! Wake up! Get up, man. Opening your eyes, you see a bunch of annoying miners already. As soon as they see you awake, they shout, "Where's our commander?" Lei Changxian coldly calls Jin, who immediately appears. What do you want me to do? Deal with them? Gladly? Humans and snow beasts clash in a bloody blur. Only Lei Changxian and Jin Frisia remain unscathed. You have completely conquered the Winter Palace. Lei Changxian glances at Jin and says, I need to go somewhere. You go ahead. You have entered the Winter Palace's annex. Here lies the Ice King, long dead on his throne, so he has been rotting away in this state all this time. The Soul Master's power activates. The Purgatory Fire begins to consume the Winter King's essence. Purple flames blaze up, and you absorb the remaining energy. Lei Changxian suddenly feels a connection with the Ice King, recalling when he fell into Arcadia. Changxian is certain the Ice King was no fake. While cremating the Ice King, Lei Changxian spots something like a letter. Outside, the Snow Beast Chieftain continues to fight with all his might. The monster known as the Winter King's General activates the Ice Field skill. Player Chazin has activated the Divine Mirror Combo skill. 2 massive energy sources collided and exploded like an atomic bomb. General Tite looked at Chazin behind her, amazed. You are strong. For a human, all this time, I have wiped out every intruder because they were too weak. But I can deny your power. What rank do you hold outside? Defeat the Winter King's General. Exterminate all the snow beasts. Failure means dungeon explosion. Success means rewards. 1. Dungeon sealed. The great sword of the Winter King's General. Chad-an could not believe her eyes. What the heck was that? Suddenly, a man rushed up. Agent Cha, we have to beat it no matter what. We can let it escape. Our biggest problem. Huh, then it is mine by default. Let us finish it quickly. Can you believe we have not even beaten the mini-boss yet? It is embarrassing that 3 squad captains from the Conquest teams are here. What are you two doing? I am the one who will take that down. You two go find other targets. You got stabbed and still talk too much. Huh, huh. The young guys chatting suddenly got wrapped up by an energy surge. Cha said, I can keep floating magic up for long. I will use magic bullets to cover you all. So go ahead and take that down. We will cover the top for you. I will handle things on the ground. The perfect curve began sketching many sharp arcs. Swordsman Yuongin looked at the snow beasts below and sighed as they kept rushing up, their numbers growing nonstop. They need to do something. No sooner had he said that than a snow beast attacked him from behind, just when he thought he was going home to the grandparents. His precious niece suddenly dashed over. Player Guhiban activated the Storm Step skill. The Spear of the War God was unleashed, carrying overwhelming power in the strike. The snow beast was shredded by Gu Haiban's attack. She usually seemed playful and goofy, but when it came to fighting, She was fierce and impressive. Thunder hidden in the war goddess spear began to pour down. Let us finish this quickly. We have not even beaten the mini-boss yet. It is embarrassing to have 3 expedition captains here and still not win. What are you two doing? I am the one taking that guy down. You two find other targets. You are talking too much even after getting stabbed. Huh. Oh, suddenly the young guys got wrapped in a surge of energy. Damn. I can keep floating magic for long like this. I will cast magic bullets to cover you all. So go ahead and take down that guy. We will handle the ones up top. I will take care of the ground. The perfect curve started drawing many more curves. Swordsman Yuangan looked at the snowy troop below, amazed at how they kept rising and growing in number. They need to do something. No sooner had he sighed than a yeti attacked him from behind. Just when he thought he was going home for good, his precious niece showed up. Player Guhiban activated the Storm Dash skill. The Spear of the War God was unleashed, carrying overwhelming power in the strike. The Yeti was shredded to pieces by Guhiban. She usually seems a bit reckless, but when it comes to defending her uncle, she is seriously impressive. The lightning hidden in the Thunder God's wrath began to pour down. Hyben turned to his grumpy old uncle. Uncle, focus. How have you survived this brutal player life, looking so clueless all the time? Tears streaming down his face. Hyben, you are way better than I am now. Just those 2 throwing knives and that artifact alone must be worth over 10 billion coins. Yet your uncle gave them all to you. Just like your uncle said, he loves his granddaughter more than his son. Your uncle's actually starting to get jealous of those items. After a solid performance, Hyben got a message from the god. The hunting season god praised you, saying you have got real talent in hunting magic. The god spun around, wondering why they had not noticed such talent before. The hunting season god whispered that you would improve even more if you learned the secret throwing knife techniques from them. The god asked if you wanted to start learning right away. Opportunities like this do not come often. The hunting season god praised you again, saying you are a natural at hunting magic. Hyben wondered who this god was. Could it be someone her uncle knows well? Hyben remembered how Liking used to solo through zombie forests. She wanted to learn too and immediately twisted and jumped, unleashing a thunder strike. The hunting season god gaped in awe at your incredible jump height. Wherever Hyben jumped, iron centipedes appeared. The god kept marveling at your perfect knife skills, but also worried you might make a mistake. Hyben threw in a few kicks that dazzled the god, whose eyes lit up at your stylish moves. Hyben laughed with the god, who paused at everything the girl did. This god's really adorable. It reminded Hyben of some people she knows. Whoa, Hyben, did you really tie this scarf yourself? That is awesome. I want one too. Why do you only lend it to Sella? That is discrimination. Snap out of it. You Hyben. Hey, it was my birthday the other day. Go Hyben, you should get me a scarf too. Thinking of them brought tears to Hyben's eyes. She really missed her friends. Lightning crackled all around Hyben as the storm surged forward, with her right in the middle of the tempest. Wherever the lightning struck, monsters exploded violently. The electric shock took out a large number of snowmen and snow wyverns, leaving them unable to fight. The snow wyverns lost the ability to fly and crashed to the ground due to the fierce storm. Player Guhiban was entering a rage state. The hunting season god cheered with joy. The snowman general barked orders frantically. You fools! Deal with the humans first. System alert. The monster general of the Winter King has detected player Guhiban's presence. Player Guhiban is now marked as an enemy of the snowman, and all attacks will focus on her. Agni's breath rained down right where Hyben stood. Just as things heated up, an older brother opened a magic book. Last minute cramming before exams, little bro style. Player Shinjin-gu activated Uroboros S formula skill, creating a temporary shield. Though new to battle magic, Shinjin-gu's shield held up well. Agni's breath slammed into the shield and exploded outside it. The god Sabao loudly declared that he could find some useful talent among his followers. Shinjin-gu called out to Wernsel, who immediately raised her shield. Got it. Leave this to me, let us go. As the demon-faced shield pushed forward, player Shin Ernsel unleashed a tower attack skill, but the shield barely budged, freezing both Ernsel and Shinjin-gu in shock. You do not have enough power. You do not have enough energy. Shinjin-gu shouted in confusion. What are you doing? The shield did not even get any bigger. How are we supposed to deal with those jerks like this? Because you did not eat and wasted too much energy. A god smiled and cast a spell. The old god shattered the impressive twilight, impressed by your determination, and blessed you. Your lack of power and energy was completely restored. The Shin Ernsel quickly received the god's blessing. The Jin Dan effect has been activated. The girl, smiling brightly like a flower, thanked the god and eagerly raised the demon-faced shield, ready to bulldoze through the snowmen. The tower attack skill has been unleashed. The snowmen were like ants under the might of the demon-faced shield, empowered and trampling them down as they screamed in agony. Miss Jinjo turned to remind Bin, who was still dazed. The girl snapped out of it immediately, and Jun-gun fired like a thunderbolt. The massacre had begun. The snow general gritted his teeth fiercely. These fools! Just as Jun-gun reached out to grab the snow general's head, before he could succeed, the general moved faster than expected. Hey, what are you looking at? The snow general scowled. If you are not the king, do not bother me. Saying that, He dodged Jungun's claws with agility. The Winter King's general had appeared. Jin Jiayu panicked when she heard the announcement. Player Shin Jin Jiayu activated the Snake's Curse skill. The Curse. Chaos targeting the Winter King's general and his snowy dragon. The awakening was nullified. The blindness curse was unleashed. The awakening was nullified. Shin Jin Jiayu was quickly slammed away by the general. He Bin immediately turned back but still got hit by a blow. He Bin thrown far away. Before she could recover, the general was already upon her. Damn bastard. Uncle. He Bin is thinking of Tranks on again. She really wants to be like him. Am I okay like this? Tears welled up in her eyes. He Bin just wants to save everyone. Just like Tranks on, of course. That is the answer for He Bin. A halo appeared in the sky. Golden light shooting down to the ground. The unlucky mountain summit hit by the golden light immediately exploded. System announcement. Player Le Tranks on is entering the arena. Everyone wondered where the fire was coming from. Murmuring everywhere, flames roared wildly as Le Tranks on appeared from the fire. Standing right before He Bin, moving her deeply, watching from afar, was also moved. Who are you? Who do you think I am? The Snow General was driven mad by Le Tranxion's attitude. You are the one, the bastard who killed our king. His voice echoed across the mountain range. All the players there widened their eyes in shock at the news. The Snow General growled. Let me ask you this. Human, are you the king of humanity? Kin, yes. If you killed our king, then I must take down the king of humanity too. But if our king's death was caused by humanity's leader, then his death won't be in vain. So answer me, are you the king of humanity? Le Tranxon showed an expression completely dismissive of the Snow General's logic. Kin, no way. I do not think humanity needs such childish things. Then you are no different from the rest of them. Go to hell. The great general of the Ice King unleashed his Frost Domain skill. Le Tranxon coldly raised her sword to block the attack. The Fierce Tiger state took effect. The Fierce Tiger spirit burst out as two energy waves clashed violently. Players marveled at the brutal power rivaling the Iron Queen of Le Tranxon. The Ice King's general hunched his back. Enduring Le Tranxon's strikes, the crowd cheered him on enthusiastically. The Snow General thought silently. This human is pretty strong. As he shifted tactics to take the advantage in the air, the old man's snow winged dragon immediately flew in to save its master, while Le Tranxion dodged its bite. Tayat Tongquan jumped onto the snow winged dragon's back and flew away. Other players quickly called out, he is using the snow winged dragon again. Tyrant, do not let him win. Le Tranxion frowned and called for Gelgul, who immediately charged out. Player Beck Gelgul activated his stealth skill and launched a fierce attack. Beck Gelgul just appeared and immediately demanded 2 liters of blood from the cheeky snow-winged dragon that dared to bite Le Tranxion. Tayat Tongquan was furious, and another snow warrior quickly came to his aid. That guy pulled Tayat Tongquan over, then shot up into the air. The other guy was cautious around Le Tranxion, but Tayat Tongquan reassured him that they had the advantage in the air. Just as the trap was set, a sneering voice sounded from behind. When will you stop clinging to that lame snow-winged dragon? Little did he know, Le Tranxion has wings and was flying circles around those beasts. Tayat Tongquan was stunned and stammered. But Le Tranxion did not hesitate. He unleashed a firestorm and tore this snowy peak apart. The fierce tiger state shifted into a roaring tiger spirit. It exploded with power. He lit up the whole sky. Look over there. Something as falling. The sky looked like shining skin. Beams of light shining down as Le Tranxion rode Tayat Tongquan flying down like they were snowboarding. They plunged straight to the ground with a massive crash. Tayat Tongquan thought to himself, I can die like this. I have to avenge the king. Why are you so obsessed with the word king? Because the only way I can become king is by avenging our king. That means killing your king. Thought he was dying. But this monkey still screams loud. Only then can he claim the throne. The king is the one who can bring prosperity and wealth to the people. To lead my loyal subjects, I must become their king. So that is why the Ice King left it behind. What are you saying? This is the Ice King's last will. Le Tranxion dropped the document in front of Tayat Tongquan, which stated the Ice King entrusted you with his power, because his time is up, and he will leave this world. It also said you have full authority to lead your subordinates. Announced that the Ice King's monster general has become the new boss of the dungeon, fulfilling the Ice King's last wish. The Ice King's general has become the new Ice King. Haha, my foolish father. He shed tears, leaving just a few words like that. What meaning does it have? We are just puppets. We do not even truly exist, but whether we exist or not does not really matter. Le Tranxion decisively sent him off to the afterlife with his father. That is the end of the chaos. The Ice King boss monster is dead. You have completed the Ice King's final hidden quest and earned his treasure and last wish rewards. You have completed the King Slayer hidden quest and received the Ice King General's Great Blade as a reward. The dungeon lockdown has begun. The final gate is closed. A mysterious figure is closely watching the battle's events. Le Chan, did you say he dared to refuse the goddess's blessing? Yes, that is right. Let us head to Korea. I have to see this with my own eyes. If he is truly weak and disrespectful to the goddess, I will punish him myself. The Watcher laughed with no kindness at all. Back home, Le Tranxion finally had some free time to casually stand with his hands in his pockets, admiring the city lights. Just as things were peaceful, Someone came making noise. Thanks for calling us over. Sir Cell and Sinjin Jill are screaming at each other really loudly. Are you crazy? Yelling like that, what if the fan's over here? Haft. No fan can compare to me. Sir Cell got mad, grabbed his brother's collar and asked, "Wanna get punched?" After grabbing his brother, Sir Cell immediately turned and smiled at Lei Changseun. Thanks for inviting us. I remember that Long Vega season 4 years ago you only ate this dish, so I brought it for you. She held up the fruit box like a fangirl, silently freaking out over her idol. Whoa, crazy. I can handle this. Our Appa just changed his hairstyle. Lei Changseun did not disappoint her devoted fans' effort, and turned with a mischievous smile. Thank you. Please. Fangirl mode activated immediately for our idol. Amut. He just thanked me. I would die happy now. Sinjin Jill's annoyed and ready to call out the nonsense. Wait, do not be fooled. She begged forever just to get that gift from the fan club. Because of that eagerness, Sinjin Jill took a knee straight to her face. Talk about drama. The sisters were too loud, so Changseon noticed the quiet girl standing behind them, Hyabin. When she caught his eye, she shyly whispered. Her casual outfit made Hyabin look super cute and sweet. Changseon smiled gently at her. Gone inside. Sorry. There is really nothing here. Just hang tight. A feast was laid out. The four guys eagerly dug in while Lei Changseon quietly enjoyed some beer out in the hallway. Hyabin, here's something for you, top quality stuff. Sinjin Jill handed Hyabin a coin-like item with a grumpy face stamped on it. He excitedly explained that normally only official members get these, but since she is special, she is getting it first. Just use this to verify your id, and you will get access to all the tournament videos and exclusive behind-the-scenes clips of our guy. Hyabin gladly accepted the gift, thanking Jim Jill. What Jim Jill said piqued not only Hyabin's interest, but also caught the attention of the god of the shooting season, who eyed the badge curiously. Jim Jill was smitten by her smile, turning away shyly and thinking, whoa, she is really pretty. This is the kind of healing beauty I like. He could not help but wonder why Hyabin was a fan of Appa, given he is known as a total jerk. I do not think I am really his fan. Hyabin replied right away. If anything, I admire him as a fellow gamer. Hyabin looked at the man standing alone by the balcony and said, I want to be as warm-hearted as he is. Lei Changseon might look tough on the outside, but his heart's in the right place. Hearing that, he smiled quietly, thinking this girl's not bad at all. Even gods have their moments of calm and reflection. The great god of the underworld quietly observed the peaceful scene. The fierce tiger god Sarko complained that he felt unhappy. Changseon noticed this seemed to annoy the gods quite a bit. Changseon chuckled and asked, are you having a bad day? The system quickly relayed the response. The fierce tiger god Sarko scolded his friend for babbling nonsense. If I offended you, please forgive my disrespect. Sarko sternly warned he would not forgive any more slip-ups. Changseon smiled and thanked the fierce tiger god Sarko, but inwardly thought, Dumbus? Forgiving that? No way. Sarko started telling a story about a fool he once knew in his realm. Lei Changseon was curious about what he meant. Sarko added that the fool never knew fear and always stubbornly did his own thing. Because of that, he was quickly chased away. But still, that fool was someone worthy of respect. Lei Changseon was startled. Was not that story about him? Sarko recalled first meeting that fool on the plains of Arcadia. Lei Changseon was shocked. The first time he met the fierce tiger was not in the astrological tower. But if it was Arcadia, then it must have been him. Back then, the fierce tiger god Sarko, with a half-tiger face, boldly asked him, are you the crazy war god who kicked Antares out by the collar? What do I have to do to be as strong as you? Lei Changseon coolly replied, shut up, you rat. The fierce tiger Sarko pulled his hood over his eyes, smirked slyly, then turned his back and walked away. Then, the pillars in the sky began to change. Lei Changseon was imprisoned, and the fierce tiger laughed with satisfaction. He remembered clearly, when the star with the fatal number tried to eliminate him, that guy was the puppet master ruler. The fierce tiger god Sarko wanted to warn you. The fierce tiger god Sarko said that even the brightest stars in heaven will eventually fade away. Changseon wondered, has he always been his target? The fierce tiger god Sarko said he would always support you and make sure it never happens. The fierce tiger god Sarko advised that if it does happen, do not let others pressure you. The fierce tiger god Sarko said that loneliness is the reason why the brightest stars shine. Changseon replied, I get. Actually, he thought, who around him would ever try to bring him down, being alone to shine? That is just nonsense. Changseon also wondered why this god suddenly brought up the sunset of the gods now. In conclusion, the fierce tiger god Sarko said you are smart enough to understand what he meant back then. Lei Changseon thought it was unlikely that bastard knew his true identity. The NATO's security system could not be that bad. He was not sure if this was really a coincidence or not. The fierce tiger god Sarko asked about your plan. Right now, Changseon could not be sure about the puppet master ruler, so he would save that for later. Changseon replied to the fierce tiger god Sarko, 1 month. But the fierce tiger god Sarko shook his head, not understanding your meaning. In 1 month, I will become a master chef. The fierce tiger god Sarko doubted how realistic that plan was. The fierce tiger god Sarko warned he would not forgive you if you pushed too hard and got hurt. Changxian thought becoming a master chef was not only doable but actually pretty easy. He said to the fierce tiger god Sarko, I know it is tough to become a master chef with just my power, so I plan to get the 5 sacred classics. Once I have that holy power, do not you think becoming a master chef will be a piece of cake? The fierce tiger god Sarko relayed that he was not sure if you could handle another curse. Seeing him worried sick, Changxian comforted him, saying it is just tough for now, but it will be worth it. The fierce tiger god Sarko quickly agreed with Changxian's mindset. A light shone 2 colors, red and blue, with flashes of lightning streaking down. The system announced that the fierce tiger god Sarko praised your bravery and granted you another reward. Meanwhile, in a luxury car speeding down the road, Uncle Eungin was crying like crazy. Hyabin, my Hyabin has gone with Lee Changxian. She even called me a nuisance. The fierce tiger god Sarko was so moved he had to advise the uncle that a child's independence comes suddenly after obtaining the eternal news. Changxian's next move was to report to Choi Bai-yong and deliver the promise to Choi Hying-jin. The nameless spear and Jail Juan's spear will be enhanced if you use this, so remake them. Choi Bai-yong immediately perked up. You want me to start over from scratch after I have been up 3 nights straight? Lee Changxian casually dropped 100 million goon, then asked, what now? That is the style of someone who has got money, no doubt. Lee Changxian then opened the King's treasure vault, and the system displayed the item list. Item list 1, 32 pieces of 5,000-year-old hand iron ore. 2, 126 pieces of 5,000-year-old hand iron ore. 3, 61 pieces of vast iron. The sheer volume of items made some gods uneasy. The snake god, coiled around the world, commented it was incredible that these monsters had collected such treasures over generations. The fierce tiger god Sarko licked his lips, drooling. Lee Changxian asked his lucky blacksmith, is this enough materials now? Choi Byung exclaimed, you really pulled off something unbelievable. He could not help but think it was not just ordinary metal, but 15,000-year-old and 1,500-year-old metal. Just a tiny piece of 15,000-year-old metal the size of a fingernail could make a powerful weapon. Suddenly, he smiled brightly, thinking, with this much, he could craft even more weapons. He wanted to create a masterpiece no one could match. Choi Byung immediately told Lee Changxian, that damn guy, I will do it. Lee Changxian reminded the boss. Yes, that damn boss. 5 days later, the announcement appointing Lee Changxian as head of the Future Strategy Department was made public. Executive O, Captain Lee Changxian has arrived. You are here. Lee Changxian showed up with his new handsome haircut. Seeing him, Sim Jong-ho gritted his teeth, remembering how Lee Changxian had called him a show-off before. When Changxian arrived, Executive O immediately sent Sim Jong-ho away. Manager Sim, you can leave now. Make sure there are no mistakes on the business trip. Executive Director. He did not want to stick around anyway, so he left right away. Of course, he still was not convinced by Lee Changxian and felt like trouble was piling on him like a flood. Meanwhile, Lee Changxian got a spot for a business trip to the States and the guild leader. It is hard to figure out what his plan is with those monsters coming. Sim Jong-ho clenched his jaw so tight it almost locked, thinking that someday that bastard would chew him up. Better go meet Director Lee first. Inside, Lee Changxian was showing Executive O the Eternal Ice Crystal. Oh ho! It is even more dazzling than I imagined. The fierce god Tiger Sarko salivated before the breath of the Guild King. Since even the stars want this, I do not need to appraise its value. Well done, but you do not have any questions, like how to use the Eternal Ice Crystal to repay your debt. I assume you know how to use it, and if needed, you will share the info with me. You really are incredibly smart. Executive O looked at him with a very stern gaze. Are you curious about the secret I am hiding? System notification. The fierce god Tiger Sarko silently stares at you. Lee Changxian straight up told Executive O that yes, he was curious. Executive O clapped happily. Then let me show you. You have entered the domain of player Osaiwan. The fierce god Tiger Sarko stared at his kin's territory with a sly smile. Changxian also could not believe how easily he created a domain like that. No wonder he is the only Grand Mage in the White Tiger Guild. But when did they get so many? The Tiger King's disaster is shaking violently. Changxian estimated the new squad had about 400-500 members, and he also sensed the sign of the 4th sacred scripture. Could it be he destroyed the research base because the decoding of the scripture was complete? Executive O laughed loudly. How does it feel to witness my army for the first time? They are amazing. Osaiwan unleashed his energy with a big laugh. Haha, I knew it. You are the same kind of person as me. Do you know where our guild ranks worldwide? I think somewhere in the top 20. Changxian quietly sized up this old fox. He would always hidden his identity perfectly from outsiders. But now he did not hide that he was a demon anymore. Revealing his true form like that meant he would decided to trust him. Osaiwan said, at rank 27. There is no rank leader or any moves to gain influence worldwide. That is why they ranked us where they did. What do you think about that? There are 4 ranks. King at the top, then Duke, High Noble, and finally Noble. The Silver Tiger Guild is strong enough that Arcadia can ignore it. The Chariot class is currently at Duke level, but their strength has already reached king level. Obviously, they should rank us higher, Chang Xiao said. I disagree. Even though I have not worked with any other guilds before, the director agrees. You are right, it is ridiculous. But thinking about it, we are still stuck at rank 27. Even if we are holding back. What do you think will happen if we decide to rise up? You can see I have no intention of limiting our guild inside Korea. I want to raise this guild higher. Push it further. I want every branch and blade of grass to tremble at just one shout from us. Such a grand ideal made the fierce god Sarko roar with mad laughter. Our guardian star shares the same wish. Soon, everyone will bow at our feet. Chang Xiao frowned. Are you planning to take us into the outside world? Don't you think the world will condemn you for becoming a demon and walking a dark path? When faced with absolute power, nothing else matters. Since I have shown you all my secrets, now it is your turn to show me yours. Osan pulled out a dream gem. Chang Xiao knew it well but still asked, what is that? This is what will turn you into someone like them. This sorceress artifact will make you an even greater warrior. Every director and captain has gone through this. Item info display activated. Lost dream, an enhanced form of the dream gem. A sphere created by blending the flowers of death, decay, and some other things. It reeks of those who fell victim to the fury of the fierce tiger. A chaotic, mixed-type sphere with special effects. The director grinned wickedly. I guarantee you will become stronger than any of them. Take it. Li Changxiu stared at the creepy thing, wondering what to do. The demons beneath were screaming in fear. A new form of the dream gem. Maybe if I examine it closely, I can uncover the secret behind the fury of the fierce tiger. Just then, Din spoke up. Hey, master, why not give that to me? Li Changxiu looked at the gem, hesitating. What should I do? Hellfire Spirit will purge all toxins. In theory, I could absorb pure energy, but inside this dream sphere hides the fierce tiger's curse. If I observe it carefully, maybe I can figure out the secret behind the fierce tiger's curse. But right then, Den Frisia asked him to give her the gem. Give it to the Almighty One. I was thinking about refining it more, and I am curious about its purity too. Who else would think to empower a greedy monkey's cry by purifying it? How could I possibly hand it over? Haha. Master, just eat it. Do not purify yet. Leave the rest to me. Li Changxiu did not hesitate and popped the gem into his mouth. You have consumed the dream sphere. The fierce tiger's curse is spreading throughout your body. Effect: immunity to 10 types of poisons activated to purge foreign elements from your body. You have disabled the effect. Frisia Dun wants to take the fierce tiger's curse. Frisia Dun forcibly absorbs the fierce tiger's curse. Hen laughed at Li Changxiu. I have absorbed it. I will report the results later. If something like this happens again, do not hesitate to tell me. Just then, the director ended the illusion. He turned to ask him, how is it? Perfect? Oh wow. Ziquang just burst out laughing. Ha! Almost everyone else went crazy because that power was so hard to handle. But for you, it seems way too easy. Could I possibly have something like that too? He is taking advantage again. Sarkar, the fierce tiger god, smirked mysteriously. Of course. Every time you achieve something, I will reward you with one. The Cynics Corporation in the US will declare war soon. In a month, our Silver Tiger Guild will ally with them as allies and world dominators. Cynics is a major guild in the US, led by the Iron King, one of the top 10 global ranked players. They are known for training players, leading dungeon raids, and also for researching and developing weapons and artifacts. Chang Xian wondered if this was a turf war, and if so, who Earthseer 1 was planning to challenge. What is my mission? Take your fame and influence to America. You mean you want me to win the hearts of the players? They're so Silver Tiger gets noticed in this war. Chang Xian smiled quietly. More attention meant more status for him in Silver Tiger Guild. The rise of Silver Tiger would be a huge advantage if I can handle this area. To get it all, I have to stay calm and predict every next move. Li Changxian told him. First, please allow me to head to the windy rocky desert in Nice, France. I will conquer that place and complete the Apocalypse City in Chicago. If I become a ganker after that, would not that be explosive news? The director laughed so hard he was practically spitting. Haha. You mean those unfinished dungeons? So you want to be a superstar? If that is your wish, go for it. But since you do not know what dangers you will face, I will assign a guard to help you. A message from the guild's patron god just came through. The fierce tiger god Sarkar is pleased with the report about the upcoming challenges. Elsewhere, Shin Jinju has also joined the Future Strategy Department. He showed up with a crooked smile. I am currently an employee of the Future Strategy Department. Sir, the door just opened, and two familiar faces appeared. Move it, you weird rocket. Sircel and Beck Gale Good were fiercely battling, and Jinju just stood there stunned. They started training hard right after officially becoming a team. You are here already. Captain, what is that weapon? Chang Xian glanced at him. When it is just the two of us. Call me whatever you want. I just got this recently. Brought it here to test it out during training with everyone. What? Weird or something? Not all. Le Chang Xian trains like he is on a fashion runway. Nothing looks out of place. Sircel's eyes were hearts all over. She sighed. Beauty shines. Through the wear he looks great no matter what he wears. Jinju looked at the two tall, handsome guys and thought, is this team all about looks? As long as I'm here, That can be right. Le Changxian turned to them and said, I am here to test team coordination today. So let us get into some real combat. The executive director just gave us a surprise mission. A guild's mining operation related to ours collapsed while extracting magic ore. The system displayed mission info. Rescue trapped miners. Priority normal. Description. About an hour ago, a mine mysteriously collapsed in the Jade Isle dungeon, where 20 miners got trapped inside, and their status is unknown due to lost communication. Find the cause of the collapse and rescue all miners within 5 hours. Reward, 100 reputation points and some magic ore. Once everyone's read this, we will head out immediately. Le Changxian leads the team into the dungeon like herding chickens into a traditional herbal stew pot. In Xi'an International Airport, Passenger Gate 2. Arrivals. Chejia Den and a member of the association are here to pick someone up. A tall, tough-looking foreign guy with messy hair like a lion's mane. As soon as Chejia saw him, she started chatting right away. Welcome. Illuminati's Wolf. I have been assigned to assist you during your stay in Korea. You speak German. He smiled so widely you could not see his eyes, thinking about the holy maiden blessed by our constellation. This Korea trip is already looking amazing. Haha. May I meet the tyrant? Cheyenne grimaced, thinking this guy's association is dead weight. She was only suspicious about Le Changxian, yet the White Tiger Association even cut ties with Le Changxian. She really did not know what to do, so she had to say it. Right now, setting up a meeting with him is pretty tough. The young man with Chejian immediately responded. Senior, I think he just mentioned the tyrant. The tyrant is currently part of the rescue team at the Wachian mine collapse. Seeing things going off track. Silently thought, this clueless idiot is hopeless. She quickly invited the foreign guy to follow her. Inside, she reminded herself not to treat a VIP guest badly just because of personal issues. But every time she saw Le Changxian, she felt his danger, like she might be the one to die. Meanwhile, in Gangwon province, Wachian, in front of a wall marked with harsh scars, Le Changxian asked how many people were still buried under there. Someone replied 24, a staff member clearly annoyed. Director, you are so harsh sometimes. They are all rookies. What can they do? That guy must be skilled. Right? Can you believe it? Just media nonsense. Le Changxian did not care, straightened up and entered the pit. You have stepped into the Blue Jade dungeon. The two with Le Changxian got way too excited as soon as they passed through the gate. The scenery's amazing. Changxian warned them not to let their guard down, because they did not know what might happen. After the warning, Changxian called out to Jim Gill. He immediately understood and summoned a lightning orb. Player Jim Gill activated the Snake S skill to create a glowing orb overhead. On seal. Got it. I should stand like this. Right? Just as she raised her shield, an arrow suddenly flew straight at Jim Gill's head, distracting on seal. Le Changxian quickly shouted a warning. What are you doing? Stay alert. Both looked toward the bushes where the arrow had come from. Suddenly, a rain of arrows shot out from the bushes. On seal immediately raised her shield to block. Player on seal activated the Great Shield skill. The arrow struck on seal's demon-faced shield, shattering it to pieces. Suddenly, Jim Gill's orb shot lightning that thundered through the sky. Screams echoed throughout the forest. Jim Gill pulled the arrow from his head, no scratch at all. System message relayed. The world-wrapping god tongue clicked at the team's clumsiness. Jim Gill responded. The guardian god said that, I am sure my magic core will protect me. The world-wrapping god rolled his eyes and asked why he was only realizing his mistake now. He laughed smugly. Not like you, Lord Ear. Haha. Even better. Haha. Then he started reenacting on Seal's little sister's survival scene. Of course, he succeeded in driving the lioness hiding inside like Chang Seal's sister crazy. Whatever. They said, Dong Chi. Baek Giwon immediately aimed in that direction and moved out. There was movement in the forest. And Baek Giwon moved again, carrying a creature. On Seal and Shim Jill stood frozen watching. Baek Giwon tossed the creature he caught at Chang Seal's feet. I thought we should investigate, so I brought it here. Seal and Shin Jim Jill looked at the creature and said in unison, It is a spirit. The god of the season frowned, puzzled why a spirit would appear here. Chang Seal did not think so. From its eyes, it was clear this was not an ordinary spirit, it was a gray spirit. Neither Shin sisters knew what a gray spirit was. Gray spirits look like spirits but are not part of the spirit clan. They are like parasites created by monsters to drain energy from other creatures. Parasites. So what is pulling them here to produce gray spirits? The parasite must be in its mature stage. Huh? Can it really find that much food in this tiny rotten cave? Serpent God squinted, saying gray spirit's appearance is a rare special form. Chang Seal checked and found no monsters in the rivers and lakes around the island, plus a manamine. So people come here often. A parasite can grow without being noticed. Chang Seal had a hunch, but this only works if someone is involved before she wanted to help destroy that world and create this rotten cave. This possibility exists, but there is still something off. Chang Seal made a new plan. From now on, we are retreating. What? Suddenly shocked, We do not even know if those trapped inside are alive. Jinju also doubted this strategy. The appearance of gray spirits warned us parasites have taken over the island. Facing their entire force now would endanger others. Chang Seal tried to log out, but the system kept warning, "You cannot log out." Li Chang Seal scratched his head, annoyed, but the system was not done talking. All connections to the outside world have been restricted for certain reasons. Please log out only after completing the cave mission. Starting the cave mission, or beginning the cave mission. On the quest topic, we wish you luck. Jimju was shocked too. Li Chang Seal froze, his face completely blank. Finally, he decided to return to the original plan in the dense forest. With fallen trees everywhere, the Berserk Tiger mode and Berserk Tiger Escape mode have been activated. Li Chang Seal wielded his sword and shield, hunting down the gray spirits. After this fight, Chang Seal found it odd because gray spirits, being parasite products, typically do not bleed, but these felt like he was actually cutting through real creatures. They are tricky, but they possess divine vitality. There is only one parasite like this, the Wood God, and only one god can grow the Wood God. That is the goddess of destruction and death, who used to be Li Chang Seal's teammate. She is... Why is there any sign of her here? Seeing the gray spirits scattered on the ground, Li Chang Seal frowned, worried about his old friend. Callie, what happened to you? Inside a cave full of jagged rocks, cries for help echoed everywhere, and soon people rushed and the Silver Tiger Guild was here. Don't worry. We are here to help. The others kept shouting out, "We are alive. We are still alive. Please save us. Please." Then the rocks gave way. "I am about to die." Screaming louder than a loudspeaker when you are about to die. Something's definitely off here. Li Chang Seal immediately signaled his team to stop and called Jim Jill. Jim Jill knew right away what to do. Shin Jim Jill activated his legendary lightning skill. A radiant light spread out. There was no one alive in the line, just undead. The system announced the grim truth. This place had been destroyed by unknown undead. Li Chang Seal frowned. This was a trap. Luckily, he stopped in time before charging headfirst into that pack of flesh-eating monsters, but it was clear the root cause was a tree buried deep inside the sleepers. And it definitely led somewhere. Before finding that place, the undead were already coming this way. Darkness shot out from behind him, forming a pit. Chang Seal jumped in and was stunned by the scene inside the cave. A parasitic tree that looked just like a ghost tree. It was the personified form of a mature parasite with its own consciousness, also called a goblin parasite. System message: you have found the goblin parasite. Chang Seal noticed the crown it wore looked very similar to the one Callie used. The system also reported that the Holy Tiger Saker was watching the dungeon with great interest. Li Chang Seal drew out an undefined spear. Chang Seal advanced with 2 spears in hand. He wondered if this was the sacred tree Callie had been growing, now lost and trapped here. It sounded crazy, but judging by the interest of the puppet master here, it seemed likely. After seeing Callie and the shock chain, it was hard to call it a coincidence. Something evil was definitely going on here. System alert: the boss raid has started. The goblin parasite stretched out its long, sharp tendrils to slash at Li Chang Seal's face. It did not even have a proper face yet, but if it scratched his, that'd be a disaster. Chang Seal swung his spear to push the tendrils away, determined to protect his handsome face. The parasite had no weapons besides its tendrils, which it wielded wildly. As Li Chang Seal fought, he felt the power of Kali within this monster. That made him think even more, especially about that crown. Not just the look, it radiated divine power. It was definitely a copy of the goddess' crown. At minimum, it had to be a rare artifact, if not a holy relic, meaning it was at least a bishop or priest of Kali. The system relayed that the Holy Tiger Saker was watching these events with huge interest. One of the twin forms of the Holy Tiger was eagerly awaiting what would happen next with you. The god's presence made Chang Seal even more thoughtful. Not just the puppet master, but even the twins were watching now. These guys would not be this interested over just a simple fight with a random player. Chang Seal was sure there was something between Success, Kali, and them that he did not know about. But right now, the goblin parasite was sending out its minions to attack Chang Seal's guild. To find out what it really was, Chang Seal had to take it down no matter what. He swung his spear, unleashing a fiery storm. Wood fuels fire in the 5 elements. Wood can't resist fire, the system warned. The firestorm raged on under Jiguia's summoned title. Flames literally erupted over Li Chang Seal's head. He is ready to burn every last one of you down. Behind him, Seal Dung steps in with his demon-faced ironclad shield like a steamroller. Any monster dumb enough to come close gets flattened on the spot. This girl's got no chill left either. You are all doomed. Yeah? Jiju zaps those monsters with his electric spirit bolts, turning them straight to dust. Baekhyun's no slouch either. He summons a tsunami illusion, wiping out a dozen monsters at once. Gaewon's no ordinary player. Jiju watches the massacre in awe. After wiping out the whole group, Baekhyun coolly glances around. Anyone else want to step up? But then, someone sneaks in from behind for a surprise attack. Gaewon's caught off guard, but does not let the sneak attack land. And somehow, this sneaky guy is still standing. Who are you? I am Lieutenant Park Hae-Seal, a B-rank player and soldier in the Awakening Forces, under the Military Defense Support Command. I was imprisoned here while trying to rescue those buried alive, following the guild's orders. That is the answer to your question. Now it is my turn. Are you human? Baekhyun smirks, lowering his gear to reveal his face. I am Baekhyun, a member of Team L from the White Tiger Guild. Hearing this, Park Hae-seol gets excited. Team L isn't teeth at the team led by Lee Chang-seol, but he is here too. The wounded really need first aid. Gaewon tells him their leader is not here at the moment. Suddenly, the ground shakes as Jin helps Lee Chang-seol relay a message from their leader. They have to move first. Reinforcements are on the way, so stay alert. Baekhyun recognizes Jin but does not trust him. Why would I believe a word he says? Jin immediately thinks, look, so you know exactly where I am now. I thought you were just some dog begging for praise from its master, but even a loyal dog has its own mind and brain. Jin sneers. Don't he believe it if you do not want to? Damn. Baekhyun tries to call him out, but Jin's already vanished. Gaewon wonders what Chang-seol would do if what Jin said is true. Finally, Baekhyun calls out to the other survivors. Where is everyone who is still alive? The system beeps, activating Jin Ki's green escort signal and summoning a protective dome. Then Lee Chang-seol's roar cuts through. I will burn them all down. A twin firestorm heads straight for the goblins, incinerating them. What happens when fire meets wood? It burns like crazy. What else? The fire so fierce it blasts chunks of earth into the sky. Inside, the goblins are using every ounce of energy to build a defensive shield to avoid getting roasted alive. After chasing away Lee Chang-seol's wildfire, the goblins freak out and rush a whole horde of monsters straight at him. He calls Jin, and Jin Frisia instantly appears fully armored. As soon as he arrives, he pulls out his sword finally. I have been waiting for you to call me all this time. Jin cuts through the monsters exactly where he wants them to go. Lee Chang-seol hands this area off to him, chasing the goblins burned by fire with a sharp glare. The goblins freak out when Lee Chang-seol pursues them and scatter wildly. Watching them bolt like mad, Lee Chang-seol wonders if the more these guys get beaten up, the stronger they get. With a weapon in hand, Lee Chang-seol strikes at one immediately. The goblin morphs a cluster of sickly ones into a shield to block Chang-seol's attack. This monster's giving Lee Chang-seol a headache, but he quickly switches his spear to a blade ready for close combat. The blade is a Western weapon designed for slicing. Just after switching weapons, Lee Chang-seol lands a clean double strike on the monster, but when it gets cut off here, it just grows back somewhere else. So it is not exactly a big deal. The monster even caught Lee Chang-seol as easily as grabbing a chicken. Plus, Lee Chang-seol noticed this thing not only regenerates faster, but its regenerated parts are tougher too, just like Kali. Instead of combat skills, she always outshines him in traditional martial arts, probably because she is Kali's priestess. She is naturally better than him in fighting techniques. He started to wonder if the only reason he got this far was just because his element was way stronger than everyone else's. Lee Chang-seol lit a fire again. Not sure about the strategy, but right now it is really hard to control it. I will have to overpower it somehow, but at this rate, no matter what it does, I just can't keep up anymore. While setting the fire, Lee Chang-seol recalled his meeting with Kali on the snowy mountain. Chasing her down with just pure martial arts would definitely be tough. Lee Chang-seol's face twisted like he just ate ginger. Just now, it felt like her power exploded even stronger. What was that? Can I use it too? That is not even my destiny yet. It is easy to say, but listen carefully, Twilight. Only use it in real danger. You should know that among all who've witnessed it, you are the only one still alive. End of flashback. Lee Chang-seol took a deep breath, gathering the flames right in front of him. The system notified him, you have discovered a hidden fragment Himavat's Breath, a special breathing skill from the cultivators of the Himavat Snowy Mountain. A sacred power ruled by the goddess of destruction and death, designed to compensate for oxygen deficiency and highly effective for boosting energy. However, if used incorrectly, it puts a huge strain on the body. Classification: State, Temporary Skill, Effect, activating hidden power, boosting vitality. Just one breath is enough to awaken latent power and unleash even greater resources. So Lee Chang-seol is breathing hard with his whole face. The special thing is, even if the puppet ruler or the twins are watching, they can detect it because Kali said everyone who has seen it ended up dead. Lee Chang-seol would instantly overwhelm that monster in a split second, then unleash his full power to finish it off. Thinking this, Lee Chang-seol inhaled as much as he could and then exhaled a scorching hot breath. Himavat's breath used, latent power awakened. The system Memevishe announced, you have entered a berserk state. Mental disorder. Excitement triggered, significantly boosting all stats for 5 minutes. Lee Chang-seol's face started bulging with veins. The system says ideal night skill activated. You can now wield the magic boiling inside you. Lee Chang-seol immediately swung his spear. These 5 minutes are the real-time limit to unleash all his latent power. But with his current state, he might not even last 5 seconds before giving out, so he has to end this while he still can hold on. When those sharp spears pierced the monster's body, it let out a pitiful scream. Lee Chang-seol could only hold on for a second, but it felt like an hour had passed. Determined, Chang-seol pushed forward to finish off the monster before it could heal its wounds. Snake Eye skill focused on the target's movement. Another second passed, and the King of Mountains' song skill exploded. Another second went by, and the monster's body was shredded into huge chunks. The King of Mountains' second song skill raged fiercely. Only 1 second left. Li Changxiel unleashed a massive fire tornado. The fire tornado wrapped around the monster, burning it to ashes. The fiery storm almost wiped the monster out completely. At the same time, Li Changxiel's peak power time ran out. System notified. Destructive embodiment feat completed. Reward: 5 years worth of power. King of Mountains' song skill has been upgraded. You successfully subdued the bug. Little Fairy, the constellation of the right season, widened their eyes, amazed by the incredible skills you showed. La Changxian was panting hard. The Himawat breath state was forcibly ended, and all stats would recover. You have used up 45% of your strength. You have consumed 61% of your mana. You have fallen into a state of exhaustion. You have fallen into a state of anemia. The constellation of the World Serpent says that activating someone's latent power often ruins their body. Sometimes the damage is so severe it hardly recovers. Looking at its condition, Lai Changxian honestly never thought he would fight a priest using the skill Kali taught him today. The gods were still buzzing over the recent performance. The constellation of the Owl tearing the dusk worried about your exhaustion, while one face in the Gemini constellation watched your powerful display with delight. The Sacred Tiger constellation laughed, saying you really are from the hometown, judging by how easily you subdued that opponent. The Great Demon constellation chasing hell showed curiosity about how you planned to deal with the foe you defeated. La Changxian furrowed his brow. He would subdue the audience, but now he needed to find out what was going on with Kali. Meanwhile, Gemini and the Void King watched closely. He could not just ignore and interrogate the fairy casually, but as he approached, its eyes suddenly lit up like laser beams. Changxian was shocked. What the heck just happened to this thing? The demon's head started sprouting spikes and let out a long, eerie laugh that made him furious. Changxian was stunned. What is wrong with this guy? The demon used its last breath to speak. You divine fools, your dirty tricks won't last much longer. Swadar Reaper will rise again and wipe out all you pests, and the apocalypse you fear, along with eternal darkness, is coming for you soon. System alert. Beast senses detect danger. Snake Eyes skill recommends fleeing immediately. The demon is dead. But how did a tree suddenly grow here? La Changxian quickly flew away from the tree. System update. The demon sacrificed its essence and magic to strengthen the parasitic tree. By the rules, this parasitic tree should now evolve into a new form. La Changxian sped off, but could not resist glancing back at the rainbow-colored tree, the holy tree. Outside, the scene was starting to get chaotic. Nothing new here. I am suffocating just standing around. Why are not they here anymore? Don't you think something's going on inside? Are you kidding? Stop talking nonsense. Do you want us all dead? I did not mean that. Look, the gate exploded, bursting into massive flames. Hurry, call the guild. The red mark has been broken. Before they could call, a car screeched to a stop. Cha Jia and arrived with a foreign guest and 2 others to check it out. Seriously, even with changes to the red mark, the Hunter Guild's management did not see this coming. The foreigner muttered in his native tongue. Judging by the energy waves, this red mark's probably a 4-star or higher, right? The purple-dressed woman immediately translated. He just asked if it is a 4-star red mark or higher. Chajia and his subordinate quickly replied. That red mark looks like just 1 star. The foreigner sneered, thinking, 1 star? Huh? Then this must be a double red mark opening up here. There must have been a lot happening inside already. Inside, the system was alerting. One of the Gemini twins told his friend to stop slacking off and enjoy the mundane world. Trying to blur his expression, the fierce tiger star Sarker laughed heartily while watching a star, saying this slow creature seems to take a liking to his friend. Massive energy drain is occurring across different parts of the red mark. Desertification is underway. Changxian worried whether Baek Jiol and the other expedition members managed to evacuate safely. The gods continued to show their attitudes. The fierce tiger star Sarker delighted in the mortals' resistance. Now just a wandering ghost, one of the Gemini twins coldly observed the situation. Changxian recalled Jiol's words. The fallen god would be reborn, bringing apocalypse and revelation. In other words, Kali did. And the twins are behind it all. Soxes and Zura Kali. What really happened after Changxian was punished by the gods? Was everything they suffered his fault? The newly grown tree glowed constantly with a galaxy hue. The new parasitic holy tree monster was born. The parasitic holy tree monster felt the energy from the red mark was not enough. It was exploring nearby areas to find a new energy source. It discovered a new host, Earth, existing outside the red mark. The parasitic holy tree was extending its roots toward Earth. The red mark was gradually collapsing. Missions were being replaced. Mission Timber harvesting. The sacred parasitic tree, which rebooted Lamdich Island in a strange way, is now wildly destroying the island's ecosystem and beaches. Once this place is completely ruined, it plans to invade lands beyond. Cut down the tree. If we fail, the Crimson Prism will break and the parasitic tree's seeds will engulf the earth. At this moment, La Changxian thought, even if it is all my fault, I will bring back Kali's high priest. Jingy smiled at this idea, teasing. Interesting thoughts. Master, bringing back someone who was once the high priestess of the goddess of destruction and death to Lamb. The home of the Ha family. If we let the parasitic tree's seeds spread to Earth, it is all over. I must destroy the parasitic tree and restore the fairy seeds. Chang Xian's reaction even caught the gods off guard. One of the Gemini constellation's faces was shocked by humanity's stubbornness. Chang Xian continued, maybe the parasitic tree is aiming for the sky, where the stars and gods reside. Go find out quickly. Jin laughed in disbelief. Huh? You mean the fairy seeds? Ridiculous. Chang Xian frowned at him. This is an order. Go find them. Jin thought to himself. An order? He dares command me. Jin frees ya. But somehow, his words carry weight. I can't ignore. Jin reluctantly gave in. Fine. Whatever you want. After he left, Chang Xian thought about another place he needed to reach first. Lightning Brother and White Submerged Water took aim, using their sharp vision to mark the target. The arrow shot from the bow glowed golden and flew straight to the parasitic tree, causing a massive explosion. With perfect aim, the arrow struck the marked target. The skills Burst, Light Break, and Net Probe triggered a chain reaction, causing a large-scale fairy blast. Achieving success. Chain Explosion Test Phase. Fire Element Power 15, Burst Damage plus 10, Shooting Skill Advanced. The parasitic tree caught fire, burning like a giant torch. Chang Xian watched it, thinking that after this flame, the sacred parasitic tree would temporarily stop growing. The gods started debating excitedly again. The hunting season constellation praised the power the lady granted, saying it was amazing. She also added that the earlier explosion was a masterpiece. The Serpent constellation wrapped around the world asked why the display looked like it was thanks to the power they gave and insisted it was the talent of the guy who made this happen. The hunting season constellation jumped up, asking what he was talking about. The Serpent constellation boasted that without the ability to lock targets, it would all be meaningless. The hunting season constellation raised an arrow and angrily asked if the Serpent constellation wanted to challenge the lady's power. The Serpent constellation giggled. Bring it on. Le Changxian listened to their argument with a blank face, thinking, how can gods be this childish? It is embarrassing. Just as he was feeling awkward, the parasitic tree monster went wild again. The boss monster sacred parasitic tree suddenly entered a furious rage state. Seeing this, Chang Xian quickly fired another arrow. You destroyed part of the sacred parasitic tree with just 2 shots. You gained a huge amount of experience, and the advanced shooting skill evolved into master archery. Le Changxian was knocked around like rubber by the parasitic tree's flexible limbs. Remember the skill Tiger Wind Flight? You can soar through the air. One of the Gemini constellation faces was pleased with your chase, after the faithless who dared point their weapons at the gods. Gemini Feaster Sarko smiled contentedly, interested in watching this exciting scene. Le Changxian roared like a jet and shot straight up through the clouds, flying faster than a jet plane. You have entered the sacred tree's pit. This thing was just born but already reaching out wide. Even more surprising, Le Changxian saw someone inside that huge pit. On the peak made of some tree seeds stood a weird creature. A winged monster perched atop the fairy seeds like a bird, holding a rod, with a mischievous smile on its face. Laughing loudly. Haha, did not expect this place to welcome a new guest. The system is frantically warning. The divine aura of the Gemini twins lights up the whole sky. The fierce beast's instincts are wildly signaling danger. The guy looks up and sneers. The guardian deity is speaking normally. You would show respect when meeting me, but I am generous, so I will let it slide this time. Le Changxian quietly thinks, is he really an apostle? Doesn't he sound quite right? Maybe his power's on par with a high priest or archbishop. Either way, his rank must be top tier. The guy bares sharp teeth, drool dripping, and continues. I will show you the consequences of daring to insult my guardian deity, and those who spread my blessings in your land. One face of the Gemini constellation smirks. A beam of light shoots down, striking the guy who just spat nonsense, making him shudder. How dare a mere soul act like that? Don't you have any divine respect? How dare you go against the guardian deity's will? I will have you join the fallen deity in no time. System alert. Son, the high priest of Gemini intends to revive the fallen god's divinity. A blinding light flashes. A gut-wrenching scream echoes. Le Changxian's face twists in frustration. Realizing this guy is a serious threat no matter how strong he is, victory is not guaranteed. Giving up, there has to be a way to beat the beast and reclaim what is precious. The beast laughs maniacally while Le Changxian finds himself cornered. Just then, guidance suddenly appears, pointing the way. There is still a way. First, retrieve Martin Hatch. Le Changxian feels that if there is a way, no matter how tough, he will risk it and try. Activated Fierce Tiger State to speed up thinking. Activated Virtue Skill to boost all stats to the max. Comparing your current stats with those of the 2 target opponents to temporarily compensate for any shortfalls. Strength increased. Agility improved. The beast violently turns its head, using Himavat's breath to trigger your potential. You are now affected by the Fury state. Le Changxian's eyes glow like headlights as he charges at lightning speed, catching the beast completely off guard. The fierce tiger god Sarko watches your moves with fresh excitement. One face of the Gemini god clearly recognizes your actions with interest. Lechangxian grips his sword and blade, sharp energy flying forward. The beast keeps its twisted neck pose, staring. Meanwhile, the father, Jia-on, and the foreign older brother have entered the dungeon and received alerts about an unknown level parasitic creature cluster. The foreign older brother gasps, "Never expected that whole mess to be a monster." Father Jia on Nijin Jaya Niven Lai, "I thinks this is not just a normal dungeon breach. Plus, that monster is still growing. If it breaks through the gate and reaches Earth, just imagining it is terrifying enough. The real question is, how do we handle this thing?" Right then, the terrifying creature suddenly blasts out massive energy like it is exploding, making the foreign older brother turn pale. What the heck just happened? At this moment, Father Jia-on receives a message that makes her heart jump. It is him again. The foreign older brother's expression shifts to excited. Turns out it is the tyrant. He takes off his glasses and laughs loudly. "Never thought a business trip to Korea would also mean breaking into a dungeon. But if I want what I want, I have to clear this dungeon first." A blue light shines brightly. System announcement. Player Joachim Wolf has activated the shapeshifting skill. Joachim transforms, roaring wildly. Father Jiaon lightly jumps onto his shoulders. The gods are also stirred. "You have gained the blessing of the old god." Tearing through twilight. "You have gained the blessing of the war god." Igniting conflict. "You have gained the blessing of the volcanic breath god." "You have received the protection of the god who awakens madness." Joachim could not help but mutter a few words. Her protection is way stronger than most high priests. And honestly, I am surprised she is protected not just by the goddess, but also by the great gods of Olympus. Father Jiaon activated his sharp eye power without a second wasted to scout the path, then reported to Joachim, "Someone survived. 32 degrees northwest." He grinned and warned, "Be careful. If you fall, do not expect me to catch you." Meanwhile, Lechangxian was flying through a whirlwind of purple energy. The one-pan and two-pan mountain god singing skills were synchronizing perfectly. The twin god's face twisted in shock as he warned his servant about the looming danger. Lechangxian was almost one with the energy as he charged straight at the monstrous bird perched atop the lovely scenery. Earlier, the freaky bird kept smirking, lecturing Lechangxian on a lesson about doctrine. Now, that is about to change. The guy looked like he would been hit by a double whammy. Stuck tight, just waiting for Lechangxian's eyes to lock on him as he charged. The monster bird was caught off guard, swallowed whole by Lechangxian's dark energy. A deep purple light engulfed everything. System notification: Son, the high priest of the twins, has died. You have eliminated the parasitic holy beast. You have achieved an incredible feat. You have gained the divinity of the twin god. You have gained the divinity of the fallen nameless god. You have earned a ton of experience and achievement points. The mountain god singing skill Hanzu gave me has 5 pans, but with my current stats, I can only use 2. I would thought about using both pans at once before, but never tried. It could have serious consequences. Lechangxian was falling freely down. I pushed all my energy in, even unleashing a burst of potential. The twin god's face jumped up from his seat, frowning, saying, "This just can't happen. Even if she jumps with both sides, it is the same deal." Lechangxian was left with only one thought. "I do not even know how bad the consequences will be." The fierce god Saker laughed, saying, "You are pulling another crazy stunt." The god of the hunting season gawked at the colorful explosion. The world serpent god forced a smile. "The old god of twilight worried about your body's condition." Right then, Jingfria brought good news. "Yeah, if I mess up just a bit, it is game over. Now I have got the magic crane." Master, Lechangxian was still falling freely. He did not react at all to Jingfria's news, just letting go, hanging on for dear life, calculating the dungeon mission rewards. Please wait. Additional rewards coming based on mission contribution. The admin team is planning a new investigation into this event. Many gods are shocked. Several stars are laughing. The dungeon is about to close. Brace for a major shakeup. The system started a 10-second countdown, but Lechangxian showed no sign of regaining consciousness. Thought this trip was done for life over. Until suddenly, a hand caught Changxian like a princess being carried. Fate, if he were conscious now, he would probably want to punch me out for this. Lechangxian's blurry gaze caught a long-haired figure speaking. A fallen one who lost his wings did not expect to see such a beast. Before Lechangxian could see who it was, he lost consciousness. Now, he lay comfortably on a warm bed, his mind still lingering on that face. The warmth and scent reminded him of sharp mint, a gruff voice full of hidden care. Lechangxian slowly opened his eyes, thinking, "Why do I feel this way?" and reached out a familiar longing. Changxian's hand almost slapped Baked Gile Gun's face, but luckily he saw it coming and caught it. "Hey, are you awake yet?" Lechangxian's face instantly showed an expression like it would been dirtied. "Hey, what kind of look are you giving your little brother? Because he fought so hard and recklessly. Our war god was sent off to recover in the hospital." As soon as Changxian woke up, Gile Gun filled him in on everything that happened in the dungeon. "Commander Park Hayes, right? You know him, do not?" Changxian thought. "Was this the commander I met during training? Looks like he got promoted recently." Baked Gile Gun continued, saying the parasitic holy tree kept growing stronger, and we almost got tangled up in its vines. Suddenly, right in the middle of the fight, a huge wolf came to our rescue. Along with Agent Che Jian, Li Changxian perked up as if he would just heard his dream lover's name. Hey, do not just spring up like that. The gods got even more excited than when he won. Seeing Li Chan so fired up, the constellation of the right season jumped up from his seat. Happy you noticed. The World Serpent constellation argued back, saying he was watching too. The right season constellation ignored the other god's comment and asked if you were okay. Li Changxian did not answer the season god but asked Baek Jail Gun why was she there. Apparently, she came to see him. But when she saw the monster threatening to break the dungeon, she went inside. She was also the one who saved him when he was exhausted. Li Changxian thought back to fighting high up on the bug, wondering how she could sense it. To sense magical waves from that far away, just how strong is her mana control. Not only that, Li Changxian's expression darkened as he recalled the time he first met her at the snowy couple, but from her, he could feel the blessing of a goddess, proving she was far from ordinary, especially with that mysterious face hiding behind the wind magic. It felt like something massive was lurking behind that veil, moving, and Changxian was sure it was staring right at him. Cha Jian. Well, meeting her and figuring things out sounds like a good idea. I should thank her too. That is decided then. But there are more important things to deal with first. System notification. A face from the Gemini constellation is watching you closely. Li Changxian was curious how Gemini would react after losing a high-ranking clan member. Night fell. On the highway, a yellow sports car was speeding like crazy. Come on, if she can still work at this hour. Why did not she just leave as soon as he woke up? The junior under Che Jia-on is eagerly stirring the conversation. Do you realize how terrifying it is to hear the tyrant say thank you? Back then, some shows even had a whole segment just to broadcast his thank you messages. Did you know? Or maybe you were too shy to listen to it live. Aha, I'm right. Are not? Well, isn't that so? Cha? Both embarrassed and annoyed, sat stiffly like cold jelly, pretending to focus hard on driving. Meanwhile, the young guy kept going, talking non-stop. Well, who'd he have thought the great golden witch would get so shy? The price for being overly nosy and out of control is getting your neck chopped by Che Jia-on. And it is not just him who is nosy, the gods are too. The old constellation that shreds the dusk nodded and said that doing the right thing can be shameful. The war god constellation tilted his head and said, that does not seem like the real reason. The volcanic Blacksmith constellation said this is not the first time his sister made a wrong call. The Mad Razor constellation nodded in agreement. After all, the one getting beaten and begging for mercy and pain is still the poor little brother sitting in the passenger seat next to Che Jia-on. The three thirsty constellations all turned away after beating the young clever guy senseless. Che Jia-on finally thought to himself, now he can be sure. He has seen it the thing. La Chan, who exactly is he? While the agent was lost in thought, La Changxian woke up and rushed into the dungeon. The curse of the demon slayer had begun. Survive the next 48 hours. Your location. 4th floor, District 32. The system started the countdown. Jing Frisia was pretty worried seeing her boss dressed in a patient's outfit, heading into battle. Seriously, risking your life like this? You do not look too good. Are you okay? If I am not at my best today, my opponent sure won't go easy on me. There is no other choice. Haha, I like that attitude. What about the magic core? The seasonal constellation is super curious how you will use the magic core. Jing grinned with eyes squeezed shut at her boss. I knew this would happen, so I prepared for it ahead of time. Do you know how long I ran around searching for it? The world encircling Serpent constellation rummaged through the archives, trying to control the dead tribe members of the god. The driver told Jing to stop beating around the bush and spit out any clever ideas, so she could get home quickly. You know, even if I washed my eyes with holy water, I still would not have a clue how to use it. The constellations all chimed in. The world encircling Serpent nodded and said that is exactly right. The old constellation silently accepted this with a bitter smile. The fierce Tiger Sarker agreed, saying that is why he favors this guy. The seasonal constellation grumbled that it does not have to be that way. The driver got hoarse listening to the announcement. These gods could chat across continents without ever tiring, and married one of them who eats magic cores. All you have to do is that. Jing said, huh, that is it, I do not get it, including me. How did you create everyone here? Using the Tigerkin's disaster? No. Be more precise, give me the full details. By purifying the star of the forgotten god. So that is it. Finally, the truth shines through my heart. Got it? Brothers. Exactly. All the tribe members in the demon's lair were created from purified starlight. In other words, the Tiger King's disaster does not care about elements or traits. It has no element to exist. It is basically just a container. Li Changxian smirked sharply. How full this container gets is up to me. The owner? Right? Suddenly, Changxian felt giving this task to Jing was a brilliant decision. Even back when Changxian was the god's dusk, Jing was always a lone wolf. No tribe member or god was really his friend, so he never dove deep into this topic. While he was lost in thought, Jing laughed loudly and raised his hand. And do not worry about the container, the ones I made are seriously powerful. Le Changxian did not respond, lost in thought. On the other hand, Jing learned how to seize control from a great family, and even commands thousands of hungry ghosts in this cave. So he must have tons of experience. So Changxian decided not to overthink it and just went with Jing's plan. Jing's clan member Zodiac is trying to absorb Martin Haig. Jing's clan member Zodiac successfully merged with Martin Haig. The divine essence is regenerating now, and all its stats are shifting, gaining elements. Gaining skills. A blue light glows from inside Zodiac. Energy surges wildly, causing his eyes to gape wide. Zodiac is undergoing a massive transformation. While Li Changxian watches completely unfazed, the calm owner casually slips his hands in his pockets, waiting for the final result of this power-up. Zodiac overdid it with the power boost, making the system think the transformation was about to crash. The lovable trait is awakening in Zodiac, with an insanely high assimilation rate, carrying memories and identity from his past life. A clan member with new attributes is born. Zodiac suddenly bursts with power and charges straight at Li Changxian. This move makes sense. He was a noble priest of Kali in his past life, always burning with a desire for revenge. Jing was the same way, so this reaction was expected. Jing, you are just gonna stand there and watch. Hearing his name, Jing Frisia immediately grabbed the tree's head, scowling. You dare bite your master. I will make sure you never do that again. Come to think of it, Zodiac was resurrected by Jing. Zodiac's body was borrowed to redistribute and reassign stats. He can only resist Jing to a certain degree. Jing forced Zodiac's head down without mercy, his screams echoing everywhere. After a while, the system popped up and asked, do you want to name him? Yes. His name will be Zio Tin. Le Changxian did not hesitate to answer. Zio, already beaten to less than half health by Jing, kneeled on the ground in frustration, unable to do anything. But the name was already given. From now on, Zodiac's name is Zio Tin, a clan member who will be your weapon and shield. Le Changxian asked him, I heard you possess the holy power of an unnamed god. Is that true? A god who can appoint high priests must have serious authority. So how did you end up dead? I know you can speak now, so you would better explain clearly. Zio Tin finally spoke. Why are you curious about that? Because I can gain even more power. See, I still do not have a divine guardian. Huh, you do not have a divine guardian. After saying that, Zio Tin frowned, thinking that unless this involves the two leading constellations, maybe he can find some light on this dark path. Thinking that, Zio Tin continued, before the apocalypse, there was a star called the Twilight of the Gods. Hearing that old title, Le Changxian's face tensed involuntarily. He had fought many stars before, including the 12 constellations, only to be judged by the gods and lose his life. Most constellations agreed to make him face judgment, with only a few objectors. One of those was the guardian goddess. I served the goddess of destruction and death at that time. Callan called Elfin, who is now Zio Tin, and said, Hen is definitely that stubborn guy who left me, but I can't afford to lose a friend like him. Elfin tearfully replied, but I know what you mean. It is just that I can't ignore it. After all, the 12 constellations are the root of this mess. Fen, let us can fight too. Elfin tried to hold back, but Callan stayed cold. You go. I have dismissed all the priests, including him. Saying that, Callan walked away through the crumbling stairs without looking back. Zio Tin kept telling the story. I do not know if it is luck, but the goddess was not alone. Li Changxian turned pale hearing that there were still those who chose to stand with her. But he never told me who they were, and after that, I never knew what happened to them. All I knew was that many stars in the galaxy were angered, and the goddess had to sacrifice herself. Li Changxian gritted his teeth, fuming. Surely the gods who protected him had to suffer a terrible fate too. Since then, I wandered lost among the shattered pieces of this broken world, finally awakening in this place full of magic. Li Changxian cursed silently. The 12 constellations, those bastards. So Kalin and Soxo's misfortune was all because of them. No matter how strong Kalin was, he could not stand against the 12 constellations and all the stars, the rulers of heaven. I was the one who abandoned them first, yet they still tried to save my worthless life. Ridiculous. Those fools. Liking Xian thought about his old friends in heaven and asked softly, what is the purpose of those who come here? Revenge? Revenge? Yes, but my mission is to resurrect the goddess. And who can do that? The girl shouted like she was possessed, saying it did not matter if it worked or not. What counted was that she would try. This is the sacred vow and inevitable duty of a true saint. Suddenly, the girl raised her voice, driving everyone crazy with her stubbornness. Lai Changxian thought, even gods depend on the divine and laws. As long as the priests still have faith and keep gathering holy power, resurrection is not impossible. That is why the underworld does not kill the gods or stars but seals them instead. In theory, bringing a god back is not impossible, but easier said than done. Once a saint's divine name is shattered, their holy power and authority vanish too. You asked Ziyu Tin about the holy power of an unnamed god. Does absorbing more make it stronger? Ziyu Tin firmly said yes. My goal is to absorb holy power and reach the level of an apostle. Maybe he does not have a guardian deity yet, but I am sure many stars are loyal to him. I am not asking for your help. and I won't get in your way. I will handle my future on my own. Since what you need is power, I can guarantee this pact is not a bad deal. Faced with Zifu Tin's burning determination, Trang Sun finally smiled. Perfect. Until then, I will help you, but in return, you must fully submit to me. Ziyu Tun was stunned, and Trang Sen continued. You can escape anyway, and without my permission, you can do anything, so just rely on me. Then seize your chance later, would not that be better? Ziyu Tin stared at him. This expression was way too much like his goddess. The girl teared up at the sight of him, the 26th branch of the goddess of destruction and death, requests to meet her new master. So the master-disciple bond with Kali's priest was successfully sealed. After the formal acceptance, the system announced that disciple Ziyu Tin had sworn loyalty. The master-disciple relationship was solidified. Loyalty plus 15. Disciple level plus 10. You have received an absolute command. Trang Sun wondered. Did Ziyu Tin swear loyalty to him while still being Kali's disciple? So that is why he got the absolute command. Because of this, Ziyu Tin hate or rebel against him, but he also has the responsibility to actively fulfill her wishes. Now, the gods started voicing their opinions again. The god of the hunting season was thrilled you took in a talented disciple. The serpent god of the world shook his head, unsure if it was a blessing or a curse. The old god tearing through dusk looked at you with a warm smile. The fierce tiger god laughed at your greed. Trang Sen frowned hearing these reactions. He wanted to know how the Gemini god would respond now that he accepted Ziyu Tin as a disciple. A mysterious smile. Then, the system displayed a notification. The Gemini god is assigning you a new scene mission. Trang Sun was so surprised he blurted out, "What?" The system then showed the mission details. Select the third guardian star. Classification. Main scene. Description. One side of the Gemini god has been closely watching you for days. He is starting to want to protect you, instead of getting angry that you dare to harm his high priest and accept the traitor who opposed him. This god is so forgiving it makes people suspicious. So Gemini gave you an offer. Trang Sun waited seriously to hear it. Become the apostle of Gemini. Jing Fixi immediately reacted. How ridiculous. If you accept, you will become the greatest in the mortal realm, representing the 12 constellations and able to achieve anything. But one side of Gemini warns you. If you refuse, he will punish you for harming the high priest, because his divine authority can be overthrown. Accept, and you become apostle. Refuse, and you lose your life. Gemini's declaration echoes throughout the celestial realm. Trang Shan starts to think, the 12 constellations are stars among stars that lead a mighty army even in Arcadia. They are the great stars praised as nearly equal to kings. I knew they would eventually be interested in me, but I did not expect to be offered this apostle position. Of course, this celestial announcement shocked many and got everyone buzzing with curiosity. If I become the apostle, I can instantly surpass human limits and even outmatch lesser gods. Trang Shan could not help but grin at this strange offer. The player name Trang Shan spread throughout the celestial realm. Reputation plus 1,000. Received 150,000 merit points and purity reward points. The administrator's office is in chaos from non-stop questions from gods and stars about Trang Shan. The cute fairy was stunned speechless but secretly thought, my new master might become Gemini's disciple. That means even if the goddess revives after gathering enough holy power, she will still be Gemini's subordinate. Other gods started to murmur. The god of the shooting season was shocked, warning the other stars not to eye the chosen sister. The serpent god watched the stars carefully. The old god shattered the dusk with a loud warning cry. The fierce tiger god Sarkar raised his tail and roared. One side of Gemini ignored all objections. All channels except Gemini's were cut off temporarily. Chang Xian cursed silently at this guy for being crazy, cutting all other channels, just because he was annoyed. I thought it was Brother Custer since he has been quiet lately, but turns out it is Polak, the hot-headed younger brother. Whoever it is, I want to let it affect me. The real question is how to respond. Wait. About 2 seconds later, Chang Xian pulled out an item that made the cute fairy react strongly. I kept it because it seemed okay, but for this guy, it must be really important. Huh, system notice. The holy power reward from Gemini merged with the goddess's crown. The replica, upgraded from a relic to a sacred artifact. This is a sacred artifact holding the holy powers of the two celestial enemies, Kali and Gemini. Interesting. Ignoring it, one-sided Gemini asked sharply, what are you doing? Answer quickly. Chang Xian bit his lip, thinking, Gemini is interested in me, and Mephistopheles is the first strong one demanding an answer. Maybe I should use it. Chang Xian smirked slyly, swapped the crown for himself, and said, what is it to you if I lose it? Great demon. One side of Gemini looked at you seriously after realizing your intention. The dark cathedral opened, and the great demon god chasing hell looked up. Chang Xian's calculation was right. Mephistopheles is famous for being untouchable, but curious about him for some reason. The system projected the live status of the battle for you between the gods. The great demon god chasing hell coldly glanced at a constellation. One side of Gemini was shaken by the sudden arrival of an unexpected figure. Li Changxian quietly smiled under his mask as he saw Polos unable to act recklessly in front of Mephistopheles. I am really glad my hunch was right. Mephistopheles is a figure even the 12 constellations respect. The other side of the Gemini god jumps into the debate after realizing the situation. The brilliant light of a vice star shines across the world. The great demon god fiercely resists that light. The two collide violently, darkness and light crashing hard. The energy from their clash is so intense it makes Li Changxian reel back. But the battle does not stop with just those two sides. The temporarily closed channels have been restored. The god of the battlefield season takes aim from behind in anger. The god of the battlefield season shouts she will tell her mom about his insult and never forgive him. What the hell? Eker, Babel, Sek. That name sparks an even more intriguing idea for Li Changxian, right? Even the original evil dragon Tiamat is going to get dragged into this. One face of the Gemini god smiles, while the other warns him to be careful. Tiamat is gearing up to challenge Taurus, the real leader of the 12 constellations. In other words, she really dislikes Gemini too. Li Changxian gets excited just thinking about it. The Serpent god is furious at Vastar's actions. The old god tears at the dusk, asking if the constellation will take responsibility for that rudeness. The fierce tiger god Saker thinks over it. The ancient demon gods of the Zodiac focus their attention on one side, after calling their allies. Vistar's Azure Dragon looks ready. Vistar's Vermilion Bird responds. The god of the Great Northern Dipper narrows his eyes. Li Changxian is over the moon having the Great Northern Dipper, the leader of the Zodiac, on his side is huge. The bigger the chaos, the more he loves it, even though the Zodiac gods rival the bird constellations for world domination. They just blindly follow a puppet ruler's call. They see this as a chance to take out the enemy's generals. One face of the Gemini god stiffens. The fierce tiger god Saker snaps at them, warning this will count as acceptance of defeat if they do not leave immediately. One face of the Gemini god flies into a rage. The other face urges calm, saying now's not the time and retreat is wiser. The angry face of the Gemini god storms off. Only then does Li Changxian lower his guard. He kind of regrets how simply it ended. If things had gone well, it could be sparked a war between the bird constellations and the Zodiac gods. One face of the Gemini god stops and shows deep hatred for those who insulted him. That guy, Wonks, suddenly grabs Li Changxian's shoulder. What the hell is this? Thought you were gone. System notification. One face of the Gemini star touches you. His holy power spreads like heat, making you burn up. Li Changxian is caught off guard, swearing, "Damn it!" The holy heat spreading, the energy surges so strongly that Li Changxian screams in pain. His skin feels stretched, veins bulging violently. Changxian knows his current body can withstand the holy power of the 12 constellations. Even immunity to the 10 deadliest poisons or the world-ending fire is useless. Meanwhile, the culprit calmly withdraws his hand, waves goodbye, and leaves. The fierce tiger Saker frowns, asking what the hell is going on. One face of the Gemini star tells him he is just giving a blessing to the offender who now carries his holy power. Li Changxian clutches his burning body as the Gemini star's holy blessing burns him. The system relays Gemini's message. The other face of the Gemini star disappears after saying if he can handle this blessing, his talent will be extraordinary. If not, the holy heat will melt his soul. Li Changxian groans, holding his burning body. The system continues reporting directly on the god's status. The Great Northern Dipper god disappears after saying this is fascinating, and he will remember your name. The Azure Dragon god pulls back his tail. The Vermilion Bird god folds her wings. Why is the Great Demon hunting down hell standing silently in the grass, shocked by you? While the gods show a cold attitude, Li Changxian is still struggling against the holy fire. Why did the Great Demon hunting hell grant you a new privilege? A drop of water fell onto Li Changxian's burning body. As if it brought him back to life, the holy mark was imprinted on him. Li Changxian frowned as he looked at the energy-carved mark. The demon god said, "This thing lets me easily control people." After saying that, the sky closed up and the gloomy path began to disappear. Dun rushed forward anxiously. "Are you okay, sir?" Li Changxian gasped for breath, while the system transmitted status updates from the gods. Why did the shooting range season calm down and ask why others targeted his treasure? Why did the world-wrapping Serpent advise her to stay calm? The gods sighed in relief as they vanished, and the atmosphere settled. The stars watched the great demon's conversation, saying this is still just a game. Li Changxian took off the magic crown and smirked. The divine wars between the cosmic gods are beyond anything I imagined. Thanks to the goddess' crown, I am still alive. The system introduced the item info. Goddess' crown, an enhanced replica. The goddess destroyed the original crown but passed down its legacy to her descendants. When worn, you can hear the thoughts of trees and grass, boosting your spirit training and helping you level up. Currently combined with the twins' holy power, its effect doubles. It is unclear how far this enhancement can go. Type: Sacred Artifact. Effect: Cosmic Communication. Spirit Training. Spirit level up. Li Changxian handed it to the little elf, who jumped in surprise. Are you seriously giving this to me? Chang Xian sneered. Because I am not planning to be a parasite. I do not want to control any plants. You and I just stick to our own roles. Chang Xian thought the trouble was worth it. After all, he now had the holy mark. It needs training, but to use it well, it is necessary. Before he could finish thinking, the system alerted again. Why does the old tearing through twilight look at you with a suspicious glare? What is wrong with this sister now? Why does not the old tearing through twilight know how she could help you? Always facing hardship every time. Why does the old tearing through twilight invite you to dinner? Li Changxian itched to ask. Just like that. Suddenly, Jingfer Siku cheekily exclaimed, Master, the system kept relaying messages. Why does the shooting range season strongly oppose? Saying you should always be wary of quiet types. Why does the world rapping Serpent correct her? Saying it is not silence but scheming. Why is the shooting range season restless? Shouting that this is not important right now. Why does the world rapping Serpent fix her words again? Saying it is not silence but scheming. Why is the shooting range season pacing nervously? Claiming this is not important right now. Why does the world rapping Serpent yawn tiredly and tell her to invite you to dinner too? Seeing the gods so fake, Jing joined in with Li Changxian. From now on you have my respect. What did you just say? Never thought you would get an invite from a war god, who is just a legend. Didn't know you are that amazing. Enough nonsense. Li Changxian looked down at the little elf still kneeling, clutching the crown. Elfin, from now on help Jing conquer the kneeling cave. After making sure, Li Changxian stepped towards the space gate. I will be back. The system announced. You have accepted the invitation. Elfin smiled with eyes squeezed shut, reminding Changxian to take care. Jing warmly said goodbye too. Remember to buy me ice cream on the way back. Li Changxian was annoyed, wondering where this pest learned those lines. Li Changxian stepped into the gate, nestled among soft white feathers. Li Changxian reminds us that the famous old god who defeated the mysterious, absurd Twilight is also the one who enlightened our civilization. The goddess of war blesses the heroes and warriors enduring hardship. Even though she is famous, she rarely appears in public, so why invite me to dinner all of a sudden? I figured the gods might flirt with me someday, but this is way too soon, and Mephistopheles seems indifferent. But summoning a mortal to the sacred grounds breaks the laws of karma, so the consequences could be serious. That alone shows how huge the approval is. Li Changxian blinked and found himself inside the domain of the old god, who tore apart the twilight. This place left Changxian speechless. I thought this place would be fancy or somber, but wow, what a surprise. Standing before the grand door, Li Changxian wondered how the heck to open it. Just then, the door swung open automatically, and a giant-faced old butler with a towel invited him inside the lavish palace. Changxian felt this place was both awe-inspiring and free-spirited, definitely the best sanctuary he would ever visited. They stopped at a door. The butler announced, Sir, I have brought the guest, and man, you won't believe it until you see it. Inside were all sorts of beastly, demonic creatures. Standing out among these monsters was the old goddess, who tore apart the twilight, with blazing red hair. Nice to meet you, she said. Changxian finally got a good look at my nervous face. The goddess seemed friendly, but the others at the party did not. They all gave Li Changxian some seriously weird looks. Changxian noticed it too, but he knew they were probably heroes blessed by Minerva long ago. Along with their families, the Dark Lord's army was known as a fearsome, victorious force. Minerva smiled sweetly at Changxian. Sit down. Eat before the food gets cold. Changxian politely thanked her for the invitation. It is nothing. Even a brief chat made the others at the table lock their eyes on Changxian's glass. He felt their stares piercing him through the rim. He needed to concentrate mana on a small surface, then release it all at once. Releasing mana all at once would cause impurities. Better to choose a wider surface. You are wrong, you old fool. You trying to burn all your mana and kick the bucket or what? Amid the loud bickering, Changxian just stood there watching. Meanwhile, the old man and the witch kept arguing. Wait, what did you say? You old idiot. Nonsense. Idiot's the nicest thing you get. How many times do I have to explain this before you get it? The witch looked young but had no filter. Not surprising, he always relied on brawn, never brains. The old man got so mad, he could be knocked the witch's head clean off with one hit. What did you say? You want to try me? Alright, bring it on. Now those two were facing off head to head. Li Changxian stood to the side, munching on a drumstick, just chillin', as he wondered if he should just let them argue it out, but his thoughts were cut short by how unexpectedly delicious the food was. System notification. You just ate the blessing of the swordsman dish. Strength increased. All fatigue and curses vanished. Energy surged. Healing your wounds fast. Health and mana fully restored. Li Changxian gasped, thinking, permanent stat boost. All the wounds disappeared, not just the ones from Green Jade Island, but even those from the battle with the twins. Just as expected from Minerva, she wanted to take care of me this way all along. Minerva grinned teasingly. I was worried you would not like it, but looks like you do. Yes, it is delicious. Li Changxian chewed and nodded in reply. Leader, that is a bit much. How many times have I told you to ask first? That old guy suddenly started complaining, and Minerva snapped. I am the one running this meeting, so if you have questions, asked Batu yourself. Batu turned to Li Changxian and said, I want to ask you something. Go ahead, Du said, wondering why this lowly mortal dared to speak to him without any respect. But he decided to hear the answer first before dealing with it. Once he realized what Li Changxian actually had. What do you mean by that? What else could it be? Of course. I am talking about the fish stream sword. Batu seemed to lose his cool and raised his voice. At first glance, it looked like a bronze sword or some broken scrap, but he acted like he already knew it was the fish stream sword. How did he recognize it? Why are you asking? Batu laughed. Obviously, because we have one too. Have you ever heard of the finger sword? Changxian frowned, wondering why he said we as if including himself finger sword. At that moment, he saw the fish stream sword react. So Batu was not lying. The system immediately notified him. You have received a new clue about the hidden mission, The Secret of Uzizi. Just now, the fish stream sword detected the energy of its brother sword, the finger sword. Track down the finger sword and claim it to uncover new secrets of the fish stream sword. Li Changxian never imagined he would get caught up in a hidden mission he was not even sure he could complete in a place like this. Minerva noticed his silence and spoke up. Looks like you do not know much about the guild. Huh? Simply put, the guild has an armory that all members share and can borrow from when needed. Rewards from dungeon raids, gathered items, and other loot all belong to the guild's collective treasure. Among them, Beta played a key role in finding the finger sword. Li Changxian got it, so it is no surprise Minerva owns a legendary sword like the finger sword. With her status and reputation, it would be stranger if she did not. Minerva winked and said, Beitu had a tough time finding the finger sword, but he already spotted the fish stream sword. Looks like he sees a worthy rival. The immortal immediately yelled out, Leader, how can you call this kid my rival? I think we should drop this. Does not arguing more. Just show you trust that kid more than me. Baitu turned back to Changxian with a fierce look. How exactly did you recognize it? Some secret technique or a skill, an attribute, a privilege or talent? I just saw it. Okay, said I just saw it. A shocking answer. But Li Changxian could not admit he relied on his experience as the weapon king during the god's twilight. So he just kept quiet. That damn genius. Seriously. It is so annoying. Why's the answer like that? Enough. Asking more won't get anywhere. Let us stop here. Let me ask you, do you remember their argument just now? You mean about the effectiveness of the chaotic strike skill and how melee players can use it to counter ranged opponents? Exactly. So you were listening after all? Alright. I have to use magic to create a shield. Focus on defense, wait for an opening. Then use chaotic strike when the enemy slips up. The water mage shouted. Nonsense. Doing that will drain your mana from overuse. You need to narrow the mana release area and upgrade the sharpness of Chaotic Strike. Accuracy improves when you spin Chaotic Strike into a spiral to expand its range. Li Changxia was stunned, thinking Chaotic Strike is a skill that gathers mana to deal with enemies in a certain range. Since it is related to the disasters of the Tiger and Claw Mountain King, he was eager to hear more. Minerva gently asked if she could hear his thoughts on the matter. Baitu seemed to stiffen at that. Leader, you really want the opinion of a human sinner? Li Changxia looked grim, wondering if he was being tested. Turns out, the Lord was provoking the members' fighting spirit to gauge their strength. Since he treated me to a good meal, I have to return the favor. Both of them are wrong. Changxiao said the basic form of Chaos Clash lies in controlling its aura. So all you need to do is adjust the aura to target enemies at range. Batu immediately objected, saying it is easier said than done. Minerva suggested, show us. Then, Li Changxiao did not reply but seriously transformed his purple-black magic into glowing spheres and launched them. Just this amazed the little witch and Batu beyond words. What was that? He can solidify his aura, turn it into spheres. The speaker had only been training for a few months. It takes me 3 years to master that, and just for that, they already call me a genius. Impressive? Li Changxiao quietly kept showing off his skills. He tossed the aura spheres up, clasped his hands, spun, and shot them all at the nearby wall. Then made a gun shape with 2 fingers and ended the shot. Everyone there was so stunned their jaws nearly dropped. I have never seen mana used like this before. How can it even take on a shape like that? This does not even feel like a skill. Could he be isolating it from space to make sure it only targets them? Instant transmission? Wormholes? Quantum travel? What is the principle behind this? While everyone else was baffled and confused, Minerva smiled gently. Now I get why he recognized the fisherman's sword. Any more questions? Batu, sulking like a deflated dumpling, said no. That kid's just too skilled. This is the base armory. Feel free to look around and pick anything you like. Minerva kindly led Trangxian to the armory and told him to choose whatever he wanted. Just like a rich guy spending big to impress a beauty, Trangxian was not about to turn down such a nice offer. He's no fool. Plus, Minerva really has some legendary relics. Do you see anything that catches your eye? I will gift you a weapon from this armory if you want. The old god is enthusiastically on board. This spider silk was won after a fierce bet with a Zaintni. And I used this charm, Aegis, to fight Medusa. Every weapon here is a legendary treasure that can overwhelm anyone who lays eyes on it. It has been a long time since someone decent came through here. Don't you want me? Aegis suddenly spoke up, and the others joined in. Take me with you. I will lead you down a whole new path. Take me with you. Right now, maybe Li Changxian can hear them because of his mastery of sword and spear techniques. But he can also clearly feel the emotions from the relics. A sword emitting a strange black energy called out. The fisherman's sword responded. The sword kept speaking and radiating attraction. System notification. You have discovered a new relic. The fisherman's sword wants to get closer to the relic. The sword glowed brighter, its voice angrier and more urgent. What is the fisherman doing? Come here and grab me. Now, Changxian realized the sword carried the legend that whoever wielded it would become king. No wonder they say the 9 legendary weapons attract each other. The sword was urging him on. Grab me. Quickly. Pick me up. Suddenly, a goddess appeared behind him, breaking the eerie atmosphere. If you want, I can give it to you, of course. Giving it to you outright would be tough since the clan members would object. But lending it... Totally doable. Aegis, Balaz. Dingba, just say the names and I will lend you anything you want. Any weapon here is more than enough to make sure no intruder can take you down. Thanks. But I am going to have to decline that offer. Minerva blinked, her expression twisting in surprise. But why? I am sure any weapon here would help you a lot. You are right, but nothing in this world is truly free. The goddess chuckled, clearly pleased, thinking Li Changxian won't be easily swayed by worldly desires anymore. Still, avoiding such a trap while playing innocent, Minerva figured he was seriously slick. Li Changxian had his own thoughts. Knowing that the Vanguard was here was crucial, and as long as Minerva still had a soft spot for him, owning it was just a matter of time. More importantly, I have a bigger question for you. What is it? I will try to answer all your curiosities. Do you know why Mephistopheles is so obsessed with me? The goddess laughed. Actually, I guessed you would ask that the moment I invited you to this holy land. Or rather, the real reason I invited you here is because I have something to say about that. You really remind me of someone Mephistopheles has been searching for a long time. Li Changxian was surprised and asked. Ooh. He is someone who is no stranger to death and always plays with fire. Dark to the point of seeming darker than the night itself. A fighting prodigy born to battle. Li Changxian felt a twinge of doubt. Was she talking about herself when she was the god's twilight? Mephistopheles, the goddess said softly with a smile. You are really a lot like Abyss. And because of that, it was only a matter of time before Mephistopheles took an interest in you. Abyss? You mean the Abyss she mentioned? His godly name is VQ, chasing the Abyss, so it is probably connected to Abyss. Right? That is likely why he tested you during the tutorial. So who is this person? He is a name even the goddess can say. She tried but could not. Sighing deeply, just as I thought. They already blocked it. Still, there was someone like that once. Li Changxian's expression darkened. He thought, it is almost unheard of for the system to intervene so heavily with such high awareness. I need to gather massive karma to find out who Minerva's talking about or find the right path to reach him first. That means his existence is so powerful that karma around him must fluctuate. The Abyss I know is a fragment of the universe, existing before time even began, at the very edge of the world. How could someone like that possibly be like me? I never imagined the things I once dismissed as useless during the gods' twilight would come crashing back in my face like this. If I regain my strength in the underworld and ask its king, maybe I will understand a bit more. Li Changxian thought deeply but only spoke briefly to the goddess. Well, that complicates things. Minerva smiled warmly. Don't worry too much. Just keep walking your own path. I can say one thing for sure, you are completely different from him at your core. Li Changxian heard that, but his face twitched like a monkey eating ginger, making the goddess suspicious. What is going on? Though his expression twitched, he said, nothing. Just then, a teleport gate opened, and the butler appeared with a horrified look. Oh goddess, the enemy has arrived. So outside it is, what? Who dares? Li Changxian immediately went on high alert. The old clan is a domain ruled by Minerva, closely linked to Olympus. So who dared to invade this forbidden territory that no one else dares to step foot in? Under the clear sky, a sinister light flashed. The system announced. As Zero's day fades, the night awakens and slowly blankets the sky. The stars, once hidden in darkness, begin to shine. A constellation appeared. Looking at these two guys, they are definitely dead men walking. The dead man constellation is about to invade the old clan's sacred land. A dark-skinned blonde with blue eyes and golden armor licked his lips and jumped down. It is that trickster again. Who knows what trouble he is planning this time? Minerva's guests at the banquet were ready, shields and spears in hand, to face the intruder. Minerva also rushed out in panic, then received a system alert. The dead man constellation is attacking the old clan's sacred temple. The invasion begins. Countless sword-shaped lights shoot down. Minerva's face veins bulged with fury as she stood guard. The system narrated. The old constellation tears through the twilight, spreading her wings wide. Minerva shouted, fine, you must be really angry. You fear Mephistopheles so much you dare invade my temple, and even steal my guests. Holius' disdain shield protects the temple. You underestimate me. Minerva, a great deity of Olympus. The old constellation tears through twilight while the Dead Man constellation fights over territory. Defense mechanism activated. Dead Man's attacks rain down like bombs on Minerva's shield. Two divine powers clash. Butler commands, get in position. When the shield breaks, Custer's clan will appear. Bellerophon, us, cover the goddess. Serena, I need to get Li Changxian down to the mortal world. Can you teleport us out instantly? Little Mage Serena replied, the outside seems blocked by starlight. It will take some time to recalibrate the star equation. If the deity were here, these rats would not be causing trouble. They have calculated everything already. Custer, a dog always trailing the dark stars, dares bare his fangs and claws at me. Minerva's fury boiled over. Minerva, you are picking a fight with the god of war. Custer squinted, daring her back. I am not sure who is really trailing whom here. Dead Man will take on the dark stars next. We are the ones who shine in the darkness. He grinned wickedly, clenched his fist tight, and struck like 1,000 years of wrath and ancient goddess as fury. Dead Man constellation attacks. Attack failed. He pressed the attack again. He partially succeeded in manifesting his form. The Iron Punisher deity attacks. A massive fist shattered the shield. Dark energy radiating. Dead Man orders, charge. Move forward. My army. Divana Farah. Minerva also commands, my sacred warriors, spare no one. The two forces collide in brutal hand-to-hand combat. At this moment, Dead Man spotted Li Changxian through a crack in the shield. Li Changxian felt something odd and used his beast skill to sniff the area around him. He thought the two in the Dead Man constellation would not rush into battle until they were sure of victory. Dead Man's reckless move to spark a full-scale war between Olympus and Horoscope was not just anger or revenge, they were completely confident they would win. And Polak was nowhere to be seen. They are called Dead Man because whenever something big happens, they always stand together. Minerva stretched out her hand, light swirling around her. Come here, my child. Minerva unleashed her armor spray in a flash. Just then, a strange voice echoed, take me with you. Li Changxian startled, turning around to see Beta holding a painful wound glowing with dark energy. The old man snarled maliciously, swinging down hard at the wound. Dark energy crashed down like thunder, commanding, goddess, get out of the way. Now, Minerva was caught off guard, clearly unable to react in time. Li Changxian instantly activated his Alpha Tiger state, speeding up his reflexes. This is an assassination attempt on the great Saint Minerva. With his current skills, it is nearly impossible to block. I have to borrow outside power to redirect the force. Li Changxian thought quickly and acted faster, throwing himself in front of the goddess. Move aside, kid, Beta shouted, the fishing spear in Li Changxian's hand glowing with a dazzling light. He was planning to borrow power from the twins and Mephistopheles. The holy mark appeared. Li Changxian gritted his teeth. I will use the strength of both to suppress it. The fishing spear shone like a star, clashing head-on with the dark cannonball without weakening. One strike will break it free. Then I will redirect its force. Energy swirled wildly around Li Changxian like a vortex. The Dark Mountain God's ultimate skill erupted violently. The fierce hit shattered by T's assassination attack. He was so furious he twisted his face in rage while calling out Li Changxian's name. Damn it, man. One hit and your mana's still below 30%. Just wait. Once I get the upper hand, I will absolutely crush you alive. You are feeling dizzy, in danger, exhaustion creeping in while your mana regenerates. Li Changxian thought to himself he would never use that trick again. My blood's boiling. A miracle's been achieved. This mortal has awakened divine power. Reward, intelligence plus 30, willpower plus 25, unlocked part of the divine attribute. You have discovered one way to use divine power. You obtained Starfire. From now on, you can tap into a fraction of the starlight from the constellations. You have learned the Deep Night Veil. You can absorb primordial dark energy. Goddess frowns, slamming her weapon down. What the hell are you doing, Batu? Ramako's punishment slams down, aims straight at Batu's head. Behind the Geosic mask on the Gemini figure's face is the Holy Mark. Could he be using holy power to counter Batu's strike? How could a lowly mortal master two types of holy power? Balnach seems to have found a new thrill in life, grinning like a demon. A genius. Huh? He asks. Li Changxian scowls, clearly annoyed. He never expected Balnach to disguise himself as a Minerva clan member for a sneak attack. A man attacking a woman and using dirty tricks. Absolutely unforgivable. The other half of the Gemini constellation gathers all his strength. Balnach taunts. I thought my brother was just hiding out, but maybe not. Using this puppet to take you down was already impossible. Batu's strike is dropped to the ground by Balnach. Minerva's anger only grows when she sees him. Balnach does not show any fear. He squeezes his hand until it bleeds but still grins provocatively. Take this. Li Changxian. A giant hand grabs Li Changxian in one swoop. A demon-faced giant laughs mockingly, trapping him in his palm. Damn it. Minerva wastes no time and immediately leaps in to rescue Li Changxian. As the goddess swings her weapon down, the giant's arm is severed. Furious, Minerva attacks with lightning speed. Who dares challenge me? When did you even sneak in here? The goddess lunges straight at the giant. Balnach sticks out his tongue, taunting. Hard to say, but why should I explain? If you want to talk, I will just force it out of you. Minerva shouts, thrusting her weapon forward. The giant punches back at her, while Bonlach keeps taunting. Let us see if you can, damn sneaky bastard. Minerva coldly shatters the giant and charges straight at Bonlach. You punk. Standing in front of an adult and acting tough. They clash fiercely. Explosions crackle all around. The shockwaves make Xian stagger. Their energy is truly overwhelming, just as Xian sways like a tree in a storm. A magical circle appears out of nowhere to protect him. You have received the goddess' blessing. Serena rushes over and asks if he is okay. Things just got a little intense because of me. Serena grimaces at the chaotic scene. Because of you? I wish things were different. Those jerks causing trouble are the real problem. The girl twists her body, breaking free. Anyway, this is pretty exciting. If fate allows, we will meet again. System notification. Transitioning back to the lower realm. Because the coordinates are far apart, it will take 5 seconds to leave the nest. Notification complete. System starts 5-second countdown. But even these 5 seconds 1T pass quietly. The other half of Gemini is outside the shield. Caster notices and immediately acts. One half of Gemini constellation tries to grab the player Xian. Caster reaches through a gap in the shield to snatch Xian. Of course. He 1T just stand there and let this annoying guy catch him, especially without Mephistopheles' holy mark. Xian would be done for by now. He never expected these two crazies to set such an elaborate trap just to catch him. There are still 3 seconds left to leave this place. Changsun knows he has to figure out a way to escape before he gets caught right now. I have to lose them no matter what. Maybe I can use the darkness, even if this slash drains all my energy. The darkness is still there. With that thought, the energy of the darkness surrounded Changsun. Plus, he has skills that even the Gemini would respect. At this moment, with 2 seconds left, Changsun activated another skill, the Kalokagathia skill activated, fully focusing his power to resist the darkness. Changsun remembered Minerva saying Mephistopheles hunters are a lot like him, so the darkness should be similar too. System notification. Benefit unlocked from the Sacred Constellation. The Eternal Tiger. The Beast et senses have transformed into power the Path of the Demon Beast. The Path of the Demon Beast. A new benefit granted by the Sacred Constellation. Your senses are enhanced like a demon beast, breaking all the world's rules. You will gain a sixth sense that goes beyond normal human perception. The stronger your sixth sense, the greater your power. Skill level 1. Classification. Power. Effect. Sensory enhancement. Unlocking awareness. Awakening the sixth sense. Embodiment of life force. You have awakened a new effect of the sacred mark. The darkness unlocked. A fire blazing within the suffocating black. A strange blue light flashed, opening the Eye of Hell. After unlocking the Eye of Hell, Xian's body seemed to become a galaxy itself. This shocked Custer so much his eyes nearly popped out. No way! Could that lowly mortal really open the black curtain? Bonlach, watching from close by, was terrified too. What is this? The Dark Stars 1T have enough time to save him. Minerva warned. You dare slack off right in front of me. The goddess showed no mercy as she lunged forward. Light trident release. A sharp yellow light streaked gently, hitting Bonlach's shoulder and freezing him in place. Aha! Minerva casually sliced off Bonlach a sword-wielding arm. Both his arm and sword fell into Xian's darkness. He did not miss this chance and immediately called for Elfin. Elfin quickly extended a branch to grab the fallen sword. Changxian grinned wickedly. Not only did you come to me personally, but you also handed me this gift. At this point, the teleportation time ran out. The preparation time is over. Heading back to the demon's lair. I will make sure to use this sword gift well. When he returned to the demon's lair, he was greeted with an exclamation. Master, what a legendary day. Jing and Elfin stared wide-eyed at the newly stolen sword in amazement. Changxian smiled with pride. I defeated Gemini. System voiceover. One side of the Gemini constellation screamed in rage, letting out their fury and humiliation after being defeated by a mortal. The other side of Gemini destroyed everything around them. Changxian just thought they were way too noisy gods acting all reckless. The system kept delivering messages mechanically. One side of Gemini warned they would not hold back against the mortal who caused this. The other side suppressed their rage to grab a sacred relic they valued. Jing blinked and asked, Sir, you are facing off against all 12 constellations now. Warning. Olympus is now influencing the situation. The horoscope and Olympus forces are tense. The old constellation tearing through dusk wants to punish the one who destroyed her temple. War breaks out between the old constellation tearing through dusk and Gemini. Enemy Asia. Rain or shine. What do they think of me? They are even interested in me? That is a lie. Here we go. Getting all worked up again, many constellations in the horoscope have started investigating the incident. The Pisces constellation is showing interest in you after hearing about your match. The Kim Enja constellation found it really exciting. A total of 26 constellations in the horoscope are amazed by what you have done. Right now, 241 constellations want to propose becoming your guardian deity. There are also 19 constellations inviting you to be their disciple. Jing looked at the flood of notifications with his mouth wide open, muttering, Woo. Besides the constellations wanting to protect their masters, 19 stars have just 10 days left to make you their disciple. That is not all. The evil dragon Kayuan constellation got curious after hearing the rumors. The shooting star constellation suddenly felt nervous and tried to distract others. Li Changshan did not pay much attention to the constellations and instead asked Elfin about the new sword she would just gotten. She was holding it right there, did not he see it? Why ask? Changshan smiled and praised her. Well done, Elfin thought secretly. If I follow him, maybe, just maybe, my tiny starry eyes can actually bring the goddess back to life. Changshan examined the sword, unaware that Elfin had silently vowed to be loyal to him no matter what. After making up her mind, Elfin still drifted off in thought. I know he crossed into the mortal realm, but this is way beyond us just saying. Now Elfin is both his servant and his biggest fan. The way she looks at him is starting to resemble someone staring at the meaning of life itself. Changshan had no idea he was just focused on the sword, feeling how amazing it was to hold it. The system displayed the item's info. The Tremel sword, one of 9 legendary swords forged by the divine blacksmith Then Thanu Da. Legend says the Tromsø sword grants its wielder the aura of a king and terrifying ruling power, but its criteria for choosing an owner are extremely strict. Classification: Greatsword, Sacred Relic, Attack Type, Immeasurable Power, Effect, Kingly Empowerment, Power Boost, Others unknown. Since I am not strong enough yet, most functions are still locked. Looks like I can't use it properly just yet. Figures. Changshan guessed that this sword was noisy in Polek's hands, but now feels incredibly calm. I am thinking this sword wants to test its new owner. It really is a weapon with a cautious personality. System notification: you currently own 2 legendary swords. A hidden function of the NG Tring sword has been unlocked. You have met some conditions for the Trim Lobza sword: Fishnet, Fire, and Blood. Trum Emul. Unknown status. Added a new option for the Ni Tring sword: Bloodsea Storm. Changshan could not help but be stunned. Bloodsea Storm is a sword technique that uses absorbed blood to boost firepower. He thought to himself, just having the Trem Lodzi sword has pushed me this far, how strong will I be as its true owner? I am starting to get curious about the dual sword combo effects. The evil dragon's fang suddenly twitched. He knew it felt lonely, with just more swords appearing. But anyway, if Li Changsun wants the Trem Loth sword to recognize him as its master, he has got to show some real skill. At this moment, the time spent in the Demon Cave is 3 minutes 21.29 seconds. Jin briefly explained the situation. While Li Changshan played the zither for Minerva, he and Elfin cleared floor 4, but from floor 5 onwards, things got a lot tougher. Why is that? Because from floor 5 on, it is all the Tongue Line's territory. System reports current location of Master and 2 servants. Floor 5. Area 1. Hearing Jin's report, Li Changshan just stayed cold and calm. Tongue Line. Heightside is an evolved blood python demon that preys on humans and uses blood magic. If Heightsid is just a fighter, then Tunglin has unique supernatural powers encoded in its genes. The ones we fought on floors 3 and 4 were way stronger than Heightsat and the blood python demon. If they breed here, they must have adapted to survive well. I get what you mean. From this floor on, lots of bloodline species specialized in blood magic will appear. Bloodline species. That is a new one. Jin explains that the Tunglin form a blood bond, and each bond has its own unique traits. Since they do not share the same attributes, we have to handle them flexibly. You know all these details. Did you try to become a Tunglin yourself? Li Changshan's words felt like a jab straight into Jin's gut, and chuckled softly. In the end, I have to face them head on. Why gather forces if we are not going to stand our ground? Do you know anything about the faction situation on the 5th floor? Everything I knew has changed by now. You see, this place is brutal. Still, you seem pretty pumped about it. Li Changshan guessed that even though Jin's forces are not what they used to be, they are definitely still strong, so he probably thinks this time they can pull it off, unlike that showdown with the blood-killing king. Seeing his wide grin, Li Changshan felt confident enough to lay out a battle plan and capture a target for interrogation just as a team was arriving. Jin introduced them as the Blood Bond Army. Their terrifying speed is infamous. This team's skin is bright red, like they just jumped out of boiling water, riding longhorned goats. System alert. Winged cavalry has appeared. Li Changshan leaped off the cliff, determination blazing as he dove down. You know them well. Their rank on the 5th floor must be high too. With this intel, it looks like I am about to gather some solid clues. Changshan's move was to test Jin and Elfin's skills, plus the sword spirit's potential. The next day, Wolf visited Li Changshan at the hospital. He smiled with narrowed eyes when told Li Changshan agreed to see him. I have been waiting 3 days for this meeting approval. No idea when it would happen. Thanks for making it possible. He is really good at taking advantage of the weak nurse here. But do you have something to tell me? Could I get your autograph? Please. If it is inconvenient, Wolf interrupted. Sure thing. I can't say no to a request from such a lovely lady. The nurse froze like a turkey caught off guard. What? Did I do something wrong? Then he turned and asked politely. Don't you think your sources are outdated? Fair enough. That was a harsh burn. I was raised in a traditional family, so it is not easy to change. After that, my limbs felt like they twisted up. Wolf brushed off the topic and switched to Li Changxian. Since it took so long to meet, he was even more eager to see if Li Changxian was the kind of person he hoped for. Didn't you already meet him in the dungeon? Don't you remember how chaotic it was then? I find it hard to truly read him. We have only seen one side of that guy, but I hope he really is that person. He is definitely a talent. though I have only observed from afar. The way he fought the parasite and the high priest of the constellation was like a messenger of my lord I once heard of in the heavens. I never expected such a terrorist not to be a legend yet, but it must be the goddess' will. All she can do is cheer him on. As soon as Wolf entered Lai Changxian's hospital room, he greeted him enthusiastically. Finally, we meet. Nice to meet you. I am Joachim Wolf, from the Illuminati. I am Lai Changxian. I heard you have been waiting a long time for me. Wolf smiled politely. Haha. No problem. You probably have not fully recovered from your injury. That is why I have to apologize for barging in to see you. You speak Wolf English pretty well. Inside, he was quietly judging that Li Changxian was exactly the kind of person he would hoped for. The weight in his voice and his fierce gaze, truly a great man, a man embodying both talent and virtue, the kind Illuminati seeks. Wolf asked if Li Changxian was preparing to be discharged soon. Li Changxian said he had matters to attend to abroad. Wolf just smiled. You have been pretty busy too, truly. You are an important member of the White Fox Guild. Let me get straight to the point about our guild. The goddess gave us a prophecy. She hopes you will become the leader of the Illuminati. Wait, just some vague, sudden prophecy, and you are deciding the guild leader like that 4 days from now. Seriously, that plane can actually fly, right? How are you so confident about that? I know this is your first time abroad. I get. Even the driver looked stressed dealing with Beach Gale Gaunan. I do not think you understand. Killing those monsters is one thing, but how do you think the car and train even work? Well, La Changxian stroked the sword Chinimlas, and the system said their bond increased. La Changxian thought holding this sword would not be easy to fake. System notification. Bond level surpassed a certain threshold. You can now somewhat connect with Chemimimladze's thoughts. In the Cobra Demon Cave, this sword proved its power as a legendary blade. Plus, the options to crown a king or boost power are not bad. They all strengthen the magic, letting Changxian defeat enemies with his soul. The catch. That is all there is. Everything points to you needing to bond more with it. Compared to other artifacts, there is still a long way to go. Maybe this sword is tied to a king's symbol, so it thinks it deserves to be in the hands of a perfect ruler. Changxian wondered if he should try again to increase their bond. You absorbed Chemimladze's magic, but absorption failed. Chemai rejected you as its master. Chan suggested Changxian just destroy it already instead of hurting his pride like this. But quickly, he pushed the thought aside. Changxian is not the god's chosen yet. He needs more time to be recognized as Chemimladze's master. But if it keeps rejecting him, maybe it is better to snap it in two, or toss it back into the forge for reforging. The more he looks at it, the more annoying it gets. On second thought, Minerva really is a goddess. She could have told him to give Chemimladze back. But no, she just gave it to him outright. And on top of that, dropped a prophecy that is crazy accurate. Truly the best goddess. You rock. Back to their meeting in the hospital VIP room, Guff talked about the goddess's prophecy. Up until now, all prophecies were full of metaphors and wordplay that made them hard to interpret. But this one's different. The prophecy directly targeted Lai. Minerva said, "Take what is yours. It is the only gift I can give my friend. I will always be closest to you." Guff smiled like a kid, saying exactly that. Being closest to you does not that mean the goddess wants Lai to be closest to her. The only person who can stand shoulder to shoulder with the goddess is the one who understands her best and spreads her word far and wide. In other words, that would be our guild leader. The chosen one. The goddess will means you should lead us foolish fools. But Li Changxian thinks differently, like a friend. Turns out she sees him as a buddy, because he ruined the twins and dirtied her holy temple. Gods and stars I know would never call a human friend, because that would lower their status or something. I can see why Minerva is loved and respected by her followers. This feeling is strange but refreshing, but looks like he is interpreting her words in a totally different way. His eyes are intense, staring at me like I am his goddess incarnate. Like Changxian is sincere. He does not seem willing to change his mind, no matter what I say. He ends up begging and clinging to my pant leg. I really do not want to imagine some middle-aged guy clinging to my pants, so I have to distract him first. But was it really okay for him to make that decision in the first place? Nas wants me to be the guild leader, even though I have never joined his guild. Won't the insiders totally oppose that more than anything? Those in high positions would never let someone else snatch the top spot. Besides, Illuminati is run by a council of elders, with no single leader. There has got to be tons of perks and power struggles in a setup like that. Changxian was so confident in this judgment that he kept smiling. Even if the goddess herself descended, Illuminati would still have its own rules and structure. Isn't it obvious I won? TB welcome. Jo Kim just kept smiling with her eyes shut tight. The prophecy I mentioned was not passed down to me, but went straight to Parthenon. No matter how much those earthbound guys in our guild jump around, they can deny its value, since it is the goddess' words. No matter what they say, they can do a thing. Li Changxian thought that Wolf was not just nearly top rank leader level, but also had huge influence in the guild. He does not plan to take over Illuminati, but teaming up with such a powerful force is not bad at all. I am really happy with how things are right now. Sorry, but I am turning down your offer. You do not have to be so stubborn. Maybe reconsider a bit. Saying I do not want to accept your offer would be a lie. But that does not mean I want to take on more than I can handle. Of course, I respect the goddess's teachings, so I think it is best to achieve it naturally. How so? If the goddess calls me a friend, then Illuminati is my friend too, so would not that make you my friend as well? On that note, Wolf's about to become a hardcore fan of Lee Chang-seon. In other words, I want our two teams to form an alliance, not just between Silver Tiger and Illuminati, but between my team and Illuminati. The plane landed, and Lee Chang-seon kept thinking, no matter how strong the hidden Silver Tiger force is, it is still not enough to completely underestimate Illuminati. I am sure they will help me a lot when I need to win against Silver Tiger in the future. Chang-seon turned and called out to Jael, who was trailing behind, making the kid super happy. Oh right. Jael, I forgot to tell you take off your shoes when boarding the plane. Excuse me. The message system, the god of the shooting range, widened his eyes after watching you too. Ho. Here's an article about us. Huh. Where? Here. Right here, the hot news. The Tyrant's team advances into Europe. The roar of the Silver Tiger spreads across the European continent. Just wait, Desert Stone. The Tyrant is coming. A step forward on the path to raising national prestige. Hey, stop clinging to me, go learn on your own. It is super hot here. My phone's charging, hand it over now. Thanks to Seo for snatching my brother's phone, feeling great. Hey. No surprise, you are our guy, everything you do just shines. Hey. Why do not you just shut up? Your drool's about to drip everywhere. Who cares? Even if Chang-seon's coming from the other side. Where? Can't he believe you actually believe that crap? Just a scammer. Give me back my tablet. Because of his lousy attitude, Sinjin-ju got his spine twisted by Xinyan Seo swift strike. Right then, Lee Chang-seon came over and looked at them like they were freaks. What are you guys doing here? Sinjin, head bleeding, trembling. Hey, please save me. Seo instantly dropped the act and turned sweet again. Oh ho, you are here still not fully recovered. Huh, aren't you pushing yourself too hard? Message system. The snake god of all sees his minions with disdain after being beaten by his little sister. Seo raised his fist, warning his brother. One more word and I will knock you out cold. Don't forget your seats right next to mine. Got it. Jinju grimaced and reluctantly came up with an excuse. It is weird. I have been feeling dizzy all morning, so I am just taking a little break now. Hey there. Woo-Hebben finally got her luggage, and there is even an uncle crying behind her. I am here. Hebben, you are here, says Dad. You are also warm and welcoming. You scared me. Our uncle keeps crying like it is the rainy season. Hebben, I hope you take good care of her. I can shake her determination. She wants to follow you and learn a lot. Don't worry. I care for Hebben like she is my own niece. Thank you. The anonymous bachelor god shook his head, saying no one could love her as much as he does. With everyone finally here, Lee Chang-seon led the group out, of course. Besides admiring gazes, there were also jealous eyes lurking around. I can believe the rookies and newbies showed up last. I was thinking the same thing. The only ones holding grudges were Manager Sim and Kang Gyu-chan. He is still bitter about losing to Lee Chang-seon, and his tyrant rep took a hit too. Now he is scheming. Even though I got roasted before for being careless, this time will be different. Since the elders are joining this mission, I will take you down and impress them. But all those dirty thoughts are written all over his face with that fake friendly act. Lee Chang-seon caught his sneaky look, smirked teasingly, and the guy instantly lost it, yelling, "You damn bastard!" Right after the insult, Guff appeared right behind him. So you are here. Do you know how long I have been looking for you? Kang Gyu-chan turned around, surprised to see it was the leader of the Six Wolves. Lee Chang-seon and Guff greeted each other warmly, leaving Kang Gyu-chan stunned and confused. Baxos, haha, surprised. I just missed my flight, so I could come home and hang out with my friend. Kang Gyu-chan was confused because Guff spoke English, which he did not fully understand, but he definitely heard friend. They are friends. Rumor has it that Lord Six Wolves is moving to team up with Lee Chang-seon, but Kang Gyu-chan thought it was just a fake story to secretly connect with other groups. Chang-seon noticed someone watching and deliberately said, I really like traveling with a friend. Haha, good. Very good. Don't tell me Guff really came to visit the boss just because of Lee Chang-seon. How did Chang-seon even get to know someone that big? Suspicious, the director winced. No matter how high his rank, how could the leader of the Six Wolves ignore him? Just then, Director O arrived with his people. Everyone's early today. Everyone had to bow respectfully to him. Lee Chang-seon glanced over with a judging look. These were the elders Director O had mentioned. They are said to be the legendary monsters representing the White Tiger. The first-gen players who laid the foundation for White Tiger alongside the hero Moon Seung. The fierce tiger god Sarko-eyed his sharp, ancient claws. The elder with a white headband spoke first. Voice sharp. Are these the kids leading the guild now? If they turn deadly, they would make excellent soldiers. He is cool. The demon god Bujang Jin, the red-haired god, spoke next. Don't he say that? Kulayo, they might take it seriously. I am Hong, the Crimson Scholar. Okay, you too. That is enough. The guy holding the watch is the Marshal Marquis Tajigol Hyan Ryong. The hunting god asked why so many people smelling like trouble were here. The serpent god wondered why so many talented disciples were here. Yet their master showed so little trust. Lecheng bowed sincerely, thinking, if the future strategy room is the brain and backbone of White Tiger, then these elders are the hidden claws and sharp thorns of White Tiger. The notorious tough guys from the rumors have shown up, especially the warlord Tajigol Hyan Ryong. Even Director O found it hard to convince him to take action. He probably asked my warlord for backup to get a shot at the sacred scripture in Astanas' secret vault. Since he is said to be the smartest among them, my warlord suddenly asked about you. Are you Lecheng Xian? The one Director O mentioned. Do you know me? He even reached out to shake your hand. Lecheng Xian knew this old beast was the first to wipe out thousands suffering under the poison gas explosion without blinking. Cheng Xian quickly shook his hand. I have only heard rumors, but it is an honor to meet you. Haha, probably just all talk. Right? So you have lived a life full of grit. Huh, he suddenly gave a weird smile. The path you are walking will be just like mine. I hope I can be a role model for you. The sick tiger, trying to invade your body, activated a virtue skill to identify the intrusion as a curse and set up a barrier. So this turned into a secret battle. Lecheng Xian could sense this sick tiger was way stronger than Jill Dan. While shaking hands, my warlord seized the chance to transfer a bunch of ailments to Lecheng Xian. He also felt that both the tiger and the disease were inside him. A demon soldier, his skills must be close to Joachim's level, probably around Lord level. A master at level 80 or even higher. He must be a demon body far superior to Jill Dan. Lecheng Xian grew more annoyed thinking about this undead bastard. Who knows how many people had to sacrifice to create this half-awakened skill. Just as I thought. I should not have let those bastards live in the first place. Director O smiled slyly. Now that the introductions are done, I will explain what is going on. At this point, Lecheng Xian and my warlord finally let go of each other. Zigel Hein Biong clenched his teeth, thinking, let us see if this works. Is he trying to fight off my tiger and disease? Meanwhile, Lecheng Xian's face darkened, thinking, that bastard and his worthless life. Director O said, this mission is also to strengthen our alliance with Europe, not just to boost our guild's status in the use. These three will be a huge help with that. Don't make a single mistake. Got it? Yes. Understood. Director O laughed heartily, eyes locked on Head of Department Sim. I am looking forward to seeing your names on the list at our next meeting in America. Ho ho ho. Head of Department Sim was fuming at being outwitted by Director O Fat Low. Plus, he did not expect Lecheng Xian to level up so fast in just a few lucky months. He told himself this can't go on any longer. Head of Department Sim handed Kang Gu-chan an envelope and said, remember everything I say and deliver this as soon as you get there. May I ask what this is? It is a letter for the Illuminati. They want to be welcoming Lecheng Xian. So I am thinking of stirring things up. The other letter is for the Black Hand team, the King of Krona Ruka. Kang Gu-chan stiffened when Head of Department Sim mentioned the Assassin King. He warned him, wait for him to slip up. After you deliver that letter, burn anything they give you immediately. He looked at Lecheng Xian, unable to hide his dark thoughts. Lecheng, you wiped out the entire Black Spirit team and the Assassin King Hong Jin Emis disciples at the Snow Peak. But even if you keep going, you can beat the ultimate assassin he kills with borrowed hands. Even if you are lucky enough to escape the Assassin King's grasp, you won't come out unscathed. You do not know what I had to do to climb to where I am now. Director O had the entire cold, scholarly attitude of Head of Department Sim under his watch. Though Sim had no clue, the director's expression is really something special. Flight Incheon to Paris. F0267. Baek Jail-gun nervously reminded the passenger about wearing shoes on the plane. Sorry. Dear passenger, please keep your shoes on. Someone startled. What? The hunting god just stared at me like that. The instigator of this prank laughed out loud with pure delight. Right then, an unwelcome voice was heard. You are sitting right next to me. I was worried I would be bored the whole flight. Uncle Heinvong in the next seat smiled, making Lecheng Xian's heart skip a beat. The fierce Godsaker glanced at his disciples, but the trouble did not stop there. Lecheng Xian looked at Baek Jail from afar like a traitor, wondering if he switched seats because he was scared of the god. Looks like this flight won't be peaceful after all. But on second thought, Dino also met them in France, so it is better to figure out their strengths and weaknesses on this flight. After all, he's got to find the fifth sacred scripture, and they will be watching him. It seems like seeing that he can handle the fierce tiger and the plague without much effort made the god a little curious about him. Lecheng Xian thought this, then humbly told him, I hope to learn a lot from you. No need to pressure me so much. Lecheng Xian realized the surveillance here was higher than he thought. Looks like I will need to reveal my trump card sooner than planned, but that is good. It means I can speed up creating my ace without attracting too much suspicion. First, I need to increase the number of followers like Architon, who I met in the old guild. Trusting myself to surpass any follower, No matter how free they seem during a battle, their unwavering loyalty to Minerva is something I could only dream of after living alone as the god of war and the evil god. The only way to quickly organize my followers into an army is to use the ghostly fierce tiger, as long as I solve all the problems in the 4th sacred scripture. This is totally doable, of course. I will need to beef up my power as much as possible, at least double my current strength, before I can harness the lightning power. To do that, first I have to learn how to fully utilize my holy mark, my vision, and my or rather, make full use of the darkness, a power I never had back when I was the twilight of the gods. The moment I first used the darkness, I knew this was the second power I needed to gain alongside lightning. This power even makes the twins afraid. And it is the secret ace I have been hiding to double my strength, or maybe even more. Mephistopheles. I need to contact him first. While Li Changxian was deep in thought, the system suddenly alerted him. The ghostly fierce Tiger's Cave challenge has begun. Survive for 72 hours real time. The system started the countdown. Li Changxian's current location is floor 5. Area 1, as Li Changxian rushed into battle with some red-haired demons. He thought, although I do not know why that gloomy Mephistopheles is searching for someone, he must be looking for something inside me to reach that person. If I use this info right, I might get the perfect way to wield the darkness. The time limit for this ghostly fierce tiger cave is 3 days. It keeps getting longer. Just as I suspected, at this moment, Changxian reunited with Jing. This time should be enough to rebuild my forces and get in touch with Mephistopheles one more time. Li Changxian turned and called Jing. He, still as busy as ever. Master? Alright, you go ahead. Jing smiled. I will show you something really interesting when you get back. Interesting? Jing grinned with eyes shut tight. Remember the demon horse we stole from the far lands? I have managed to tame it. We can add quite a few strategies, especially if the cavalry joins in. Li Changxian thought about an army of ghost riders and figured this idea was not so bad, but he still grimaced, having to put that excitement aside to meet that annoying guy. The system popped up again, relaying a warning from the fierce tiger god Sarko. Do not do anything stupid. Li Changxian found it annoying, especially since a bunch of other gods were making noise too. The hunting season god nodded and said you should listen to a certain god, just this once. The wild tiger god surrounding the world advised you to rethink your choice to meet an entity that is the embodiment of evil. Even though the gods had said their piece, Li Changxian just smiled confidently. Looks like they already knew he wanted to meet Mephistopheles, and were doing everything to stop him. The cruel primal god of origins was reading the darkness and watching you with amusement. Li Changxian got even more pumped, realizing this was a power even the gods feared. The hunting god quickly covered his mother's eyes so she would not lose her treasure. The cruel primal god was watching you closely while standing on his daughter's head with his front legs. The Taurus god exhaled smoke and stared at you, the one who toyed with their soldiers. The cruel primal god growled at a star. Clearly annoyed, the Taurus god growled back with a snarky tone, asking if she wanted to die with less meat on her bones. Li Changxian thought, if even Tiamat and Ben Marduk are worried, this is definitely worth a shot. Surrounded by light and with an eye-shaped mark glowing on his chest, Li Changxian focused and activated the holy seal. System relayed the message. The fierce tiger god Saker was starting to get angry and asked why you were not listening to him. The light from the eye twisted into a vortex, then poured out like a waterfall. System reported, you have successfully activated the visual form and fury of darkness. You are fully focused. In a deep meditative state, you have completely grasped the meditation methods of yoga and Astanga. Diving deep into the subconscious world, you have reached the realm of silence and earned 5,000 karma achievement points. You are now in an animation state. You have successfully connected with the subconscious world. At this moment, Li Changxian slipped into a trance, sinking deep into the waters. He thought, because darkness is also a power given by Mephistopheles, if I can activate the visual and fury powers along with the darkness inside the holy seal and dive deep into my subconscious, I might be able to meet him. System notification. Thetis Yogi achievement unlocked. Reward. Intelligence increase. Title Enlightenment of Nibiria Samity. Intellect plus 10. Li Changxian laughed. Just as expected. He has not lost track of me. A dark gaze fixed on you. I have something to ask. Accept me as your disciple. Mephistopheles asked, why should I do that? Li Changxian was surprised that this god neither agreed nor denied. Just curious. That means I still have a chance to persuade him. Mephistopheles kept his devilish face, staring intently at Li Changxian. He said, I believe I have proven my worth, even as a mortal. I found adversity and escaped the Twin Gates too. Hearing the old tearing through the dusk say you are looking for someone, I will definitely be your right hand, great demon lord. After saying that, he thought again. Even though I did not get a system message about it, I am sure he is keeping an eye on me. Maybe he is hunting hell or, like Minerva said, I closely resemble the one he is after. Whatever the reason, he can see Olympus' sacred grounds. I can just let that slide. He continued, but I believe just watching one be enough. In the future, I will be stronger and show up in more places. Use my eyes, just say you can take them whenever you want. Then become my apostle. You know I do not want to follow anyone. So stubborn. Just like those who once ruled puppets, but it is not bad. Trangxian knew he did not like this, but it did not really harm him either way, even if he teaches me to use the Dark Knight. Whether I learn it depends on my own ability, the great demon god added, but no need to decide now. First, he will test your talent. As soon as he finished speaking, the system popped up a notification about a new mission unlocking the conditions to learn the Dark Knight. Conditions to learn the Dark Knight. Classification. Scene segment. Description. The great demon god of the underworld is interested in you. Someone brave enough to use the holy mark to unleash the Dark Knight. You are the one who discovered the prison realm, something even other saints dared not do, and you have earned the qualification. However, you are still lacking in many areas. Moreover, the great demon believes a human must have an emotional bond and unity with him to be accepted as his disciple. Trangxian thought, their master-disciple relationship is not just a contract. Seems like he wants something else. Does he have a master-disciple bond with that person too? Pass all 3 trials set by the great demon god of the underworld for you. If you succeed, you will earn his trust and affection as his disciple. Limitations. Dark Knight Mastery Level. Time limit. Failure means conditions not met. Success grants full possession of the holy mark, the ability to use the Dark Knight, and the title of the great demon's disciple. So Trangxian got the chance he needed, but what about trust? To him, this master-disciple thing feels more like a trade, but maybe Mephistopheles wants a close. Emotional bond. Still, he is not sure what the future holds between him and the demon. System reminder. Mission started. Trial proof. Method 1. Classification. Side mission. Sequence. Description. The great demon god of the underworld has sent a messenger to deliver a message to you. Gain his recognition first. Failure. Failure seen. Success. Proceed to next side mission. Trial proof. Method 2. After reading this, Trangxian wondered who the messenger was. Right then, the system's screen vanished and was replaced by a giant eye staring straight through the void, locking onto him. The surrounding space suddenly shattered like glass struck with great force. Escaping Palate's cathedral, Trangxian yelled, then opened his eyes to find himself back on the plane, with the boss of the military division still by his side. Seeing him shout, the boss glanced over with a smirk. You are noisy. Didn't I expect your sleeping habits to be that bad? Yes, I am. Trangxian was stunned. He was in reality now, but just moments ago, he was inside the demon's lair. The system announced he earned the achievement follower of the great demon. Rewards? Magistats plus 15 1910. Your time is up. Rating? You will receive rewards based on this rating. You have returned to the real world. Trangxian was stunned. Rewards? Has it really been 3 days already? How is that possible? I only figured out how high Mephistopheles' level is, but this means I am still far from getting stronger. Not even a proper test yet. The other gods started gathering again. Kamsao, the hunting season leader, jumped up asking if you were hurt. Kamsao, the world-wrapping serpent, nodded, saying, judging by your shocked face, you are probably fine. Kamsao, the fierce dragon of the origin, sighed in relief but showed displeasure at the reckless actions of the tribe members. Kamsao, the fierce dragon of the origin, tilted his head, wondering if any prisoner had ever returned safely after being attacked by the supreme demon. The Chamso tribe stared at you suspiciously, sensing your dark energy. Some gods were shocked you escaped Palate's cathedral. Some Chamso asked why you were not trapped in Palate's swamp. The demon realm showed interest in you. Trangxian did not expect their excitement since he only knew Mephistopheles' holy mark was clear, and the demon was watching him closely. Trangxian thought that before, he just needed focus to unlock it. But now the holy mark felt more like a sense. It is the dark energy that has been unleashed repeatedly, more than enough to combine skills to enhance them, and enough to make up for the 72 wasted hours. My strategist glanced at the young man beside me, amazed to see a glowing circle swirling like a sphere right in front of him. What is this? He asked. But Trangxian was just as surprised and clueless. System alert. A mysterious force has unlocked the first pouch. Trangxian's eyes widened in shock. What is going on here? Something like an egg dropped into Trangxian's palm. Jigui's proof is hatching. Trangxian was so shocked he was almost speechless. I have incubated this egg so long, yet nothing happened. Why did it suddenly stop? The egg's shell cracked, and a tail popped out, making its owner even more stunned. A tail? So it is not a bird. But Jigui's proof hatches into a sacred bird, a supreme hunting bird. It is supposed to grant courage and strength to its owner and allies. Trangxian was speechless with shock. Could this be the messenger? System alert. Jigui's proof, holding dark energy in its mouth, has fully hatched. The egg radiated a dazzling light. Then a creature appeared, neither bird nor dragon. With a goofy grin, the system introduced it as the little flame dragon of the Dark Knight. A cool name. But the look is kind of silly. It is probably still young, but that face alone made its owner's heart skip a beat. System added, the little flame dragon of the Dark Knight recognizes the eyes of the one who awakened it. The tiny creature giggled foolishly and flew right up to Trangxian's nose. Chirping, the arrival of this little troublemaker even caught the attention of the gods. The hunting star's eyes lit up, signaling a cute baby had been born. Surely this little one just needs a power check. How could such a tiny thing be any threat? The hunting star frantically searched ancient libraries after seeing its appearance. The fierce sacred tiger sneezed, saying snakes were braver and tougher back in the day. The little flame dragon of the dark night spun around, showing off its existence. The cheerful creature hopped on Lai Chang Xian's palm, making noises that drew others over. The bitch Jiayuan group rushed over first. Haibin exclaimed, "Oh wow! So adorable. What do you have there?" Lai Changxian gave a crooked smile. "I am carrying a proof of a divine beast. It just hatched from that." The little flame dragon of the dark night chirped and giggled goofily while flying around, rubbing its face against Lai Changxian like a playful kid, though the owner was trying hard to stay calm. Annoyed by the little one, a flight attendant came over to remind him that his pet was bothering other passengers. But when she saw the adorable creature smiling sweetly and the handsome Lai Changxian, she quickly softened her tone. "But I will try to convince them. By the way, do you mind if I take a photo with you?" Changxian sighed quietly, overwhelmed by everything. On top of that, the system sent a notification. Side quest updated. Proof verification test from method 1. Classification. Side quest. Chain. Description. The messenger of the great pursuit from hell has appeared. Give it your recognition. Failure. Failure seen. Success. Move to next side quest. Proof verification test from method 2. The little flame dragon of the dark night is very hungry. Find a scent to feed it. Once it is full, your bond will grow stronger. The closer you get, the more you will be able to read the little flame dragon's thoughts. Along with the system's reminder, the little black dragon is acting all cute like a steamed bun, who said just hatched and already going crazy, acting wild until exhausted. This creature has attacked the fishing spear multiple times in a short span, causing some electrical shorts caught off guard. Being on a plane, where am I supposed to find food for this old guy? Oh lord, plus, this thing is not just ugly, it is picky about food, so it was hungry. Ansel offered cookies asking if it wanted anything, but the creature shut its eyes and turned away like it just saw something terrifying. Ansel tried to convince it the cookies were expensive, but the creature did not even look back. She wondered if it was just a baby craving baby food. But it is a drake, would it even digest that? While she kept asking, the reluctant dad was left speechless and lost. Ansel kept firing off 100,000 why questions. Seeing the drake starving in his hands, La Trangson knew it was hungry but did not know what to feed it. While the system warned that the little furball in the dark was staging a hunger protest, La Trangson panicked even more. He would only ever fought drakes, never raised one before. La Trangson tried to think except for low-level drakes like the ragged ones. Drakes rarely appear in dungeons, and high-level drakes like this one are even rarer, so he had no clue. Meanwhile, the drake was getting weaker and weaker from hunger. La Trangson's face crumpled in panic as the drake gasped for breath. With its tongue out, he was completely lost on what to do. All he knew about drakes was they were born with rebellious intelligence, and the ancient blue drake, thousands of years old, was basically the ancestor of all drakes. The little flower dragon looks like an ancient dragon, but its energy attribute is completely different. And now this newborn dragon is staring at me like, "Why won't you feed me?" Plus, this dragon was sent by Mephistopheles, so it has got to be special. Could it be that he knows someone who can transform into a divine beast with the highest level shape-shifting skill? La Changxian hugged the little dragon and ran over to Guff, who looked dejected and said, "Sorry, I do not really know much about dragons either. Once we land, I will look into it. Chill out. The flight's still over 8 hours long. You are stressing way too much. Man, things were already messy. Now the system's nagging too." The little flower dragon has entered a negative state. The little flower dragon is now malnourished. Affection level is starting to drop. Warning: a continuous drop in affection will affect your bond with the little flower dragon. You risk failing the side quest based on trial method 1. La Changxian grit his teeth, thinking this creature must be Mephistopheles' envoy sent to test his dark energy, so the answer has to revolve around it. Right? Just then, the Wuho suddenly appeared behind him and pointed out that the creature seems to be a demon dragon. This was a light bulb moment for the reluctant dad, and he immediately asked, "Demon dragon, do you know anything about dragons?" The Wuho chuckled softly, "Just a little. I used to raise one back in the day." Demon dragons are corrupted dragons who made pacts with people tied to demons or for other reasons. Their behavior differs from regular dragons, and when mature, they even reject other dragons. La Changxian thought carefully. The dragon is full of demonic energy, meaning darker stuff probably suits it better. If dragons are more about the value or achievements they represent rather than themselves, then maybe I have something just right. Changxian pulled out a sword he would dug up from the river of death and asked the god of the hunting grounds what to do. He brought the sword close to the dragon, but it coldly turned away. The god of the hunting grounds sighed softly. The god objected to him using the treasure that way and suggested giving it back to her instead. At that moment, the sword started radiating dark energy, and the dragon immediately got attracted and bit the blade. This sparked quite a buzz among the gods. The god of the hunting grounds loudly scolded him, saying he should not do that. The god of the serpent wrapped around the world looked at another god with pity and said there must be a reason behind all this. The reason's still unknown. But now the little dragon has shattered the precious sword. Much to Li Changxian's relief and the Wu House amazement. Maybe it is to its taste the sword looks super valuable. You like it? Changxian was pretty confused about how to use the sword. So if the dragon wants to eat it, just let it better to increase mission success rates. The little dragon chomped on the sword, then held its belly stuffed full and let out a big burp. The system updated its status. The little black fire dragon in the dark night was super happy after the meal, and its loyalty to you increased slightly. The little black fire dragon in the dark night now sees you as a friend after being fed. Do you want to give it a name? Changxian thought the system had not shown him failing the hidden side quest from the wild hunt yet. Not sure what it does, but it seems I can still use the sword, even though the dragon digested it. Hey, Wu Hao, stop standing there, help me name the dragon. Will you? Li Changxian said bluntly. How about Onion? That name made everyone their facepalm hard, because it was so terrible. Even the gods had opinions. The serpent god, wrapped around the world, covered its face with its tail, saying they were embarrassed by that awful name. The mighty tiger god Saker quietly glanced at him and said nobody's perfect in this world. Everyone at the scene was still stunned by that terrible name, and even the little dragon seemed unimpressed. Seeing everyone's strong objections, Li Changxian changed the name to Kazo instead. Just then, the hunting god said he did not get what was wrong with that cute name earlier. Xian looked at him with a questioning gaze. Hey, are you serious right now? The world-wrapping tiger god advised that certain god not to rush naming their pet, since her naming taste was not any better. The hunting god jumped up, declaring no one could come up with better names than her. The world-wrapping tiger god asked what name she had in mind. The hunting god proudly listed names like Blitz, Noodles, Quatch, and Squill. The world-wrapping tiger god sighed, saying that was actually insulting. The hunting god did not see what was wrong with that. While the gods argued, Unxian was scolding Li Changxian right in the face. Young, what is up with Kaza? Li Chan, still innocent and clueless, asked if there was a problem. Unxian said it is a big problem, because this dragon is still a cute little girl, so that name fits. But when she grows up, that name will sound way too childish. Didn't you ever have a dog? What was its name? Zhongyi? Cute names like that suit puppies. You named it after someone in the family, yeah? But Zhongyi, what is the difference between Zhongyi and Kaza? The system lets the baby dragon speak for herself. The little black fire dragon in the dark night does not like the name you picked. Affection drops by 15, happiness drops by 20. The little black fire dragon in the dark night openly hates you now. Others take the chance to scold you more. Look, she even understands and hates the name you chose. Change it quickly. Hurry up. Changxian feels like raising this troublesome dragon is way harder than he thought. He stared at the dragon, wondering what to name her. Got it. I have thought of a name. Cutmose? This time, everyone looked at him with sparkling eyes, especially the dragon who just got a cool name. The two brothers were the first to cheer. Probably Li Changxian was just joking before. The system asked again, do you want to name her Cutmose? The little black fire dragon in the dark night is pleased with this powerful sounding name. Affection restored. Happiness restored. Li Changxian immediately agreed. The struggle made this little ancestor happy. No point overthinking it. Cutmose has become your bonded spirit. The dragon's eyes flashed red like lasers. Consciousness link established. One link anchor placed on the holy mark on her head, the other on Cutmose's heart. Now the little black dragon seemed to brighten up and even smiled a bit. At least she is insanely powerful. Cutmose can now generate dark energy. You can understand part of Cutmose's thoughts. As affection grows, you will read even more of her thoughts. The more you understand, the more dark energy you can harness. Bonded spirit Cutmose gains skills in breath control, mana sensing, and awareness unlocking. Cutmose's heart has started generating dark energy. You can absorb some of that dark energy through the consciousness link. The holy mark has been set as a skill. Skill power increases with the amount of dark energy you hold. The system displays info about the holy mark skill. The holy mark, a criminal scar, now carries part of divine power. You will gain unimaginable strength compared to normal people. Right now, the holy mark holds the sacred fire of Gemini and the dark energy of the Helchasing Great Moth. Level 3 skill, classified as authority, with divine ownership and divine release effects. The little dragon is now licking Li Changxian's nose affectionately while he is thinking about his fake dad. My boy, why are you talking like that again? Doesn't he suit you at all? The dad stiffened up at his disrespectful son. He just wanted to be serious for once. Li Changxian coldly said that vibe does not fit him. So why have you been standing around so long like you are the only serious one here? What do you mean? Phew. Just thinking about the day we part already makes me sad. Where are you going? Old man, why not just live with me? I do not have family here anyway, and neither do you. Right? Let us just stay here. Both of us lonely. The dad angrily poked his face and scolded him. Honestly, every word he says feels like a jab at me. Oh yeah? Then why do not you say something? Just do not live like me. Li Changxi's eyes widened in surprise. Even though I can live the good life with this name, I hope you will be different. None. I am on top of them all, why bother caring? There is a legend that he killed a dragon and buried its fangs underground to train dragon warriors. But for someone struggling to get by like Chang Xian, thinking about sacrificing for others is just too much. He did not think heroic names suited him at all, but a name tied to a story about otherworldly dragons that fits this kid perfectly. The system notified that he completed Side Quest Proof of Trial 1 and unlocked Proof of Trial 2. Side Quest classification: Chain. Description: frequently absorb dark energy from the emissaries of the great pursuing hell and strengthen your hidden saint powers as a basis to perfect your mind wall. Failure results in cutscene failure. Success: the side quest chain continues with Proof of Trial 3. The flight continues and lands at Paris, France. At Sarkly-Guller Airport, Unseo suddenly put on sunglasses, making Hyabin wonder why. Unseo said it was a survival trick and told Hyabin not to overthink it. Turns out she was just getting ready to look good for photos. Wow. But Unseo's prep was not wasted. As soon as the plane door opened, flashing cameras lit up. Jang Seo was so used to this scene he showed no reaction and just focused on leading the group. Hyabin was experiencing it for the first time, nearly dropping her glasses while silently amazed. Reporters wanted to ask questions, but Jang Seo coldly said he would just been sleeping and had nothing to say. Someone asked if he had any newbies in France he considered rivals. Lee Jang Seo fired back with a very sharp reply: none. I am on top of them all, why would I care? Jang Seo answered the interview with a blunt style that left reporters stunned and speechless. His mouth was sharp, but you could not fight back because he was unbeatable. Still, reporters had plenty of questions, for example, about Henry Block's solo challenge. But Jang Seo said it was the first time he would heard the name, leaving reporters speechless again. In their minds, Henry was the strongest rookie in France. Hailed as a future king, he was also the one who conquered the Bone Heart Dungeon, a fortress no one had cracked for a long time. Lee Jang Seo lost patience and reminded them he did not have time for long-winded talks. A reporter tried to ask how he felt about the match Henry proposed. Lee Jang Seo said, I do not know who he is, but if he wants to fight, bring it on. Though that will just get him killed sooner. The reporter thought the warlord had lost it, trying to provoke all of France. Then a red-haired reporter jumped in, asking about Jang Seo's plan to sweep through the windy desert dungeon that has been France's headache. Are you using any special tactics to conquer it? I am just gonna clear it straight up. Lee Jang Seo answered without hesitation. The guy with glasses said, alright, my time's up. So that is the end of the Kanda. Jang Seo knew full well that even famous French experts had failed to clear the dungeon, so it made sense they wanted to know how a foreigner like him planned to beat it. Soon, news about today's interview hit the papers. Jang Seo gave a lively commentary on the interview, especially since rookie Henry said the warlord was his childhood idol, and he really wanted to challenge him. Right now, it only fuels Jang Seo man's fire even more. Not just that, the immortal King Jack Valentine said he will try even harder to earn the respect of his juniors. Wolf stepped up to defend Jang Seo. I get why you are worried he is worsening relations between Korea and France, but the tyrant's message was just misunderstood because of cultural differences. He is worthy of the hero title of this era and has a warmer heart than anyone else. The Lee Jang Seo I know is not the tyrant. He is a Joy Kaiser. Joy Kaiser means the wise king in French. Of course, Wolf's whole interview got published and pissed a lot of people off. This crazy bastard is totally acting arrogant on purpose. Conquering the Windy Stone Desert? What nonsense. Does he think I would not know he is here to seize Illuminati after Joachim convinced him? The guy shouting right now is the Red Eagle S Fury, Constantine Bruning, who opposes Joachim Wolf and leads half the Illuminati elders. This is a warning to me and my allies. I understand the goddess will best, so both Joachim Wolf and Lee Kang Seo are unnecessary to me. Lu, are you there? Come here immediately. Bruning put on a scholarly, malicious look and said, looks like we need to prepare a cruise satch. Cruise satch means a military campaign in German. Meanwhile, someone else was cursing Lee Chang Seo. Kang Wuchen dressed like a thief, grinning like he has already won. He is sure that with this dice roll and just one more spark, everything will be beyond saving. The 2 letters the department head gave him were already in the mailbox, so he felt confident enough to think big. Meanwhile, Lee Chang Seo did not know whether to be happy or sad. Katmos was very pleased with the King's treasure. Katmos opened his eyes wide, saying now he has a huge food storage. This fat dragon was biting every item in the King's treasure. Truly a mouth that devours mountains and rivers. Katmos was extremely happy thanks to the tasty feast. Satisfaction level rising. Bond level increasing a lot. Abnormal psyche stabilized. Current completion rate 6.7%. After swallowing the entire sword Chemelu into sleeping MDVX, this pig dragon got hungry again, and this time, it scooped up the King's treasure. Katmos happily swallowed the golden helmet, making Lei Changxian seriously question life. Can an icy helmet even make a sound like that? Still, with this dragon's blazing hot, massive belly, any gold turns into honey. In the end, every treasure the Snow King carefully guarded became a tasty meal for this greedy dragon. Lei Changxian watched seriously and suddenly realized it could use its breath now. Breath-related skills are a power even high-level peers can only use after mastering elemental control. While Changxian was lost in thought, the dragon was about to turn the treasure to gold. Though weaker than the breath of top-tier peers, It is not to be underestimated. It contains a trace of dark energy, a power that can burn, incinerate, and erase targets regardless of elemental differences. A dragon with such power, clearly a demon dragon, is different from an ordinary one, and in such a short time, it seems to have grown already. Eating a pile of treasure like that does not digest or turn it into something else. It has been awake less than 24 hours. Its growth speed is seriously impressive. The system reports this pig dragon has absorbed the icy helmet and the sword from the frozen land. It absorbed 72 ice elements, 51 metal elements, and its core strength has been reinforced. The core strength has been boosted through the resonance effect. Current completion progress, 7.1%. Full and satisfied. Cutmerce looks much calmer at Lai Changxian, and Lai Changxian finds it easier to like now. Even though this silly thing is a bit gluttonous, it is totally worth feeding. These two are still bonding, creating dark energy and resonance. Besides that, it is the best pet in Chop's whole crew, creating dark energy, aka generating divine power. If it keeps this up, Changxian will be able to use all kinds of skills, just like Mephistopheles. Simply put, this is a must-have to become Mephistopheles' disciple. Lost in thought, Jing suddenly bursts in with 100 questions. What is this? I have never seen it act like a dragon before. After 2 seconds of shock, Lai Changxian asks what is going on. Jing smirks proudly. Remember when I said I had something to show you when you got back? That hellish demon. So soon? So soon? Huh? Hey boss. Who do you think I am? Jing beams with pride. Releasing a surge of dark energy, a white horse radiating dark energy appears. This is a level 6 frost condensing death steed, a horse that looks like it just crawled out of hell, neighing terrifyingly. Seeing the horse getting a bit wild, Jing gets angry. Huh? What is wrong with it? I have to cancel the summoning. Actually, Lai Changxian could easily take down this horse, but if he uses that skill, this whole room will turn into a battlefield. Just as he was figuring out the best plan, Cadmus burst in like a storm, roaring with a terrifying face. The horse went limp like a scared puppy, not daring to mess with anyone, standing still for Cadmus to glare at. This shocked both Lai Changxian and Jing into silence. Don't he tell me it is afraid of dragons? It looks like a baby dragon, but it already knows how to use its power. No way! This horse is the king of a bloodline among all the summoned spirits. Though the gap between assassins and high-level dragons is huge, it can tame a horse that took me 2 days to barely control. Jing is especially impressed that this chubby little dragon with wings has such crazy power. Lai Changxian explains that it is probably a demon dragon. Even so, that is still seriously impressive. This guy looks like it will be a long time before I can match up to you. Hey Jing, any of your subordinates good at going undercover? Going undercover. This is Maril Aliano. Tail her after she leaves the party later, even if she hides in the crowd. Do not let her catch on. Jing holds up a photo of the girl and asks, "What? You planning to hit on her or what? You know you are not supposed to stalk people. Where did this guy suddenly get all this sense of morality? Besides, his brain's full of love stuff." Lai Changxian annoyedly tells him to shut up already. Tone it down or he will embarrass himself. She is the keeper of the 5 sacred scriptures. It is done. But the warlord still has not shown up. Did he hear Henry would be here and just run off? What do you think? Henry? Henry coldly glances at those 2 suck-ups. Right then, Lai Changxian rides in on a newly tamed horse, causing a stir in the banquet hall. Whoa, you sure know how to make an entrance. Before Lai Changxian arrived, people at the party were gossiping about him. His dark energy combined with Lai Changxian's majestic horse created total chaos. Lai Changxian stood like a king looking down, his expression icy cold. Once the confusion passed, the busybodies started whispering again. Is he trying to steal the spotlight or what? Pathetic, right? Always craving attention. Only Marieliano, the keeper of the 5 sacred scriptures, saw through the crowd. Go as a demon horse. What kind of species is that? I have never seen one before. Hearing this, the partygoers started changing their attitude. Maril does not know. That is the most skilled necromancer among the new players. First time seeing a warlord who is also a necromancer or tamer. That horse's demon aura is stronger than the dungeon boss. Maril glanced at Henry, who had just raised a glass of wine. But before he could drink, he put it down and looked over. At that moment, Cadmus wanted to make an entrance with a halo or whatever, flying in a loop to announce its presence. The little loop was its way of saying, "Hey, the guests found it adorable and wanted one too." This was also the first time Cadmus revealed itself as a prisoner beast. After tiring of flying around, Cadmus landed on Lai Changxian's hand. Smiling to charm the crowd, the chatter and whispers picked up again. No way! That is also Lai Changxian's pet. Isn't he already a master soul summoner? They even say he is a master fighter skilled with all kinds of weapons, even ignoring the demon horse. How could a warrior train dragons? It is normal for someone not to excel in 2 totally different fields, especially for a high-ranking figure. Henry's getting really annoyed. Meanwhile, Shin Ancel happily ran over to pet the little dragon. Cadmus naturally flew over to her side. Shin Ancel treated Cadmus like her pet and casually gave it a nickname, Moss. Lai Changxian thought that name was not much different from the dragon name he picked. While petting the dragon, Shin Ancel was curious about the demon horse Lai Changxian brought along. When she asked, he just said there was nothing special and snapped his fingers. making the huge horse vanish like a spirit returning to the dust. Shin On-sel showed an expression like she would just seen some high-level magic trick. By then, the keeper of the 5 sacred scriptures had come very close to Li Changxian, but stayed silent. Li Changxian quickly told his clansmen the time was right, follow her closely. The clansman immediately flew over and merged into Miro's shadow. The master-level clansman used close-range surveillance skills to track Maril Aliano. Li Changxian showed no emotion on the outside, but was quietly pleased that everything was going smoothly. In the Demon's Fall cave, young Yujin revealed to him that Miro Eliano has the 5th sacred scripture. The problem is, that is the only lead he has, so from now on, he has to investigate on his own. At least he managed to get under her skin, and that is a good start. One thing worth noting is her fiercity. Henry, he has always been competing with him, even back in France. And since Henry's pretty cocky, Changxian took advantage of the interview to provoke him into reacting. Naturally, Miro got involved. And we really have to thank the reporters for bringing up Henry during the interview right after landing. Please, Siu, stop grilling Changxian. You really studied hard. Huh, your familiar looks like a mythical beast. Changxian snapped back, saying it is just because Katmos looks so lonely on its own. Huh, come on. There is no way I care about those little details. Then he looked at that girl like there was a hornet nest in his stomach. La Changxian dodged her gaze, thinking how strange these weird situations are and how light they feel. She is talented but always uses it in the wrong way. I already told you I'm not a warrior. My profession is a mage. To precise, an ancient rune mage. Please. Siu, come on. No way a mage can fight better than a warrior. Baek Gi-woon has seen Li Changxian use ancient runes and knows better. Well, the sisters from the Xin family kept muttering back and forth. Hyrbin was stiff, stroking the little dragon in his hands, while Changxian's face twisted, wondering what he said wrong to cause such a reaction. Just then, Marshal Marquis Hyan Ryong approached and asked, "You are here. Finding food for Katmos must be tough. The baby dragon's always hungry even after you just fed it. You must have your hands full. There are a lot of familiar faces here." Huh. Let me introduce them to you. La Changxian frowned, wondering who this guy was that could instantly recognize Katmos as a demon dragon. Hyan Ryong did not notice the young man's expression behind him and introduced everyone very professionally. Changxian thought that even in Arcadia, where dragons are as revered as phoenixes, no one could understand dragons this well. The Marshal Marquis group warmly greeted him first. "So you are the tyrant. Nice to meet you. I am Nicola Fouquet from Revenant. I am Griezmann Adla, representing Sun Sun, and I am Ludovico from Orlando." Changxian knew they were all from top guilds in France, so he greeted them as usual. These folks are on par with the Silver Tiger and 5 Stars guilds from Korea, so no slap. The Marshal Marquis smiled and suggested they greet the other new arrivals present as well. Changxian started getting suspicious, since this guy had been acting all smug ever since they met at the airport. Looks like he is up to something, but we will have to wait and see. Then came the scene where the tyrant shook hands with Henry. The tension between them was already off the charts. "I have heard about you, Li Changxian. I am Henry Block. Nice to meet you." Li Changxian suddenly froze before finishing his sentence. Looks like this meeting is not going well. Marshal Marquis was also surprised when Changxian suddenly went cold and silent. Henry laughed, saying, "Meeting my childhood idol is truly an honor." He was so honored he quietly activated his skill. Dark energy from the undead started spreading in all directions, activating the violent vow, activating the terrifying vow. Li Changxian smirked, thinking that, because he liked Henry during the interview, Henry was now openly trying to humiliate him, but this was way too obvious. Henry Block controls the undead, also known as the Bone Undead. Sounds cool, but in reality, it is just a low-rank undead. Like the immortal undead, everyone else was shocked seeing the tension. Surprised Henry would provoke him right here. La Changxian smiled knowingly. The skill Beautiful Virtue activated, boosting his spirit immunity. He thought quietly that Henry was pretty good, but that was all. Then a golden light mixed with shadows surged toward Henry, leaving him stunned. The onlookers wondered what made the abilities of these two guys, known as the rivals of the century, so different. They quickly got their answer as light surrounded Henry, while he clenched his teeth and wondered why things turned out this way. He was very confident in his title as the future king of France. The sound of system machinery warnings echoed like in the middle scene. The soul link of the Dragon Age has been nullified. The roar of the Dragon Age has been neutralized. He gave it his all, but against the tyrant, his awakened power was dispelled in no time. The combo of Tiger's energy skills and Holy Mark abilities gave you the upper hand on the battlefield. Le Changxian seemed to transform into a crouching guardian. His hearing was sharp enough to catch your conversation with your friend by chance. "You insulted me and my team as a bunch of fools. Care to explain?" Everyone here froze in shock that the tyrant even knew about this. Le Changxian would not care if it were just about him, but he would never let anyone mess with his team as pride. He kept sharing part of Katmos' power through his fairy core. Dragons are intelligent creatures. They understand the language of all beings, animals, plants, and even inanimate objects. You can understand and speak every language. Old man Nicola jumped in, sensing the tension. "You are misunderstanding." "Shut up." Changxian coldly glared at the old man. "I am asking you, Henry here and his friend, not you. Fear of death is closing in. You can run away." Henry stammered in fear. "That thing, Answer me. That thing. You are panicking. Suddenly calm. Henry pulled his hand back and said, "It is a misunderstanding. Just a misunderstanding." Li Changxian withdrew his dark energy and smirked. "Really? Glad I heard wrong. Yeah? You are laughing at me. That was close to a fight. Well then. Let me properly greet you. Nice to meet you. Stay and enjoy the party until it ends." Finally, the awkward greetings ended. Henry returned to his room feeling shaken and defeated. He clenched his teeth, furious that someone dared insult the next king. "I want to forgive you, Li Changxia." His bootlickers and fiancé were right beside him. They kept gossiping about what happened. But really, they were just trying to poke Henry with empty words, making him even angrier. The more determined he was to teach the tyrant a lesson, the more those people were in for a beating too. The dungeon opens in 2 days, and he did not know if Li Changxian had used anything yet. But he was sure the man could not hold back once the attack started. That would be when Henry would make him pay for what happened today. Right then, his beautiful fiancé called him. Henry could not keep a good expression in front of her, and stammered, "What is it?" "Nothing." Seeing him like that, she did not even bother asking further. Miro thought she should be been more cautious as the two men fought their secret battle. A faceless spirit kept urging her to run, to leave, but she just stood frozen. Finally, she turned and asked why she should run and who she was talking to. The faceless spirit angrily asked if she did not see his eyes. "He is an entity both like and unlike me. That guy could have burned me to ashes. Someone who could kill both you and me." Thinking back on Li Changxian's savage smile, Miro tried to convince herself she was not scared. It was just the fear of her guardian's spirit transmitted through their contract. He has reacted like this ever since he saw the blue flame in that man's eyes. Can't believe even a divine being is terrified of a mere mortal. "La Chan, what exactly are you? It is rare to see you like this, Henry," Nicola said. Henry told his mentor he was just feeling unwell. Nicola patted him on the shoulder and said, "That is fine then reminded him not to forget that the position a poor orphan, like him, holds today, is thanks to the one who returned from the dead. Those and guys, if everything falls apart because of you, we will have no choice but to take back the radiant light and everything you have built." Henry bit his lip and replied, "I will engrave that deep in my heart, sir." Soon enough, the day arrived for everyone to lead the charge into the dungeon. System alert. You have entered the dungeon named Samak Kukan Soida Kojio Lun. Dungeon mission started. Escape theme. Every few days, a train runs through Samak, and your task is to protect it from hazards and monsters blocking its way forward. Escaping Samak. Though the White Tiger clan has not revealed any plans to attack Samak Kukan Soida Kojio Lun, it is clear they did not just open it because the French government did not want to lose face internationally. System alert again. The train is divided into 4 cars. In each, you can find survival tools and hidden fragments when moving from the last car to the first. Everyone involved will have access to the vault, system window, and skills window to complete the mission. Henry had been watching Li Changxian closely and was sure that no matter how talented the Overlord was at summoning, he could not possibly solo through the entire Samak Kukan Soida Kojio Lun. Divine entity, excited for the hunting season, was eager to see you play with new prey in this harsh environment. Li Changxian was sighing, "It is scorching hot here. Completely opposite of that damn icy wasteland." The divine entity's aura wrapped around the world. No wonder this place felt so familiar. Li Changxian frowned, because the scorching sun by day and freezing wind by night would make conquering the dungeon really tough. According to the mission details, the train is the only way out. Falling behind means a one-way ticket to the afterlife. Those French guys are not taking this dungeon seriously at all. They claim it is too hard and the rewards do not match the dungeon's difficulty. Li Changxian remembered meeting the nameless great king. He asked, "Do you know Sati? Sati is a mighty giant who rules over fire, volcanoes, and the underworld." Li Changxian asked if he meant the ruler of Muspel. That is exactly the king he was talking about, the ruler of the fire giants. Is he dead? Yeah, dead for a... But the apocalyptic world he ruled still exists on Earth. Sati was the giant king who ruled the fire realm and used it to destroy countless universes. One day, someone discovered he was dead, and the apocalypse unfolded in Muspel at the same time. No one knows why he fell asleep, but rumors say it is karmic punishment for wiping out all those universes. This desert is what is left of that world. The world-destroying flame was fully unleashed to claim a sacrificial offering. Right? Then take up the sword Sati once wielded. It will help you a lot. Sati is known to have a sword called Le Everdeen, which only the fire giant king could wield. The secret to reaching Radrin, where the sword is kept, is to board that train. First, I will collect all the hidden fragments and grab Le Everdeen. If I can combine Jigwee's world-destroying fire with that sword, I will unlock the flame's full power, of course. Before that, I need to find the exact location of the 5th holy scripture and focus on this dungeon, otherwise Mariel will end up far from the volunteer group. Li Changxian immediately asked the spy hiding in her shadow about the current situation. The spy said there is nothing noteworthy here. Changxian still told him to keep a close eye on things. The official dungeon punishment raid has begun. Just a few steps. Out of Li Changxian's team of 5, 4 were already dying of thirst and heat, begging to take off their armor. He reluctantly told them that no matter how tough it got, it was best to keep their armor on. Right then, the Beast Path power system warned of danger ahead. No sooner said than done. A huge explosion went off. The blast shockwave spread wide, throwing the dungeon raiders into panic, fearing an ambush. No need to worry, that was actually an ambush by the Sunaluka clan. A man in a red sleeveless shirt, wearing a mask shaped like bared teeth, burst out of the flames. That Boydic guy might just be a pinky finger among many. But hey, he is still a finger. You want me to just blindly follow his orders? He is the leader of the pinky finger of the Sunaluka clan, the Little Saint Kodagona. Orders are strict. You know, don't forget. The ring finger leader, the Gravekeeper Cansio, warned you. The mission to capture the child from the prophecy is way more exciting than this. Besides, even the boss likes him. I am not about to go against my superior's orders. Are you crazy? You think I want to get my head chopped off in my sleep? I do not like this mission, but I am not causing trouble, just focus on your part. Let us get this started. This is going to be fun. The Sunaluka Guild's ambush starts right now. The Beast Path power is warning you of danger ahead. A mysterious ambush is underway, swiftly thinning out enemy numbers. Lechangxian could not help but swear just stepped out, and already stepping into disaster. Who is going to pay for this? The Ice Sleeveless Shirt fights against the Scorching Wind. Ice Sleeveless Shirt, the ice sleeveless armor of the Frost King, ancestor of the Snowfolk, crafted by the legendary master artisan Uziji, boasts perfect defense. This sleeveless armor is light, temperature regulating, and equipped with a magical protective barrier. Searching for team members using tracking skills. Big Gel Gun's team member escaped safely thanks to the Shadow skill. Shin on Gel's team member neutralized damage with shield skills. Shin Jim Juyu's team member created a magical barrier using the Ouroboros structure skill. Deheban's team member used the War Goddess Spike artifact to generate strong winds and safely escaped the blast radius. The Hunter's avatar is furious because her favorite was injured and is demanding to know who is behind this. The Serpent avatar wrapping the world is shocked to see the priest from that day injured. Lechangxian sighed with relief that everyone on his team was safe. At that moment, his spy reported that the enemy was about to attack Mirai and asked what to do. Meanwhile, Mirai had already fainted beside a muscular man. The man looked at her with a predatory gaze. Lechangxian, enraged, cursed loudly, transformed into a bird, and flew straight at him. Inside, he kept wondering if she had been the target all along. Lechangxian gathered everyone, called Geogun to join him, and told the spy to stay hidden and keep updating their location. The Beast Path power is warning you of danger ahead. Lechangxian was ambushed too, but he reacted fast and fought it off. The attack was a deadly assassination weapon. As the dust cleared, the figure emerged and said, you can still see me. The rumors were true. The Hunter's avatar was furious at the uninvited guest's arrival. I was going to deal with you quickly and leave, but now that is impossible. You deserve to be part of my collection. The Serpent avatar wrapping the world was impressed by your ability to create enemies everywhere. Plus, even though you are East Asian, looks still count. Even our guardian spirits are really interested in you. So let us all have some fun together. The holy form of the evil potato dragon is eagerly waiting for your new opponent. The holy form of the hunting season god is shocked to see a deity and wonders what the heck she is doing here. The holy form of the evil potato dragon says he just wants to check out the girl's favorite channel for a bit. The holy form of the hunting season god jumps up and demands the deity to stop right now. Lichain, caught in a tense battle, still has to spare 2 minutes, feeling powerless against this childish mother and sun god duo. He swings his arms, unleashing waves of cursed energy straight at the sneaky attacker. The guy is quick, but Changshan's wave catches him, wrapping around his leg with his foe locked down. Lechangshan immediately leaps in, readying a killing strike to send him westward. The Phantom Tiger state activates, and the Phantom Tiger spirit is unleashed. Lechangshan and the ambusher clash fiercely. After blocking one of Changshan's blows, the other guy admits he is not bad and dares to injure his jade body. Suddenly, a giant crab bursts out of the sand with a loud roar from the ambusher. This is not going to end just because you joined my sect. The holy form of the fierce tiger Sarko clearly shows hostility toward the new enemy. The holy form of the fierce tiger Sarko warns anyone who dares touch his possessions. The holy form of the dark ancient fish says he is just following the priest's orders. Changshan is surprised. Normally the Void King is aggressive, but for some reason today he is unusually fierce. Still, Changshan does not lose focus on the fight in front of him. Even though the opponent is a woman, she is powerful. So Changshan shows no mercy. He wonders if it is because of the dark ancient fish Xiong, the invisible constellation, that he is acting so restrained like the Void King. He is one of the 72 demons of the mortal world, but is not on good terms with them. His presence here can be a coincidence. The 72 demons of the mortal world are members of the Polaris Heaven. Polaris Heaven consists of 3 main stars and 28 constellations as leaders, with 36 celestial spirits and 72 mortal demons under their control. The holy form of the fierce tiger Sarko is becoming more openly hostile, even without good relations. His hostility is extreme. It is like he is desperately trying to hide something. The assassin Marino, cornered. Seung has come all this way because of the sacred scripture. If the Void King is hiding info about the secret holy scripture of Stat San from Polaris Heaven, and Seung is acting to verify it after someone else found out. Thinking this, Le Changxian suddenly gets a brilliant idea, calls Katmos over, who immediately grins his goofy trademark smile. I can make the Void King fight Seung, stirring chaos among Polaris Heaven. Maybe I can seal one of these gods away. With that, Changxian tells Katmos to shield him. He activates the Fire Heart. Sharing part of his magic, Katmos' clan member is showing off his Blood Yang skill. Le Changxian thinks further plus, the Sena Aruka guild serving Seung as guardian spirits never act on their own. So if they are hunting me, someone must be hired them. I need to find out who that is too. Meanwhile, the assassin is surrounded by Katmos' Blood Yang. It is crazy that a tiny dragon the size of a fist like Katmos can cast such high-level magic that only elite ranks or above can use. The guild assigned the mission without properly researching the target. Blood Yang has nullified the player's shape-shifting technique. Once the shape-shifting is disabled, a whole group as thick as ants is revealed. Blood Yang is a basic skill of the little fire dragon in the dark cave. It creates a mist of blood around a specific area, completely isolating it from outside, debuffing enemies and boosting allies within. At skill level 1, its features include hiding presence, blocking sight, distinguishing friend from foe, and causing confusion in halls. While the assassins are still confused by this bizarre effect, Le Changxian charges down with his dual blades. Wiping them out, a herd of demon horses appears right behind Le Changxian. With Changxian's wicked smile, Chapter 107, Jing appears with his war horses. Commanding fiercely, he clearly hears his master's order. Wipe them all out. Fresh blood sprays like rain, and in no time, the assassins are dropping like flies. Jing grins proudly at Le Changxian. What do you think of the clan member? Pretty effective, right? Le Changxian is pretty surprised that Jing can absorb the demon blood from those ghouls so fast his speed rivals that of the Silver Tiger's plan. Well, that makes sense since Jing is a high-ranking leader of the Bai clan. Suddenly, Jing looks serious. What is wrong with your face? You think I am bragging when I have only done this much? After spending that much time in the Man Ghost Lake Cave, I have to improve? Time to push harder. Jing sighs. Hey, I feel bad when you say that, can't you stand it anymore? Before being taken back to the production site, Jing still manages to snap back. If you praise me once, who would not die for you? With Le Changxian around, some people will stay broke. Meanwhile, the female assassin is gasping for breath, begging Changxian to end her suffering. The sacred form of the fierce tiger Saker warns some god to strike, because their clan member is useless. The sacred form of the dark Leviathan stares at you, ignoring the god's warning. Sacred form of the fierce tiger Saker growls at that god if they keep invading his territory. He will take it as a declaration of war. Sacred form of the dark Leviathan chuckles and says a being without stars can't he be a clan member. The fierce tiger Saker bristles and raises its tail in warning. The dark Leviathan narrows its eyes. Bloodthirsty, strange noises erupt from the tense spiritual battle between the two gods. Le Changxian laughs happily seeing everything unfold just as he predicted. The clan members of head number really never change. They are still selfish, thinking priests and monks are just tools for money and fame. Their interest in him is purely because they think having him could expand their guild. Now, both Fierce Tiger Saker and Dark Leviathan turn their backs, refusing to look at each other. This shows they have fallen into a trap, and it will only benefit Changxian more if he keeps the fallen king Fierce Tiger Saker under control. Since the fallen king has not hidden his desire for Changxian lately, Changxian can exploit that to crack the head number guild, maybe even destroy it from within. Le Changxian ignores the two gods and focuses on gathering his national fighters to boost his own energy. According to that assassin, Senaruka has two goals: kidnap Maril and assassinate Changxian. Clearly, two clients hired them for this mission. Changxian immediately suspects Kangoo Chan's involvement, but only as a middleman. The real masterminds are strategy chief Sim Jongo and director Kim Ji-o Dung. The surprise: the Illuminati also wants a piece of him. He remembers rejecting Joe Kim's offer. Could that be why they hired these assassins? It is a headache. But Changxian won't let that gang keep bothering him forever. He will think this through once he is back. Changxian flies to an Asus to rest. Senaruka's group has brought Maril there. Changxian's goal is to rescue Maril, so he needs to erase as much presence as possible. Using his stealth skill, Le Changxian becomes invisible and flies straight into the crowd, then strikes with a bang. Fierce flame bursts up, activating the tiger spirit state, triggering the tiger spirit's aura. Here, Le Changxian launches a surprise attack and holds his ground firmly. But surprise! The enemy vanishes like a prank, catching Changxian off guard. A hidden hand targets you. A light shoots straight at Changxian, then a massive column of light crashes down. The sacred form of Fierce Tiger Saker warns you of danger. The sacred form of Dark Leviathan awaits your move. A girl suddenly appears, standing boldly on top of a tree. Must be the desert heat. She is dressed like she is at the beach. Woo! Can she dodge the shockwave? Changxian grimaced and muttered how dangerous that was just now, just like when he clashed with Jianho Moon Sawang, always feeling the aura of someone who has reached the peak of humanity, a true king. Meanwhile, the scantily clad sweet talker glanced at Changxian and smiled with interest. You know me. That is when Henry realized his beloved fiancée had vanished without a trace. Silent as if she would never been there. Over here, Seal is flattening everyone one by one thanks to his shield strike technique. Yu-Heebin is counterattacking with the Godly Return spell. Yu-He's furious he has figured out who hired Senna, Ruka, and wiped out the French volunteer medics. He immediately transforms into beast mode and roars, "Constantine, you really crossed the line? You bastard." The fierce beast, the Green Wolf, roars with rage. The train has arrived. Everyone wanting to join the dungeon mission, please board the train. A black smoke-spewing train rushes over the muddy terrain, back to the scantily dressed girl who loves standing atop coconut trees. The giant beetle god, Lenem, is curious to see what you will do after becoming his disciple. Look at that face, so you have figured out who I am. Have not you? The devil's smirking face is watching you grin. The devil's tearful face sympathizes with you. The devil's judging face looks at you with envy. Lychan, Xian, quietly thinking, "Oh Holy Mother, guide those about to die toward a peaceful end." Those devilish faces are really bothering me. That skill is seriously annoying. Even when I am the twilight of the gods. It seems she can't fully use that skill comfortably. So I still have a chance to fight back. Can I actually take her on if I run out of mana and holy seals? Then unleashing magic from the beloved Smark and the dragon demon Fang 1-Te activate. Then I can even heal all my apostles to fight her back. No matter what I do, I will lose. I feel so hopeless. At a high level rank like an elite player, I would have a chance. But I can beat a king who has reached human limits like her, but it seems she sees right through me. Smiling slyly, "Oh man, what is this? Don't tell me you are scared? I thought we were about to have some fun with you." After weighing the pros and cons, Soon decides to temporarily surrender, since bringing the apostles here only risks more people learning his secrets. "I do not have to face you myself." "Huh? You mean turn your back and let someone else handle it? Is that better now?" Maybe you noticed, but Maria Liliano holds one of the secret holy scriptures. "What are you talking about?" While the assassin queen was confused and frozen, my warlord suddenly appeared from nowhere and ambushed her from behind. She is truly worthy of being an assassin queen. Dodging quickly, so my warlord flew straight towards Xian, watching him with amusement. "Honestly, I can make sense of this. How did you know I was there? Isn't it obvious?" "Obviously." Soon's eyes widened like an innocent lamb. "You thought I would have a secret holy scripture there?" "What?" My warlord smiled and then burst out laughing. "Didn't I expect you would find me out for such a simple reason?" "Good observation." He laughed slyly and asked what they are up to now. Xian told him to stall just long enough for him to get Mariel back. Her opponent is the assassin queen, right? You want me to stop her? Can't you? Hey, that is insulting. Man, my warlord wondered, since he got older, has he ever seen a kid as confident as this one, threatening him and saying he won't find the secret scripture if he can beat the assassin queen? Feels like this brat's messing with me. But hey, it is not bad. He laughed and said, "Alright then, bring it on." And he guessed that this smart bastard probably already knew about the old man's guardian constellation. The golden-eyed Buddha god with a nasty attitude opened his eyes. My Vihu dramatically changed his appearance, flashing a sly grin. The fierce god Tiger Sarko looked at his disciple and smiled. Golden light spiraled into the sky, crackling with lightning. La Changxian's smile grew even more sinister. "Wukong, I never expected he would have such a powerful guardian constellation. The power of gods and constellations all comes from the faith of mortals. Wukong truly is one of a kind. How could such a strong constellation serve a nobody like him? But this fight, I am sure to win." My Vayu kicked up the wind, his stormy aura swirling into a tornado around the assassin queen. She snapped back angrily. What did that nobody say? In front of her was a yellow mask with a chilling smile. Changxian was sure my VQ was stronger than a king. Sang unleashed a strike at Vu, who laughed loud enough to mock the kid who gone diff. Probably spent all day blasting music with his headphones on. The assassin king, furious, demanded, "What nonsense are you spouting?" Seizing the moment, Changxian ordered his planet spy to act. The assassin holding the hostage was instantly split in two by the kid. "Master, I succeeded in protecting Maria Liano." Right after saying that he was unexpectedly taken down, the assassin king attacked from afar, asking, "Since when did you do that?" Bitch Gelgul immediately flew out to shield Mairi. The player Bitch Gelgul activated their shadow clone skill. The assassin king got more furious as La Changxian kept messing with him again and again. The angry demon's face twisted in rage. The assassin king launched an attack, but Vi2 blocked it with his magical staff. Too angry now. The old guy's losing it. Crazy. Got bolder. "You are really pathetic. Didn't that guy just tell me to stop you? Let us see if you can still spout nonsense once you are in the coffin." While those two were locked in a fierce fight, Changxian took Mari and left, thinking the path was clear. But before 3 steps, a group of assassins rose from below. They unleashed a pack of hellhounds, which looked quite troublesome. Bitch Gelgul did not waste a second and charged at the hounds. At that moment, the system announced, "The Desert Express train has arrived at the Rocky Desert Station for a while now." Changxian gritted his teeth, summoning all his strength to sprint. No one knew when the next desert train would arrive. They said Le Evertine is in the underground dungeon near Hell Station. That is the first stop. Since you rescued Mari, you will get the 5 skins scroll soon. But you can't abandon Le Everteen either. Chang Xian has to board the train. System announcement. All passengers, please board the train. The next train will depart for the next station in 5 minutes. 5 minutes. Instant teleportation is the only way to make it. Senaruka's assassin stuck to Chang Xian like glue, making him want to wipe them all out just to clear his sight. But the main goal now is to get on the Le Everteen train to reach the underground dungeon. So no time for distractions. The fierce Tiger Saker asked if he could not judge this baggage to avoid getting caught. The quiet and obedient companion agreed, saying finally some god said something sensible. Chang Xian thought these guys were like always no interest in ordinary people, except those who piqued their curiosity. The fierce dragon Kai Gen stuck out his tongue at this annoying scene and demanded something more exciting. The quiet companion shouted, "Oh no? You did not even warn me." The sly mongoose wrapped around the world laughed wickedly, asking if he had any idea why she did that. The perfect time to ask someone who knows why. The fierce presence wrapping the world might be because they are scared and worried about a god they can't see these days. Chang Xian's pissed off because these spirit gods are spouting nonsense again. The perfect time to complain absolute evil, never fake morality. Chang Xian knows every move he makes has a purpose, but if he abandons the girl now, the old god of dusk will be disappointed after the battle with the twins, and since he has not gained anything from her yet, he has to keep this relationship going. But seriously, where the heck is the secret scroll? Just then, Mari wakes up, panicked to find herself in Chang Xian's arms. Seeing that, he gets straight to the point. Based on the situation, I will keep it brief. Why exactly are Senna and Ruka targeting you? I do not really know. They would not just be tailing you for no reason. Mirai looks at him with questioning eyes. Thinking hard, she is sure she will figure something out. Suddenly, Mari's eyes widen and she stammers. No way. It is 2 years ago. I followed my archaeologist father into an ancient ruin and found something. A ring. At that moment, I heard a voice and gained a guardian deity through it. After that, someone like me, with no special talent, mastered magic for the first time in my life. The problem was, my dad started acting hostile toward me. I heard he saw me as a thief stealing his precious treasure, and even tried to kill me. That is when Henry saved me. Chang Xian caught the key point. If her family's showing hostility, then he has probably been cursed by some genius. Can you give me that ring? If they are really after that ring, we have to ditch it to shake these guys off. This is a sacred link between me and my guardian god. If you want to do it, then I will have to leave you here. Deadly glare activated. Mirai immediately breaks out in a cold sweat from that look. What are you gonna do? Give me the ring. She quickly takes off the ring and hands it over. Her guardian deity roars angrily in the background. Marie, snap out of it. Marie, don't give him that ring at any cost. Too late. Chang Xian grabbed the ring while she was still hesitating. Then he left her stranded in the desert. Chang Xian slipped the ring onto his finger and vowed he would come back once he dealt with all the assassins. He called Gale Gun, who immediately caught Mairi. Just then, the system announced boarding time's up, and the desert train was leaving. Gale Gun worried about Chang Xian, but he assured him he would catch up in no time. No need to stress. Chang Xian dashed to the train in a flash. The assassin shifted focus onto him, but it was too late. The fierce sacred Tiger Saker laughed wildly after seeing you grab the new secret scroll. Dark energy surged into the mysterious ring. The ring reacted to Peter's key and unlocked. You got the 5th item from the secret scroll series. Chang Xian was swallowed by a whirlpool of blue energy. This whirlwind blocked the assassins from getting close. You have entered the instant Hellstorm dungeon. Chang Xian grinned with delight. A dazzling light opened up a new space. The assassins stared confused at the strange surroundings. They never expected an instant dungeon to appear out of thin air. That means the mystery about the child in the prophecy is finally solved. But they still could not accept this reality because it took a long time analyzing the god's prophecy to confirm that Mirai is the child foretold. But no, even in all that chaos, he charged straight in to save Mirai. Could Le Chang Xian be the secret weapon created by the White Tiger? I need to report this to the boss. Right now, the system notifies you have discovered the Forgotten Star. The ancient Shadow Saint, looking at the lost star, has lost the admiration from his own clan. The ancient Shadow Saint said that swallowing all that starch will make you shine like the 28 lunar mansions. His clansmen are being crushed by this terrifying energy. The ancient Shadow Saint has set his sights on the timely dungeon. The apocalypse wind is blowing hard. The ancient Shadow Saint clicks his tongue in disappointment. Why are these guys so weak? I wonder. With a blinding flash, the dungeon's master opened her eyes. The storm-hating girl's saint form has appeared. The dungeon mission begins. The survival and extermination mission is underway. You are currently under the deep influence of the Calamity Curse from the Lake King. The curse affects you every 72 hours, teleporting you to the Storm Hell in another world. The Storm Hell was born in the universe's primordial era. It is a world still filled with dangers. It seemed to have vanished through countless ages. Also, to completely lift the Lake King's Calamity Curse, you have to defeat her. There are various weapons cleverly hidden throughout the dungeon. Search for and combine them to hunt her down. Good luck! Official survival mode starts now. Seeing the rampaging monster before him, Le Chang Xian finally understood the problem. Turns out they want me to kill a god to break the curse. That is insane. Grimacing, Le Chang Xian looked at the woman towering above. sensing the swirling energy around her, and thought that if this was her remaining ghost force, her true form must be incredibly powerful. At least I have been able to gradually develop and hold my own in the demon cobra's lair. But if I fall here now, I am definitely dead. The storm-hating girl saint form roared. Not bad for a mere mortal, even if all I have now is a hollow shell. You would not last long either. I can smell the dark star essence on you. That is why you are still alive. Le Changxian quietly activated his beautiful virtue skill to create a mental shield and asked if she knew about the dark star essence. He thought, if she can sense dark energy, she must know about Mephistopheles. Changxian silently calculated his stamina against the opponent and filled in the missing stats. The storm-hating girl immediately said, "Of course I know the dark star essence is the absolute will of our night. A pitiful creature has been endlessly searching and chasing power through eternity." Lai Changxian took note of the phrase absolute will of the night. When Gemini and Minerva clashed, he vaguely saw messages about day and night, but could not understand them. If I had not sensed your scent, I would have killed you already. But looking at you now, it seems you are not protected by them, nor do you regard them as your guardian star. So fixing you now won't cause any problems. The emblem, the embodiment of the spirit realm concept, was unleashed to create a firestorm. Flames surrounded Changxian as he coldly summoned Jing to the court. Jing appeared riding a demon horse, laughing loudly as she arrived. "You are crazy, Master. This time you even plan to attack a phantom of a mere star. The energy radiating from her is no different from that of the demon cobra. If I absorb it, my stats will spike instantly by several levels." The storm-hating girl instantly went berserk at Jing's arrogant words. "You little brat. How dare you? Take this, Stormbreaker." She drooled excitedly as she discovered something delicious. Here it comes. The little bug in its growth phase is hungry again. Without waiting for Changxian to react, it had already snapped up the windstorm fate of the girl who hated the storm. Delicious. As if that was just an appetizer for the dragon feast. The fiery heart completely destroyed the windstorm fate and absorbed a huge amount of magic, greatly boosting its completion rate. Current completion rate, 21.6%. The girl who hated the storm stared at the burping dragon like it was an alien. "What?" Katma's opened its mouth again, clearly wanting to gift a treat after that tasty meal. This dragon may be small, but open wide. Here comes the storm blast. Like this time, it created a giant sphere of light that even made Changxian and Jing jump in surprise. Then suddenly, it blew the sphere away. Katmo's breath skill was in full effect. The giant light sphere crushed the girl's 2 grapefruits. And then, it squeezed so hard one of her wings actually snapped off. The sacred body of the girl who hated the storm screamed in agony. Seeing the dragon fly right at her, she panicked even more. The system helped communicate her current state. Katmos drooled looking at the girl and called her a delicacy. The gods all gasped. The fierce tiger god Saker widened his eyes. The hunting god stared, mouth agape. Sabathian He, the god of vigilance, raised her guard, saying as expected, "You should never befriend beings born from hell." Taurus, the god of patience, wondered who would give such a creature to a mere mortal. The hunting god looked at her mother and said she wanted that dragon. The primordial evil dragon god glanced at her daughter with pity, saying it was impossible because even she could not measure the thing's growth potential. The hunting god collapsed to the ground and started throwing a fit. The primordial evil dragon god stopped her daughter's screams with her small claws. Katma stuck out its long tongue to caress its tasty prey. Wherever it touched, blood splattered. Wherever it caressed, the girl who hated the storm screamed bloody murder. Lai Chenjian froze watching the scene, thinking, what the hell is going on here? How can a dragon devour a star like that, even though she was just an illusion from her own body? Not to mention that he himself was in danger and all his followers could be wiped out. Katmos treated the mental pressure from such a being like it was just a tasty snack. Is that why Katmos devoured all the treasures in the royal vault with such delight? After all, powerful artifacts are often tainted by myths about gods and legendary heroes. Changxian now understood why the gods and stars reacted so fiercely, because a predator like this makes beings who live by their own rules wary. While Changxian was lost in thought, Katmos was happily devouring a copy of the sacred body, and the girl who hated the storm could not even fight back. Jin, weak and trembling, said, "Master, if I have done anything wrong these past few days, please tell me. I will fix it right away." Suddenly, Changxian realized what was going on and immediately shifted his attitude. "Are you afraid Katmos will drool all over you and your followers?" Changxian thought that fear was justified after all. The demon cobra originated from a star. Jin grimaced and retorted, "Nothing funny here. I am not going to let myself be digested by a pet beast. Don't worry. I do not want to lose any followers I have worked hard to create that way." Jin sighed in relief. Thank goodness then. Meanwhile, the sacred body of the girl who hated the storm finally reacted after a moment of shock. She flapped her remaining wing with all her might and took off. Katmos immediately chased after her, determined not to lose such a tasty morsel. The girl frantically tried to shoo it away. "Back off. Stay away from me. My body can't heal anymore." Changxian thought quietly. Has Katmos been this strong from the start? That can be. Even though its potential is huge, it is still just a newborn beast, maybe thanks to its natural advantage. Capmos' attribute is darkness and darkness swallows the light. The system reports the current completion level is at 42.6%. Changxian hopes this completion rate keeps climbing like this. Capmos breathes out huge waves of dark energy, quickly capturing the storm-fused girl. Darkness has started to invade the divine power of the storm-fused girl. Stay away from me. I have to get back to Muriel. The darkness is infecting the divine nature of the storm-fused girl. Jin smirks. Even though she is just an illusion, I did not expect the day I would defeat a god to come this soon. You are not going to win, Jin, Changxian reminded him. Then unleashed the royal bow. All of his reserve weapons were brought out. Changxian picked the frost sword to prepare for his next move. He clicked his tongue. Using this many arrows is costly, but only weapons this powerful can withstand the darkness. Changxian wields a sword in one hand and a bow in the other, planning to add some of his own blood to channel the magic blood techniques learned from those old monsters to boost the enchantment. By infusing venom and darkness into the Ice Emperor's bow, its power could rival that of a divine artifact. After adding Changxian's blood, the sword transformed into an arrow, completing the demon-breaking arrow. Without hesitation, Changxian shot it instantly, and of course, this arrow was meant for the storm-hating girl. Changxian even used his perfect marksmanship to aim precisely at the target. Because of this arrow, the girl's other wing was destroyed too. She screamed, Do you have the guts or not? If you do not, then shut up already. You are yelling way too much. Elfin appeared suddenly, wrapping the branches tightly around her wide-open beak. I want to let that happen, Elfin said with a light laugh. Jing was just as serious, showing up with a massive sword and slicing through the rest of the storm-hating girl's body sharper than anyone as eyebrow tattoo. The illusion was shattered, and Changxian immediately surged forward, channeling dark energy into the fangs of the evil dragon. Changxian seized the moment to strike harder. Dark energy radiated from the center of the destruction, marking an impressive achievement, subduing the evil star. Earning rewards, divine power, and strengthening his sacred skill. The Dark Heart is rapidly being perfected. Now at 51.69%, the storm-hating girl boss is dead. With Changxian as the top contributor, you have earned 50 million karma points for this unprecedented achievement. You have received the attribute Mysterious Wind Revelation. The gods displayed all kinds of expressions at this turn of events. The fierce tiger god Sarko grinned wickedly. The giant, sickly beetle god looked incredulous. More and more gods and constellations are interested in having you as their patron. Currently, a total of 32 gods and constellations want you as their follower. You can now combine Mysterious Wind Revelation with Hellfire. You have obtained 2 of the 3 destructive attributes. The power of Hellfire has been enhanced. The attribute of the U-Spirit Karma has grown stronger. The title manifestation of U-Spirit Karma has evolved into Demonic Form of U-Spirit Karma. Demonic Form of U-Spirit Karma. The transformed state of U-Spirit Karma. An army of fire and demons has absorbed Mysterious Wind Revelation, the remnants after the apocalypse. When awakened, it carries the fire of destruction and the devastating wind with each wing beat. The beast that brings the extinction disaster is you. Classification, title, effect, rank, Hellfire. Mysterious Wind Revelation. 2 of the 3 catastrophic destruction attributes. Changxian unleashed a swirling fire tornado. Cutmers joyfully flew in circles around each swirl. Changxian was thrilled as all his stats had increased. Finally, the time has come for him to transform and become a transcendent god. You have read and decoded the 5th secret scripture of Gan and unlock the hidden technique in the scripture. You have received the Star's Light. New holy power has been added to the Sacred Seal skill. Skill level increased. You just caught a glimpse of a secret from the Primal Breath. Level up achieved. You can now continue the second upgrade quest once you reach level 50. Finally, the line Changxian had been waiting for appeared. Your faith level has risen, transforming them into a new form. The Folktale Scenario quest has been created. If you succeed, you will level up. If you fail, your level cap will increase. Changxian promised himself he would make this move count. He remembered when he was reborn. He also saw this info window. Players can combine various achievements based on actions and results after opening the system. Achievements mainly split into 5 levels. Mythic and legendary achievements are only for those who've reached godly realms and star constellations. Anecdotes are for demigods who seek to transform and ascend, for superhumans aiming to break human limits. Folk tales are the common achievements players get when performing excellently, though the system has not revealed all yet. You earned your first impressive achievement, conquering the Star's Light. The folktale prologue is complete, officially kicking off the main story, carving out the world's laws and creating a basic religion. Folktales are stories passed down orally through generations, deeply engraved in people's hearts. In other words, they are the starting point for creating a religion by embedding an existence in the world and universe. Those who start their folk tales this way are called heroes, and Rungsief is basically the modern version of heroes from old folk tales. Luckily, Changxian just got 1 of the 4 achievements needed to create a folktale, plus he got the apocalyptic realm too. He believes he will quickly find the 4th scripture. At this point, the dungeon is about to close. Back to the desert and the ship on the sand. Gelgood managed to get Muriel on board, panting hard after barely escaping the death trap at his heels. Gelgood looked like he was one step from losing his soul. Pale as a ghost, mumbling unconsciously. I almost had to use all my magic just to keep up with this ship. I wonder if he is okay. Muriel looked pale when she realized she could not sense the divine anymore. Just then, Henry Song shouted for Muriel and grabbed Gale Good, demanding to know what he did to her. Who would want your fiancé anyway? Gale Good said coldly. I do not know what you are talking about, but you do not seem to have good intentions. Your fiancé is furious. Henry yelled like crazy. Bastard! Answer me. Didn't he do anything? Did not even touch her. How can I answer? The brothers, feeling this was unfair, stood up for Gale Good, who was getting undeserved blame. Just then, a tall man appeared behind Suga, startling him into speaking harshly. Who is this old guy? The god of the hunting season glared with displeasure. Sin Xiao asked sharply, who the hell are you? Wanna die? For some reason, Gale, Hai, and Ryong were nowhere to be seen, and the two fake guys with the tall man showed no interest in them either. The newcomer thought this was the perfect moment to take revenge for the newbies who got crushed by Li Changxian at the hotel party. Even though there is big conflict, it is not allowed. Best to watch the situation after Henry's done. Huff arrived right after and said, Nicola, stop it, Latsisi Lang. Do not worry about things that are not your business. What is going on this time? Li Changxian appeared at the door, catching everyone's attention. After all, I did save her. Sin Jim Gale and Xin and Xiao looked at him like he was the shining sun of truth piercing their hearts. Nicola was stunned, silently cursing himself for not dealing with Changxian when he had the chance. Now that he has reached Vanker's level, there is no way he can be allowed to interfere. The man laughed heartily. Haha, just a misunderstanding. Henry, on the other hand, was not so level-headed and was still fired up. What did you guys do to Muriel, Ma? Explain yourself. The Western Han region wants to fight immediately. The Dragon's Tome has been opened. The mist has appeared. Nicola was in a rush. Henry? You idiot. But he stopped listening to anything and focused solely on setting the fire. The flames blazed fiercely, forming the shape of a warrior clad in white mist armor. I had to back down because of your strange tricks, but this time, I will make you pay for that insult. The dragon's soul was infused with magic power, boosting the strength of his blade and armor. Nicola tried to stop him, but Henry's face was already inches from liking Sion's fist at that close range. The force shattered Henry's white mist mask. Henry quickly stepped back, confused. His armor was supposedly tougher than diamond, yet it could not withstand that punch. Lai Chan sneered. I heard you called a member of my team a traitor. Liking Sion did not hold back, punching Henry relentlessly. Of course, Henry could not dodge a single hit. Caught completely off guard, seeing the fight, Henry's master Nicola immediately realized the tough Korean guy had gotten stronger. Liking Sion suddenly glanced at Nicola like he sensed the old man was badmouthing him, which made Nicola nervously jump. He activated the Soul Vessel title. The bruiser shoved Henry aside and charged at Nicola, the old troublemaker. Nicola looked at him sternly, thinking, no way he could have gotten this strong in just 3 days. He must have been hiding that high-level skill all along, or else the monster's instincts would not have exploded like this. Does he mean the shirt suddenly flew off, revealing that ripped body? Nicola activated the monster's heart skill again. An eye opened right in the middle of his inverted chest at this point. He was ready to shred the bruiser right here. Even if he is a rookie with a reputation, he is still just a kid and a tiny team captain at best. Li Changxian saw him move and did not hesitate to fight back. The old man Nicola just wanted to prove Wuling was stronger than Silver Tiger to avoid future trouble and humiliate that arrogant juggle Haiyan Ryong. With fierce determination, Nicola punched a strike straight through Li Changxian. He grunted in frustration while Changxian's face remained expressionless. The eye in the inverted chest was shattered, and the show-off master fell down, bewildered. How? Li Changxian looked at him with half-closed eyes. Is Wuling's leader really that pathetic? For Li Changxian, with his discharge eye and 100% Crimson Heart skills, spotting and exploiting an opponent's weakness is easy. The Wuling guys went crazy hearing Changxian say that, but when he just glanced at them, they all shut up immediately. Their anger filled the whole area. The fierce tiger roared, and the fire blazed wildly. Li Changxian shouted, who dares challenge me? Step forward. The entire Wuling crew, who were so tough earlier, went silent now like frozen meat, basically cosplay Clam Kings. At this point, Ludovico and Griezmann appeared. Ludovico spoke up to stop the fight. Li Changxian, calm down. Will you? You are Ludovico, a member of the Orlando clan, right? I just watched my teammate get threatened. How do you expect me to stay calm? Then I will hit you once and tell you to calm down. Okay? Li Changxian radiated energy as he stepped forward, throwing a few punches while asking. Ludovico panicked. You have gone too far. If anything happens, for me, old Ludovico thought to himself, if Henry and Nicola got beaten by the Zealot, then I am no match for him. The French player is being overwhelmed by a Korean newbie. Truly humiliating. Griezmann's deadly mask guy is known for having tons of combat experience. If he joined us, we would have a chance. But he did not even glance our way, probably just wants to watch from the sidelines. Damn it! I need to surrender now and blame all the crimes on Yulin when I get back to the guild. Ludovico's group is down one before Changxian. As France's representative, I sincerely apologize to you. Let us just end this here. Sweating nervously, He forced a crooked smile, thinking even Li Changxian would stop fighting once he apologized so sincerely. Consequences can wait. I will definitely get my revenge for today when the time comes. Who'd expect the guy to be so tough? He did not see this coming. End it. Who gave you the right? I have not even started yet. Changxian twisted the joint and warned, grinding his teeth fiercely. Li Changxian. Wait, yeah? Opening the cage like that was a bad move. Just as the fist came flying straight at his face, old Ludovico suddenly remembered something. Changxian had another nickname, Bloodstained Kid, but he realized it way too late. So right now, the whole cabin was filled with screams. On another front, the sand was littered with jagged holes steaming with smoke. The assassin queen laughed loudly. I knew this would not be easy, but I never imagined it would turn out like this. The disgruntled godly shadow clone frowned. The queen's golden assassin masks were shattered and ruined. The assassin queen lamented her loss. It takes at least a year to make one mask, and I have lost so many. This is the first time I have felt this embarrassed since the fight with the Immortal King. Plus that Asian kid too. This must be how the assassination target interfered. I can accept the target shifting to me and ignoring the mission. So this time, she pulled out a more terrifying demon mask. You have equipped the goblin mask. The queen explained she spent 10 years developing these methods to take down the Immortal King and protect Senna Azuka's foundation. But first, we have to eliminate that guy. Back on the train, Li Changxian was hacking at a skull when Griezmann spoke up to reason with him. Maybe use your hands instead. Seeing the crew knocked out all over the cabin, he continued, I think you have vented enough anger and made them pay, and this is not the time to stir up more chaos. Right? Changxian replied, I have got your back, take care of the front. Griezmann agreed immediately. Thanks for understanding. The rest of Yulin's crew, still unscathed, remembered their leader's words as Griezmann jumped in. What are you doing? Hurry and bandage the wounded. Then move to the front car. Are you guys trying to clog the rail line? Just then, a piercing sound rang out, making Griezmann curse. It came way earlier than expected. System alert. A flock of hellish pterodactyls has appeared. Not just the fire dragons, but a pack of fire beasts is targeting the desert train too. On top of that, a swarm of hungry monsters is on the hunt. The monsters are starting to board, and the system urges players to defend the train against the monster attack. Everyone on the train scrambled to set up defenses to protect the vehicle. Li Changxian frowned. Calculating desert stone monsters are always starving because of the harsh environment. They definitely see the desert train as food, which is why they are attacking. The system warned that the monsters are going berserk and their overall power has increased by 10%. Changxian understood they either starve or get hunted, so they are going crazy trying to survive. He decided to take them out before they caused any serious damage. A massive wave of attacks burst out, flames raging fiercely, and in the blink of an eye, the sky cleared again. The system announced that the monster wave had ended. Seo sat down on the ground, sobbing. I have not even been on a date yet, and here I am about to die. Jianggu also sat down, completely wiped out. I swear, the system announced you have successfully driven off all the monsters. You have cleared the first challenge. Additional rewards will be given based on contribution. The top reward goes to Li Changxian. While the other 4 team members were exhausted and gasping for air, Li Changxian did not even break a sweat. The 2 white tiger elders glanced over, sizing him up. Already tired after just a little run. What is up with today's youth? When we were young, we would fight for 3 days straight and be fine. Pathetic. Siu, unscathed and unfazed, immediately fired back. What did you just say? You guys just stood around doing nothing earlier. Take this. Changxian tossed a roll of bandages to the elder, wrapped head to toe in them. The elder paused, confused. What is this? Changxian said it is a copy of the Holy Scripture or something that Mariel Aliana wants. What? You already got it back. How do I know this is the real deal? Take a photo and send it to Korea. Then you will know for sure, right? Because if you lie, we can deal with you immediately. Jin appeared, grinning at him. So you used it here. Is this how you got rid of those hopeless tales? Changxian said nothing, just thinking that he had cracked the code. The moment he cleared the hellish temple stage and absorbed all its power. The text in this copy is fake, replicated and forged by Jin and his apostles. Even if the white tigers tried to decode it, it would take years and yield nothing useful. We are about to reach the first intermediate station. I can't let these useless guys hold us back any longer. Jin asked again, where exactly is the even you are trying to collect? Beneath the boiling hell station, there is a place called Ookta, a pretty dangerous land. The white tiger elder, Bian, curiously asked why Changxian suddenly gave it to them now. You are not going to kick us out just because you gave us what we wanted, right? Changxian smiled and said, exactly. Right then, the system announced the Desert Express train was arriving at the boiling hell station. The first stop. What? A terrified scream came from inside the train compartment. Passengers who have not boarded yet, please wait at the gate. Li Changxian stood on the train roof and said clearly, take it and get lost. Don't hang around me anymore. The elder Tongar immediately flared up. That tone of yours is really annoying. Li Changxian and the 4 team members showed no reaction. The white tiger elder sneered. You really think you can handle the weight of those words? As soon as he finished, He shot out some sticky bandage strands to attack the team members. Big Gale scowled as he got hit. I did not see that coming at all. Tonger closed in on Chang Seun. What did you just say? You told us to get lost, so you heard it loud and clear. Huh, you are slow. And you still do not get it, you bastard. Tonger clenched his fist angrily. The system relayed that the fierce white tiger god, Saker, was watching the duel between his two apostles with great interest. Just then, our Marquis arrived. What do you mean our Marquis? I just got a little rest. Goliath, can you please stop picking fights? This is our business. Huh? What are you talking about? I know you really want him as your disciple, but this is our business. Chang Seun can stand this pointless conversation. I am very strict about this disciple thing. Because if the clans find out, it will cause a huge mess. Heinwein smirks and says, of course. I am pretty interested in that kid too, but let us keep things in perspective. Okay? I am not stopping you old guys from rambling about our inequality. If that kid hurts your pride, then go ahead and demand justice yourselves. Hong Ku's eyes glare at him like he is looking at a traitor. What? How could you? My Lord Vu glares at him. Are you really this careless? That kid will swallow you whole without breaking a sweat, so be careful. Well, if you keep opposing that kid, then I do not need to get involved. The Demon Lord and Hong Ku both froze, shocked to see Lord Vu's attitude like this. What? Chang Seun's whole face tightened in anger. He thought, I have been in this world for decades, and now he tells me that the first gen like me would lose to some rookie who has only been here half a year. How long are you all just going to stand there staring at me? This is not some pretty model to keep gawking at. Hyun Nungayan, with a face like a red apple, says, remember the Elder Council's rules. Never tarnish the Silver Tiger's reputation, or let the Elder Council's honor be trampled. As Vice Chairman, I won't let those rules be broken. This council was built to be an unbeatable claw. Once a claw is dulled, it can't be used anymore. Listen carefully to what I am saying. As tensions ran high, the system suddenly announced, the train has just reached the first stop at Hellas Forest. Passengers, please disembark. The train will arrive at the next station in 24 hours. Chang Seun immediately jumped off and called his team to follow. Before leaving, he had one last message. Hopefully, I won't have to see either of you again. Hong Q could not hold back, swung a fist, and for the first time spoke clearly. You bastard. I will destroy you. Ong Gak. Bu Yangjin shouted suddenly. Before Ong Gak could even reach Chang Seun, a force slammed him back. He flew back like a stuffed bear and crashed hard, cracking the ground. Chang Seun glanced at Yang Jin and said, last warning, if I see him again tomorrow, he is dead. Just then, Kang Wuchen ran out and called out to Elder Hong Gak desperately. Chang Seun silently appeared behind him and said, come to think of it, you are here too. Almost forgot. Kang Wuchen tried to plead, but got coldly pushed away. Kang Wuchen was thrown right into the heart of a massive flame. Chang Seun did not even bother to look back and strode into the boiling hell station. Henry clutched his head, shouting, finally awake. Huh? Hearing someone speak, he looked around confused to see who it was. His eyes landed on his team, all unconscious and sprawled throughout the train car. Master, what happened here? Maril nearby was already in a panic. He is gone, he is not here anymore. Oh goddess, where has he gone? Nicola said the tyrant is the one who caused all this. He is insanely strong, so strong even I can match him. He said grimly to his student. Henry, from now on, there is one thing you absolutely must do. Flames still blaze wildly everywhere. Chang Seun stood on a stone wall, staring at the flowing lava, lost in thought. That rocky desert is not really a desert at all. Actually, the dungeon is the corpse of C2, and that rocky desert is just his skin. His skin cracked open to form the ground, and the heat escaping comes from those cracks. Chang Seun recalled his meeting with the Nameless King. So how do the monsters even survive there? Well, he is the Giant King, ruler of Muspelheim. He may not be as glorious as me, but he definitely deserves that throne. So it is no surprise that some life exists there. You could say entering that dungeon is like piercing through his muscles and swimming through the blood flowing in his veins. Exactly where is this thing called Rajuran? It is a vital armory, holding the treasures of C2 and Muspelheim. Plus, it is where his powers were born. So there is no way it is just somewhere ordinary. The heart that is exactly where Rajuran is. Follow the blood vessels upward, and you will find it. Even now, Chang Seun can believe it. Who would have guessed this massive dungeon is actually SSS-T's corpse? Even for a giant, he has been dead way too long, and I have to find TT's heart somewhere this vast within 24 hours. While Chang Seun was still thinking, something unexpected happened. The Apocalypse Storm attribute in his Saint Combat skill awoke, and Chang Seun grinned, having waited all afternoon for this moment. At that moment, the god Murray was searching for appeared and asked Chang Seun, who exactly are you? Human, how did you decode the sacred scripture of San and your connection to the dark stars? But what confuses me most is something else. How come the scent of Ataka is on you? Chang Seun was startled. Ataka? Why bring up that name now? Ataka made Chang Seun remember the old man who often appeared in his memories. This time, he recalled the scene where that man stood atop a huge dragon, many swords and blades stuck in his back. His shadow flickered in the mist as he turned to look at Chang Xian. Chang Xian, from now on, you will be Catmos. Then he collapsed, and Chang Xian hurried to catch him. Old man, he said through tears. Damn it, I already told you. I do not want that weird name. Kid, you can just accept it and thank me politely for once. Can you? You had to accept it anyway. So why keep stirring the pot? Why am I about to die but still caught up in petty arguments? Li Changxian snapped angrily. I get, stop talking so much. You are bleeding like crazy. The old man smiled contentedly and closed his eyes. Haha. How ironic. Only when I am near death do you finally listen to me. Seriously. Why did you have to die? Old man, remember this. From now on, you are Catmos. You will take responsibility for protecting that child. Oh please. Stop. If you care so much. Go stay with her yourself. Chang Xian wiped his tears but kept his sarcastic tone. Old man. Damn it. I already knew how to heal magic back then. No way. If I had properly learned those spells you taught me. A little scratch like this would not matter. The old man struggled to speak his last. Please, protect the girl. Maybe she is a bit arrogant, but she is fragile deep down. Chang Xian went mad when the old man died, feeling it was unfair because the guardian spirit should protect the contract holder. The guardian spirit should grant the contract holder power and demand they spread their faith in return, but instead, he wanted the contract holder to protect the guardian spirit. What kind of guardian spirit is that? And the girl that old man asked him to protect. A girl with blue hair and a red jacket said, I hate you. It is all your fault that Catmos died. Even though he and Ataka hated and despised each other, she and Silent White Riding Storm became Chang Xian's elite guardians because Chang Xian could not ignore the old man's final wish. They joined forces since they shared the same goal. That goal was to wipe out everyone responsible for the old man's death. Ataka was a star of light, and her star's glow was a supreme treasure said to have the power to turn gods and stars into emperors, the brightest beings in all existence. Although the old man tried to protect her at the cost of his own life, gods and stars kept hunting for Ataka's light. This sparked a multi-species war over Acadia. The battle dragged on, and Ataka and Chang Xian grew closer. The best way to describe their relationship. They loved each other fiercely, but constantly hurt each other. But before leaving, she said, Xian, I love you. Please forgive me. And that is how the world stole Chang Xian's happiness once again, as if deciding he did not deserve it. At that moment, the gods' questions came through the system, pulling Chang Xian back from his memories. The sacred form of Must Senzin Bin tilted his head, wondering why your gaze suddenly changed like that. The sacred form of Xabo Thien He was curious about what the strange star container had said. The sacred form of the fierce tiger Saker furrowed his brow, sensing something was off. The sacred form of Demi Si Trang licked his lips while staring at the divine aura radiating from you. Chang Xian silently breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily, it seemed the other gods did not hear the voice of the girl who hated the storm. If the Void King had heard the name Ataka, things would be gotten way more complicated. So that was one less problem to worry about. But how did you even know that name? I do not know. But what is strange is she is my mother. Chang Xian was utterly shocked, yet I despise her. Even though she created me, she is also the one who caused my death. Chang Xian realized something. Turns out the girl who hated the storm, Menataka, when she spoke of the storm in her divine name. Because of her, I am trapped here, stripped of my godly rights, treated like a slave even after death, even when I was judged guilty by the divine court. Just because I am the daughter of the Star of Light, she did not show up. In the end, I was imprisoned. And when I woke up, I found myself locked in this prison called the 7 Secret Holy Scriptures of Us.San. Then I kept fighting those drawn to me by the star's light radiating from me. The more I tried to escape this stormy hell, the more I hated my mother. Chang Xian was not happy hearing bad things about his lover and asked the girl who hated the storm, what exactly is the 7 Secret Holy Scriptures of Us.San? I do not know either. The last thing I remember is opening my eyes again and being trapped inside. But I do know this: it is an unbreakable prison, a perfect world no one can destroy. Since you carry Ataka's scent, you must be realized that much, right? Chang Xian frowned. The truth is, because her power was too great to control, she split it into avatars, calling them her children, her daughters. There are 7 secret holy scriptures of S.San, and Ataka's daughters number 7. Could it be that all 7 secret holy scriptures of S.San are seals created to imprison Ataka's 7 daughters? If so, the Void King secretly gathered these scriptures to decode their secrets and claim their power for himself. He coveted Chang Xian's power the entire time he worked for the Zodiac, relentlessly chasing after the 7 secret holy scriptures of Us.San. After concluding that Ataka was the secret behind Chang Xian's power, he acted to seize Ataka's star inside the scriptures, planning to use it for ascension. Chang Xian gritted his teeth, cursing silently. Void King, you crazy bastard. Then the system's mechanical voice transmitted again. The sacred form of the fierce tiger Saker, tilting his head, said he could not understand why you reacted that way. Chang Xian sank deeper into his thoughts. Until now, If Dansan's sacred scroll is the sealed divine weapon that imprisoned Lai Takava's daughters, and the countless disasters caused by the Tiger King are truly a part of Lai Takava's starlight, then how could I have missed it until now? There is still so much I do not know. First, I need to finish decoding the sacred scroll. No matter what, I have to activate the demon cave and see what is on the final floor. One of the 5 rulers of the demon cave, the traitorous soul, could be Lai Takava's daughter. The Tiger King's disasters might even be the one imprisoning and corrupting Lai Takava's daughters, maybe linked to Stat-san. The Void King is gathering Lai Takava's daughters, while the other gods and stars of the Zero constellation remain clueless. But if the Dark constellation is watching the Void King's suspicious moves, they will definitely know exactly what he is after. I have to rebuild the demon cave as planned and seal the Dark constellation. Then I can interrogate him to uncover all the details. But to do that, I need more power. Although I can now compete with most high-level rankers, I have to find Leviton. Changshan told Jing to hurry and activate the demon cave, vowing that no matter what, he would tear the Void King to shreds. Back with the 3 elders, our Monkey King was grumbling at 2 friends, saying he warned them to be careful, but they did not listen. Hopefully, on the other side, you will finally listen to others. Our Monkey King raised his foot to finish off Hong Kumu right before the Dry Demon Elder's eyes. Then he turned to Madong and said, Madong took the paper Changshan gave him and said, let us head back now. But why? You want to disobey orders? That is not what I mean. We still have not confirmed if that paper is real or not. It is. Do not worry. Ma Duong, honestly, is a ruthless commander, but also the most knowledgeable and skilled elder in the council. If he says it is real, then it definitely is. Anyway, he has to go to the law office to verify the authenticity of the sacred scroll. Then I will go. But what about you? I have other business here, so I will stay. The sacred scroll is crucial. If you can get anything from it, then get lost quickly, right? Haha. Well then. Many things to do. Our Monkey King immediately kicked Ma Dong out to avoid any hassle. He also figured Ma Dong's greed would be his downfall soon enough. But Lei Changxian is different. He hopes Changxian will be the key to breaking their chains, and he will be keeping a close eye on him. Meanwhile, the crew was complaining about the heat, craving water and ice cream. The system showed there is a shop nearby selling food, drinks, essentials, luxury goods, and weapons needed for their journey. Please note the shop uses its own currency. The ship will depart in 23 hours, 57 minutes, and 46 seconds. Sinancio was so hot he was losing his mind, begging Changshan to turn on the app. Changshan was so annoyed he had to pull out a magic orb to create wind for the group. Finally quieting their complaints, the Holy Serpent wrapped around the world was not happy that its magnificent teachings were being used this way. On the way, the crew ran into Henry and Nicholas' group. The brothers were instantly revived by the cool breeze, and immediately started mocking those guys. Seeing the shop they were looking for right ahead, Sinancio changed his tune and even said he wanted to buy ice cream for I Bin. The shop owner was a red-skinned demon smiling brightly to welcome customers. I Bin wanted to attack him, but the owner said to put that away because this is neutral ground, and he is a pacifist. The system introduced him as Jerapu, the shop owner. I Bin reluctantly put away his weapon, and Jerapu smiled genuinely. Smart move. Huh. Better not lose the shop owner's goodwill. Sinancio asked loudly, what do you sell here? The system spoke for him. Jerapu will show you the shop's item list. Item list. Single price items 19 hound, 2 price items 1099 hound, 3 price items 999 hound, 9 price items 100 million hound, 10 others inaccessible. What the heck is Han? Bin says. That is probably the currency here. The system warned that this place uses a different currency. So let us check out the first batch of items listed. Items priced 19 Han include half a bottle of water, 1 hat, half a bag of nuts, 3 hats, green apple, 2 hats, half a cream pot, 9 hats. I Bin thought the description was annoying, but at least just reading it does not cost money, though those high prices are crazy. And the items over 100 million hound, Heavenly Sword at 130 million, Thunder Goddess Seal at 290 million, Zatharus Prophecy Book at 450 million, the Forbidden Fruit at 100 trillion, and the Heavenly Silver at 200 trillion. After reading the price list, the 2 girls looked around confused. Is this a store or a money laundering front? But these items did not just shock humans, they even thrilled the gods. The sacred body of the hunting season opened wide eyes in amazement, wondering why these items were here. The sacred body of the savage, wrapping around the world, suspected this goblin shopkeeper was a scammer. Have you chosen anything yet? Human girls. Jerabu asked, I want to buy ice cream. Let us see. 14 hound. But since you are my first customer today, I will knock it down to 10 hound. Do you accept other currencies? Nope. How about payment in goods? I have jewels, gold bars, and tons of artifacts. Not interested. Then at least tell me how to exchange money. Girl, if you do not have money, just leave. Don't cause trouble in my shop. Poor Jerabu got furious. Really wanted to give him a hit to snap him out of it. Just then, La Changxian appeared and placed an order. Everything on this list plus what the girl wants to buy. The shopkeeper immediately changed his tone when he saw the full list. You really know how to spend money. That totals 160,000 hound. How would you like to pay? We prefer cash. The admin's been strict lately, so I do not have cash on me. What? The shopkeeper reached out, stunned by the innocent reply. I do not have money. I said I do not have money. Put it on credit. Honestly, I have never seen anyone ask to buy on credit with such a straight face. The shopkeeper was shocked too. What? Credit? Is that a problem? The tension was about to explode, but he stayed just as calm as before. The shopkeeper shouted, "Don't you think, just because I am a goblin you can treat me like an idiot? You bastards. I will blacklist you all so you can buy anything anywhere." I was about to open Ragaran. If you are not interested, fine, let us head to the next shop. Hebben, let us. The shopkeeper flipped and asked them to wait a moment. Are you serious? Are you really heading to the former king's treasure? If things do not go well at the first station, and you have to move to the second, there is one thing the traveler can ignore the shopkeepers at each stop. You want to earn their favor. I used to wonder why. And the unknown king answered that they are the guardians. Even after the last king, Soder, fell, and long after Muspelheim was destroyed, they remain the descendants of scholars who worship the soul of the last king and await his glory. Among the guardians is a legend that opening Ragaran, the glory of the ancient scholar race in the dungeon, is like the tomb of Soder himself. They guard his tomb, and their goal is to unlock the former king's treasure deep underground. Could it be? The traveler asked again. Not exactly. Just existing in that dungeon means they are already dead. The souls of those scholars descended into hell long ago, or were destroyed. Like all creatures in the dungeon, they just repeat actions driven by leftover traces of thought. But Ragaran is real, and so is their faith in that legend. If the one who fulfills the merchant's wish, it is way easier to get what you want. Remembering all this, Trang smiled as he spoke to the shop owner. If you can give me credit, fine. We will just go to another shop. Wait, Jirabu blurted out. Are you seriously going to unlock Ragaran? Is there another Ragaran? Are you really heading to the former king's treasure of the mind race? Seriously? How? Why would I tell you? Damn it! You have got some agenda. Do you even know the basics of a quest? And you want credit on top of that? I need to know if you can come back before I decide. Right then, the info window popped up. Quest, Legacy of the Dead Grand King type. Hidden description, a fiery old warrior who brought destruction, now almost forgotten, hid his race legacy just before dying in the treasury Ragaran, in his heart. Eyes closed. Followers believe the lost race can be revived once Ragaran is opened, and have long sought someone who can unlock it. Prove you are worthy of this quest. Completion conditions: if failure conditions, if rewards 1. Cred items 2. Legacy quest of the Dead Grand King. Trang smiled with satisfaction. Did you hear what he said? Let us... Hyrule, that weakling is bothering me again. Hyrule showed up looking like a flattened steamed bun, and told him to stop calling him that, especially since this place is not even managed by that guy. Oh really? If you are so annoyed, go find another admin then. Got it? Alright, Hyrule reluctantly stayed, silently thinking he is the most promising talent among all players. Top tier. Growing the fastest even without a guardian spirit. All 12 constellations are super into him. We can barely keep up with his crazy demand. As the one in charge of Lei Changxian, I have more influence in the admin office, so I can let him team up with another admin. If he switches, that is bad for me. His higher rank means more benefits for me, so I gotta hold on tight. After accepting, Hyrule happily went to make the deal with Jirabu. He is a talent protected by the admin office, and a tier 3 seed. Huh, Jirabu asked, and Hyrule happily confirmed. He looked at Changxian and said, Alright, I will treat this as an investment. Miss, stay here as someone who can come with me. Changxian handed Hyben an ice cream and said, I am not coming back until tomorrow. Meanwhile, take on as many quests from the boss as possible to rack up points, not just for unlocking the dungeon now, but it will come in handy later too. Hyben ate the ice cream wondering what he was thinking, but the delicious taste made her forget everything. The bystanders outside the shop were stunned seeing this scene. They would never seen a boss hang around the shop to guide players before. Could this be a special quest? Henry and Nihilus were furious seeing someone succeed where they failed. Now that he is gone, how do we even accept the quest? Wait up, folks. He is just dealing with some personal stuff. If I can get the quest because Jirabu disappeared, I am in big trouble. Damn it. What the heck? Honestly, Jirabu personally guiding a player means it is a very important hidden quest. If the quest is that big, he would not be able to handle it alone easily, and that would be an excuse for their guild to step in. This dungeon is on French territory. Nicola 1 lets some foreigner run wild as he pleases. No doubt they have found the hidden fragment. Nicola wondered if he should follow them. Inside, the system is announcing the temporary transfer of store management in the fiery hell to Harold. Its appearance shocked the other players even more, especially when they realized the page was linked to the admin office. Admin Harold scanned the positions of nearby players. Harold made a grim face and said, I do not have any grudge against any of you, but I am already busy enough. Being forced to stay here is really a hassle for me. As an ent, I will try to keep things neutral and fair, even though I have feelings. They can shake me. You all understand what I am saying, right? Even if you warn them. Greed often blinds people. So what if hatred is added on top of that? Still, the page believed they would all come after him. The power of the demon beast's path is tracking the footsteps of those targeting you. Jirabu grumbled. So many pesky flies following us. Ignore them and just keep going. The holy form of the fierce tiger Sarko sniffed at the swarm of flies, unaware of their exact location. The holy form from the shooting range wondered why you were not dealing with them. The holy form of the serpent wrapped around the world said you need to prepare another trap for them. The page thought, no need to handle them now. Once they step down here, they will be too busy just trying to survive. Besides, Senaruka's Death King will definitely try to reclaim the mysterious fifth, a sacred scripture, so I will lure them to Rajran, where players, gods, and constellations can follow, and quietly take care of them. Jirabu finally led the page here, in front of this iron gate. He sighed, every time I come here, it feels like the first time. I can never get used to it. You have discovered Surtur's main artery. You have found a hidden fragment. Your purity points have increased. Intense heat rushes in, along with the energy of death. The blood of the ancient flame brings destruction. The primal turtle's fiery heat has been cast on you. The primal turtle's burning flame has been cast on you. The burning poison attacks. The page could not help but marvel at how extraordinary his blood truly was. Jirabu said, though I managed to get this far, there is no way for me to go any closer. The page thought, if he could reach Surta's bloodline, he could get to the heart where Rajran resides. After all, the divine name of this ancient being is the ancient flame that brings destruction. Even though he died long ago, who would have thought his blood still flows? The page recalled the nameless king telling him the guardian can come close, and to reach the heart, you have to dive deep into that fairy bloodline. But they were blocked from getting near it. But who is confident I can do it? That is right, because someone holds both the destructive flame and Yu Ling, the only one who can activate Leviathan. The first stage of the destructive flame effect has triggered, burning away all toxins fiercely. The detox is complete, and the primal turtle has vanished. At that moment, the page pulled out a gem, the flame-repelling gem, a mysterious stone that counters negative fire effects and limits usage times. Again, a hybrid tool. 300 by 300 durability. Effect, neutralizes toxicity in extreme heat. The page swallowed the gem, took on a Yulingus form, and said, then I am off. Zirath-gu was amazed that the page was not affected at all. He looked at him with a sly smile. The Yuling container title activated. Lechangxian said nothing else and flew straight inside. You have entered the main artery. The durability of the flame-repelling gem is dropping fast. The terrifying heat is disorienting you. You are feeling dizzy. You are in a panic. You are feeling lightheaded. Warning! An immense heat is melting the destruction flame. Please evacuate the area immediately. Warning! Your body is under extreme pressure. Leave this area now. The balancing skill compensated for the missing stats. Changxian sighed, thinking the apocalypse storm would make this easier. But it seems not. The truth is, I can swim to the core in this condition. If I can resist it, then I just have to absorb it. Changxian stopped and changed direction. The super soul power activated, trying to absorb the remaining thoughts of death. Failure, the soul rank is too high. Failure, the soul rank is too high. Super soul power only targets the necessary thoughts. Lechangxian got furious but finally succeeded. Thoughts of the giant's destructive fire began to die out. The first awakening effect of the destruction flame is absorbing surrounding heat, absorbing the giant's blood. Changxian is giving it his all. He knows he must reach the place where Rajran rules, but is not it the giant who chooses its master? How can he prove his worth? They say only a giant can pull it out. The nameless king said he must meet all the requirements. He asked, what do you think a giant is? You should know they are fierce, battle-hardened creatures with a strong urge to conquer, enough to surpass many civilizations. They are considered a super race but extremely rare. So most stories about them were not passed down properly. Stories that were not passed down properly. That is right. The battles in Muspelheim are far bigger than any stories told. They are a kind of soul. Muspelheim's world was formed over millions of years through the primal flame that appeared when the universe was created. Countless wills were born there, shaping physical forms over time, becoming souls. And then the giant race. Giants are not like humans evolving from single cells to intelligence. They are born with will directly from the world itself. Giants are an essential part of Muspelheim. Their traits reflect the eternal burning nature of Muspelheim. That is why giants possess greater power than anyone else. Giants look massive because that shape suits combat, not because it is necessary. Is the material okay if someone becomes a giant, even if you gain true giant traits? It won't cause major changes or block you from creating myths. In fact, it lets you create a unique myth that no one else can achieve. Giants are supreme beings. To become a giant with a human body, you must gradually accept giant cells, with a body strengthened bone by bone, slowly shedding your old form. Every time you tear your flesh, your body becomes stronger and your soul rank rises significantly. Changxian followed all these steps, and now the results have come. You have gained the traits of a giant. Mutation begins. The trait transformation process has started. Transformation progress at 1, 2, 3, 9, 10%. Chang Xian is confident he can consume a huge amount of SSS blood and thoughts using Super Soul Power. A new element has been added to Yu Lion's Destruction Flame. The level of Super Soul Power has increased. The holy form of the battlefield widens its stance as it watches you in pain. The holy form of the primal evil dragon warns you are trying to gain uncontrollable power. The holy form of the battlefield asks her mother, startled, "What the heck are you trying to do?" The holy form of the primal evil dragon is annoyed and refuses to answer her daughter's immature question. The holy form of the battlefield flies into a rage, asking why she is acting like that. The sacred serpent coiled around the world senses your true purpose and chuckles slyly. The sacred shooting season spirit asks what the heck you are doing. The sacred serpent snorts, telling her to go ask someone else. The sacred shooting season spirit gets annoyed. The sacred Taurus spirit watches you closely. The gigantic disease spirit turtle thinks your actions are crazy, but can look away. The fierce Sarko tiger spirit laughs heartily and declares you a member of that clan. La Chang Xian's eye flashes with a fierce light. The sacred shooting season spirit explodes in frustration, asking why everyone else knows except her. With a thunderous strike, La Chang Xian has successfully undergone rebirth. Wu Lion's annihilation fire has transformed into the annihilation fire of the giant. Chang Xian grins widely, his eyes radiate divine judgment. Wu Lion's apocalypse storm has evolved into the apocalypse storm of the giant. The system keeps bombarding notifications like it is about to fry the circuits. Transformation progress. 31%. You have begun to understand the traits of the giant. You have developed an aggressive inclination. You have enhanced your combat regeneration. Transformation progress. 41.59%. You could say the spectral form of Yulun and the reinforced mist concept are just foundations for gaining the power of a ST. And now the real beginning starts. Assimilation has begun. Trang Xuan gazes toward the rugged mountains with golden lava flowing through them. You catch a glimpse of Steez's form from that lifeline. Trang Xuan finds the heart in a flash. More than that, he feels it growing bigger. The world around him keeps shifting. He is detecting every tiny detail about this world that he could not before. Golden blood boils louder and louder like oil frying over a hot flame. Trang Xuan spots the entrance to Raijuran. The Farsight skill activates to lock onto the target. The blazing red heart reveals a pitch black hole in its center. Just when it seems like everything you have searched for is right in front of you, the system suddenly alerts. You are entering an overload state. Damn it! Just when it got critical, you are out of steam. What the heck? Racing against time. And the transformation progress is way slower than expected. Transformation progress has become extremely slow. Transformation progress. 71.72%. Changxian thinks his spirit body barely managed to form. If he pushes his body any harder, it might just shatter. At this rate, not to mention opening Raijuran, the process of evolving into a race beyond humanity through metamorphosis will fail. He has calculated the time needed for giant transformation with Thanatos. But even with Izana's secret holy scripture and dark energy, his skin can't develop any faster. He did not realize it would take so much more power to become a giant. After finishing the metamorphosis, he will gain huge benefits. But the progress is just too slow. System displays current stats as follows. Half ohm, 2451 511 megapixel, 2975 9500. Warning, stamina below 50%, mana below 30%. Changxian wonders if he can manage with the energy he has left. Warning, stamina and mana are depleting too fast. Please leave this area immediately. Changxian thinks. Leave? Like that is gonna happen, but the pain's getting worse. And if it keeps up, he might be in real danger. Transformation process has stopped. The outer skin has begun to deform. Changxian calls out to his skin layers. He figures the overload is because he is shedding too much skin at once. So if he uses dark energy to split the metamorphosis into 2 phases, he might succeed. Changxian speaks to the stream softly. I am all in this gamble could cost me everything. Even my life. Changxian thought back the test Mephistopheles gave me was the flame heart. If I can perfect this heart to generate unlimited dark energy, my stamina will skyrocket. If I add dark energy as an attribute to my abilities, who knows what might happen? Failure means death, but success could perfect my body, something usually only possible after conquering 3 dungeons right here and now. Instead of using the flame heart just as a dark energy source to fuel my magic integration, I will replace my actual heart with it as the core. I will also replace all the blood in my body with Surtress blood and channel it toward the flame heart. I need to rearrange the magic integration channels around the flame heart too. If this works, I will fully control Surtress attribute, turning the giant's blood into the source of my physical and magical power, and even gain dark energy as my attribute. Meanwhile, the Storm Girl opens her eyes, wondering if this guy is really just an ordinary human. Even if he has cracked part of Izan's sacred scripture or borrowed Mephistopheles as power, how could a human become a giant? Many humans have surpassed their innate limits through talent and achievement, but most of them seek to become gods. No one aims to become a giant. He is burning with the desire to become the very flame of Muspelheim and Surtur himself. He seems driven by some grand goal, but his heart is full of fierce determination. This guy is seriously dangerous, truly mad, obsessively driven to succeed at anything he sets his mind to. Someone who lose everything to reach his goal and never blink an eye. He reminds me of my mother. He makes me think of my mom. If I ever become useless, He will definitely abandon me. I have to get out of here. I need to escape and return to my chief editor. The Storm Girl launches something called a Wind Seal, hoping the girl she entrusted it to will find it. Right now, Trang Sign is reaching a whole new level. The transformation is speeding up. The flame heart has started moving, pumping out dark energy. The magic circulation rate is rising. You have reached your limit. Trang Xuan grits his teeth and pushes forward. The first blast of his metamorphosis is underway. Trang Xuan has now burned away his outer shell. The flame heart has become the core of his magic integration channels. You are going through a full body transformation. At this moment, Trang Xuan believes he has succeeded in becoming a giant. The flame heart is perfected, and the soul heart has been created as well. I have earned the right to be Mephistopheles' disciple. The dark energy is fused with my magic power. This is a huge change, but it is still not enough. The outer shell is slowly merging back with Trang Xuan's muscles to fully stabilize. I need to pass through the second phase of transformation. I will use this first trial as a springboard to push forward. The Camos tribe cheers as you strengthen your Blood Mist skill. Blood Mist is a skill that curses enemies but blesses allies. Camos lets out a cry and radiates a dazzling aura. The system announces the completion of the second transformation. You have gained the Skin Shift ability. Trang Xuan smiles with satisfaction. The first transformation, Bone Shift, and now the second transformation, Skin Shift. This is true rebirth. I have reached a completely new level. The system keeps flashing updates. You have gained the divine power of the Fire Giant of Destruction. The third holy attribute has been added to your Sacred Mark skill. Added attribute, Hellfire. You have discovered Rajurin, the treasure of the fallen world Muspelheim. You must qualify to enter Rajurin. Checking your qualifications now. You qualify to enter? Do you want to proceed inside? At this point, only a fool would not go in. What a ridiculous question. Entering Rajurin, a beam of light exploded outward like a blast. Opening his eyes, Changsun saw one-eyed giant staring straight at him. The leader said, "Answer me. Are you the new heir to the deceased king? You have entered the hidden dungeon Rajurin." Changsun felt overwhelming power from these one-eyed giants. The holy body suited for the season felt completely overwhelmed by the giant's majesty. Changsun never expected to see all the shadows of Muspelheim here. These cosmic-level beings have surpassed all civilizations and planets, covering the entire universe. Changsun felt that even at his peak, he could not guarantee victory against this terrifying power. I will ask you again, are you really the heir of the late king? You have a human soul, but you carry the scent of the deceased king. His eyes shine like a demon's torch. That is why, even though we are still suspicious, we let you come here. Who exactly are you? Changsun thought. I heard Muspelheim no longer has gods or stars. Yet here comes a fire knight. He must be worried, a remnant of a fallen world. No matter how much they struggle, they remain soulless. Useless beings. Even though the gods and stars hate them more than humans, their power is overwhelming. Is this really a fallen world? He remembered the nameless king saying Rhaegar is the heart of Seat, the will of the remaining fire knights after the world's collapse. Of course, the qualification test for Leaverton would be insanely tough. He said that just one wrong answer means those knights will trample you. Right? Changsun spoke up. I am like Changsun. The title, a demonic form of a cursed thought, was used to summon a blazing storm. Above all, Leaverton is not just a relic, it is the legacy of the Fire Knights of Muspelheim. Ancient relics often test challengers to pick a worthy owner. I have come to claim Leaverton and challenge all of you. I know it won't be easy, but I am ready. Sometimes you gotta take the risk life gives you. The one-eyed giant answered immediately. Bold words. Let us see if you have got the strength to back them up. Everyone, clear the way. A castle with a long path appeared. The one-eyed giants parted to create a path. At the end of this path is our fortress. Go through it and come back here. If you really bring Leaverton as you claim, we will recognize you as one of us, a brother and the king's rightful heir. Changsun knew that to claim Leaverton, he had to earn the approval of Muspelheim's shadows and prove he was worthy to be king. And Changsun was totally ready for this. He is here. Changsun was greeted by a giant wearing a not-so-friendly smile. Usually, people are terrified to pass through that space. The last person who came through here felt the same. Changsun was surprised someone else had crossed Soder's blood path. Before, how did they manage that? Someone came here before me. Yeah? That person probably reached near the 30th fortress already. Changsun figured no matter how prepared you are, the heat from Soder's blood makes everything brutal. Surprisingly, besides him, someone else made it this far. Could it be some powerful figure who entered the pit with him? Or maybe a player from another civilization who passed through a different gate? He could not let some unknown rival claim the chance to conquer Rajurin. He had to catch up to that person ASAP. The gatekeeping giant continued. You know what this challenge entails, right? There are 36 gates total. The further you go, the stronger the gatekeepers get. You definitely want to beat our warriors. So of course, we will fight under conditions that favor us. Don't worry about that. Mentioning favorable conditions means he is seriously underestimating me. But Changsun did not see why he should refuse a challenge that could make conquering easier, even though he would become a knight through rebirth rights. He should not get too cocky. Beating battle-hardened warriors who fought countless battles and defeated many gods and stars won't be easy. Getting past each fortress is simple. Either defeat the warriors and earn their respect, or open the gate to the next fortress based on their subjective judgment. Simple, right? Anyone else got questions? Great. You are calm and focused. If every challenge was like you, that would be perfect. Can you open the door for me now? Of course. Give it your best shot. You have reached the first gate. The gatekeeper's weapon is a spear. He introduced himself as Gustav and asked Changxun his name. Changxun. Right? That is quite an unusual name. Hope your skills are just as unique. Changxun assessed. A stone spear. An advanced divine weapon, not wise to face it head-on. Meanwhile, Gustav was still chatting. It is a shame. The true strength of a warrior lies in a strong, muscular body. And you look so fragile. Like one hit and you would shatter to pieces. He struck a pose as he said this, making Lei Changxian start to find him pretty annoying. But after all, everyone here is pretty built. Are the 35 gatekeepers you will face next all like this? After posing, Gustav laughed and said, since this is about testing your skills, I will only use my right hand. If you can make me use my left hand or force me to move from this spot, you win. He activated his tiger state and the tiger's fangs struck. Changxian immediately dodged, and Gustav blocked, striking and countering. I am not done talking yet. Truly shameful. Strange. Did not you say you wanted to test my skills? What do you mean? If you want to test my skills, that means you are treating this like a real fight. You think no one would attack you while you are bragging like that? Fine. You are right. Gustav got even more pumped by Changxian's words. Whether by trick or surprise attack, on the battlefield, losing is still losing. So that means I do not have to hold back against you. Right? You said it yourself, no matter how. Winning is what counts. Well said. But my pride won't let me go all out against a weakling like you. So I will fight you my way. Wake up. Will you? Haha. This fight's a blast. I am loving it. Gustav laughed heartily. A smile worth 10 energy boosts. Can I get extra points for giving one to the gatekeeper? Changxian remembered hearing that their brains were all muscle, and it turns out it is true. From that meeting with the elders in the nameless King's castle, Zaker, who wanted to know how to easily beat the giants of Muspel the next day. Haha. Even someone aiming to inherit the giant king by absorbing his bloodline is looking for the giant's weak spots. That is just hilarious. I am just curious if they even have any weaknesses at all. What can I say? I do not want to praise my enemies, but honestly, they do not have any obvious weaknesses. They value honor and pride more than their own lives and are insanely skilled fighters. If I had to pick one weakness, it is that their minds are pretty simple. Their brains are all muscle, just like their bodies. They live by their emotions and just do whatever they want without thinking it through. You are the one who said you used to be a hated god, right? Then it should not be hard for you to get the fools at Muspel to acknowledge you. After all, you guys are pretty similar by nature. Once you face them yourself, you will understand what I mean. End flashback. Right now Gustav is smirking. You smell just like us. You are clearly human. So how do you have so much combat experience? The perfect hunting form saint is listening closely to the scholar's question. The fierce tiger saint Sarko, Void King, is also waiting for your answer. Changxian sneered. If you are so curious, why did not you beat me first? Then I will answer. Looking at his face, he knew he would successfully spark his interest, just like Erode said. The real question is how to beat him. He is way too tough. Haha! You are trying to provoke me. I am starting to like you more and more. You have earned the goodwill of the first gatekeeper. Changxian thought that the more he fought, the more his awakening as a scholar improved, and his mastery of Muspel's fire increased since he relied on it a lot, and he felt pretty satisfied. Once I gained the scholar's power, I felt all the limits of being human just vanished. But controlling the special attributes of the scholar's Muspel fire is not easy. Its destructive power is insane hard to hold back and extend the blade, because it is so prone to clumping up. That is probably because Muspel fire got way stronger than expected after 2 evolutions, and got mixed with dark energy too. If I can keep its form stable, I think I can push it to its absolute limit. If I observe Gustav's moves, can I uncover some secrets? The spirit of the spear, its technique, and shape. What should I do? The farsight skill is tracing the opponent's magic flow and starting to understand the spear's current. Gustav is grinning at him. Not bad. Controlling this fire is not easy. Ha. That explains a lot. Even for a controlling Muspelheim's fire is tough. The better you get at it, the more you are recognized as a top warrior. Want me to teach you? Would it be okay if you taught me? Even if I taught you, it would not be easy for you to get it. Plus, it is not really a big secret. It all comes down to muscles. He is starting to pose again. Just look at these muscles, so strong and beautiful. What could possibly stand against these muscles? No matter how fierce the flames are, they have to bow down to the power of these mighty muscles. Hey, Changxing, what were you expecting from a dumb jock anyway? So you should focus on training those muscles of yours. Actually, I have a muscle-enhancing drug here. Perfect for someone like you. Changxing thinks his brainless self actually makes more sense. The nature of the 6 fires is to spread and explode. Maybe I do not need to forcefully control it, especially mixed with unpredictable dark energy. Trying to control it might not even work. Instead of forcing success, it is better to ask for advice. You have connected to the subconscious world. A shadowy eye is watching you. Don't you have anything to teach me? If the rumor spreads that the great demon's apprentice was easily defeated by a graduate, I do not think it will be good for you. Mephistopheles sighs. You are really annoying. A dazzling blue light and shards of glass scatter as a man steps out. He looks like a jerk, with a cocky gaze and an attitude that looks down on everyone. Seriously, you keep bothering me over these petty things. The holy form of the season opens its mouth wide in surprise. The holy serpent form wrapping around the world looks confused at a familiar face. Changxin feels like he has seen that face somewhere before. The holy tiger form, Sacred Void King, is amazed. Changxin thinks of someone, feeling grateful but also shaken. Many gods are excited about the appearance of a great demon rumored not to be from hell. Some gods are verifying the corpse the great demon brought. Too noisy. The great demon waved his hand and snapped his fingers, shutting down the notification channel. The dungeon surveillance feed has been temporarily cut off. Connection to the admin office has been lost. Changxin is stunned. Who would have thought that day blocked the gods' gaze and even the admin office interference? The power that day was on a whole different level. Maybe I have fully awakened as a graduate, and my senses have sharpened, but I can clearly feel a huge pressure. Changxin says to the great demon, "Why say I made you watch every little detail? Isn't it better than seeing your corpse in a pitiful state? Master, I was going to abandon you if you could not absorb it in time. But since you have progressed faster than I expected, you are worth my time. I do not get why the great demon used to drag around that gloomy face everywhere. He looks way better now, like a total hearthrobe. Looks good but no instructions. So I just did not bother using it." The great demon points to the sky. Energy light swirling around. Look closely. I am not explaining this twice. Changxin watches, thinking, even though getting involved in this master corpse relationship won't bring me anything good, it still bugs me that he does not react when I call him master. Darkness is a power that can turn everything into nothingness. It is a force that floods a world of original void breath. The great demon condenses a sphere of darkness in his palm. You want to try controlling the dark power slowly spreading in your mind with your weak ability. That is impossible. Even I can do it. Darkness holds the power to rewind to the past, back to the primal origin of everything. How can you turn the wheel of fate in a different direction? Changxin realizes it is like the fiery hell to agree he can control. Turning the wheel of fate backward through time. Did not the yellow springs turn the small time wheel backward to send him back to Earth? Does dark energy really have that kind of power? The great demon still smiles slyly. So darkness should not be controlled, it needs to be guided. It would be better if I show them instead of just talking. Changxin found himself in a place where time stood completely still. He was utterly shocked. The space and time around him, even the entire world, had frozen, completely sealed off by Mephistopheles. Changxin finally understood why the gods and stars watching him were all stopped in their tracks. Not only did he sever the connection, but he also froze time in this universe, the so-called time wheel, making them unable to find him. This is a level beyond what even the stars can reach, even all 12 zodiac signs combined. The state of the great star has surpassed anything Changxin could have imagined. The giant demon shook his fist fiercely and said, "This is the power of darkness." Suddenly, Gustav vanished. This is the dark, hollow void dimension. Something Changxin heard exists beyond our galaxy. So darkness brings void and apocalypse. But how? Changxin just wants the potential and power that darkness offers. Could he have just touched something dangerously deceptive? Lost in thought, Changxin was startled when the giant demon asked if he heard clearly. At that moment, Gustav returned. The giant demon said, "Even if you go insane now, you can recreate what you just witnessed. But now that you have seen me use it, maybe you have grasped how to control that power." He was fading into the darkness. "I just showed you how darkness works. Now, try extracting it and using it yourself. That is the first step to mastering the dark heart." With that, he left. Changxin realized what he needed to do now was master the flow of dark power because the dark heart is shared among the gods. He could harness that energy more easily. So all that is left is to follow the guidance properly. Failing matters, but what is more important is the guidance, not just control. Since he can hold the darkness inside, he must direct its flow as he wants. After successfully awakening, Changxin faced a flood of messages from the gods. The god of the battlefield was curious about what happened when the waves were cut off. The many-eyed snake god of the world, the fierce sacred tiger god, asked about Changxin's conversation with the giant demon. Many gods were wondering about the giant demon's motives. A few believers grew cautious of the giant demon's actions and decided to watch Changxin more closely. The administrator's office issued an urgent statement to stop the chaos spreading across the world. But none of this seemed to concern Changxin. He was totally focused on defeating Gustav and passing through. All his willpower was concentrated at the spear's tip. Changxin thought, if I can control the hellfire by treating it as a tool like a dragon's claw, then I will treat the hellfire as part of my body, letting it naturally follow the flow in my mind. The spearlight was complete. One deadly thrust aimed straight at Gustav. If I can control it, it will spiral naturally, forming the shape of a spear. Gustav was stunned. He twisted it into a spiral. What the heck is going on? Is he using Samantha's spear technique? Changshin said nothing. Just thought, even if I control Hellfire at my best, there are limits. But if someone has wielded Muspelheim S-Fire long enough, they must have evolved through generations, so the best way to control Muspelheim S-Fire is to use the giant's martial arts. Changshin smirked slyly. Gustav showed me that Samantha was just a mistake. A massive spear with immense power struck him dead on. The slash of blazing light caused a dazzling explosion. When things became clear, Gustav was pushed back and his spear had broken. He was tall and furious, failing not only to use one hand but also getting shoved backward. Plus his spear got damaged despite his grimace. Changshin calmly asked, "What is the result?" Gustav slammed his spear to the ground and shouted, "Gustav, the first gatekeeper of Rajran, acknowledge your victory. Challenger Lai Changxian, you have won the battle against the first gatekeeper." Lai Changxian did not say a word and just walked off, while Gustav watched him with hopeful eyes. With the skills and growth he just showed, Gustav believed Lai Changxian could fulfill their long-awaited wish. Meanwhile, Henry and Nicolas' group had reached the gate leading into Seat's main artery. Of course, they could not believe Changshin had actually swum through that lava pool. Nicola frowned, thinking Lai Changxian was a rookie who had not even spent a year in the player world, yet had the strength and skills of a top-tier player. He must be hiding some secret nobody knew. He realized Lai Changxian was too reckless for someone supposedly so cautious. Come to think of it, he had not seen Griezmann since arriving at this chicken coop. Griezmann's cold mask barely hides the fact that no matter how sorry he acts, he is still a total jerk. Lai Changxian must be a demon too, just as sly as Griezmann. Not only do they vanish at the same time like it is planned, but Lai Changxian's crazy growth could also be from some technique. It made sense. They have probably met and are plotting something on the other side of this desert sea. A plan that is going to put everyone here in danger. Lost in thought, he hears Henry warning Muriel to be careful. At that moment, Muriel hears the voice of the god she has been searching for. "Please save me." A wave of energy radiates from Muriel, sensing with the storm-hating girl's wind magic. Jirabu also senses that something big is about to happen. If it were the other shopkeepers here, they would kick them out immediately. But not him. He saw Lai Changxian connect with Ragaran earlier, through the eye he left watching over the Sutter's heart in the sea of fire. It would not hurt to hold a shopkeepers meeting after such a long time, right? He was curious what the face of the other colleague would look like. After all, Lai Changxian opened Ragaran and claimed the title of Sitter's heir. From now on, he would pave a path full of flowers for him, even though it once led to an apocalypse. The legacy left behind in this world is still huge. You have won the battle against the second gatekeeper. The master level crushing fist skill has reached its highest rank. You have gained the new trait, Wind Fist. You have acquired the Pushpirheim's Fist technique. Victory skill unlocked after defeating the 14th gatekeeper. My name is Ho Lim Adoption. Aren't you already too weak? Challenger, we already know you are a true warrior. What we want is to fight a warrior at his peak, not some sobbing loser whining about being tired. I will give you plenty of time to rest. Trang Xuan does not need rest because he is racing against someone else to conquer these gates. I will keep fighting. Are you claiming you can easily beat me without resting? How arrogant. Do you even know what the thrill of battle feels like? I do not want to lose that feeling. Say you have reached that in past battles. Well, I will give it my all too. Trang Xuan is entering a frenzy state. He reminds himself not to lose focus while riding this feeling of about to break his limits. In a flash, Trang Xuan flies toward the 31st gate. The 31st gatekeeper's weapon is a bow, and there is another figure here too, Griezmann. Not sure who it is. Turns out it is him. Damn. Trang Xuan is not surprised that the one ahead of him is him. What is surprising is that he managed to defeat a giant, a superhuman species. Didn't expect we would meet here. Trang Xuan can feel the dark energy covering this place. It is a wave of demonic aura. According to the purification level and magic power, Griezmann's true identity can only be one person, the leader of all villains and chaos. The Demon King, Griezmann Adlai, is the one you need to be wary of in this world. He is a legend who rose to Duke rank after switching from a demon to a player. He knows a lot about demons, and many demons and assassins have died or been crushed by him. The only one you can compare him to is our guild leader, the legendary hero Mening Sung. He is a tough one to read, and that reputation, the second-ranked mage of Samaria, is watching you. Griezmann Adlai clicked his tongue coldly. What now? I do not like my identity being exposed before I have finished clearing this place. Should I just kill him for running into me? That is not the way, said the Gatekeeper #31. The broken fortress is being restored. The battle with Gatekeeper #31 is being prepped. Gatekeeper #31 said, player Simon Margus, who just passed the 31st trial, proceed to gate 32. Otherwise, you will be kicked out and have to come back later. Who I just defeated. Kept talking, let go. We will discuss details later. I have a lot to say. So his name is Simon Margus, a demigod holding the title of Samaria's first mage. I knew I would meet him again someday, but not like this. Why is he here? Is he like me? After Rajran, let us get started, Gatekeeper #31 said. firing an arrow. Lai Chingxian seemed pretty annoyed being bossed around here, when he should be focusing on the match. You have unlocked the Rain of Arrows skill. Reach gate 32, and met Simon Margus again. Hey, you there? Why not wait a moment? Got something to say, of course. But first, you are looking for Rajran's heart, the treasure where Leaverton rests. So what? You are gonna say you are not after it. Nope, I know. I want the 15 purification scrolls stored elsewhere in the treasure. That is surprising someone made it this far, but does not want Leaverton. To be exact, I want the parchment scrolls they use to write the purification spells. Purification is a treasure I have searched for worldwide over millennia, since Kaiser's time. You can take Leaverton or any treasure here. Just leave the purification scrolls to me. I will support you fully if you want. Let us cooperate. Tell me more. The mission said Rajran has 36 castles. But there is a 37th room hidden in a corner of the treasure, even the old lords of Muspelheim did not know about. I think it will be hard to find alone. So I want to team up. Changxian seriously considered the existence of this 37th room, unknown even to Thanatos. Whatever's inside must be priceless. The problem is, Simon Margus is the one making this offer, an unpredictable dark mage, a demon god who has risen to demon king status. Teaming up with him might be risky, but he has definitely piqued my curiosity. So what exactly are those purification scrolls you are talking about? I am not interested in people who keep secrets. If I tell you, you won't have any choice but to team up with me. I won't let you go if you learn this info. Even if I lose my reputation, I will destroy you. Have you ever heard of the first and last warlord? Basla from Ja. Changxian remembered the name, and the Fizzo key he took from Besla's tome started to react. So what? Don't he know? What? You came all the way to Muspelheim's treasure but never heard of Basila. How am I supposed to believe you? Yeah? But considering how people describe this person as the warlord of Jotun, and that he is both the first and last warlord, it is clear he is no ordinary figure. Tell me more. Before Muspelheim, Jotunheim, and Niflheim split off, Basila was the king of kings, Godiga, ruling over all three realms. She was one of the few beings in existence to earn the title of war god. Kunge Suma quickly asked a certain god if such a being ever existed. Kunge Suma then watched the conversation silently with a complex look in her eyes. I am trying to gather fragments of poetry said to carry her power. Back in the primordial times, when the galaxy was just forming, some shards became distinct territories. Muspelheim, home of the fire giants, Jotunheim, land of the ice giants, and Niflheim, inhabited by monsters and giants because they came from fragments. They were seen as incomplete. To become whole, they forcibly merged with other worlds and civilizations. Yet the three realms still ranked themselves, combining into the domain of a great entity Besla. Exactly. But even a great god can escape birth and death. Basala's demise weakened the influence of the three realms, forcing them to remain confined to a corner of the galaxy. Except Niflheim, they managed to restore what was lost and grew a bit stronger. Kunge Suma seemed very dissatisfied with the Demon King's explanation. Then King Suma's expression brightened up a bit. But because of that great war, Muspelheim faced apocalypse, as you have seen, and Jotunheim's fate is unknown. You can grasp Besla's greatness from the rise and fall of the three realms, all tied to her fate. There is even an old saying that the magic Odin the warrior king got, and the ancient god Asgard, who faced apocalypse, came from Basala. So you are saying Odin's magic comes from Basala? Changxian knew the origin of his magic came from Odin, god Asgard, but from Basala too, since only one war god ruled and unified the giants. I am after the ancient text said to hold her power. Is that explanation enough? Changxian figured he told me this, because he is sure he won't survive if he tries to run. But is not this way too much info for him to just share willingly? Simon Margut supposedly feared when Fizzo's grand design was revived. Just like his master, though now he is dead, there were others long ago whom he saw as villains. I can also understand why he needs Besla's ancient scrolls. He is thinking about escaping danger, even awakening a god and reaching transcendence. That is pretty fascinating. So it is not a coincidence that Saint Fizzo's key is buried in Besla's tome. I am super curious about her. Changxian smiled. Alright, I get your point, but why do you need me? Can't you just pass through the remaining gates on your own? This is my 24th time challenging this place. I always fail because I do not meet two conditions. First, I am a demigod who can awaken into a giant. Isn't it true that only giants can challenge Rajran from the start? Who do you think I am? I am the first mage of the great holy land of Samaria. I have the skill to get past those easy trials anytime. But I can reach the core, because I am not a full giant. Second, there is the final gatekeeper, the three-headed Shinmera. The nameless king also warned Changxian about this last gatekeeper. You can beat the other gatekeepers with your skills, but prepare yourself for the final one. She has a special talent thanks to her three heads. She can see multiple fates of her opponents. Enough? I can proudly say I know how to beat her to some extent, and you must have your own way since you became an elder somehow. I think I have said enough, but if that is true, how did you get here? The one and only Rajran is at the first gate. Nice. I will use the teleport gate. What a joke. Makes me not want to form a team anymore. The team has been formed. You have successfully passed through gate 33. You have successfully passed through gate 34. The effect of the hand-to-hand combat master has been simulated. You have reached gate 36. The Heart of Rydran, the three-headed goalkeeper says, I see a very familiar face. But the other name is new. I can smell the scent of a novice. That must be the kid others have mentioned. Now I will predict the fate of the challengers before the final stage begins. Predicting fate. Changshin recalls the warning not to let Gatekeeper 36 see him, and to avoid being spotted twice. He immediately releases a burst of energy. Gatekeeper 36 says, Strange. Somehow you are missing a stage in the cycle of birth, aging, sickness, and death. Something both gods and humans have: old age. I can see your old age phase. Do you know how many times your soul has been reborn? The power of Kalokagathia trembles for no clear reason. Changsun also pondered the other deaths she mentioned. The three faces of Shinmar are said to reveal three destinies. The left face shows the past, the middle shows the present, and the right shows the future. Every mortal soul accumulates karma as it passes through each life cycle. Only by breaking free from that cycle can one reach the peak, achieving immortality or some divine power. But since she can see her old age phase, does that mean she has seen her past lives? It must be something else. Could Shinmara be seeing her current life? The story of abandoning life under the god's twilight. To precise, it has got to be something beyond that. So what is it? Simon Margit stepped up, asking, What are you looking at when I am right here? Today, I will repay all the humiliation I endured. Have to chop off her right head, so she can see the future. The first Archmage of Samaria declared the demon realm. Shinmara bit her tongue honestly. What a useless move. Your defeat was already predicted. Just then, a huge flame burst beside them. Simon Margit said, I suspected it before, but I did not expect you to be a fully formed former human. The second Herking was unleashed, upgrading the single Hellfire to double Hellfire. Changsun grew rapidly, her whole body engulfed in raging flames. At this moment, Changsun looked like a true fire demon, not some half-transformed being. The title of Demon Spirit Ancestor evolved into Great Spirit Ancestor. Changsun smiled victoriously.